Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Think. You are lying on your back. There's something above you, and it has blotches on it. Your head rolls to one side. A big shape is coming toward you. The shape makes strange little noises. For good or ill, it comes closer and closer. It hovers over you. It encircles you. It lifts you. It holds you. It thrusts something into your mouth. You are a baby, and you are 12 days old.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
You are my darling. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all?
You, my angel. You.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cleverest of them all? You. You. You.
Our mystery drama, Mirror, Mirror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Think how hard it is to be a very young baby. Helpless is the word for it. Unable to stand, sit, walk, or even turn over. Unable to distinguish one object from another. Only light from dark. Unable to comprehend what is said to you. Unable to convey your own feelings except with moans, gurgles, and crying. Unconscious of everything, really, except your own, your very own, very private person.
I was in Mozambique with my husband when I heard of Claire's death. The letter from my mother gave no details, and there was no question of my being able to return home for the funeral. But I was pregnant with my first child and had already decided to go back to the States for the birth. Being close to 40 years of age, I needed the nearness of my mother and the care of American doctors. I was barely settled into my mother's house when the phone rang. Yes? Hello?
Jessica, is that you?
Yes?
Well, it's Mrs. Connor, dear. Claire's mother.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. I was going to call you.
Well, your mother told me that you were coming back from that place.
Mozambique.
Yes, and I figured you might be home by now.
I got here the day before yesterday.
Well, Jessica, dear, I know you're going to have a baby.
Yes, I am.
But I wondered if you could find time to come by and see me.
Well, of course. I was planning to anyway, just as soon as I got...
I want to have a little talk with you. After all, you were Claire's dearest friend.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. When would be convenient?
This afternoon. Would that be all right?
Perfectly all right.
5 o'clock? Come for tea. And we'll have a nice talk. And, well, there's something else. But never mind about that. I'll tell you when I see you.
The air was cool and the sun was warm when I set out to walk the mile or so to where Mrs. Connor lived in the house that had been Claire's. It was September, very like the day nearly 25 years before when I had originally met Claire. That was the first night at Stapleton Academy, finishing school as it was called in those days, and the main corridor was filled with laughing, chattering girls. Some of them were there for the second year, but it was my first experience away from home. I stood stiffly against the wall and envied those who seemed so relaxed, so easy in their ways.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I like your dress.
Thank you. I like yours.
My mother made it.
Oh.
My name's Claire Connor.
That's a pretty name.
What's yours?
Oh, Jessica Chapman.
Are you a boarder or a day pupil?
What?
Do you live in Stapleton?
Oh, no, Chicago. Just outside, that is.
Oh, you don't mean it. You can't. Where outside?
It's a suburb. Sugar Glen.
Sugar Glen. You don't mean it. You can't.
Where do you live?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you, Merton.
But that's very near Sugar Glen.
It's the other side of the track.
But I go to Merton a lot when I'm home. I go there all the time to take
the elevated into Chicago. I know.
Well, it always seemed very nice, Merton.
Well, it's not. But I won't always live there. You see, someday I'll live in Sugar Glen or New York or Paris or Venice, one of those places. Listen, have you got a roommate or a room by yourself?
I don't know yet. They haven't told me.
Well, let's ask if we can room together. You want to?
Oh, yes.
Well, we'll have lots of fun. We'll be best friends. You want to? And we'll tell each other everything and not tell anybody else. It'll be just you and me. You want to?
Oh, yes, yes. And so it came about. That night, Claire and I sat up till daybreak, eating ginger snaps and zuzus and drinking orange squash and sucking on bullseyes. The next day, I broke out in hives and had to go to the infirmary. But Claire came to see me there and stayed as long as they'd let her.
Well, classes don't start till tomorrow, so you haven't missed anything. Oh, I bought some material for drapes. I hope you like it. You see, it's pink, which is my favorite color, and has blue flowers and stuff. Oh, how are your hives? Do they itch?
And so it was all year. Just Claire and me. I'd never had a best friend before, and I'd never known anyone like Claire. We'd go into town together and have chocolate fudge marshmallow sundaes with nuts. And sometimes we sneaked off to see a movie if it had Joan Crawford in it, because Joan was Claire's idol. One day we were in Stapleton, and we saw this little antique shop. And in the window, there was a mirror.
Oh, Jessica, look.
Look at what?
That mirror.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I'd give my immortal soul. Look, it's got 3 panels. You could see yourself front, back, and sideways all at once, practically. Oh, I bet it cost $1 jillion.
Oh, that gold carving.
You want to go in?
You want to?
You bet.
Yes, young ladies?
Well, we wanted to ask you about that gold mirror in the window.
You're interested in the mirror?
Kind of.
You show good taste. It's very old, that mirror. My wife found it in Paris.
Oh.
Used to belong to Sarah Bernhardt.
The actress?
The great Bernhardt herself. That's what they told my wife in Paris.
Oh, well, is it, how much? Is it expensive?
Priceless.
That's what I thought.
How much do you think you could spend?
Well, not very much.
How much is it?
Well, I should get $500 for it.
Come on, Jess.
However, I'd take a little less. 400?
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have anywhere near that. Thank you, anyway.
Come back anytime. We'll talk about it.
Jeepers. $500. That's all the money in the whole world.
You could save up for it.
Oh, you know what my allowance is. $20 a month. That's the smallest allowance of any girl in the school.
I felt awful for days after that. My family sent me $100 every month, and I never spent all of it. There weren't that many things to spend it on. Finally, it came to me that the thing that would make me happiest would be to give Claire the mirror.
Jessica! Oh, Jessica! I can't believe it! Oh, you are the dearest, the sweetest. You are my best friend. You are my only friend. It's you and me, Jessie. Just you and me against the whole world forever and ever.
Remembering all this, I was smiling a little as I arrived at the house. But the smile faded as I wondered what I'd say to Claire's mother. There's so little to say at such times, and so much had happened since the days at Stapleton Academy. I needn't have been concerned, though, because Mrs. Connor did most of the talking.
You and Claire were so close. Such dear friends, Jessica. You were her only friend, her only real friend. You understood her.
I was very fond of her.
Now, I've been going through her things. She had so many lovely things. 2 mink coats and a moleskin and jewelry. Oh, heavens. Later, when we've had our tea, I'll take you upstairs and show you, and you can pick out whatever you like as a remembrance.
Oh, I don't wear much jewelry anymore, Mrs. Connor. You see, I married an archaeologist last year, and we travel a lot to very out-of-the-way places.
Oh. But there must be something of Claire's you'd want.
Well, actually, Mrs. Connor, there is one thing I'd love to have. That big mirror. Claire had it at the academy.
You wouldn't want that mirror?
Oh, yes, I would. I gave it to her, actually. And I've never forgotten how she loved it. I could store it at my mother's house till my husband and I settled down enough to have a place of our own.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, maybe you don't know the one I mean. It's a 3-way mirror, full-length mirror. Claire loved it because she could see herself from every angle. It has a lovely gold frame. When the man who sold it to me said that it had belonged to Sarah Bernhardt, though, of course, we never believed it.
I'll have to look around for it.
Well, she always kept it in her bedroom.
You are going to have a baby. Is that right?
Yes. Imagine, at my age.
Melisande came back for the funeral. At least she did that. Her father didn't.
Well, Stanley and Claire were divorced.
Oh, not divorced. Oh, never divorced. He just up and left her and took Melly with him.
But Melisande wanted to live with her father, Mrs. Connor.
Yes, and after all Claire did for her, from the instant the child was born, she raised her exactly the way she'd been raised herself, with all the care and attention. Melly was never very pretty, you know, like Claire. Strange, because Claire was so lovely. And Stanley was a handsome man, whatever else he was or was not, but poor Melly. And Claire did everything for her. Clothes, lessons. The child could speak French at the age of 7. And Claire had her nose fixed. Gave her a cute little turned-up nose. And if Stanley hadn't snatched her off when he did, Claire was going to have her chin altered, shortened sort of to balance her nose, the way I had Claire's legs fixed.
Oh, Claire had beautiful legs.
Uh-huh. But she wouldn't have had if I hadn't had them broken and straightened.
You had her legs broken?
And straightened. It's a simple procedure. Claire was born with slightly bowed legs, unfortunately, but the operation made them absolutely perfect. Melly never had those advantages when she went to live with Stanley. When I saw her at the funeral, she had a certain chic, but it wasn't at all what Claire wanted for her. Stanley never did anything for her, not a thing.
He just let her grow up.
Precisely. Well, now, why don't we have our tea? I have oatmeal cookies I made myself. I just have to pop them in the oven. Remember how you and Claire loved oatmeal cookies? With lots and lots of raisins? Well,
while you're doing that, Mrs. Connor, could I go upstairs and look for the mirror?
I just remembered. It's broken.
Broken?
Yes. Yes, it broke.
Oh, well, I could have it fixed.
I think we threw it out.
Claire would never have thrown it out. Look, if it's just the glass that's broken, I could have it replaced, and that would be simple.
I really don't know what happened to it. Best forget about it. Now, you just sit there, Jessica, while I give the cookies 10 minutes in the oven and set up the tea tray. All right?
All right, Mrs. Connor.
And, forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it.
Have you ever tried not to think about something? Anything from immortality to a lavender mouse? You will find that in your striving to avoid thinking about certain things, you become totally unable to think about anything else. This is the impasse Jessica reached when Mrs. Connor said, "Forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it." We'll return shortly with Act 2. Has it ever bothered you, however slightly, that never, never will you see your own face? Anyone else can see it, and many do every day. By sunlight, By moonlight? By candlelight? Or in the glare of searchlights? But you yourself have never seen it. Nor will you ever see it. Except in a mirror.
So I tried not to think about the mirror. I thought about Stanley. Good old Stanley. I'd known him all my life. Stanley was very handsome, with lovely manners, always had money to spend and spent it generously, and was consistently, everlastingly dull. Such a nice boy, my mother said, and I couldn't deny it. But I longed to know other boys, not so nice, maybe, but likewise not so dull. Like the boys Claire knew. How do you do it, Claire? All the boys are chasing after you all the time. You're so popular.
Oh, you've got Stanley.
Oh, Stanley. I want to know scads of boys the way you do. But they just don't know I'm alive.
It's easy. You really want to know?
Oh, I'll say the word.
There's only 2 things you have to learn how to make a boy notice you.
No fooling.
You won't tell anybody else?
Word of honor.
Well, the first is, I had a dream about you last night. And if that doesn't work, you say, I have a bone to pick with you.
I don't get it. Why would you say things like that?
Because they're intriguing. You tell a boy you had a dream about him, he can't wait to find out about what you dreamed. Now, the same thing if he thinks you're a little mad at him. Not really mad, just sort of miffed. Comprenez-vous?
I don't know if I do.
Try it. You'll see. It works.
Well, it didn't work for me. Maybe I didn't say it right. Most of the boys just gave me a blank stare. Once it worked, sort of, with Charlie Gale. He came up to me at the end of the dance and said, "Okay, what'd you dream about me?" And I said, "I forget." Because, of course, I hadn't ever dreamed about Charlie Gale, and I hadn't the forethought to think up some things. Charlie said, "Well, it couldn't have been much of a dream if you can't remember it," and he walked away. I never tried out I have a bone to pick with you. Because I was never really mad at anybody, not even miffed. I never got to know anybody that well. So I was stuck with Stanley, and he took me to dances and movies and parties, and everybody took it for granted that one day Stanley and I would get married. I started taking it for granted myself.
But he's so good-looking, Jessie. I think he looks like John Gilbert.
I guess so.
And rich.
I guess so.
And he graduated from Princeton.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know.
Oh, he's crazy mad for you. He's your slave.
I was very fond of Stanley. I'd always been fond of Stanley. And my mother kept telling me that I'd love him once we were married, and I started to believe that. One night at my house, Stanley had come for dinner, and my folks left us alone after dinner because they trusted Stanley implicitly. And he and I had been talking in the desultory way we always did about announcing our engagement, setting a date, and whether to buy a house or rent an apartment. All those topics that sounded to me more as though we were going to open a small business rather than get married. When all of a sudden, Stanley jumped up from his chair.
Guess what that nutty friend of yours said to me the other night?
Who?
Claire Connor.
What'd she say?
She said she had a dream about me. Can you tie that?
Did you ask her what the dream was about?
Well, sure. I was kind of, sort of...
Intrigued?
Yeah, sort of intrigued.
Well, what was the dream?
Some goofy stuff. You know how dreams are. Seems I was some kind of knight. Like Lancelot or Gawain, one of those. And she was Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. And Merlin the magician was there, and he...
And this was all in Camelot?
No, it was right here in Sugar Glen. That's the intriguing part of it. Out on the golf course at the country club. Seems I rescued her from the sand trap on the 16th hole. I told you it was a nutty dream.
Well, how would Claire know there was a sand trap on the 16th hole? She doesn't play golf. The Connors don't even belong to the club.
Well, I know, but she walked around with me one day. Somebody stood her up for a date, and she didn't have anything to do. But wasn't that a nutty dream?
Claire's family didn't belong to the country club. Not many people from Merton did. But I'd invited her there lots of times. Actually, I was sort of showing off. She was so pretty, so peppy. And in those days, being peppy was about the most important thing to be. And I wasn't peppy. I was shy and introverted, and lots of girls and boys, too, considered me a drip. It was very depressing to be considered a drip. But Stanley didn't think of me as a drip. He thought of me as a peach of a girl. And this made me, if not more loving toward him, at least more grateful. But then...
Jessie, I've got to talk to you.
What about? What's the matter?
I think Claire's mad at me.
What about?
I don't know. That's just it. I saw her at the sweet shop this noon. She was with Charlie Gale, and they were right at the next table, and all of a sudden she leans over and she says, I've got a bone to pick with you, Stanley Sherman. Naturally, I said, why? What have I done? And she said, tell you later. I thought maybe she'd told you.
No, Stanley, she didn't tell me.
Not that I give a hoot, but I hate to have anybody mad at me. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I know how it is. I knew how it was, all right. And I knew I was losing Stanley. Claire's line was working on Stanley. My Stanley, who didn't have a line any more than I did.
You know what Claire was mad at me about?
What?
Because I hadn't called her up for 2 weeks. I hardly ever call her up, except once in a while when you're busy. And I asked her a couple of times if she wanted to walk around the golf course with me, because I couldn't find anybody to play with. She wanted to carry my clubs, but of course I wouldn't let her do that.
Of course you wouldn't.
But she was awfully interested in the game. She said she'd take some lessons, only of course you can't do that unless you belong to the club. I may have said something about teaching her myself. She says I did. But if I did, I forgot.
Claire didn't forget.
No, and she's been feeling terrible about it. And that's what she meant when she said she had a bone to pick with me. Can you tie that?
I wasn't a bit surprised when Stanley called me a few weeks later and said he had to have a talk with me. A serious talk, he said. And I knew instantly what the serious talk would be about. It would be about Claire.
You're going to think I'm a heel, Jessica.
No, I'm not.
I don't know how it happened. I swear to you.
How what happened, Stanley?
I fell for somebody.
Claire?
How did you know?
I just knew.
Your best friend. I'm an awful heel.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, do it.
You mean it's all right with you?
We were never really engaged.
Well, we talked about it.
That's all we ever did. Just talk.
Oh. I feel so much better. I thought maybe you'd... I was so afraid that
I just want you to be happy, Stanley. You should know that.
Oh, I'll be happy, all right.
You've already asked Claire to marry you?
Yeah. Anyway, I said something or other. I was telling her she was a wonderful girl, so much fun and pretty, too, and I couldn't imagine any man not being in love with her. And she said, does that mean you, too? And, well, I said, yes, me, too. And she said how happy she was and could we build a house in Sugar Glen, and I said I thought it was a neat idea. And the more I thought about it...
The neater it seemed.
Yeah. Oh, Jessie, you really are a peach. There's not many girls would be so understanding.
I told you. I just want you to be happy.
You know what Claire said after we got it all settled about the house and everything? You know what she said?
What did she say?
She said, it'll be just you and me, Stanley. You and me against the whole world till death do us part. And right then I knew she was the girl for me.
I felt very little when Stanley married Claire. Ours had been such a tepid romance, if indeed it had ever been a romance at all. I was still friends with both Stanley and Claire. He built her a big house in Sugar Glen, and they had a Pierce Arrow and a Packard Roadster with wire wheels. They went to all the country club dances, and they gave wonderful parties in the big house. Suddenly, sitting in the drawing room of that very house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve tea, my mind jumped to the big bedroom just above me, Claire's bedroom. A big, square room with 6 windows all curtained with white silk net with ruffles. A chaise longue with a blue satin throw covered with real Duchess lace. dressing table holding more than a dozen bottles of French perfume, a white bearskin rug beside the big canopied bed. All so different from anything she'd had before she married Stanley. Everything different, except the mirror. And there I was, thinking about the mirror again.
Well, here we are now. I brought milk and sugar and lemon because I couldn't quite remember. Now, why don't you pour? And I'll go and get the cookies. I had to let them cool for a minute, but I'm sure they're ready now. I'll be right back.
The mirror. I couldn't get the mirror out of my mind. It was my strongest link with Claire. The thought of it took me back 20 years. Now, Claire was dead. I was married. I was about to have my first child. I was sitting in Claire's house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve me oatmeal cookies. And all I could think of was the 3-panel gold-frame mirror that I had given Claire when we were schoolgirls.
I have to give them another minute to cool. They're still sticking to the pan. Let's have a cup of tea, and then they'll be ready. You pour, will you?
If you want me to.
Just lemon for me.
All right. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Connor, about that mirror of Claire's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do you keep talking about that mirror?
Did you burn yourself?
You keep going on and on about that mirror.
No,
I told you to forget about it.
I'm so sorry.
That mirror. That cursed mirror. That mirror killed my precious Claire. That mirror killed my baby.
Are you wondering how an inanimate thing like a mirror could murder a living person? How a thing of gold and glass and quicksilver could bring death to a woman of flesh and blood? How a thing of ornamental beauty and some practical use could prove fatal to its owner? We'll tell you how when I bring you Act 3 in a moment. Jessica, paying a condolence call on the mother of her dead friend Claire, keeps returning to the subject of an antique gold-framed 3-panel mirror, which she had given to Claire when the two of them were best friends at Stapleton Academy for Young Ladies. Claire's mother became so agitated at the mere thought of the mirror that she dropped her cup of tea.
That mirror, that cursed mirror, that mirror killed my precious Claire.
Oh, Mrs. Connor, I didn't know.
Killed my baby.
Nobody told me.
Well, there were a lot of confused stories about it. None of them true.
But what was true? How could the mirror...
The mirror fell over on top of her.
Oh, no. But how could it?
I don't know. It was very old, of course, and I suppose it had got to be very rickety and unstable.
It just doesn't seem possible.
There was glass all over the floor. Claire was cut horribly. She bled to death.
Oh, Mrs. Connor.
She was all alone in the house. I'll never forgive myself for not being there.
But you couldn't have known. Not possibly. You can't blame yourself in any way.
I came here to live with her, you know, after Stanley deserted her and Melisande went to live with him. So I moved in and we tried to make some kind of a life. I remember Claire said to me, "It's just you and me now, Mummy. Just you and me. Like when I was little." And then not to be there when that terrible mirror killed her.
We won't talk any more about the mirror, Mrs. Connor. I am so sorry that I kept bringing it up, but I didn't know that it had any...
You won't want the mirror now, will you?
Well, we'll just forget all about it.
I think that would be best. Well, now, tell me about yourself. You're going to have a baby?
Yes, at my age.
I hope it's a little girl. A pretty little girl that you can dress up in lovely clothes and teach all sorts of things. How to get along in the world. It's not easy for a woman, you know, as I used to tell Claire.
Oh, I don't think it's easy for anybody.
Oh, maybe not, but especially a woman. Oh, heavens, I completely forgot about the cookies.
Never mind about the cookies. I ought to be getting on home.
Well, I could wrap some up for you to take with you.
No, never mind. I think you need to be alone right now. I'm afraid I've upset you.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. You didn't know.
I'll come back another time.
Yeah, you do that, dear. And we'll talk some more about Claire.
As I walked home, I thought about the last time I'd ever seen Claire. It was a very special visit, because I had something very special to tell her. I found her in her big, airy bedroom, standing in front of the three-way mirror. Oh, the mirror again. It wasn't going to be so easy to forget that mirror.
Jessie, come on in. How do you like this dress?
It's beautiful.
Well, Charlie Gale is taking me to the club dance Saturday night.
How is Charlie?
Oh, you know Charlie, sort of a goop. But he's better than nothing. Oh, you know, before I wouldn't have looked at him twice, but now...
Do you ever hear from Stanley?
Well, he writes me every month. First of every month. When he sends me the check. He doesn't write anything except how Mellie's doing. So I don't know how he is. Oh, well. I married a millionaire. And look how it turned out.
Claire, I've come over on purpose to tell you something.
Oh, what?
I'm getting married.
You what?
It's true. I'm getting married.
Who to?
Well, you don't know him. His name's Bob Orlovsky. He's an archaeologist.
Oh, what kind of name is that, or Orlovsky?
We'll be traveling a lot. He goes on digs. That's what they call those expeditions where they dig up old ruins. And I'll go with him.
Is he good looking?
Well, not very. But he's a beautiful person, and I love him a lot.
Am I going to meet this beautiful person?
I'm afraid not. I'm going to meet him in New York, and we're going to get married there. And then we'll be leaving right away.
But you're not going to have a wedding?
Well, I'm a little old for that, don't you think? No, we'll just get a judge or somebody like that to marry us, and then we'll be off the next day.
But doesn't your mother want you to have a wedding?
She doesn't care. I think she's so happy to get me off her hands.
Aren't you ever coming back to Sugar Glen?
Well, eventually. Maybe. We don't know. Oh, well, we'll probably visit from time to time.
Well, what'll I do without you?
You'll be all right.
I suppose.
You always manage somehow. Look, I have to be going.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jessie. Be happy.
I shall. I know I shall.
Yes. Well, write to me when you have time.
Well, of course I will. Goodbye, Claire. Best friend.
Bye.
I had gone only a few steps down the hall when I heard Claire's voice. I thought she'd remembered some last-minute message for me, so I'd gone back. The door of her room was still open. Claire stood before the three-way mirror, and she was speaking not to me, but to her own reflection, speaking softly, tenderly, lovingly.
It's just you and me now, sweetie. Just you and me against the world. It's you and me, honey. Just you and me.
From somewhere, and who knows where, had come other voices, soft, tender, loving.
My sweet baby. You're so wonderful, Claire.
Claire, you're so popular.
So peppy and everything.
My beautiful, precious girl.
All those boys chasing you?
Darling child. Adorable girl. Dearest heart. So lovely. So wonderful.
Walking home, it all came back to me. But how much of it had really happened? I had seen Claire, dressed in her pretty ball gown, standing in front of the mirror. That much had been real. I was sure of that. And I had heard her talking to her reflection. I was pretty sure of that. But where had the other voices come from? Her mother's, Stanley's, my own. Had they drifted down the years to echo themselves at that particular moment? Or had they emerged from my own mind, so attuned to Claire for so long, so worshipful of her person, her ways, her personality, her whole self? I began to understand a little. Everyone who had known Claire intimately had adored her. First her mother, then me, then Stanley. All of us her devoted acolytes. Only Melisande, her own daughter, had refused to bow down. I wondered, had we, the three of us who worshipped her, been picked for that very reason? Or had it been some lack in us, some deficiency, that made us seek her out? Some feeling of incompleteness that made us need someone stronger, surer, someone who seemed so enviable in every way. Lost in my own reflections, I was not at all surprised when I reached home, and there, sitting on the front steps, was Stanley. It seemed very right that he should be there.
Hello, Jessie.
Stanley?
I heard you were in town.
I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah. I heard that, too. That's wonderful.
I think so. How are you, Stanley?
Oh, same as usual, I guess.
How's Melisande?
Great. Mellie's just great.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Could we sort of sit down on the steps, talk for a few minutes?
We can go inside.
No, this is all right. Unless you'd rather.
No, this is okay.
Swell. Well, you look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
It's being pregnant, does it?
Really?
No. Being happily married is what does it, but being pregnant is extra.
Yeah. I sure missed the boat with you, Jessie.
Oh, we wouldn't necessarily have been happy, married to each other, Stanley.
Maybe not. I ever tell you why I left Claire?
No, you didn't.
I'm not very quick at catching on to things. Took me about a year to find out why Claire married me. It was to show me off.
Oh, Stanley.
Yep, to show me off. It wasn't the money. The money was important, but it wasn't just the money. It was other things. Now, you may not agree, but I'm not bad looking.
You're very handsome.
Well, I was.
You still are.
And that was important to Claire. She was always after me to get my suits made in London, Bond Street, that sort of dribble. And I wasn't allowed to wear the same suit 2 days in a row.
That's hard.
And it was important to Claire that I had, well, what you'd call good manners.
You always had good manners. I remember very well.
I was brought up that way. I didn't have anything to do with that. And she liked it that I could speak good French. But that was because I took French in school, 6 years of it. It wasn't my fault I could speak good French. It didn't have anything to do with me. And I knew a lot about food. Well, my mother knew a lot about food, so naturally
Claire didn't have a chance to learn all those things while she was growing up.
But those things didn't have anything to do with me. They were all learned things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Stanley, I do.
I got the feeling like some tailor's dummy ordering fancy food in perfect French.
Stanley, that's really very funny.
So, I left.
And Millie went with you?
Yes, because she was turning into a little dummy, too. I mean, a little mannequin with perfect clothes and perfect manners.
Yes, and a perfect French accent.
Yeah. And she couldn't stand it either.
Do you know where I've just come from, Stanley?
No, where?
Your old house. The one you built for Claire. I went to see Mrs. Connor. She wanted to talk about Claire.
I ought to go see her, I know. But I didn't even go to the funeral. Melly went.
Mrs. Connor told me. And she told me the awful way Claire died.
Yeah, that was pretty awful, all right.
And it was especially awful for me, because I gave her that mirror.
I know. When you were in school together, she loved that mirror.
It's so hard to see how it could have fallen on her. I mean, it was very sturdy, you know, even if it was old.
What do you mean, fell on her?
The mirror fell over on her and cut her. Oh, didn't you know? You must have. She bled to death.
It didn't fall on her.
Mrs. Connor told me.
She smashed it. She put her fist through it.
You can't mean that. How do you know?
Well, Melly told me. Melly saw the mirror. 3 big holes, one in each panel.
But she was cut all over.
No, she wasn't. Just the main artery in her right wrist. The mirror was still standing when they found her.
Why? Why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I'm not much good at figuring out things like that. But I know what I think.
What do you think, Stanley?
I think she just got tired of looking at herself in the mirror and nobody looking back at her.
And so we come back to the very young baby, the one we mentioned at the beginning of our story. 12 days old and unconscious of everything but his own small self. Perhaps by now he has discovered his fist. Later on, he will discover his toes and other interesting parts of his body. But it will take a long time before he discovers things outside his own person, people other than himself, and an even longer time before he learns to love them. I'll be back shortly. What we have tried to tell you is the story of a narcissist, someone eternally in love with himself. In this instance, herself. All of us are susceptible to this affliction. We all continue to dote on ourselves long past the age when we should be turning our interest elsewhere. But we never do completely. And the result is that the world is largely populated by very large babies, by children grown old. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Carmen Matthews, Marion Haley, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Good Lord.
Oh, no. Not again. Our room's been ransacked.
What a mess. Every drawer open. Look what they've done to our clothes.
Oh. Well, at least they've left us something. Not like before when I lost everything I owned.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out what they did take.
Let's see. Not interested in my jewelry or the pocket radio. You'd think someone might take that.
They busted open this suitcase, but the traveler's checks are still here.
Peter, I haven't missed anything yet. Whew, but it's a nasty feeling to have someone paw through your personal things.
Oh, you know what they were looking for. Now, where did you hide it?
What, Peter?
Our most important piece of evidence, your photograph of the painting.
I told you it's in a very safe place. You have the photograph.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, a tale of conscience. The self-accusing fear that most of us at one time or another have experienced. When it's but a twinge of conscience, we can push it from us, Shove it away, out of sight, under the rug. Dispose of it easily. But when conscience is keenly felt, it can be so all-consuming that there's but one solution, and that is death.
All I asked for, Anna, was a loan from your mother to get me started.
I'm sorry she said no. Ask her again.
What, do you think I like begging? Oh, no, not me. I'm not going to. And as of now, they're going to have to pay their own way. If your mother and father don't shell out and help share the expenses, I'm going to tell them to get out, pack up, and leave.
Jack, they're my parents.
And it's my roof they're living under, food and rent free. Well, two can play at this game. I want them out of here.
Our mystery drama, The Pardon, was taken from an original tale by Emil Bazin and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane. It stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're in a small mining town in Pennsylvania. Coal is again coming to the surface, much in demand. The town is beginning to prosper. But there are still the poor. And the family of Jack and his wife, Anna, are very poor. Jack was a miner once until his chest was crushed. Now the only work he can find is as an odd job man, which pays little. Is poor for the pocket, the spirit, and the disposition.
Anna! Anna? Where is everybody? Anna! Don't smell anything on the stove at 6 o'clock. Well, maybe she's next door. I'll take a look outside. Anna, where are you?
Evening, Jack.
Oh, good evening, Officer Garrity.
What's the problem, Jack?
Problem? What problem? Who said there was a problem?
Yeah, how many years have you known me, Jack?
Oh, I don't know, since you were a boy, about 29, 30 years.
Mm-hmm, and I know you and Anna and your mother-in-law and father-in-law.
So you're practically family.
So you only call me Officer Garrity when something's bothering you.
Well, it's Anna and her mother. I come home, nothing cooking. Happens at least twice a week. You know, those two start gabbing, the world could come to an end. They wouldn't notice it. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, easy, Jack. Don't get yourself riled.
Just wait till you're married.
The best girls have all got husbands. You don't know how lucky you are. You've got Anna.
Oh, sure. I am so lucky. 45, 4 patched ribs, right shoulder dislocated permanently. Insurance I got for the accident all gone. I can't make a decent wage. Boy, am I lucky.
Now, I mean to have Anna for a wife. You're also working every day.
Oh, yeah, so I am, Officer Garrity. Cleaning out laboratories, sweeping floors, raking leaves. You call that work? Now, why me, Chuck? Why do all the bad things fall on my doorstep? What did I do to deserve that?
Maybe you need a change.
Yeah, no, I was thinking just that, you know. But I couldn't decide which Ritz hotel to go to, Paris or Harrisburg. Or maybe go to Saratoga, take in all the races.
Now, you know I didn't mean that, Jack.
Now, you can't know what I mean. You know, I see those guys every single day going down into the pits. Well, they've got my job. They're making good money, but the elevator falls on me. I'm out of the game. I'm washed up.
Are you through crying? How would you like to take over Bill's machine shop?
What are you kidding? You mean Bill wants out of his business?
That's what I heard say today. I bet if you talked to him, he'd make you a good price.
Machine shop? Oh, boy, would I ever love that. But I don't have a dime.
Well, what about Anna's mother? I bet she's good for it. At least the down payment.
My mother-in-law is the biggest tightwad since Scrooge. Why do you think she and Albert live with us? They made a fortune on their condominium in Florida, come up north years ago, and moved in on us. You know where she's got her money? Right in a big old trunk at the foot of her bed.
Well, maybe your father-in-law could talk her into it. Bill isn't asking for big money.
What, Albert? He's weak as water. Not that I can blame him, married to that. Well, you know, when you're young, Chuck, you think you're just marrying one girl. You don't know you're marrying her whole family.
Yeah. I'd think it over if I were you, Jack. Bill's place would be just the deal for you. Ask your mother-in-law. You never know.
Yeah, well, I know. It's hopeless. I'm pretty sure she's got a fortune locked up in her trunk. But we'll never see it.
I'll tell you what. I can go talk to Herb Draper at the bank. He's married to my sister.
Now, don't be crazy, Chuck. You think a bank is going to give me credit? Me, Jack Tanner, a 45-year-old handyman with a strapped-up chest? No steady job? Don't make me laugh.
Sure wish you wouldn't talk like that. It's no good for a man to be as sour as you are. It eats away at your insides.
You know, you just reminded me. Something else is eating away at my insides, and that I won't stand for.
What's that?
I came home hungry, and I aim to be fed. And I've had just about enough from your mother. Because of her, I have to wait for 2 hours for my dinner. And then when I ask her a civil question, I get a reply that turns my stomach.
It's not that.
I know what you're going to say. She's an old lady. She has a bad heart. I shouldn't ask her questions about money. I've heard all that for years. But tonight, that was too much. I asked her, Mother, how would you like your son-in-law to go into the machine shop business? It's a wonderful opportunity. I might be able to buy it if you'll help me swing the down payment. And she gives me this look. Your own mother, Anna. Flesh and blood. And she says, you heard her. She says, if you can't afford it, don't do it. It's too much for any man to take, Anna. I'm not like your father sitting here keeping quiet. Albert, you can take it. She's your wife. I can't.
Dad, say something.
I don't know what there is to say, Anna.
No, it's not. It's not Albert's fault. Your mother's got all the money. I'm not asking for a gift. It's a loan. It's a business investment. I know the machine shop business inside out. Now, I'll never get this chance to get on my feet again. Now, maybe you can make her understand, Albert, that this is a chance for her own daughter to be a lot better off than married to an ex-coal miner who does odd jobs.
This is terrible, fighting about money in your own family.
Your mother's temperamental, Anna. She's always been that way.
Do you think I like begging? No, I'm not going to. And I tell you this, Albert. The way I feel right now, if you and she, Anna's mother, don't shell out with something, you're going to have to pack up and leave.
Jack, what are you saying?
Do you think it's about time?
They're my parents.
And it's my roof they're living under, food and rent-free.
I don't think Jack's being unreasonable, Anna. I'll talk to your mother.
Now, look, I have no quarrel with you, Albert. You're all right. Now, we all make mistakes. You know what yours were. Getting stuck in a mine elevator shaft was mine. But I don't have to make things worse for myself by living under the same roof with those I can't get along with. Now, I'm sorry, but that's it. If I can't breathe easily, I might as well be dead.
Jack, come to bed. You've been standing there in the dark for an hour staring out of the window.
I didn't know you were awake.
Please come to bed.
I'm not sleepy.
Are you still angry at Mother?
Am I crazy, or doesn't she have cash money in that trunk of hers and jewelry? Now, what good is it in a trunk?
I've never seen it.
But you've heard her talk about it often enough, haven't you? Her widow's mite, whatever that means.
I guess everybody knows she inherited a lot from Grandpa, and of course she has all Grandma's jewelry.
Anna, all I asked for was a loan, a business loan. She never liked me.
Of course she did. She does now.
No, never. And you know why? Her daughter, who went to the Philadelphia School of Music, ended up marrying a coal miner. Well, she hated that.
That's not true.
But that didn't stop them from moving in with us.
Well, they were getting old. They had no one to take care of them. We asked them to.
Well, that was all right. That was all right when I was making money in the mine. I thought it'd be good for you, Anna, having your folks here. But when I was laid up and after, getting out of the hospital, did they ever go to the supermarket with you and say, let me buy this week's groceries? No, never.
Oh, Jack, please. You wake her up, and she's right next door. No, where's the switch to the bedside lamp?
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's another thing. Albert, you'll have to sleep downstairs. You snore, and I don't wish to be disturbed. He's on the sofa, and she's next door in the bedroom.
Jack, you're all dressed.
Will you turn that light off? I'm going out.
At this hour? Don't, Jack. You need your rest.
For what? I don't have a job tomorrow. This darn trunk lock. It won't give.
What are you doing there?
Hey, let
What
go
are
of me.
you doing
Let
there?
go of
Stop
me,
it.
old
Get
woman.
away
Will you
from
let
that trunk.
go?
Get away.
Get away from me.
What are you doing, Jack? Jack, get away from that trunk.
I'm looking for something. Go back to bed.
Jack, will you stop it? Jack, stop it. Jack, you're throwing every... Mother! What is it, Mother? Jack, she's over here. She's lying on the floor. Mother, will you get up?
As she tried to stop me, she must have fallen down.
Mother, will you get up? Jack, help me put her back on the bed.
Oh, come on. She's faking. And there's nothing in this trunk but old clothes, hats, shoes. And where's the money?
Mother, will you wake up?
Nothing but shoes.
So what is it, Anna?
Dad, quick. It's Mother.
There's got to be a box somewhere in this trunk. There's a money box.
Dad, look at her. She's lying there.
Hey, give me a hand, Anna. We'll lift her back up on the bed. What has happened?
I think I saw her blink her eyes, Mother. Mother, are you all right? I think she's just fainted.
Mother, say something. What happened, Jack? Jack, what are you doing in her trunk?
Nothing, not a darn thing, not a dime. Just a lot of old clothes. She was lying to us the whole time. She must have spent it all.
Jack, put down that iron bar. Have you gone crazy?
Yes, I've gone crazy. Driven crazy by lies.
You're smashing it.
Lies. Stupid old trunk. Nothing in it but rags.
Anna.
What is it, Dad?
She's not breathing. Mother's dead. What we have just heard may have been an accident, or it may have been a crime. If it contains a spark of evil, it will light the fires of fear. You remember the saying, the mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine? Once begun, those wheels of conscience can grind upon the mind of man till he may be crushed. I shall return shortly with Act 2. What we call the hand of fate is often powered by the hand of man. As I said, the wheels are set into motion and under their own weight gather speed, sometimes of terrifying consequence. The result can be fatal, as it is in that small upstairs room where a woman lies dead, her husband horror-struck, and her daughter trembling with a growing suspicion her mother may have been murdered.
Oh, Chuck, I'm so glad you're here.
Hello, Anna. You phoned the station house? Some trouble?
Please come in, Chuck.
Yeah, lucky I just came off duty. My one night, you know. Well, what is it? What happened?
Mother's dead.
Your mother?
Mm-hmm.
Where is she?
Upstairs, lying on a bed.
Where's your dad?
He's with her.
And Jack?
He went out.
Oh, did you call a doctor?
It wasn't any use.
How come?
There was nothing a doctor could do.
Better have a look. Which way is it?
Oh, just up these stairs.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Jack? Where'd he go?
I don't know. He just ran out.
At this time of night in his pajamas?
No, he was all dressed.
This door?
No, that's our bedroom. Jack's and mine.
Uh-huh.
Dad, he sleeps downstairs. Mother's is the one down here. It's this one.
Okay. Oh, Albert, I'm awfully sorry about this.
Oh, Dad, just all right, Dad. Don't cry. It'll be all right.
Let me have a look. Yeah, no question about it. It's a stroke, maybe. I'll put in a call to the coroner.
Please, Dad. Why don't you go back downstairs, make yourself some coffee?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Go ahead, Albert. You can't accomplish anything up here.
All these years together. Now she's gone.
All right, go on, Dad. Go on downstairs.
If I need to ask you some questions, I'll ask you later, sir, okay?
I just can't believe it.
What happened in this room? Looks like an earthquake struck. The way that trunk's been smashed to pieces. Clothes all over the floor. Person must have been looking for something, that's obvious. Anna, did you catch someone in here?
Well, there was no one here but us.
What's this here? An iron bar. No, don't touch it. It might have fingerprints. Supposing we go back downstairs, Anna, I'll call the station house. Then maybe you'd better tell me exactly what you know.
Dad, I'm scared stiff. The jury's been out 2 hours.
Well, if they feel anything like I do, they won't know how to decide.
All the time, Jack's been in jail. No matter how many times I went to see him, he'd just sit there behind that wire fence. I couldn't get him to open his mouth. He's in some other world.
I hope they believed him. You know that it was an accident, that Mother got up and fell and hit her head.
Well, of course, that's how it happened.
And I could see they didn't like him breaking open that trunk, his fingerprints all over the heavy bar, and him admitting he wanted to take her money. Yeah, that counted against him. Jack was so angry that night. You do terrible things when you're angry.
He'd never taken anything that didn't belong to him in his whole life. It was the iron bar. If they don't find him innocent, it'll be because of that iron bar.
The jury. And Jack said he only used it to pry open the trunk. Did you see their faces? Of course, there was blood on it. Mother fell on it. Will the prisoner rise and stand before the bar? Jack Tanner, you have been judged guilty of murder in the second degree by a jury of your peers. Before this court pronounces sentence, do you have anything to say for yourself?
I'm not guilty. It's you, all of you, who are guilty. You broke my back. I couldn't get decent work, and now you're going to put me away. Well, as God is my witness, it was an accident. I pushed her away, and she fell. Now, is it my fault she hit her head, the grasping, greedy old liar? What, are you going to stop me from talking, too? You asked me, do I have anything to say? Well, I have. I swear to you all, the day I get out, if I'm 90, I'll see to it that you're all repaid. An eye for an eye.
There will be no threats in this courtroom. Are you quite through? Finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. I know that.
By the authority vested in me by the state of Pennsylvania, I sentence you to 20 years in penal servitude.
20 years? 20 years? You're going to lock me up for 20 years?
You will be taken from this place to the state prison where you will serve out the duration of your sentence.
What you're doing is evil.
Take him away.
It's evil. I'll come back, and I'll be revenged. You'll see if I don't.
Anna, you still in the kitchen?
Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes, Dad. I hope you don't mind burned vegetables.
No. I'm getting used to them.
I don't know why I'm so absent-minded. Can't seem to keep my mind on anything anymore.
It's hard, Anna, I know.
I'll tell you something, Dad. Maybe it's terrible of me to say this. I do miss Jack. As every year goes by, it's harder, but I don't miss the Jack of the last few years before he went to prison. The man he became after that mine elevator crushed him. I miss the husband he was before that.
Yes. And you take a big, strong man and cripple him, Anna. You cripple his spirit as well.
He changed so much, you have no idea. And I still, after 5 years and 3 months, I still lie awake at night thinking about what he threatened to do when he got out.
Anna, don't do that. You've got years ahead of you.
20, less 5.
You could get married again.
How could I? I'm married to Jack.
I think I read somewhere that you can divorce a man who's in jail for murder.
Oh, I can't even think about that now. Oh, did I tell you, Dad? I'm almost finished with my typing course.
Glad to hear it. That's what you need. To get out of this house and make new friends. Glad you're going to quit the store.
Anna.
Who's that?
It's me, Jack. Shh.
Jack, is that you? Honest?
Now, don't turn on the light.
But I don't understand.
I told them they couldn't keep me in prison.
You escaped?
Over the wall and into the woods.
What are you going to do?
I'll just sit myself down at the end of your bed, Anna.
What do you want me to do?
You remember the trial? The prosecutor? What happened, Mrs. Tanner? Can you tell us in your own words, was your husband searching for something in your mother's trunk? He'd had a quarrel with her earlier that evening about money.
Jack, you mustn't think I gave evidence against you.
You saw no one else in your mother's bedroom but your husband, Jack, did you, Mrs. Tanner?
I had to tell the truth.
Now, why didn't you tell all of it? That your mother always made us believe that she had money and jewelry, that she was stingy and miserly. Why didn't you tell them that?
I wanted Dad to, but they wouldn't call him to the stand.
But you're my wife. Why didn't you? Nobody said anything about the years I worked, about how I never took a dime from anybody. They made me out a thieving, ungrateful son-in-law who broke into your mother's trunk and then broke her head open, and you did nothing to change that opinion.
Jack, what's that in your hand?
What's this?
It's that same... It's the iron bar.
Yeah.
little heavy, isn't it?
Where did you get it? I thought the police took it.
Oh, I just happened to find it. And one little tap from this. You listened me, Anna?
Yes, of course I have.
You don't sound convincing.
I have.
Dear little wife. Dear little Mrs. Judas. So you're interested in this iron bar, are you?
Jack, please, Jack, you're not...
I'm not what? Just look how easy it is for me to lift it. I'm very strong. Stronger than I was when I went to prison. You can build up a lot of muscle in 5 years. Here, you see, I can lift this long, thick iron bar with just 2 fingers.
I wish you'd put that down, Jack.
Down? How about softly down on your head? After all, if I used it once on your mother, why not use it again? Now, you just lie still, my dear. Don't move. Now, watch. I lift the bar high over your head. What's the matter with you? I'm only demonstrating the strength of my arms. Here, see? Look how easily I can lift it up and down over your head. Do you really think you deserve to live, Anna?
I'm so terribly sorry for everything, Jack. I really am.
Come on, let me look at your face more closely. Yes. Such a sweet, innocent face. Come on, look straight into my eyes. Yes, the eyes of betrayal. Did I tell you how strong my fingers are? Now, suppose I just show you. I can just place them on your throat.
No, Jack, no.
Look how easily, even with one hand, 5 fingers can circle your throat. Now, if I place 2 hands here and here... You like my hands on your neck, Anna, so close to you? You'd like to scream, but the words stick in your throat, huh? Oh, you're begging now, aren't you? Now, what is it you're begging for? A life? Forgiveness? Wouldn't you prefer death? Yes, I think you would. A nice squeeze. Ever so gently. Tighter. Can you still breathe, dear Anna? I'll let you have one more breath and then...
Anna, wake up. I heard you scream. You were having a nightmare.
Father, you won't believe this. Jack was here.
No, he wasn't, child.
No.
It was a dream.
Is there Dad, that iron bar on the floor next to my bed?
Iron bar? Of course not, Anna. There's nothing here at all.
Then it was a dream. Oh, Dad, it was so real. It was Jack. He'd escaped from prison, and he was here in this bedroom. His hands were around my throat. It was horrible.
No. I'll heat you a glass of milk, and then you try to get to sleep. For what's left of the night.
Sleep? No, I'd be afraid to sleep. Why do I have these nightmares, Dad? Jack blaming me, trying to kill me. Oh, hello, Chuck. I was just going out.
Well, hello, Anna. It's a little early for you, isn't it?
Oh, I'm catching a bus to the city.
Not working at the store anymore?
Not for long, I hope. I'm taking my final exam today at the stenographic school.
Oh, then get yourself a good job.
Yes. I've let too much time slip by.
I always said a woman should learn to be independent, especially a woman alone. Can I come inside a minute?
Oh, sure. Come on in. It's not going to take long, is it? I don't want to miss that bus.
No, only a minute. I heard on the radio this morning that the governor is planning to pardon a number of prisoners this month, and I talked to the warden in Harrisburg. I hope you don't mind.
You talked to the... Where Jack is?
Right. Now, I think he's got a good chance.
I don't understand.
Well, what the warden said was Jack's had a good record of exemplary conduct, he called it, for all these years, and That, and taking into consideration the fact that there was always some doubt as to whether he actually hit your mother. Well, you remember he maintained she had fallen, hit her head?
They're going to pardon Jack?
Well, it's not a sure thing, but I thought I'd come by and tell you the good news. Jack might be right back here in just a few weeks.
Good news? Is it? Or is it perhaps the most threatening news Anne could hear? Be not afraid of sudden fear, says the good book, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh. Ah, but it may take more than the comforting words of the Bible to reassure this woman that freedom for her husband means safety for her. I shall return shortly with Act 3. To return for a moment to the Proverbs. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein. It says in the Bible, and he that rolleth a stone, it will return upon him. These very fears plagued the conscience of this young wife. Did she indeed dig a pit of evidence from which her husband could not extricate himself? These apprehensions are driving Mrs. Tanner to distraction. And from there, how far is she from madness?
Dad, what am I going to do? Chuck said Jack might be pardoned. How can that be?
It's not going to happen, Anna. Now, don't worry yourself about what might be.
But he said Dad, he said he'd kill us all.
Al, Jack said no such thing.
But that's what he meant. I'm so afraid. I just feel sick. I have to get away. That's what I'll do.
Where would you go?
Anywhere where he can't find me. Dad, you don't know Jack as I do.
How can you leave now? When you've just got this good job with Angus McPhailen. Now, jobs aren't growing on trees these days.
Oh, Mr. McPhailen, I forgot. Dad, do you think maybe he could help? Oh, but what if he can't? I've suddenly got this terrible chill. I can't stop shivering. I can't.
Anna, I saw your note on my desk when I came in this morning. What is it you wish to see me about?
Oh, I'll be finished with this letter in a second, Mr. McPhailen. It's got to go out this morning.
Oh, Anna, I have told you to call me Angus. Now, this is a family business.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Angus. Here, there you are, for you to sign.
All right, now, child, tell me what's troubling you.
Well, I've been told the governor may give Jack a pardon.
Well, now, that is fine news. You must be very pleased.
No, you don't understand. When they found Jack guilty, he yelled out in the court. It was awful. He said someday when he got out, he'd get even with those who put him in prison.
I see.
Do you? Do you really?
Well, I do remember reading about it, Anna, in the papers. It was a long time ago.
5 years. But if he gets out, I'm afraid that he might hurt my father and me.
Oh, but why would he harm you, his own wife?
Jack was the most wonderful husband any woman could ever want. I loved him, and I know he loved me very much. But after he was hurt in that mine accident and they wouldn't take him back, well, he changed. He was full of anger all the time.
You don't have to say any more, Anna.
He said, I'll get you. That was me, he meant. That's why I have to go away. I had to tell you, Mr. McPhailen, in case you have any advice.
Anna, before you do anything hasty, I'd like you to see a friend of mine. He's a very, very good attorney. You know, the law is created to protect the people, and you have rights.
Anna? Anna, what are you doing?
I'm packing my things. I'm leaving, Dad.
Where are you going?
I don't know exactly. Someplace where I can feel safe, and then I'll come and I'll get you.
I thought you were going to see Angus McPhailen's lawyer to see how you could be protected in case Jack was released from prison.
I saw the lawyer, Dad, and it's no use. I'm trapped.
Now, just slowly. What did the lawyer say?
He was a very nice man. I said to him, can I leave Jack? And he said, yes, you can after you get a divorce. But unless there are very special circumstances, it takes a long time. And in order to get that divorce, I'd have to prove that Jack ill-treated me.
I can see the problem.
Yes, that's what the lawyer said, too. He said I'd need clear proof. But the awfulest part of it is that if Jack comes home, I have to live with him in this house as his wife. Dad, what am I going to do? He will kill me as soon as he sees me. I know.
I'll go and have a talk with that lawyer myself. He said, very special circumstances, huh? Well, that's what these are. It'll be all right. Anna, don't look at me like that. Anna, what's the matter? Stop staring. Why, your hands are icy cold. Oh, for heaven's sakes, child, what is it? Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm Angus McPhalen. Are you Anna's father?
Oh, yes, come in. Come in by all means, Mr. McPhalen.
Thank you.
I've heard a lot about you. I thought you were the doctor and that you'd come back because you'd forgotten something. He was just here.
Well, I stopped by because I hadn't heard from Anna in a week, and then the news... I was beginning to get worried she hasn't been to work.
Well, it's all my fault, Mr. McPhalen. I should have let you know.
You say the doctor's been here? Is she very ill?
Well, it's been a week of horrors, I tell you. She hasn't spoken one word in 7 days.
The poor child, not one word?
When she came back from that lawyer that you sent her to, she got bad news. She was packing to leave. Get herself a new place to live. Another identity. She was that frightened of her husband.
It's a sad thing.
Suddenly, and just as she was packing, she went into a kind of seizure. Hardly knows me anymore. Speaks to no one.
I had no idea what it was, why she didn't come to work. So, as soon as I heard the news tonight, I thought I'd come over and see if she knew.
What news?
You didn't hear it on the radio?
No, I haven't had it on.
6 o'clock news tonight. I came right over. I feel about Anna the way I would about my own daughter.
What news, Mr. McPhalen?
He's dead. I heard it twice on the radio at the beginning and again at the end of the news.
Who's dead?
Why, her husband, Jack Tanner, died in prison last night.
Jack Tanner is dead?
What? Is that true?
Oh, Anna, what are you doing down here? You're supposed to be up in bed.
Is that true, Angus? Is that really true?
Anna, you found your voice.
Dear me, girl, I didn't mean to get you up.
Is that true?
I'm afraid so. So, now you have nothing to fear, Anna. Your husband died in prison yesterday. What is it? Anna, child.
Oh, she's fainted. So wrought up about everything. Here, please help me lift her. We'll carry her back upstairs to bed. And then we have a friend in the police force. I can get him to call the warden just to make sure. Hello? Oh, yes, Chuck. What's that? Say that again. No, I didn't hear the radio, but somebody told me. It's not true. Mistake? You mean Jack isn't dead? Still in prison? False rumor. Oh, how these things start. Okay. Yes, I understand. Thanks for calling, Chuck. Another man died with a similar name.
Do you really believe someday he'll come back and revenge himself on the two of you?
It doesn't matter what I think. It's what Anna thinks. What was that noise? The front door.
Yes, maybe somebody came in.
Oh, somebody went out. Hey, wait here, Angus. I'll just go upstairs a moment. Mr. McPhalen. Angus. She's gone. Anna is gone.
Is this where I buy a bus ticket?
Yes, ma'am. Where to?
How far will $25 take me?
That depends.
On what?
Well, I could book you to Providence, Rhode Island, or south to Baltimore, or west to Columbus, Ohio.
Providence. That's certainly what I need. Maybe it's a good omen.
That'll be $24.15. Here.
When does the next bus leave for Providence?
In exactly half hour. She'll be pulling in about 20 minutes. You can board her then. Say, aren't you Mrs. Tanner? Mrs. Tanner, come back. You forgot your change. Another 85 cents for the poor box.
Hiya, Mike.
Hello, Chuck. Caught any speeders today?
I want you to look at this picture. Has this girl come by here in the last hour trying to buy a bus ticket?
Oh, she sure did. Just a moment ago. That's Mrs. Tanner, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Where was she headed?
Providence. Just left my window. Hey, is she in some kind of trouble or something?
No, but I'll be in a heap of it if I don't find her.
Dad, are you home? I got good news today, Dad. I went to see that lawyer again, and he said
Hello, Anna. How are you?
Jack, it's you.
You're kind of surprised, aren't you? I guess I'm surprised, too.
Did you escape? How did you get out?
What do you think? I'm crazy? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Didn't you expect me?
No.
Well, didn't anybody notify you?
Nobody told us anything.
I was pardoned. Yeah, it's hard to believe they wouldn't tell you. Anna? You all right?
I don't know. Maybe they did tell me, and I just put it out of my mind. Is that possible?
Aren't you glad to see me?
A long time ago, I had this dream about you coming home. You don't suppose this is a dream, too, is it?
Oh, no. No, it's real. And I'm real. Maybe you don't recognize the suit. They gave it to me. And some money, I heard. Hey, aren't you going to give me a kiss?
No, don't.
Okay. Okay, you're the boss. You miss me, Anna?
Of course I have. Oh, Lord in heaven. The last time. The dream. Have you missed me? That's what you said. Of course I have. That's what I said. This must be a dream.
Anna, you home already? Oh, Jack.
Hello, Albert.
Is it you?
It's me. You know, Anna thinks she's dreaming. Anna, where you going?
Probably she's gone up to her room.
You mean our room? Now, what's the matter with her? Isn't she glad to see her husband?
Jack, I don't know how Anna's going to take your coming back like this all of a sudden. She hasn't been well in all these years.
Oh, it seems funny. Instead of welcoming her husband with open arms, she's running away. Like she's scared of me. Anna, aren't you coming to bed? It's midnight. Hey, what are you doing standing there in the dark?
I'm not sleepy.
Well, what if you aren't? You're going to stay up all night?
No. There isn't room in that bed.
What are you talking about?
You go to sleep. I'll go down to the living room. There's a book I want to read.
I don't understand you. Are you afraid of me? Do you hate me?
I'll see you in the morning.
You come back here. You understand? No nonsense. Hey, what is it with you? Hey, your hands are as cold as ice. Hey, what do you know? It's morning. I'm home. And I clean forgot this is my own bed. Hey, Anna, wake up. Did I ever sleep great? You know, that's the best night's sleep I've had. Come on, darling, get up. Hey, Anna, it's time for breakfast. Anna? Anna? Oh, no. Great Lord in heaven. Anna.
It was too short a service. We'll get him one day. He'll be back.
I know what you're thinking, Chuck. With the coroner's verdict, 2 doctors. No, there wasn't a mark on her.
But a young woman like that to die of a heart attack? I still can't believe it.
Nobody can, Chuck. Least of all her husband.
I hate that man. It's a good thing he left town.
You're wronging him. He was crying like a baby. And the doctor said her heart just failed her. Now, look, I'm her father. I felt just like you did, Chuck. How could it be? I said to Jack, she died of fear, that's what. He couldn't understand it. What fear, he said to me. Of you, I said. Of me? Why, I loved her.
Thus, conscience doth make cowards of us all. But can it kill us? Frighten us to death? No, it was not only the self-accusing fear that stopped the heartbeat. It was the past, the present. And for Anna, it was the emptiness of the future. I shall return shortly on a slightly more hopeful note.
My children are very thin, and they're very small. And I always feel they gotta eat.
Mrs. Ruth Opfelbaum tells how she's always been able to get her family to eat well.
Kraft macaroni and cheese through the years. I mean, I know they like it. Even as little babies, I remember I put it on the high chair. And they pick it before they used a fork. And they pick the little noodles up with their fingers. And they just always have liked it. They do like it.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
Reynolds Wrap. It's the wrap that makes summer more fun. Reynolds Wrap. Wraps up everything under the sun.
Heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap sure comes in handy when we go camping.
Like for cooking hamburgers or fish over a campfire.
Yes, and for making disposable cups and plates.
And how about Reynolds Wrap under sleeping bags? Keeps dampness out.
The great outdoors wouldn't be so great without it.
Reynolds Wrap. Use heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap. Maxwell House's coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is
good morning.
Maxwell House is
good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Folks, this is Jim Backus and the Lazy Boy Teddy Bear to tell about Lazy Boy's 50th anniversary.
Right, Jim. What a celebration.
Yes, Lazy Boy dealers everywhere are joining this big event. And now is the time for you to purchase a famous Lazy Boy recliner or swivel rocker.
Jim, they can save money, too.
Right. And with Father's Day near, a Lazy Boy chair is a perfect gift. What a recliner. And folks, that's the Lazy Boy bare facts.
That little voice of conscience in us, often called the inner voice, acts like a guardian, reminding us of the truth we already know, nudging us to observe our better instincts, warning against misconduct or misdeeds. Indeed, where would we be without that voice? Renounce it, and the devil is your guide. Listen to it, and you are safe on the side of the angels. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Carol Teitel, Russell Horton, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Is the voice of the Rocky Mountain West. Radio 85, KOA Denver.
CBS News.
Come in.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our tale is about spies. Don't be fooled by the disrepute into which the spy has fallen in the news and in our estimation. The spy has always been with us. Secretly or furtively, he seeks information with the intention of giving it to a hostile party. And for every spy, there is a counter-spy. What motivates them? Greed? That is true of an informer, but not of a spy. Usually it's love of country. Sometimes it's hatred of another.
Mr. Ferris, we are in trouble. You are suspected.
Well, so you said, but I don't see how.
The coded telephone message, it was audited. That is why our plan to destroy the tanker off Galveston failed. 2 valuable men are dead, and the plan failed. Your usefulness to us may be over.
After all the information I've supplied to you?
For which you are paid substantially. You are merely a paid informer. You have been useful to us. We do not want to lose you as our supplier.
And I don't want to be exposed.
We would not allow it. You know too much. Before you would have a chance to talk, you would be dead.
Our mystery drama, The Ferret, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Elliott Reed. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Even before history was recorded, kings and heads of clans, barbarian despots, and even the semi-civilized employed spies and paid them fortunes for secret information which might tip an advantage to them. Although we are adjured to treat our fellow men as we would treat a brother, life does not work out that way. We want what another has, and sometimes we achieve it by subterfuge. And the instrument of subterfuge is the spy. Cocktail, Monk?
No, thanks. You go ahead, Amory. You deserve one after what happened in Galveston. Well, for once, we fixed their wagons. It is Ferris, right?
No question about it. You intercepted the coded telephone call. I have no doubt that it was phoned in by Ferris.
Yeah.
He's the only person I know of at Energy Exploration who has contact with Warren.
Well, it's hard to believe. A guy on a big security job selling out his own country. For what?
Money.
Oh, when do we move in on him?
We don't. Not yet. But No. I've had instructions from Washington. We've got Ferris whenever we want him. But we want the big fish behind him. The men paying him for the information.
Warren?
And many more.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are ways of making Ferris talk.
No good. Warren and the others would just scatter, and before they did, Ferris could be dead. They play rough. You know that.
Yeah. What's the plan?
Cat's paw.
Mm-hmm.
Who? Me.
Washington's orders?
My suggestion, but they bought it.
All right, fill me in.
I'm about to, Monk. My life will be in your hands.
You must be feeling pretty good, darling.
I am. Had a pleasant day, Laurie?
Better than usual. I visited Penny's teacher. Our 12-year-old has been put into advanced study.
Well, that's good news. I didn't know she was an overachiever, except at tuning in the television set.
Well, that pleased me, of course. But the reason I said you must be feeling good is the article in tonight's paper.
Oh? I read a contract on the train, so I didn't buy a paper. What article?
It's by some columnist waving the flag about somebody's quick work in Galveston.
Ah, the oil tanker.
How can you be so complacent about it, Amory?
I'm not. It was one of our small achievements.
Small? You prevent a tanker from being blown up and you call it a small achievement? It saved our country millions of gallons of oil. 2 of the men who planned the sabotage were killed.
Yes, and there are more where they came from, Loris.
But we're doing something about it. For a year, all I've heard from you is that one project after another at Energy Exploration is being hindered because the information is being leaked to enemies in other countries.
You've been worried about it, and so has Clem Ferris.
Oh, he's been concerned, all right.
Well, I should think he would be. How can it happen? Everyone at the Bureau has been carefully screened. Isn't that where the leak is? How is that possible?
If we knew, darling, we'd do something about it.
There must be an informer there.
Could be. Security is watching every one of us very carefully.
Even you?
Even me. Even though I'm just the lawyer who specializes in land deeds.
Oh, it's got to be some scientist. Maybe some man in geodynamics. Their knowledge of sources of raw energy would be worth a lot to anyone who wants to cripple our energy program. Maybe there's a spy.
If there's an informer, Lois, you can be almost certain there's a spy.
Then isn't there also a counter-spy?
I really wouldn't know, darling.
Sometimes you can be so unsatisfactory. There you are, working at a sensitive bureau overrun with informers and spies and counter-spies.
Oh, Lois, you read too many spy novels.
You don't believe that kind of thing goes on?
Oh, probably, in a very business-like way. Spying is a business, just as the law is a business. I don't want to disillusion you.
But you laugh at me. Telephones are tapped. There is microfilm.
And micro-recorders in tie bars and cufflinks and so on. Yes, I suppose so. But what's important are not those who play the cloak and dagger game. It's the country or the person behind them. We may have prevented one tanker from being blown up and 2 men were killed. They were only tools. It's those behind them we have to worry about.
You know more about all this than you're telling me, Amory. I sense it. What is it? Who is it?
I don't even dare to tell myself.
What?
I mean it, Lois. Speculation could be an invitation to a trip to the morgue.
Good evening, Mr. Ferris. Evening. You would like something? A cocktail, perhaps?
No, thanks. Let's get this over with, Warren. My nerves are a little ragged.
Understandable. To some, life is precious. You do not want to lose yours.
You might say that.
It depends on the plan we have worked out. Perhaps it will succeed, but we are dealing with a very dangerous person. The ferret. A counter-spy. We assume it is a man.
The ferret? Who the devil is the ferret?
We would give a great deal to know. It is a person without a shadow.
You think perhaps this ferret works for energy explorations?
How else to explain the suspicions now directed at you? The intercepted coded telephone message.
Yeah. When you said you had a plan, does it involve me?
Yes, critically. I pointed out that their counterintelligence wants more than just you. It wants to net those behind you, those I represent. So they wait. We cannot afford to wait. If we destroy the ferret, the evidence against you is destroyed.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Look, it's quite simple. You are being followed, of course.
Oh?
Don't be naive. You come into New York by train each day, isn't that so?
Yes, I board at Larchmont, an 8 o'clock train.
Good. And tomorrow?
Same routine.
Also good. Now, when we leave this restaurant, you go to Grand Central, yes?
Yes, I'll take the 6:45 home.
And with you, you will take a package.
All right. What's in it?
A detail, and unimportant. Now, tomorrow morning, when you take the train from Larchmont, you will have the package with you.
All right.
And you will lose it. You will leave it on the rack overhead on the train. And that is all.
Hello there. Yeah, what can I do for you? I lost a package when I came in this morning on the 8 o'clock from Larchmont.
Oh, what's it look like?
It's a box about 12 by 18 and 3 inches deep. It's wrapped in brown paper.
Your name on it?
It might be Ferris. Clem Ferris.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, I got it. This it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, sign here. There you are.
And thank you.
That's okay.
Goodbye.
Well, it worked, Amory. How do you feel?
Nervous.
Did you see the kid with the camera?
No.
Pretty smooth. 18 or so. I talked to him. He was taking pictures, he said, for some school project. Down in Lost and Found? Oh, sure. He said he'd been all over Grand Central. He likes them light beams that filter down into the upper level. Swell. And he got a picture of me? That's right. Just when you turned away from the guy in Lost and Found. Well, you're it now, Amory. Operation Cat's Paw. Yeah. Now what? We have lunch across the street, and then I have a surprise in store for Mr. Ferris. I'd like to see his face when you walk in on him. I'll be just my pleasant, simple self. Yes, Linda. Amory Mills? Certainly. Send him in. Hi, Clem. Look what I found. My package. Where did you get my package? Lost and found. Grand Central. Oh, for heaven's sakes. How the devil did... Don't I deserve a thank you? Of course. I'm just mystified. How did you know I'd lost it? I left it on the train this morning, and I was going to pick it up tonight. I really don't understand. Oh, it's quite simple, Clem. A friend of mine, Ted Palmer, rides the same 8 o'clock you take into town from Larchmont. He's always the last off the train. He saw the package and turned it into Lost and Found. But how did you find out about it? I'm just curious. Well, Ted and I played squash and had lunch. He told me about picking up a lost package. I asked him more about it, and he suddenly remembered your name and that I work here with you. So I strolled over to Lost and Found, picked it up, and saved you a trip. I see. Well, that's something. Thanks, Amory. I appreciate it. Oh, that's all right. I've done my good deed for the day. Linda, try to reach Mr. Warren at his office. Leave a message. I must see him at 5:30 at Gino's on 53rd. Tell him it's important. His face dropped a foot, Monk. What about this Ted Palmer? Don't worry about Ted. I can trust him. I gave him the story we agreed on. Well, didn't he ask any questions? Sure. I told Ted to say he'd found a package left on the train. Then we played squash, and over lunch he remembered the name Ferris. Told me, and I picked up the package to save Ferris the bother. Uh-huh. Wasn't your friend curious? Certainly. But Ted's a good guy, and he'll stick to the story. I told him he'd read all about it one of these days in the papers. Well, he's got to know you're mixed up in something funny, Amory. Like, how come you go out of your way to pick up the package at Lost and Found? Unless he's a dope, he'd have to wonder. He's no dope, and he did wonder. I told him I'd explain later. Oh, listen, stop worrying about Ted. Okay. Well, now I got something for you. Did you know that Ferris is meeting Warren at Gino's? No, neither did I. I've carved off Ferris's tail, so who except Ferris would know he's meeting Warren? I had no idea. How'd you find out? Phone call? Man or woman? Hard to tell. I'll be darned. Wheels within wheels. It's a big operation, Amory. Do you think the ferret could be involved in it? Maybe. This cat's paw idea sounds like one of his. Or hers. In some ways, each of us leads a double life. We appear one way to those whom we report to, another way to those we trust and regard as harmless. We have two faces. Think about it. Why do we ever practice deception? For self-protection. If you're severely critical of your boss, chances are you'll be discharged. If you have reason to believe that your son-in-law is cruel to his wife, do you tell him so? Not often. Then, what about a spy? Consider his way of life as it continues to unfold when I return for Act 2. The ferret is a spy, a counter-spy. He wears a number of faces, one for his wife, one for his employer, another for his friends, to whom he appears to be just an ordinary person, and still another as he goes about his dangerous business. And it is dangerous. His death would go unmarked.
Even though we know who Amory Mills really is, we're about to discover what a counter-spy does. The stake is high. It's his life. You are impetuous, Mr. Ferris. You are suspected. We should not be seen together in the public restaurant.
I had to see you. The package was picked up at Lost and Found and returned to me.
Ah, the plan worked. Wait, you say it was returned to you? That I did not anticipate. We expected the package to be claimed and examined, but returned to you?
That's right.
It's odd. We have a picture of the man who claimed it. Here. See this.
That's Amory Mills. He's a lawyer for us. What do you make of it?
What did he say?
A friend of his named Ted Palmer picked up the package. He turned it in. My name was on it. Palmer and Mills had lunch together. Palmer mentioned the package, and Mills picked it up to save me some trouble. That's the story.
Yes, it could very well be a story. I don't like it.
It sounded straight to me. I spoke to Palmer. He confirms what Mills told me.
Either it is true, or your Amory Mills is the counter-spy in your company. The ferret.
Mills? Nonsense. He's just a simple, competent lawyer. Works on land deeds. He's open and good-hearted.
I must judge for myself. Can we arrange that?
I suppose so.
Tonight I will accompany you home, if it is not too much of an inconvenience for Mrs. Ferris. Now, this is what we must arrange.
Hey, you're on time.
Sure. The train made it for once.
Well, wash up. We're going out.
Oh?
Lucille Ferris telephoned and insisted we come over for cocktails. Her husband's bringing home some big shot from some export-import company, Mr. Warren. Maybe you know him.
Warren? No, I don't know that name, Loris. Oh, honey, do we really have to go? I thought I'd watch television with Penny.
Oh, good heavens, Amory. This is Mr. Ferris, your boss. We can't turn them down. Now go on, wash up, and change.
And, darling, don't bug Ferris about your concerns.
If I'm concerned, he must be a lot more concerned. Information must be leaking out of there to our enemies.
Oh, enemies. Darling, the world isn't like that.
The newspapers said that...
Well, sure, there's spying going on, but there's counter-spying, too. I just can't believe there's a spy in every closet.
Then you explain why, time after time, there's an attempt made to destroy a new offshore oil rig, or there's a mysterious explosion in a natural gas field, or a tanker sinks without explanation. Explain those, Amory. And you don't think there are enemies at work? And right in your company, which is a very sensitive one. Energy exploration is almost like a government agency. Someone in there is stealing confidential information. Mr. Ferris knows that. I want to ask him what he's doing about it.
He won't tell you much. Why should he tip his hand?
Well, maybe not. I just want to hear from him that something is being done about it. Just because you're complacent doesn't mean I am. Now, go on. Clean up.
Who'd you say the guest was? The import-export big shot?
Warren. Mr. Warren. You don't mind my asking all these questions, Clarence?
Oh, certainly not, Loris. I'm interested that you're concerned. So is Amory, I'm sure. Oh, of course. But security isn't my line of work.
You do legal work, yes, Mr. Mills?
That's right. I'm one of the lawyers at the company.
All those confidential documents.
Oh, sure. Land condemnation proceedings. Nothing confidential about those. The suits are tried in the newspapers before we ever get to court.
You proceed against the owners?
We have to. It's tough on them, but if we have to have the land, the courts condemn it.
Well, that is confiscation.
The people are paid a fair price for their property, Mr. Warren. It's the greater good for the greater number.
Oh, yes. The democratic principle.
You don't believe in it, Mr. Warren? It is Warren, isn't it? English name?
Yes. On my mother's side. Partly. In this country, I take her family name.
Oh, I see.
No, you do not see, Mrs. Mills. I am many things. My father was from the Mediterranean. My mother, English. My blood is from the desert and from France and England. It is mixed.
So are my thoughts about the different forms of government. Here it is the principle of the greatest good for the greatest number. Under a demagogue, a dangerous concept. Hitler preached it.
He distorted it.
Now, darling, let's not get into that. Don't be a flag waver.
Well, I don't know why not, Damery. Loris is a concerned American. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, but as I was saying to Loris earlier this evening, I just can't imagine that there's a spy in every closet.
But something's been going on at energy exploration. You said everyone was worried about it and that security had been tightened, and maybe that's why that oil tanker escaped. Isn't that so, Clem?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Oh, you must have been pleased. The bureau's been ripped off so many times.
Ripped off?
Slang for stealing, Mr. Warren.
Ah. You suspect that someone has been stealing information, Mr. Mills?
Well, I wouldn't really know. As I said, I'm just the lawyer in charge of land deeds, things like that.
Well, it's obvious to me.
Darling, you have got spies on the mind. You read too much fiction.
Well, there's a lot in them, and they're not all that much fiction. Well, I'll join the ladies. And don't be too long, Amory. We have to get the babysitter home.
All right, dear.
Good night, Clem. Mr. Warren.
Good night, Loris.
Good night.
Ah, nice party, Clem.
Glad you enjoyed it. I wanted you to meet Mr. Warren here. He's an old friend of mine from the time I was an embassy clerk in the Middle East. I told him about the adventures of my missing package.
A delightful story. It is like fiction.
No, just fact. My friend Ted Palmer found it and mentioned it to me at lunch. I walked across the street to Grand Central and lost and found and picked it up, returned it to Clem.
Very considerate.
Well, Clem carries important papers from time to time. We don't want them to slip into the wrong hands.
Meaning?
Loris does get worked up about the Bureau and the series of accidents we've had in the field, but she may have a point. It would be to the advantage of some countries to impede our plan to become energy-free.
Yes, I see. It is not a nice world.
By the way, Emery, I thanked your friend Ted Palmer this afternoon.
Oh, that was considerate of you, Clem.
It is a strange story, Mr. Mills.
Not really, Mr. Warren. Just a good deed. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Of course.
We do have a babysitter to get home. Good night, Mr. Warren.
Good night.
Don't bother to see me out, Clem. I'll say good night to Lucille, and I'll see you in the office tomorrow.
That is where he is wrong.
What do you mean?
He is the man.
Amory Mills, the ferret? Oh, he's just a simple going along.
You're wrong. He is a very dangerous counter-spy. We think he is tricked into reclaiming that package. He plays into our hands, only to return the package to you with a story so preposterous you believe it. I ask you, Mr. Ferris, who would hear about a lost package and then go out of his way to pick it up and return it to its owner? I ask you also why this Ted Palmer did not telephone your secretary and say that he had the package. Why tell Emery Mills? And why wait until lunchtime? Did Palmer speak to your secretary?
She didn't mention it. I'll ask her in the morning.
Too late. Tomorrow we dispose of Emery Mills.
Oh, come on. I don't want murder on my hands.
You prefer your own death, Mr. Ferris? This is what you will do. On some pretext, you will have Mr. Mills leave New York.
Now, wasn't that pleasant?
Very nice.
I'll keep the babysitter until we have some supper. Scrambled eggs and bacon, okay?
Sure. I'm stuffed from all those hors d'oeuvres.
Come on out in the kitchen and keep me company.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like that Mr. Warren. I wonder what his real name is.
Alibaba, the rug dealer. I don't know.
He's a villain.
You're funny.
Go ahead, laugh. I have an intuition about people. Something's wrong with him.
Oh, darling. That's just as dumb as saying persons with eyes close together are criminals.
Okay.
Anything I can do?
Stir the eggs slowly. I'm going in to check in with the babysitter. Stir slowly.
Slowly, she says. Mr. Warren is a villain. Oh, what a word. If we could bottle her energy, we wouldn't have a problem.
Amory.
Yes? You sound upset. What is it?
Pam's been here since 4. I was out shopping until you came home from work. The telephone rang, and Pam answered. It was Lucille Ferris. She invited us to cocktails, right?
Yes, go on.
Well, Pam just remembered something else. Just after I left, a man came in from the telephone company. He said he was there to repair the phone.
I see.
There's nothing wrong with the phone, Amory.
Now there is.
Well, what do you mean by that? You frighten me.
I'll check the phones. They've been tampered with. Bugged.
What? But why?
I work in a high-security job, darling.
Then there are spies at EEI.
It looks like it. If I'm right, I won't remove the bugs, but remember this. No matter who telephones our number, say nothing significant. Talk nonsense. Pretend that we've been taken in. The phone tap goes somewhere. I want to find it. And don't, under any circumstances, open the door to a stranger. The many faces of everyone, but especially the face of a spy. The word creates an unpleasant picture. We think of a spy as someone dishonorable, and we're right. He's a thief. But the greater thieves are those who employ him. They do it to gain an advantage over others. So in the name of dishonor, the spy exists, never doubt it, and performs his furtive work, and who is to say who is the more dishonorable? The spy or those who avail themselves of his services? I will return shortly with Act 3. Someone once wrote that a traitor never sees his danger until his ruin is at hand. History bears out the truth of the observation. Clement Ferris is a traitor. He is a powerful man in Energy Exploration Incorporated, and he has been selling information vital to our energy research to a spy named Warren. But a bland, apparently harmless young man named Amory Mills is a counter-spy, and the silent, deadly contest between the two has been joined. How it will be resolved, we are soon to discover. Good morning, Amory. Morning, Clem. You wanted to see me? Yes, this is short notice, but I've had a call from young Fisher in New Orleans, the engineer. He'd appreciate it if you'd come down there right away. Oh, well, of course. What's the problem? Well, as I understand it, Fisher's work is being held up because his inventory on steel is low, and when he ordered additional material, the price was increased on him. That can't be, Clem. We have a contract with the supplier. I'll get on the phone. No, I've already done that. I want you down there to settle the problem on the spot. Can you leave before noon? Well, sure. I'll go home and pack and head for the airport. I've already made reservations for you at the Cajun, not the Roosevelt. Well, you like the Cajun. It's small and intimate. Good luck, and telephone me tomorrow. Operations lost and found?
You've got the public payphone in Grand Central at the bottom of the stairs on the lower level. This is the anchorite.
Good. Now listen carefully, Monk. I'm leaving at 3 for New Orleans on business, but it's not business. Ferris, or more likely his friend, a Mr. Warren, 5'6", thin, black eyes and swarthy skin, has become suspicious. I'm being sent on a one-way trip.
I know what to do. Where are you staying?
The Cajun.
I see. Bourbon Street. All right. I'll handle it. Anything else?
If I don't make it, you also know what to do.
Yeah. Ferris is the guy.
And Warren's the paymaster. I hope to see you, Monk.
You will.
You know something, Amory? I've decided that either you're really absent-minded or that you're devious.
Oh, come on. Devious. That means crooked. Me? You know me.
I should. But sometimes I wonder. I mean, this trip, for instance.
Well, darling, it came up all of a sudden. I told you that.
We saw the Ferrises last night. Didn't Clem Ferris say something about it then?
No. Why?
Because I've never seen New Orleans. And with 24 hours' notice, I could have gone with you. That's why.
Oh, well, darling, we'll make the trip together some other time.
What's happened now in New Orleans?
Oh, nothing very important.
That must be important if Clem gives you a few hours' notice and sends you flying off.
Darling, it's just some problem with a local supplier of steel we need to complete the installation of a new rig off the coast. Now, can I bring you something from New Orleans?
Yes. You.
Thanks, Laura.
I don't know why, but I've got a very funny feeling about this trip of yours.
Oh?
I can't explain it. Just be careful.
I will. And listen to me, darling. If you hear anything bad about me, ignore it. Will you do that?
What? Are you superstitious, too?
Not a bit. I'm just telling you. Don't worry about me. And don't worry about anything you might hear. Got that?
Henry, you're holding something back. What is it?
Look, darling, the work I'm in is sensitive. You know that. Even though I'm just a simple lawyer who shuffles papers all day long and draws deeds for condemning land, a lot of money is always involved, and so are a lot of interests. Guys can get hurt. You know that. I've told you that before. So be prepared not to believe anything you hear. I can take care of myself. Nothing's going to happen to me. Not bad. I wonder how long I'll have to wait. Who is it?
Lost and found. Compliments to the Cajun, Mr. Mills.
Oh, how nice. A basket of fruit.
May I put it on the table?
Sure.
May I suggest you don't touch it?
All right.
Until later.
Whatever you say.
Management also wanted me to check the fire escape.
Go right ahead. But why would I need to use a fire escape? Is there danger of fire?
I never can tell, Mr. Mills. Fire escape's useful if there's a fire or just for slipping away without being seen.
I'm not going to try to skip out if that's what you're afraid of. At least not willingly.
That's the point. Excuse me.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Fisher. Well, I'm here, all right. Are you the engineer? I see. Yes, the sooner the better. Come right up. I'm in 211. Who is it?
Fisher.
Hi. Mr. Warren.
Sit down, Mr. Mills. I must talk with you.
But I was expecting Mark Fisher. He's the engineer who...
Oh, we know, Mr. Fisher.
I know you're a friend of Mr. Ferris's, but I am mystified. Why are you in New Orleans? And why have you come to see me? Has Ferris sent you?
You play the fool.
I hope not, but I sure feel like one. Ferris sent me down to check on a problem Fisher's got, and I'm supposed to try to straighten it out, solve it. Are you involved? Who are you, really? Security for EEI?
You delight me.
Well, that's nice to hear. Sit down and tell me how.
I will do that.
Have you come with some special instructions for Mr. Ferris?
You might say that.
I really don't understand.
Well, then I will explain.
Would you like some refreshment? I can call down for room service.
No. That would be fatal.
Fatal? Hey, what's going on?
It will be fatal anyway. But my way, it is so much neater. You have been caught, Mr. Mills.
I have. What's the charge?
You are not Amory Mills. You are counterintelligence.
Are you all right, Mr. Warren? You sound crazy.
It is you who are, as you say, crazy. You know who I am, and you know who you are.
Of course. You're an import-export dealer and a friend of Mr. Ferris's. I'm Amory Mills, a lawyer who specializes in land deeds. Let's take it from there.
I also represent foreign interests.
Oh?
You play-act this so well. No wonder, for so long, the ferret has had this awesome reputation for counterintelligence. But no longer. You have been found out.
You really are crazy.
I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Mr. Warren.
I don't think so. This is my security.
You shoot me? Why the devil would you do that? What have I done?
Oh, yes, I will not hesitate to shoot you. What you have done, Mr. Mills, is to interfere. Mr. Ferris does not like this. I do not like this. He loses money. The interests I represent lose even more. We fail to make haste in delaying your country's search for sources of energy.
You pay Ferris for information and then sabotage our... Why, that's incredible.
You are marvelous. The stage lost a great gift when it lost you, Mr. Mills. Come now. We will no longer talk like fools. I am a spy. Ferris is in my employ. You are a counter-spy. You work for your own country. You have been caught, Mr. Mills, and you will die. But not before you tell us everything you know.
Who is us?
Oh, there are several of us. You and I will leave here and go to another location. There we ask you questions.
You make it sound unpleasant, Mr. Warren.
It can be very unpleasant, I assure you. Our methods are very refined. You will talk, Mr. Mills.
Rather than that, what if I resist?
I have this gun with a silencer attachment. I shoot you.
And carry me through the lobby of the hotel and out into Bourbon Street?
We take you down the fire escape, Mr. Mills. The Cajun is not your modern hotel. That is why you are here. Mr. Ferris made the arrangements at my instruction.
Clem Ferris. So you've been paying him off to supply you with information which you use to sabotage our energy program. It's hard for a simple guy like me to comprehend. It's like a cloak and dagger story.
This is not a story, Mr. Mills. This is a real life. Now, on your feet.
What? Oh, Clem.
It's true, Lois. I don't know what else to tell you. His body was found in the river. The police identified him from the papers in his wallet. Whoever waylaid him beat him until he was horribly disfigured.
Oh, Amory. Amory's dead. But why?
Lois, everyone in this company is a potential target for our enemies. Perhaps Amory had been snooping around.
Oh, Clem,
I don't know what else to say, Lois. I'll see to the arrangements. And don't worry about money. Amory was killed in the line of duty. You'll be well provided for.
But without Amory, I don't want to live.
Who? Mr. Monk. Who is he, Linda? Oh, I see a friend of Amory Mills. Yes, I suppose I'll have to see him. Tell him to come in.
Mr. Ferris?
Yes? Who's this other man with his hat pulled down over his face? What kind of guy?
Oh,
Clem. Amory Mills. I thought...
I've got to have a talk with you, Mr. Ferris.
Amory, I heard you'd been waylaid and murdered. I told Loris. I can hardly blame you, Clem. It could have been me. Some guy slipped me a knockout drop in a saloon and stole my wallet. The police caught him and brought him in. You say this other man, the man who was found in the river with his face disfigured.
He was dark-haired, about 5'6", swarthy-skinned, a Mid-Easterner.
But why was he found in the river, disfigured and dead?
I think you know why.
I'm not a mind reader, Mr. Monk.
And I'm not a school crossing guard, Mr. Ferris. Now get your hat and come with me.
What?
Unless you can prove otherwise, Mr. Ferris, you're a traitor to the United States, and you're under arrest.
Your wife okay? Yes, thank you. And thanks for New Orleans.
Good job, Amory. Also, you mean a lot to us. Well, thanks to you, we got Ferris, Warren, and a whole network of his little assassins. You saw the evening's headlines?
Yes. Monk, who really was behind all this? I mean, on our side.
I don't know. Some say the Ferret. Why?
Well, several things. First, Ted Palmer really did pick up that package of Ferris's and drop it at Lost and Found.
Yeah, I know. But
If it had Ferris's address on it.
His Larchmont address.
Well, then he must have telephoned Ferris.
He did. The message never got to him. Another thing. Who found out that Ferris was having drinks with Warren at Gino's? You said somebody telephoned you, but you couldn't say whether it was the voice of a man or of a woman.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, who was it who pulled the strings behind our backs? You mentioned the ferret. Who is the ferret? Could it have been Ferris's secretary?
Linda? No, she was taken into custody.
Is she there now?
Well, I wouldn't know. I see what you're getting at. The ferret could be a woman.
Could be. And we'll never know. There's an old German proverb. If my aunt had wheels, she'd be an omnibus. And if each of us was honest, if each of us refused to reach for what others have and we do not, what a moral world it would be. Utopian? It is indeed. And that is why we have spies, and why those spied upon have their counter-spies. A final observation when I return shortly. If you have any doubt about the validity of our story, I refer you to the newspapers and magazines and some of their recent reports. Can you doubt that there is a silent network throughout the world of men struggling against each other to obtain information and to invalidate it? It's rather a creepy idea, isn't it? Our cast included Elliot Reed, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Jovan Collections for Women and for Men. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Psychoanalysis is said by analysts mainly, and feebly as well, to be a science. But it is also an art. It is not enough to have read all the books, passed all the examinations, served one's apprenticeship, and undergone analysis oneself. The analyst must have more than education and training. There must be, besides and beyond all that, a distinct talent, a feeling for the work, exactly as in painting a picture, writing a book, or composing a symphony.
My son.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Chalices, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose and Carmen Matthews. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The core of psychoanalysis is the transference. That is, the transference to the analyst of all the patient's feelings, hostile as well as friendly, murderous as well as loving. And it is midway in the evolution of one particular transference that our story has its beginning.
Will you open the door, Lily?
Of course.
It's little Miss Roth, I think.
Oh, I'm late. Oh, do come in. Oh, thank you very much.
You'll excuse me. I'll tell the doctor you're here.
Oh, of course.
He'll be right with you.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Well, Miss Roth.
Oh, I know I'm late. I'm so sorry.
As a rule, you're so prompt. It is not like you to be late.
Well, I'm late because
Come into the study. You feel as though you would like to lie on the couch today?
First, I want to explain about being late. I stopped on my way to buy these.
Ah, daffodils.
The first of the year.
The sign that spring is coming.
I brought them for you.
For me? Why should you be bringing me a gift?
Well, because I wanted to. You've been so good to me.
Oh, not at all.
Taking me on as a patient when I hardly had any money. Oh, I know what you usually charge, Doctor. And it's 10 times what I'm paying you.
It was our agreement.
But you didn't have to do it. And I'm so grateful. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
They're like chalices, aren't they? 12 little gold chalices.
Very like.
Why did I say chalices? I've never used that word before in my life. I should have said cups, shouldn't I?
Chalice is a lovely word.
But it's kind of a Catholic word, isn't it? It's what Christ drank out of at the Last Supper. I should have said cup.
Why?
Well, because I'm Jewish. Are you Jewish, Dr. von Fodor?
No.
Are you Catholic?
My parents were Catholic. I am not.
Well, then why'd you run away from Hitler? If you don't mind telling me.
My wife is Jewish.
Oh.
Come, let's get back to why you brought me these 12 golden chalices.
I told you why. I'm grateful to you.
Nothing else?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Tell me, have you had any dreams since our last session?
I never dream. I told you that.
Everyone dreams.
Not me.
Dreams give us one way to clear the rubbish out of our minds.
Is that why I'm so neurotic? Because my mind is full of rubbish?
Very valuable rubbish.
Nobody ever thought anything about me was valuable.
Did you ever think anything about you could be valuable?
I guess I never did.
And so you chose a sweetheart who would reinforce your own opinion of yourself. Isn't that so?
I always pick the wrong man.
No. You always have the wrong opinion. That you have not value. Till that opinion is righted, you will go on picking the wrong man.
I see. I guess.
I would like to go back to the daffodils, the 12 little golden cups, and why you brought them to me.
I just thought they'd look nice here.
That is all?
They won't if you don't put them in water pretty soon.
You only thought they would look nice here?
Well, it's such a gloomy room. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I mean, I didn't mean it's gloomy. I just meant...
Yes, you meant?
It's very nice here. And you are very nice. And you're kind and gentle and good to me. And I just wanted to bring you something pretty.
Yes, but why 12 little golden cups?
I don't know. Because they're pretty. Because I thought you'd like them. Oh, I don't know why I brought them. I'm sorry I did. Look, I can't stay here any longer today.
The hour is not yet up.
I can't help it. Look, I have to go home. I'm so upset.
Well, as you like.
I'll be back next week. And I won't be late. And I won't bring you anything. And I'll try to behave better.
You think you behaved badly?
I don't know. Didn't I? Did I? I just know I have to get out of here. Forgive me, please.
Lily, please, will you come here?
Yes, Hans.
Lily, put these in water, will you?
Oh, how sweet, how lovely.
A gift from little Miss Roth. Well, we make progress slowly.
A nice girl, is she?
Oh, yes, very nice.
Well,
very lost.
I'll put these in a vase, and then supper will be ready when you are.
She said the daffodils look like 12 golden cups.
12 golden cups?
Well, they do, don't they?
Oh, Hans, it takes me back to Hungary, those last days.
No, my dear, those last days. Well, they were the last days. Don't try to bring them back. Still, it is interesting, isn't it, that she should have brought me 12 golden cups.
Isn't that wonderful, Dr. Van Fodor? I actually had a dream.
Yes, very helpful.
And I remembered it.
Tell me the dream again, please.
Well, there was this man sitting in this chair.
As I am sitting?
I guess so. Well, in the dream, I went up to him, where he was sitting, and I climbed onto his lap. And he said, "Kiss me, darling." I put my arms around his neck, and then...
Yes, and then?
Oh, then comes the sad part. Because I was so happy until then.
What happened to spoil your happiness?
Well, just as I was going to kiss him, he turned his face away, and he said...
Yes?
He turned his face away, as though he was disgusted. And he said, "Go away. You're our nuisance." I woke up. I was crying.
What did the man look like?
I couldn't see his face. I told you the room was dark.
Dark? Would you say gloomy?
Oh, you could say gloomy, I guess.
Like this room?
What?
Last week you called this room gloomy. You said you brought the daffodils because this room is gloomy.
Did I say that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember saying that.
I remember.
Then why don't I remember?
Because you choose not to.
Well, why would I choose? I'm getting all mixed up.
Now try to relax and say whatever comes to mind.
Are you trying to make me say that the man in the chair was you?
I am not trying to make you say anything but what is on your mind.
You mean you said, "Kiss me, darling"? I can't imagine you saying anything like that.
Except in your dream. Go back to the latter part of the dream, after you started to kiss the man in the chair.
Oh, the not so nice part.
Yes, the not so nice part.
Well, I started to kiss him. Because he had asked me to, you understand. By myself, I never would have done it. But he asked me to kiss him. And I started to. And he turned away. And he said, "Go away. You're a pest." And the sad part was that he said it just at that particular moment, just when I was feeling so happy and so loving.
Just a moment. Excuse me. He said you are a pest.
Yes. Just as I'd started to kiss him.
Before you told me he said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." Now you say pest. Why?
What's the difference? Nuisance, pest. They mean the same thing. What hurt was that he didn't want me around. I annoyed him.
Have I ever made you feel that you annoyed me?
Oh, no, never.
Then who did?
My father. Oh, he never said that I annoyed him. He never called me a pest. It's just the way he made me feel.
And feelings are what we are coming to grips with here. Well, that's the end of the hour. Next week, same time. Yes.
Hans?
Oh, yes, Lily.
What are you doing here? Just sitting here?
Oh, just thinking.
Goulash for supper with tarhonia.
Ah, good.
Are you worried about something?
Not worried, no.
What then?
I am thinking about a dream that a patient told me. In the dream, she climbed onto a man's lap. The man said, "Kiss me." But as she started to kiss him, he turned away in disgust and said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." At least that is the way my patient told it to me. At first, And then later, when I asked her to repeat the dream to me, she quoted the man as saying, "Go away, you are a pest."
So?
Lily, what does that suggest to you?
An unhappy person? Should it suggest something else?
Well, this was the first time my patient had been able to remember a dream, which indicated to me that the transference was beginning to take form and shape.
Yes?
More important than that, I appeared in the dream. Oh, she denied that the man could be myself, that I could ever be so cruel or so intimate either. But it was quite clear to me that it was myself in the dream. Myself, as the good father who asked his daughter to kiss him. Then as the cruel and arbitrary father who said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." Or a pest. When the patient begins to put the analyst in her dreams, we may be pretty sure the analysis is making progress.
Hans, really, the goulash will be spoiled. Hadn't we best continue this at the dinner table?
Lily, one second. Now, does nothing sound familiar to you in the few spoken words of this dream? Kiss me, and you are a pest.
You mean Kiss Pest? Our Kiss Pest in Hungary?
It is just a notion, of course. The patient who had the dream knows nothing of Hungary, of you and me, or Kiss Pest.
Where you and I were born. Where we went to school, where we fell in love.
Where we married.
Where... Oh, Hans, perhaps I should not ask, but was this patient little Miss Roth?
Yes, it was.
But she is the one who brought you the daffodils?
Yes.
And she called them 12 golden cups?
Yes, Lily, that is right.
But when you and I were married, in Kiss Pest, my parents gave us...
Yes, 12 solid gold goblets.
12 golden cups.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, is it not?
Well, is it possible that the cups are still there?
Oh, now.
It could be true, couldn't it?
They are not there. We looked, didn't we? After the war, we dug all around the cherry tree at my father's house, and they were not there.
Your father might have moved them, mightn't he? Before the Nazis took him away.
That was all more than 30 years ago, Lily. Who knows what happened to them?
But if they exist somewhere, they must exist somewhere, mustn't they?
Yes, probably in the mansion of some high German official.
But perhaps not. Perhaps when the Germans came, your father found another hiding place for them. Perhaps this patient is trying to tell you...
Now, Lily, you are not to indulge in such fantasies.
But you know how much those golden goblets meant to me. Not just because they were beautiful and valuable, but because my parents gave them to me. Oh, if only your little Miss Roth could...
Lily, even if it were possible, and it is not possible, for Miss Roth to know anything of the whereabouts of 12 golden chalices, I am not going to try to make some sort of Delphic oracle of my patient. Try to make her locate our old treasure like some witch. No, Lily, she is my patient. The hour each week is devoted to her health, her welfare, not ours. So let us not talk about it anymore. Come, let us go have our goulash.
We said earlier that psychoanalysis is not simply a science, that it partakes of the nature of an art. And this is true. We did not say, however, that it partakes of the nature of magic. No, we did not say that, and we do not mean to imply that. But is it not possible that what appears to be magical may, in truth, be both scientific and artistic? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Young Mary Roth brought a dozen daffodils to her analyst, Dr. von Fodor, calling them 12 golden chalices.
The following week, she brought him a dream in which a man asked her to kiss him, but then said to her, "Go away, you are a pest." Dr. von Vodor told all this to his wife. She thought of 12 golden goblets, which had been her parents' gift at the time of her marriage in a small Hungarian town called Kispest. Now it is a week later.
Yes?
Hans, may I speak with you?
Lily, please. Am I to have no rest at all between one patient and the next?
You're expecting Miss Roth, aren't you?
Yes.
That's why I wanted to talk to you. I want to tell you what I propose to do.
Lily, what is it?
I want to write to your sister in Kispest.
But you write to Elizabeth regularly, don't you?
But this is different. I want to ask her to have the gardener dig all around the cherry tree.
Lily, we did all that before. When the family, what was left of it, moved back to Kispest after the war. The first thing they did was dig around the cherry tree to find the gold cups, and they were not there. Someone had found them and taken them. Is it not perfectly clear that this is what happened?
But little Miss Roth, the daffodils, and then her dream, they must mean something.
To her, not to us.
I can't help thinking that her flowers and her dream must have meaning for us, too.
No. The dream originated in her head. The daffodils were purchased with her money and brought here in her hands. Now, I forbid you to write to Elizabeth. Or if you write, say nothing at all about the golden cups or the cherry tree. You understand me? No, that is Miss Roth.
I'll let her in.
Say nothing to her about any of this. You hear?
I hear. Yes, coming. Miss Roth.
Hello, Mrs. von Fodor. I'm not late, am I?
I don't think so. The doctor is in his study.
I've brought him something. Maybe I'd better give them to you, because men are very careless about such things, and these really need to be put in water.
Lily.
What are these?
They look like bare branches, don't they? But they're not. If you put them in water, they'll bloom. It's called forcing, and it's fun.
Lily, what is going on here? What is the delay?
Miss Roth brought us some branches. She says if we put them in water, they will bloom.
Well, what kind of branches?
They're from a cherry tree.
A cherry tree?
I'll put them in water right away. Then I'll write... No, I'll send a cable, Hans, to your sister, Elizabeth.
You want to lie down on the couch? What do you prefer, Miss Roth?
Oh, I don't need the couch, Dr. von Fodor. As a matter of fact, I don't need you. That's what I came to tell you.
Oh? Well, that is good news. Every analyst waits for the day when his patient will say, "I do not need you anymore."
Well, I don't need you.
Rather an abrupt change, isn't it? From a young girl who was so dependent on her old doctor?
I guess it is sudden. Or maybe I never needed you at all. I just thought I did.
Is there a difference?
You're mixing me all up.
I apologize. Well, now, since this is to be your last hour with me, tell me something. Why did you buy me a branch from a cherry tree?
Oh, I didn't buy it. I took it.
Took it?
Stole it. I guess that's the right word for it.
You stole the branch from the cherry tree? Why?
No special reason. It just seemed like a good idea at the time.
From where did you steal it?
From a cherry tree on somebody's big old lawn near a big old house in the suburbs. Aren't you going to ask me what I was doing on the lawn of somebody's big old house in the suburbs?
What were you doing there?
I was with him. He took me to meet his parents.
By him, you mean...
I mean him. The man I thought was so terrible. The man I thought didn't love me. The man who nearly drove me crazy, so I came running to you, begging you to take me on as a patient. That very man. Incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's true. He called me up yesterday, just when I was feeling depressed beyond recognition. And he said he had his parents' car, and how would I like to drive out to the suburbs to meet them? Well, that could only mean one thing.
What was that?
Why, that he wanted to marry me, of course. That's what it always means.
I see.
In the car, he told me,
over and over how much he loved me.
But he had told you that before.
Oh, this was different. This time he's taking me to meet his parents.
Did he say anything about a marriage?
No, not then.
Later?
No. That'll all come after a while. His parents were very nice. They liked me. I could tell they did. I had a very good time. And I didn't feel self-conscious or unsure, not one bit. Actually, I stole the branch off the cherry tree because I felt like it. I felt so bold.
Why did you not ask the parents of the young man to give you a branch off the cherry tree?
I don't know. I'm sure they would have. But you'll notice, I hope, that I didn't come running to you full of guilt about the terrible thing I did, the way I used to. Doesn't that show you how well I am?
I wish you every happiness.
I know you do.
And you know that if you need me, I'm here.
I know. Thank you.
Come, let me see you to the door and speed you on your way, since this is the last time you'll need me.
Oh, it is.
Young ladies do sometimes have problems after marriage, you know, as well as before.
I suppose. Oh, Miss Rolfe. Oh, yes, Mrs. Von Fodor.
Lily.
I wonder, would you do me a great favor? I have here a cable that I'd like to send to my sister-in-law in Hungary.
Lily.
A little town, a suburb of Budapest. It's called Kispest. If you would pass by a cable office on your way, would you send it for me?
Oh, of course.
Oh, Lily.
Here it is, all written out. And here is the money. I know what the charges are. All right? Of course.
Miss Rolfe, there is no necessity for you to...
Oh, listen, I do pass the telegraph office on my way home. There's one next door to where I live, as a matter of fact.
Quite a coincidence.
So I'll be happy to.
Thank you. It's a worry off my mind.
Dr. Von Fodor, thank you for everything.
Nothing to thank me for.
Well, I won't argue with you. Not on my last visit. Mrs. Von Fodor, don't worry about your cable. It'll go out tonight.
Oh, you're very kind.
I'm happy to do it. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Rolfe.
Goodbye. Her last visit, did she say?
Lily, how could you? How could you send that cable to Elizabeth just because Miss Rolfe came here with a branch from a cherry tree?
But I'm sure...
It means nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, what did the cable say? Not that I do not know already.
Dig again under cherry tree. New information about golden cups.
Oh, information? We have had no information about the gold cups, nor will we ever have any.
The girl bringing the daffodils, calling them golden chalices. The dream she had about the man saying first, kiss me, and then, you are a pest, which adds up to Kispest, where our gold cups were buried beneath a cherry tree. Then your Miss Roth shows up here with a cherry tree branch.
You call that information? Making wild deductions from dreams and pieces of words and chance gifts?
Hans, the girl knows something. Or she doesn't know that she knows, heavens. She was not even born when we buried the gold cups beneath the cherry tree in Kispest, but she knows something. You said yourself that a communication can build up between a doctor and his patient so that each can often sense what the other is thinking and feeling.
I did not mean anything like this fairy tale stuff you're dreaming about.
But somehow she knows.
Oh, Lily.
That's why I gave the cablegram to her. She should send it. I could have sent it myself, but this way her touch will be upon it.
Lily, stop it. In God's name, stop it.
If there is a chance that my beautiful cups are still buried beneath the cherry tree...
Lily, there is no chance. And you should not be thinking about the gold cups or Hungary. We are here, Lily, and this is now.
I'm sorry, Hans.
It's all right. I only hope you did not take my mind off little Miss Roth's analysis. I hope I gave her full value. Because I confess I, too, had strange flutterings of hope that her dream fantasies might mean something for us. That we might, in this weird, altogether bizarre manner, find our lost golden chalices.
What did the girl mean when she said her last visit?
What?
When she was saying her goodbyes, at one point she said, I won't argue with you on my last visit. What did that mean?
Oh, that. Well, it seems her young man does love her after all. He took her to meet his parents. He told her many times he loved her. In fact, he did everything she hoped he would do, except propose. She is sure that he will propose very soon. But it is my opinion that she still has her doubts and is very angry that he should delay the proposal. That is why, in revenge for his cruelty, she stole the branch from the cherry tree.
Stole it?
It was a threat to the young man, that she was capable of dark and terrible deeds if he did not do the right thing by her.
Oh, Hans. Come, let's have dinner. It's chicken paprikash.
The symbolism of dreams, pieces of words, chance gifts, fairy tale stuff. Should such things give us flutterings of hope that something very desirable is about to alter our fates? I think not. I think we should be stern, face reality with courage, day after day after day. Yes, that is what we should do. But do we do it? No. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Little Miss Roth left her analyst's office in a state of euphoria because her young man had taken her to meet his parents, a sign, at least to her, that he would soon propose marriage. With her, she took a message written out by her doctor's wife to send by cable to the doctor's sister in the small Hungarian town of Kispest. As we resume our story, it is a month later.
Are you tired, Hans?
Yes, a little.
You're not eating much.
I'm thinking, Lily.
About your former patient?
Which former patient?
Little Miss Roth.
No. Perhaps by now she's on her honeymoon.
Hans, I'm sorry I behaved so stupidly about Miss Roth.
Oh, that's all in the past.
Perhaps I was jealous. Envious of her youth, her charm. That was probably what made me lose my mind a little.
It is all in the past.
I was somehow determined to make her responsible for the fact that I'm 60 years old and no longer the girl you married. The girl whose parents gave her 12 golden cups for a wedding present. I think I felt she owed it to me to get me back my gold cups. What I really wanted to get back was my youth and the ability to look forward, not back.
Oh, Lily, that is a very admirable analysis. I'm proud of you.
You give me courage to tell you something. I got a letter this morning from Elizabeth.
Oh?
They dug under the cherry tree for the second time.
And?
They found nothing.
So someone did steal the golden cups.
It must be so.
Just as Miss Roth stole the branch from the cherry tree.
Hans, are you beginning to believe in the same nonsense you reproached me for? Come now, my darling.
It is just interesting sometimes to muse upon these coincidences.
Don't tell me that's the way you conduct an analysis.
Well, it is not so different. Sometimes we are right, sometimes not.
Oh, the phone. I'll get it.
No. Stay where you are. You've not finished eating. I have. Yes, Dr. Van Fodder here.
Dr. Van Fodder, this is Mary Roth.
Mary Roth?
You remember me, don't you? Oh, please remember me.
I do remember you.
Doctor, I need to see you so badly. I know this is an awful time to ask you. You're probably at dinner.
No, it's all right. I had finished. Can you come over right now?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll be right there.
Liar and a cheat. He never meant to marry me at all. He just did all those things. Taking me to meet his parents. He wanted to make me love him. So that he could toss me aside. me. Make me feel ashamed and humiliated.
That may have been his reason. Or it may have been that he is just a very callow, very insensitive young man who believed he was justified in doing anything to achieve mastery over a young woman. It is a common belief. Your young man is not so unusual.
He's not my young man. Not anymore.
I'm happy to hear that.
I don't know how I ever could have loved him.
I wouldn't wish to force you to any conclusion, but you have already had some analysis. So I will ask you, who else in your life has sent you gifts, given you treats, encouraged your affection, even forced his affection on you, only to reject you when you sought to return his love? Can you think of anyone?
I know what you want me to say. My father.
I do not want you to say anything you do not believe.
I do believe what I said.
Are you feeling a little better now?
A little.
We've almost come to the end of the hour. But I wish to say one thing more. Why did you bring me the bunch of lilacs?
Oh, are you going to start all that again?
I must.
Can't I bring you a little present now and then? I don't do it all the time.
You pay your bills. You owe me no more than that.
I didn't bring the lilacs because I thought I owed you anything. I brought them because...
Yes, because?
Because I wanted to.
No, that will not serve as a reason. Not anymore. We must have something more specific. Did you bring the lilacs as a sort of peace offering? Did you think I was angry that you stopped coming to see me? Or were you angry that I had been right, more right anyway than you had been, about the young man?
Maybe something like that.
I want you to think about it. It is important for us to know why you have these impulses to give me something. You remember the daffodils and the branch of the cherry tree?
I remember.
And now the lilacs. Why?
I'll think about it. I'm sorry, Dr. Von Fodor.
There's nothing to be sorry for. There is no harm done. But unless you can analyze your reasons, you must stop bringing me gifts. You understand?
I think so.
Good. Now we have come to the end of the hour.
Thank you for seeing me.
Do you want to come back?
I'd like to. For a few weeks, maybe.
Then I'll reserve the hour for you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all. See you next week.
Yes. Goodbye.
Oh, my. Life is not so simple. Lily.
Yes, Hans?
Look, there are some lilacs here. Will you put them in water?
He called me. He wanted me to go out with him. And I did.
No reason not to go out with him.
Oh, Dr. Von Fodor, I'm still very, attracted to him.
He is doubtless a very attractive young man, or you would not have bothered with him in the first place.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean it, else I would not say it.
I feel as though you just forgave me for something.
For being attracted to an attractive young man?
Something like that.
As though you had done something dreadful?
Yes.
It is the end of the hour. Next week we will pick up our conversation where we leave off today.
I went out with him again. He's really very good looking. I love to look at him. And he's a wonderful conversationalist. I mean, he always has something to say. Sometimes he's very witty. He makes me laugh. And I like that.
Of course. Why not? Well, we've come to the end of the hour. Same time next week.
He gave me a present. A compact. Imagine. He doesn't even know that girls don't use compacts anymore. Me, I don't even use makeup of any kind. You'd think he would have noticed that by now.
Does it hurt you that he did not notice?
Oh, no, it doesn't. It just makes me think he's kind of dumb. And he's not so sophisticated as he thinks he is either. Or he'd know that girls don't carry compacts. Naturally, I didn't tell him that.
Why didn't you?
Oh, I wouldn't want to hurt his feelings. No, that's not why. It's because I felt sorry for him for being so dumb. Anyway, I'll find a way to let him know that it was a dumb thing to do.
You will have your revenge, is that it?
Oh, no, not... Yes, Doctor. That is it. Oh, isn't it nice to know? Anyway, I think he's too old for me. I asked him. I came right out and asked him.
Well, why not?
Well, because I don't ordinarily do that sort of thing. I'm usually afraid people will think I'm fresh or pushy or whatever. Anyway, I asked him. And you know what, Doctor? He'll be 30 next month. Imagine, 30! You have a good appetite, yes?
Yes, wonderful.
You eat more and more all the time?
Will you still love me when I'm fat?
Remember a month ago, when you had hardly any appetite at all?
Oh, it was never that bad.
I thought perhaps it was because of your failure with little Miss Roth.
Well, perhaps it was. Nobody likes to fail.
But now she's back. How is it going?
Oh, well enough.
She doesn't bring you any more daffodils? Or cherry blooms? Or lilacs?
No. She is afraid to analyze why she ever brought them in the first place.
Do you know why?
Of course. It is not hard.
Why?
No. I'm not going to discuss Miss Roth with you. I will not tell you why she brings me flowers any more than I will tell her. She must discover why by herself.
And will she?
Oh, of course. She's achieving a beautiful honesty about herself.
Well, as long as she's getting better...
Oh, yes, definitely.
Then I can tell you something.
Oh, since when have you hesitated to tell me anything?
Well, I did not want to interfere with Miss Roth's analysis the way I did before.
You do not have to be afraid of interfering.
Hans, I did something.
Yes, what did you do?
A month ago. Right after Miss Roth came back into analysis. Oh, I hate to tell you, but I must.
Yes, Lily, you must. What did you do?
I wrote to Elizabeth.
Yes?
You remember the lilacs?
Of course I remember. Oh, Lily, you didn't. Oh, Lily.
I couldn't help it. I so wanted to get back my 12 golden cups, so I wrote to Elizabeth, and I told her to dig under the lilac bushes.
The place in Kispest has no lilac bushes.
I know, but right next door, almost on her property, right at the edge in back, there are 3 lilac bushes.
Oh, she didn't. You're not going to tell me that she went...
Yes, she did. Well, here's the letter. Read it.
Dearest Lily, you can imagine how I hated to go to the people next door. They are not friends, acquaintances only. But your letter was so insistent, so frantic. Oh, Lily.
Go on reading.
So frantic that I had to do it, if only to relieve your mind. The neighbors were most obliging. Perhaps they thought me a dotty old lady to be humored. Well, Lily, dear, if that is what they thought, they soon changed. Because buried under the lilac bushes, only about a foot below the surface, where they must have lain since Father put them there before the Nazis took him away, there were the 12 golden chalices. I cannot express to you my emotion upon seeing them.
Who comes closer to the truth? The scientist or the artist? Well, is it really necessary to state so flatly that there is only one place where truth can be found and only one way to find it? I think not. Truth lies all around us. It is not hiding from us. It is we who hide from the truth. How long will it be before we pause to listen to our scientists and to our artists? How long before we listen to the truth? I'll be back shortly. I hope I have not sounded either smug or pompous when I have spoken of the search for truth and the long and various roads by which it may be reached. For I am like you, like everyone.
terrified of finding that which I seek, evading constantly that which I look for. Like you, like everyone, a coward. But what is it one poet said? Coward, take my coward's hand. Our cast included Norman Rose, Jetta Rowland, and Carmen Matthews. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allstate Insurance Companies and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program furnished by CBS Radio. Dial is set for news with John Wingate.
This is Barry Farber. Join us immediately following the 8 o'clock news right here over WOR New York, the talk of New York.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the musical version of J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan, Captain Hook sings of himself, among other things, as the slimiest slime in the world. In my gallery of vampires, werewolves, murderers, ghosts, and witches, to me, the one who tops the captain's estimate is the confidence man who plays on the agony and confusion of people who have just undergone a shattering personal tragedy. This is the story, to quote Captain Hook again, of one of the
crookiest crooks in the world. My darling. Darling.
Tom, it's you. It's your voice.
You mustn't worry about me. I am here to talk to you from the beyond, whenever you wish. Please, come every day.
I will. But how? Why can't I see you?
Everything will be revealed in time. I cannot speak too long.
No, don't leave me yet. When can I speak to you again?
Whenever the Swami builds the bridge from where you are to the beyond, to where I live in the land of the dead. The dead. Our mystery drama, The Dead Deserve to Rest, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jennifer Harmon. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is Robert Burns who said, "Man's inhumanity to man makes countless thousands mourn." Some people, all unaware, seem marked for tragedy, like Letitia Meredith, née Henderson, a bride who never had a chance to be a wife, and who was marked for such tragedy and such haunting interference in her attempt to bind up her wounds and forget that she might have been Electra, or any other of those doomed women in a Greek tragedy. The first interference in her life was fate, not man, except accidentally. Lord knows what's tied onto the car, or what crazy things my friends may have set up, Jake.
I couldn't care less. There's nothing anyone can do to touch us now, Tom.
We're married. We've got it made, honey, all the way. Go on, climb in.
No, you go first and slide over to the wheel.
Oh, no, ma'am. I helped my bride over the first threshold. There. Now I run around and climb in to take over.
Let's live 100 years together.
Take me and your mother. Oh, don't worry. This is only the beginning. How is she today, Bill?
I don't really know, Jim. They still have her under sedation, and I suppose she's half in shock.
At least, thank the Lord, she had no physical injuries.
I don't know how much that'll help when she finally comes to. I'm terrified she'll lose her mind.
Oh, honey, our Tish has more backbone than that.
But when the full realization that Tom is dead hits her...
We'll just have to see her through somehow.
Not quite the same as the husband she planned to spend her whole life with.
We are her mother and father.
And we love her. But in this awful thing... Oh, Jim, how could we help her?
I know one way I can. I started suit against the driver of that car that killed Tom.
What good can being vindictive do? The boy didn't mean it.
That boy was 32 years old. He's been drinking, and with all that ice on the road, he was still driving like a maniac. That boy killed my daughter's husband.
Well, isn't it enough for him to have that on his conscience? He's never had trouble before, and clapping him in jail.
No, I'm not talking about a criminal suit. That's up to the police. I'm talking about a civil suit.
What's the difference?
Damages, money.
Oh, Tish doesn't need money. You said Tom had insurance, and anyway, she has us.
She's 22, Belle. She had a probable 50 years as a port to be expected from her husband. Even $50,000 worth of insurance wouldn't begin to cover that.
Well, how much will you sue for?
$3 million.
What?
They'll settle for $1 million.
$1 million? But I don't think...
Tish won't help her now, Belle, but someday, maybe, she'll thank me for that.
Dad will bring the bags in. Tish, want to go right upstairs or sit down for a moment?
I don't care. Downstairs, maybe. Tired, dear? No, it's just... Right now, I only have one wish in the world. Why didn't I die with him? Why didn't he kill us both?
That you, Jim?
Yes, Bill.
It stopped snowing, hasn't it?
Yeah, just started in again. Looks like we're due for a real Wisconsin blizzard. How are you, dear?
A hothouse plant. I stayed indoors all day. You better mix yourself a drink.
Don't worry. I'm glad the suggestion came from you. How's Tish?
I don't know, Jim. 3 whole months. She just can't seem to shake it.
You gotta give it time, Bill.
I know, but I don't think it's going to be here, darling. I think she's got to get away. Away from Milwaukee and all her old associations. And away from herself.
After today, she's going to be able to go pretty much wherever she wants. She is a very rich young lady.
They settled the suit.
Mm-hmm. For $1 million.
Oh.
To a new beginning, maybe.
What's a new beginning?
Oh, Tish. Oh, I didn't hear you come down.
I'm not deliberate. I guess in a way I'm a sort of a ghost.
Oh, Tish.
I might as well tell you I'm thinking of cutting and running.
Where would you go?
What would you do? I was a working girl before Tom and I met each other. But it was here we did meet. I've been thinking if I got away, far away. I mean, with my own savings and Tom's insurance,
Honey, let me tell you something. Money's no problem. I have just made a settlement which gives you quite an enormous amount of money.
How much?
For Tom's death, $1 million.
As recompense?
For gross carelessness.
Would you consider that a fair exchange?
Tish, honey, that's a hell of a thing to say to me.
I'm sorry, Daddy. Of course it was unfair. That's me these days. I should be grateful. So suddenly I'm a millionaire. What'll I do with it?
It was the only, the best way I knew to help.
I know. But getting born all over again depends most on self-help. So here I go.
Where, Tish?
Oh, the biggest, noisiest, coldest. Oh, not cold like poor old Milwaukee, but cold-shouldery. The best place I can think of to be really alone because it's so packed with people too busy with their own affairs. The best place to learn to really tough it out. And a town I can really have something in common with. New York. Hello. Hi, kid. I'm your bunkie down the hall. Could I borrow a cup of sugar? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I just moved in and I don't even have staples yet.
Oh, no needs, and you could always send out.
Send out?
Baby, this is the village. Anything you want. Pizza, hero sandwich, Chinese, enchiladas, rum cake, you name it. Forget the cup of sugar. Just a ploy, honey.
What?
Your ploy. Gimmick. Like in chess, the gambit. You dig?
It's an opening move, sort of.
Well, I know you just moved in a couple of days ago and you look kind of down in the dumps and lonely. Still, I figured I'd amble over and get us acquainted. I'm Hank Plank. How does that grab you for a name? What's your handle?
I'm Letitia Meredith.
Oh, it ain't the second name that needs changing. It's the first. Like my straight name is Henrietta, but I didn't go for dragging that around all my life, so I got it to be Hank.
Well, as a matter of fact, everyone calls me Tish.
Gesundheit.
Oh, it's not that bad.
I'm only putting you on. I like it.
Would you like to come in, Hank?
I tell you what, kid, let's put it this way. Would you like me to come in?
Yes, I think maybe you're just what I need. You're funny, and I could use a laugh or two.
Oh, I'll come in. Listen, when you're 5'2" and 160 pounds like me, you're a barrel of laugh. And that's before I open my mouth even, which, like you see, is as big as my waist.
And I'll bet your heart.
Well, I dig people, is all. All kinds. Hey, that's a nice place you got. So what's the trouble, baby? Money?
It's the least of my worries. Oh, that's nice. It's the only real one I got. It's a man. That's the reason for the mix-up in the last names, right? He walk out on you, the bum? Oh, no. He was killed. A car hit him right after we were married, and as he was getting into our car in front of the church. Oh, holy cow. Well, you want me to leave by the window head first? Oh, no, please don't go. Oh, Hank, I just want somebody to talk to about him. Come on, sit on the couch, Tish. You'd never believe it, but I got big ears, too. All the better to listen with. Go ahead, honey. Spill. Meg? You heard that? Oh, I've been waiting for you, Hank. Listen, let's get this show on the road. I've got a hunch today's going to be a big one. You think we'll get a job? I don't know. I just got vibes something big is going to happen. I hope it's for you. And I better land something pretty soon or I'll end up on relief. Now, don't be silly. You know I've plenty of money. Kid, you're the first solid gold millionaire I ever knew, but don't get me wrong. I'd never borrow a cent. I'd go on a diet first. Hank here owes nobody nothing. But after all you've done for me these last few days, listening to me moping and weeping and carrying on, feeding and looking after me like a mother hen. You had to clean out the old system. I just happened to be around. But hear this. What? You are too trusting, little Nell. Don't you go around shooting off your mouth to just anybody. This is a big, bad city with more con men, deadbeats, and just plain thieves licking their lips waiting for a pigeon to come along. I've never spilled my heart out to anyone like that, Hank. Anyone but Tom. Okay. Close book. Hey, listen now, make sure that front door closes tight, huh? Yeah, I will. Okay, let's see if I got a letter telling me I won the lottery. Cupboard is bare. Aren't you going to open your box? Oh, what for? Nobody to write to me. Even Mom and Dad don't know my address yet. You better open it. Looks like there's something there. Oh, all right. Hey, there is something here. A letter. Probably from some local store marked resident. No, it's addressed to me. My married name. Who on earth could... Oh, what is it, honey? I can't. Hey, listen. Hank, listen to this. My poor, bereaved Mrs. Meredith. No words of mine can adequately express my grief at your deep sorrow. I would hesitate to intrude, except that it is at the request of your own dear husband. He spoke to me last night from beyond the veil and begged me to reach you immediately and tell you that he is calling for you.
Here's a startling twist, which is only the beginning of a long, twisted chain of events. Who is the writer of this mysterious letter who apparently possesses supernatural powers? How else, in a city of 8 million, could he have reached unerringly to find one girl alone, away from friends or family, none of whom know where to reach her? Unless, could Hank have been the one to let him know? I'll return shortly with some of the answers. Shocked and startled almost out of her wits by the incredible content of this strange letter, Tish hands it to Hank to read to her.
He spoke to me last night from beyond the veil and begged me to reach you immediately and tell you he was calling for you. Since I realize my words may be confusing and even shocking to you, I would like to explain. I couldn't reach you by phone, so I decided I was bound in all conscience to write and inform you of your husband's urgent request. I'm only the medium in this, but I do suggest you contact me either by phone or at the above address. I will be at your service at any time. My work, my duty, and my joy is the service of all mankind. Yours in the service of the eternal spirit, which makes us one. Dr. Pavat Krishna. Wow. Who is this man, Hank? Oh, search me. 91601 Park Avenue, fancy neighborhood. The Temple of Transcendent Truth. What does this mean? I don't know. I guess he's like not a doctor, but more like a guru or a swami, you know? But it's impossible. The whole thing's impossible. What do you mean? Well, how could he know how to find me? I spent 3 months like a zombie after Tom was killed. And I made up my mind I couldn't go on like that, so I picked up my skirts and ran, hid out. I didn't want anyone, least of all Dad and Mom, whom I loved, to know where I was. How come? Because they don't realize it, but they've always protected me. Wrapped me in cotton, given me too much love and not enough self-reliance. That's what I've realized I have to build for myself if I have to have my life. So I came to New York, and God was sure smiling on me to let me find you. Oh, yes, some big treasure. You don't realize. I mean, after I blew off steam and you rode out the storm with me, I honest to Pete thought I had a chance. A chance at what? Oh, I don't know. Coming to grips with myself. Making myself a person. Building some real backbone. But this has just turned me all to jelly. I don't get that quite. Don't you see? I was brought up to believe in a world after death, but I never thought... I mean, I don't think I could believe in communicating between somebody alive and somebody who's dead, huh? You mean you think the doctor here is a phony? I don't know what to think. How could he be since he found me? What do you think? Oh, I don't see how this guy could be a phony. What could it hurt to at least give him a phone call? I think maybe I just ought to go there. Well, you couldn't go wrong at that address. Want to use my phone to make an appointment? Yes. Well, what have I got to lose? Sure. What do you got to lose?
Oh, yes, Madame Meredith. I know the doctor was in great hope that you would answer his letter. He's most anxious to see you.
Well, I still don't understand how he managed to locate me.
I would not know. I am just his receptionist.
You're French?
I am from Algiers. My ancestry is mixed. If you'll have a seat, please. A gentleman is with the master.
I'm a little confused. This is not a medical office?
Oh, yes. In part.
You wear a nurse's uniform.
I am a nurse. And the doctor, as you can see from the evidence on the wall, is a licensed physician.
But the Temple of Transcendent Truth,
that has become his full life work. There are many steps to the truth. But he is here himself now. He will explain.
But you're sure you can't help me somehow? Everyone says you can work miracles, Dr. Krishna. I work no miracles, Mr. York. For some people, I can show the way. Not for all. Why not for me? Because your heart is not truly open. Because you come in doubt. There is no truth without faith. No bridge that can be built without belief. But
if you will excuse me, Mr. Young, the doctor has someone waiting. An emergency case. It's Madame Meredith, Master.
I am so relieved. You will please come with me, Mrs. Meredith. We have much to talk about.
I don't understand why when we don't even know each other.
All will be revealed in time. Please to follow me. Show Mr. Young out, Sister Maryse.
But how did you find me? When nowhere to find me.
Your husband told me when he broke through to me.
Tom is dead.
Death is only another state of the spirit. And the spirit is endless and infinite.
But when he died, even Tom couldn't have known I would come to New York.
From Milwaukee, away from the house of your father and mother, Mr. and Mrs. James Henderson, who live on Summer Street at 125.
How could you know about them?
Because your husband told me. He is worried about you. There is an evil force gathering about you. He is concerned about the money.
Oh, I don't care about the money. But what was it Tom wanted to tell me?
I think you should let him tell you himself.
Tom? But how can he? Don't you understand? He's dead. He isn't anymore.
Hush, my child. No one is never anymore.
I'm just so confused.
There is confusion because you do not yet know the light. Listen to my words. Don't fight me. Try to think. Just make your mind a blank. Leave it an open slate to be written upon, and all will be clear. Your eyes are heavy. Heavy. Heavier now. The eyelids will not stay open. They close. There is no light behind them. Only the soothing dark. And peace. Peace. Rest and peace. And you are asleep. 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 So, no reaction.
Is she under?
Yes, completely. Prepare the syringe and bring it back. She must feel well and joyous when she wakes.
Yours to command, mine to obey.
I wonder. I may rule the others, but you know that I am your slave. You are still in a trance, Mrs. Meredith, but you may open your eyes. There. How do you feel?
At rest.
Splendid. Now you are going to answer me some very intimate questions about your relationship with the man you loved and married. And he called you Tish?
No. Everyone else did. Tom wanted his own name.
What did he call you?
Anne. My full name is Letitia Ann.
And did he have a high voice?
No.
Low?
Not growly. Like yours a little, but younger.
More like this?
Yes. Well, not quite.
Did he say, Anne, I love you more than anyone else in the world?
Yes. Yes, that's Tom. Only he'd say, Anne, I love you a million.
When you hear this voice you are hearing now, you will know it as Tom's. You will know it as certainly as the sun rises.
I will know it as Tom's.
Tom left you a very rich woman. $1 million.
It was like blood money. I will never use it, only for some worthwhile charity.
Would you sign it over to the Temple of Transcendent Truth?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
It is a church and a refuge. You could live here in the retreat with all of us who have given our lives to the pursuit of oneness.
I don't know.
Would you, if Tom told you to?
I don't know. I'd have to ask him.
Then you shall ask Tom?
Yamin.
Nice. Listen to me, Mrs. Meredith. What I am going to tell you, you will remember when you wake. Everything else you will forget. Remember only one thing. Ask Tom what to do with the money and obey him as your husband. You
understand?
Yes, I will ask him and do as he tells me. She is being difficult.
You know that even under hypnotism, I cannot force anyone against his will. You have the highball?
Yes.
Good. Give it to her now, so she will feel the joy and release when she leaves. Then I will wake her, and we will bring her to the sanctuary.
Oh, where are we? I feel as if I'd fallen asleep or something.
This is what we call the sanctuary.
Oh.
Here the outside world disappears like the illusion it is, and the truth is all. The oneness of the spirit, the bridge from life to life.
Why did you bring me here, to this dark place?
To talk with your husband, as I did.
Call your husband. Tom? Tom?
Anne, darling.
It's you. Your voice.
Listen to me, Anne, my darling. You mustn't worry about me. Only about all those around you in your physical life. I am here to talk to you from the beyond, whenever you want, whenever the good doctor builds the bridge. But it would be easier if you stayed here in the retreat.
Is that what you want me to do?
That is up to Dr. Pavat Krishna. Mrs. Meredith, that is enough for one day. Maris, please, open the door. You will rest a minute now, before you go home. Excuse me, miss.
Please, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling very well.
I wouldn't bother you, except that we have seen each other before.
We have?
Yeah, in Dr. Pavat Krishna's office. I came out while you were waiting to go in.
Oh, yes. Then I'm sorry, whoever you are.
Jerry Young.
I just can't talk at the moment. I'm too... Oh, please let me go.
I only wanted to ask you, did he bring you any relief at all?
Oh, could you get me a cab, please? I think I'm going to pass out.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just give me your address. I'll see you home. There you are. You want me to open the door for you?
Oh, if I could just find my keys.
Hey, Ted?
Hey, what gives here? I went to see, this gentleman was nice enough to see me home. You know her?
No.
Okay, chum, then thanks, and blow, okay? I'll take over. Hey, you still here?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know who you are, mister, but you're looking for Patsies. Don't take me on. You make one wrong move, I just as soon cut your throat.
Tiger, down, no sweat, no problems, and a little advice for you later. But first, the credentials. You get the message?
Police?
Detective Young, first homicide. Now, you want to put that carving knife away and let's you and me talk turkey. Now that the twisted, complicated chain I talked about is forged, remember the slimiest slime in the world? The crook who feeds on human grief and loss and far too often gets away with it. Usually this greedy grub stays just inside the law and never steps over the line. If you want to know if he manages to get away with it this time again, why don't you join me after these short messages for Act 3? The mystery at the core of this story is still how Dr. Pavat Krishna could have divined the information he had to begin with, unless he is a true psychic.
Any suspicion of Henrietta as an informant is long since laid to rest. And even doubting the authenticity of Detective Gary Young's badge and credentials, there is no way he could have known who Henrietta is or what connection she has with Tish. So, let us proceed to the proof of the pudding.
What you're telling me is that this crook preys off old women and widows and ladles off the dough. He's a big number one phony, right?
In my book.
So why haven't you nailed him sooner?
Well, because we can't get anyone to testify against him. Now, I can't prove it, but at least 2 older women who've left money in their wills to his temple died. Kind of very convenient.
You mean he's a murderer?
The whole setup smells. Now, I tried to con my way in as a broken-hearted son looking to reach his mother, but somehow that spider smelled me out. What I'm trying to say is your little Mrs. Meredith, after the sad story you told me, and if she is worth all that money, is just the kind of pigeon that's made for his racket.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Hang on to her. Hold her back till I get a chance to do a little research on all you've told me. With a little luck, we can set a trap to pin that bald-headed eagle to the wall.
Hello?
Mrs. Henderson?
Yes?
This is Detective Gary Young, New York Police calling.
Oh, no. Has something happened to
Oh, no. There's nothing wrong with your daughter, Mrs. Henderson. I just talked to her within the last hour or so. She's fine. But, well, there are a couple of questions I wanted to ask you.
Of course, as long as Tish is okay, ask anything you want.
Yeah, have you received any calls about her during the last week?
Why, yes. There was a call from a man. I never did get his name quite straight, but he said that he had a job for my daughter, but didn't have her New York address. I was quite upset because I didn't have it either. The best I could do was suggest she might have located my old neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. And where would that be, ma'am?
Oh, years ago before I was married and settled down, I had an apartment in Greenwich Village. Silly romanticism, maybe, but when Tish took off for New York, I thought she'd be safer and happier there than anywhere. But how would you know she had gone to New York or to call me?
Well, Mrs. Henderson, the tragic circumstances of her husband's death made all the wire services. I dug that out of back newspaper files. And the big settlement for damages was another big story.
Detective Young, is Tish in trouble?
No, nothing I can't handle. Now, you leave it up to me, and don't worry. I'll call on you if I need help.
I think you're kind of trapped in a big-time con game. How? I told you, Tish, there was nothing supernatural. This guru shmuru picked up your story in a countrywide press release. All right, perhaps he could have. But how could he know my address? Personal things like what my husband called me? All that? Well, don't ask me, but why don't you give Gary Young a chance to explain? Oh, you just went hook, line, and sinker for a good-looking cop, and he can make you believe anything you want. I wish that was the truth. I wouldn't have to be asked to give in.
You can wake up now, Tish. Are you awake?
Yes.
Would you like to talk about the money?
No.
But you do want to talk to Tom?
Oh, yes.
That money preys upon your mind, does it not?
Yes.
Then why not let Tom suggest what to do with it?
Yes. I would do what Tom asked. That would be right.
Very well, then. That is arranged. We shall go to the sanctuary to meet Tom. Nice. Give her the injection before I bring her out of the hypnosis.
I can't get anywhere with her, Mr. Young. I mean, when she comes back from that temple, like she calls it, it's like she was hypnotized.
She probably is. And I wouldn't put it past him to use drugs.
The worst part of it all is she's talking about moving into the house with all the other creeps, because then she can talk to Tom whenever she wants. How can he fool her like that? She's not dumb.
Post-hypnotic suggestion, stimulants to make her feel on a high after her supposed talks, the letdown when they wear off that drags her back.
You mean he has her hooked?
He knows he's being watched. That guy has the intuition of a cat. Maybe he does have some real ESP. I figure he's after one big score and then blow. And your friend Tish has just the kind of stake he and his girlfriend need. We've got to figure something desperate.
I mean, time is running out for us. I feel it. We must figure something out.
I know, but for some reason I cannot break her down. How do I get that $1 million from her?
Where is it?
In Milwaukee, in a safe deposit box.
In real money?
Better than that.
What is better than money?
Diamonds.
Diamonds?
Her father is in the business. When she did not want the money for herself, he persuaded her to invest. And he bought for her diamonds.
Oh.
Perfect for us. Untraceable. Good as or better than gold. In South America, we could live like kings.
If we had them.
We are going to get them. And we are not going to wait. Get everything packed and ready for us to leave.
But how are we going to get into the safe deposit box?
She is going to do that for us. Under hypnosis. At her ghostly husband's suggestion.
And then?
I cannot keep her hypnotized forever. It will be like the other two. She will have to die.
You can't be serious. Fish, baby, give Detective Young a break. Listen to him.
You've got to listen. It's all a big con game.
But how could the doctor have gotten my address without Tom?
Well, the same way I did. I called your mother in Milwaukee.
But Mother doesn't know my address here.
She gave me enough of a lead. She said Greenwich Village. So I called your real estate agent. She confirmed what I suspected. Someone called her 10 days ago saying he had a job for a Mrs. Meredith but couldn't locate her.
See, honey, it's like Gary says. Once the doctor knew the village, he just kept calling agents until he found the right one. No, I can't. I won't.
Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something else. Has he been giving you any injections, as a medical man?
No.
You mean you don't know? Here, come over to the mirror. Roll over sleep.
What are you doing to me?
Just want to show you something. You see those puncture marks on the back of your arm?
I never would believe.
Speed, probably. Some kind of amphetamine to make you feel good.
No, I don't believe it. I can't. Let go of me. I want to talk to Tom. What?
That's the bait to keep dragging you back. Okay, Tish. And I'm going to call you that because we're all in this, sink or swim. You'll go back, but not until you sweat a lot of things out of your system. Where in the devil is she? This is the second appointment she has missed.
Well, we can't call her. She doesn't have a phone yet. Shall I go to the apartment?
No. We'll give her one more day. Then we will have to make a move.
Okay, Gary. I've been a stupid, romantic, gullible little fool. I should have realized, remembering Tom, that he'd never have gone with this, no matter where he is. I think I owe him something for making him out as foolish as me. Okay, let's get busy setting houses in order. What do I do?
It's simple. And I hope not too dangerous. Now, they're hungry for money. I think we can catch them off guard. The first thing is this. Nobody can be hypnotized if they don't want to. I'll show you a trick which is guaranteed that it won't work. Then, after that, do everything he wants to. Pretend to agree. Try to get him to lay out everything he has in mind. Now, you'll have the radio transmitter in your pocket, no bigger than a pack of cigarettes, and the mic is here. You see in this brooch? We'll have the house covered. If you get in any real trouble, press here against the pack. That's an alarm. And if not, go with it. And trust me. Mrs. Meredith, I have missed you the last 2 days.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
What are you thinking?
About the money you asked for.
for the temple. You may have it, if that is what Tom wants.
Did you bring the safe deposit key as Tom asked you to?
Yes.
Does anyone know where you are today?
No.
Splendid. And you are ready to do exactly what I say, as your dear husband asked you to?
Yes.
Then sleep for a moment. Rest. Rest, my dear.
I heard it all. Now?
Now, we're packed. The car's in front. You have the plane tickets. We take her to Milwaukee. Once she has opened the box, she has to die. It is almost dark. Come. There is much to do. I am quite sure I have her under. But hold her tight, Maurice. We take no chances. Put her in the middle, between us. Mrs. Meredith?
Yes?
Climb into the car, my dear. That's right. Now you, Maurice, and I will go around to the driver's side. All right, Doctor. Hold it right there. What? Police. Police. Don't move. You're covered. Look out, you crazy pet. Doctor, watch it. You all right, Tish?
Yes, I think I fainted. What happened to the doctor?
He was killed. Crazy madman who came in that car from nowhere.
Did you find him?
No, I don't know, he turned a corner, disappeared into thin air.
Just like the man who killed my Tom?
No comparison. This wasn't much loss. But we'll find a car just like the Milwaukee police found the man who...
Don't. The past is really dead now. And somehow, Gary, I don't think you ever will find this driver. Because I saw him just before the car hit.
Oh? Well, could you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, only I never will. I told you the past is dead. The man behind the wheel was Tom.
Irony for you? Or is it? Was it only an illusion in the brain of a tired and tortured girl? Or could Dr. Pavat Krishna, meddling in powers beyond him, the powers of darkness and evil, have raised up from the supernatural the instrument of his own death? We'll never know, because Tish was right. The driver of the mystery car was never found. I'll be back shortly. There's little more to add. Maurice is no longer in the country, shipped out as an undesirable alien. Tish, being young, and time being the best of healers, found the best of use for those diamonds. They equipped and staffed a halfway house for young people to escape and shake their individual drug habits. She has found another doctor, the head one at the clinic, and this one she will marry soon. She doesn't go often to New York, but when she does, it's to visit her best friends, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Young. That's the ex-Hank Plank, who has shed an uncomfortable name and 35 pounds along with it. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Russell Horton, Martha Greenhouse, William Redfield, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. I was led to the edge of the forest, the forbidden forest, by my teacher and sponsor, Death. Are you frightened, Gold? No? Say the truth. Well, yes. Remember what I taught you. Yes,
I remember. They're very good fighters inside. Never let a woman get close enough to use her dagger. I remember. Oh, you won't remember. In the heat of the fight, you'll do what's in your heart.
I wish I knew what was in my heart.
Before this night is over, you may find out.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. If you're looking for the right come look at it. If you're looking for the value, come look at it. If you're looking for a romance that's Stop that music. Hold those singers and listen to this. Your Ford dealer has some exciting price news for small car buyers. Now you can pay less for selected models because special incentives from Ford to its dealers make lower prices possible on Pinto, Maverick, and Mustang, too. You must buy from stock before July 4th. Don't miss this opportunity to get a great value on a Pinto, Maverick, or sporty Mustang, too. Buy now from your Ford dealer.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
The picture of the cowboy, the saloon, the sheriff with his two guns, and the wild and lawless men with the rough exterior and the smooth drawl was reasonably authentic. This is a story about that era. Our mystery drama, The Blue Roan Stallion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Long before the middle of the 19th century, the American Indian was doomed. The buffalo that once roamed his vast lands and on whom he depended not only for food, but every other aspect of his life, was being wiped out. Cattle now grazed where once the buffalo roamed, and the land they grazed was no longer Indian land, but the white man's. Cowboys and Indians were natural opponents from their roots. This is the story of one young man who was a part of both and of a phantom symbol that tied them both to the past.
What is it, little buffalo?
Something strange, Mother. Beautiful.
A blue roan stallion.
Silhouetted against the setting sun. He's not one of our horses.
Oh, yes, he is. Or was.
Not this Cheyenne tribe. If it wasn't getting to be night, I'd try to take out after him and catch him.
You never would. Come here, little buck. No, I mean Dan.
I'm not ashamed of my Indian name.
So you saw the blue stallion?
I saw a blue roan. I think it was a stallion.
You saw the blue roan stallion. It came for me.
Came for you?
Let me talk. First of all, the legend. In this Cheyenne tribe, the greatest warrior and counselor of all was...
Straight Arrow?
Oh, no, not your father. Except to me. I meant Lone Gray Buffalo.
My father's father.
The father of the man I lived with in this tribe until he died. It was Gray Buffalo's horse, and when he died, the great winter of the fever, his horse died too. The legend has it that his stallion gave his life so that he might carry his child across the wide water to the happy hunting grounds. Your father saw him out there by the edge of the aspen the night before he took sick, and the chiefs sent for you.
I'm sorry I didn't get here in time to say goodbye.
He would have liked that. I'm glad you are here with me at the last.
I'm glad I'm here to make sure nobody turned his back on you.
Oh, they wouldn't have. I'm accepted now after all these years as one of them. As you are, I hope, in the other world.
Because nobody figures me with blue eyes and red hair for a half-breed. I find it hard to believe sometimes there can be any Cheyenne in me. Was he really my father?
Yes, son. And even though I sent you away all those years ago to live outside the tribe, he still remembered you as his favorite son because you were born of our union. I wanted better for you.
Better? The Cheyenne are better men than their white brothers.
No. They are a dying race. I wanted the future for you. That's why I sent you to your aunt in Abilene. You said in your letters you studied at school.
I did, Mother. I did. I can read and write.
Oh, go there by the head of the cot and look in the par's flesh. Your father left you one of his treasures there.
His Spencer rifle.
His most prized possession next to his horse. You may have walked into this camp, but you'll ride out of it. And armed.
Not without you. That's what I came back for.
No. I shall ride another horse. Listen. He is calling me.
Who?
The blue roan stallion. And seated on his back. To lift me in the arms and sweep me away as he did over 20 years ago. Young and straight in light bronze. The muscles rippling under his skin, the face fierce and proud, and the back straight as the arrow that gave him his name. Yes, straight arrow. I am coming again to share your teepee and your blanket. My love, freely given, never taken, always given, never dying. Only waiting to begin again across the great water.
Mother.
You have to make me proud of you. And that is more reward than I can ask for. You go. Quickly open the fire.
Yes.
There he is. Sitting on the blue stallion. Waiting for me. Look closely. And you will see me. Joy.
Mother. Oh, no. Dead. Last link anywhere. Now I'm alone. And there is no home. I came down off the edge of the mountains, across the flatlands, heading southeast back towards Texas. I had a good horse between my legs and a rifle I could drop a prairie dog with at 100 yards. It was summer, and before me I could see a far mile. I'd have never have seen him if it hadn't have been for the vultures. A big, heavy man, well-dressed, lying on his back, fighting to keep his eyes open. Colt 44 cocked and ready in his lap if one of them came too near. You want to put up your gun? I'll give you some water.
Gun is for the buzzards, not you. A drink. I take it kindly.
Here. Lord, hold on. Come at it easy. You'll tie up your belly in knots.
Oh, damn fool. I know better. Only when you hanker this hard for a drink, No, that's enough for now.
How long you been here?
Well, since yesterday afternoon. My horse shied at a rattler. It threw me. Oh, my leg's broken. Oh, my ranch isn't too far from here. And horse, we could make it by nightfall.
You're not in any shape to ride. Let's have a look at that leg.
It's just below the knee.
Yeah. Shin bone. Tibia.
Hey, what are you? A doc?
No, just the son of a school teacher. Here.
What is it, huh?
It's a piece of rawhide fringe off my jacket. Fold it up so you can bite on it.
What for?
I'm going to set that leg of yours, and it's going to hurt. I'll have to use my rifle stock for a splint. Had to cut your pants leg away anyway, so we might as well use it to tie that splint secure.
Oh, you get that bone in place so I can walk again. I don't care. You stripped me naked as I was born.
We don't have to go that far. You're not doing any walking. You ride, I'll walk.
Oh, you ride Indian style? No saddle?
It was a long winter for cowhands.
Well, you get me back to my ranch, son, and you don't have to worry about winters as long as you want to ride, fence, herd, or cattle drive for the Crown M. My name is Hale Chalmers.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Chalmers. Dan's what they call me. Dan Bowles will do.
Oh, wow. What would do better?
Nothing. That's my name.
Okay, Dan Bowles. Let's get tracking. We got a right for a piece to go before we make it to home.
It would have been far, traveling as we were, me on foot and Mr. Chalmers barely supporting himself on Baldy's back, if long before we ever got in sight of the ranch, we didn't run into all the hands led by the foreman, Mike Patterson, sweeping the range as far north and south as I could see, looking for Mr. Hale. Behind them was a buckboard with Doc Nate Reynolds driving, and as soon as he checked out Mr. Chalmers' leg, we all took out for the ranch, reaching there before dark. Before he passed out, finally, Mr. Chalmers had told Black Mike, as I later found everyone called him, to sign me on.
Put your horse in the corral. I'll take you up to the horse house, Bowles.
Thank you kindly.
You travel kind of light. Injun pony?
Yeah.
You steal them?
Nope.
Hell, I don't care. Them mangy Injuns, they got anything to take, I'd take it after all the grief they brought us Christian men.
You don't like Indians, Mike?
No, I don't. I can smell them out like a rattler can a prairie dog. And on this land, I'm ranch boss. And the name is Mr. Patterson.
So in one day, I'd made a friend and an enemy. The friend I could reckon for sure. The enemy was just seat-of-the-pants hunch. I wasn't that bad in need of a job. I had to work under a ranch boss like him. And I might have considered real hard about signing on if it wasn't for a thing happened the next day.
Come.
Mr. Patterson said you wanted to see me, Mr. Chalmers.
I sure do, son. Come on in. Shut the door. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you, sir. I don't reckon I could stop for coffee. Mr. Patterson wants me out riding fence.
He does, doesn't he? He signed you on like I told him?
Well, sir, I ain't rightly signed on yet. I
Reckon he wanted me to prove out, and I ain't made up my own mind the whole way.
Well, forget Black Mike. He's a mean, ugly cuss a lot of ways, but the best ranch boss a man could ask for. Go on, sit down. Pour yourself some coffee.
How's the leg this morning?
Well, it hurts. Means it's mending good, thanks to you. Got your rifle stock right here. Needs some cleaning.
No, I'd rather tend to that myself.
Yeah, I figured you would. And I won't ask another favor of you.
Well, sure, Mr. Chalmers. I guess.
Now, come right down to it. I hope you'll consider signing on here. Because I need a man like you.
I'll think on it.
All right, now, second, you know where Miller's Junction is from here?
Unless it's moved in the last month or two, I do.
Well, my daughter's due in there tomorrow morning on the Union Pacific Railroad. Now, I can't pick her up myself, laid up like this. Now, would you take the buckboard in and pick her up for me? Now, you go to the bank and see Mr. Slade. Now, I'll give you a dispatch pouch. Now, he'll give you an envelope with money we need here for operating expenses and see you're roomed and boarded at the hotel.
You're putting an awful lot of faith in me, Mr. Chalmers.
I owe you my life. Why wouldn't I?
Supposing I was to take the money and keep right on going.
You won't. You meet my daughter, and I guarantee you won't. And we'll take it all from here.
I didn't know right then that I was going to meet my whole future. And that whether it ended in life or death was a toss of the coin. And not very far away.
Some curious instinct, perhaps bred from the half of him that came from Indian heritage, faintly struck an alarm bell deep within Dan. Shutting his eyes against the sun as he came out of the ranch house, he could almost glimpse far off the vision of the blue roan stallion, and hear against his heart the drumming of its hooves. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Coming events do cast their shadows before them. The trouble, of course, is that only in hindsight is that warning shadow perceived or realized, usually too late to change the march of fate. As with Dan Bowles, whistling softly to himself while he hitches up the buckboard, enjoying the prospect of the trip to town as any lone cowboy would.
Bowles, what in Sam Hill do you think you're doing?
Hitching up the buckboard to drive into Miller's Junction.
I told you I wanted you out riding fence.
Well, I got to go by the boss.
I'm the boss around here.
Yes, sir. Ranch boss. But I got my orders direct from Mr. Chalmers.
What orders?
Take the buckboard in to pick up Miss Chalmers tomorrow off the railroad and drive her home.
You're not picking up Mercy. I am. Don't you pull out of here till I get back from the main house, or I'll be right on your heels. And I'll be carrying iron.
I don't carry a gun. It's not a way for a man to prove he's a man. I know I can shoot. I had a rifle in my hand since I was 5 when my father first put it there. I can take the head off a prairie hen at 100 paces. So by the time Mike came back, I had my old Spencer lying easy in my hands. But I could see he was in no mood to fight.
Bowles, you finished hitching up the buckboard?
Yep.
I'm ordering you to forget the fences. You climb aboard and hit off for town like Mr. Chalmers told you.
Yes, sir.
But don't you get no big head. And you get Miss Mercy back here safe and sound, or you'll answer to me as well as to her father.
I reckon I'll do my best.
You better. You may be walking tall now, Red, but don't think it won't end with me cutting you down to size. I took a notion the minute I laid eyes on you there wasn't going to be room for both you and me on the same spread.
When the train pulled in next day, it wasn't hard to spot Miss Chalmers. Only 2 people got off. One was a man who helped her down. She was a small person, dressed Eastern style in a long, silky dress, with a great wide hat of straw and her dark, chestnutty hair. Dark brown eyes so big and deep a man could drown in them. And I did. I was in love with her from that very first moment. Miss Chalmers?
Yes?
My name is Dan Bowles from the Crown M. Your father sent me here to meet you and see you back to the ranch.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Bowles?
Dan will serve, ma'am. I'm just a hired hand.
Oh, you must be something more if Daddy sent you to pick me up. And even if you weren't, we'll stick to Mr. Bowles. He's all right. Daddy's all right, isn't he?
Just laid up for a short spell.
Why?
Seems like his horse stepped in a gopher hole and throwed him.
He wasn't hurt bad.
Broke his leg is all, but only a shin break. You got some luggage out to be picking up.
Yes, I do.
So then I'll get you settled in the wagon and go fetch it.
I reckon I'll just trail your dust for a while. You are headed for quite a roundup.
You sure have a lot of belongings with you, Miss Chalmers, for a visit.
Who said it was just a visit?
Well, ain't you still schooling back east?
Ain't you still schooling? Oh, come on, Mr. Bowles. You can do better than that.
When in Rome, you know what they say.
Indeed, I do. Do as the Romans do. But do you know who said it?
I believe it was St. Ambrose in reply to St. Augustine. Which ain't going to interest nobody too much west of the Missouri. Should we take on out, ma'am?
By all means, Professor. You seem to have the class well in hand.
You can josh me all you want, Miss Chalmers, but when it comes to class, well, I guess you could always show me my place. Hey, get up.
So you took the stock off of your rifle and made a splint for my daddy's leg.
Well, you know the prairie, Miss Mercy. There ain't much else at hand.
Ain't. Now, you know better than that.
Doesn't just seem to fit the surroundings.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of in education, I hope.
You're right. But it does irritate a lot of folks who never had a chance at it.
Oh, you've been finding that out at the ranch?
Maybe.
Not my father, certainly.
I wouldn't think so.
Mike Patterson, I bet.
I didn't say so.
You wouldn't have to. How come my daddy didn't send him to pick me up when he couldn't come himself?
And I reckon you'll have to ask him that.
I just reckon I will have to do that. I'll bet Mike was fit to be tied.
You and he have an understanding?
Now that's better. Proper use of the subjunctive case, not you and him.
I said my mother was a school teacher.
Did she bring you up?
Sort of. I got most of my schooling in St. Louis.
To be a cowhand?
Oh, that came after I graduated. I went south and did a heap of wrangling. And then I went for cattle drives.
With your education, what made you choose that kind of life?
Oh, well, it was a way to come northwest to see my mom. And? A way of life, I guess. Gets bred into the bones and the blood. I love this country. I got my roots in it. And I'm a cattleman at heart. Hard to explain.
Not to me. Why do you think I brought all this baggage with me? Just for a visit?
I wouldn't know.
This ain't no visit, Dan. I'm back home where I belong. To stay.
Of course, she wasn't looking at me when she said that, but out across the flatlands to the mountains where the red was beginning to turn purple as the sun dipped low. But my heart gave a leap like it does when you hook some old trout, and I knew the first moment I got back I was going to sign on at the Crown M, in spite of Black Mike and the trouble I knew had to come between us sooner or later.
Mercy! Oh, Mercy, it's good to see you again.
Mike, nice to see you.
Here, let me help you down.
Thank you.
Hey, you Dan. Here, you can take the rig to the back door to offload it. We won't need you.
Marcy! Oh, come on and let me see you. Give me a hug.
You all right?
Oh, honey, never better except for this temporary game leg.
Daddy.
Oh, don't knock me off a pin.
Oh, it's so good to see you. It's so good to be home.
All right, boy. Let's get that buck wagon moving.
Hey, hold it, Mike. Hold it now. You can take the wagon. Dan and me have got some business. You brought what I asked, Dan?
Yeah, I did, sir. Right in the saddlebag beside me.
Yeah, bring it in, then.
Whatever you say, Mr. Chalmers.
All right, Mr. Toady. You won't be walking high and mighty long.
Yeah, so now, how do you like the better half of the Chalmers family, Dan?
Miss Mercy's a mighty fine lady.
If you're going to sign him on, Daddy, I think it ought to be his butler.
Well, don't you run down Dan Bowles, honey. I owe him my life, and according to Doc Reynolds, the fact that I'll be able to walk again.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of running him down. He's too good at doing that for himself. Well, I'm going upstairs to freshen up. Could someone bring me my bag?
Just as soon as Mike gets him off the wagon, I'll have the houseboy bring him up to you.
I won't be long.
Oh, yeah, she's caution. But it's good to see her home. Come on in my office, son. We'll get that money in the safe. Yeah, well, it's all here.
Oh, I hope so. You don't think I'd be siphoning any off on you?
Well, I told you to buy yourself some gear. Now, I see at least you got some new clothes.
Oh, sure. I also picked up a saddle and such, but I used my own money.
Okay. That's as you please.
I still got some money laid by.
You going to sign on with me?
And I'm not right sure I should.
Why?
Well, one good reason. Your ranch boss and me, we don't hit it off so good.
Well, for all his drawbacks, he's the best I ever had.
Anything wrong, Mr. Chalmers?
No, just a twinge in my leg. Now, where were we?
About my signing on.
Yeah. Well, it isn't only what you did for me, but I'll tell you square out. Now, I took a liking to you from the first. And right at this time in my life, I don't know how to put it except I need you, Dan. Now, with Mercy home and determined to stay, she's just as taken by you as I am. I can tell. Well, I can't lay it out much plainer. I hope you'll stay, at least a while.
I reckon you don't have to twist my arm, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, my damn, son, that lifts a heap off of my mind. While you were throwing your money around, you pick up a gun to carry on your hip,
No, sir.
Well, I got no choice, son. I have to warn you against Black Mike. He might call you out. You ought to be ready.
I'm ready, sir. But not with a gun. Never with a gun. A gun is to live by, not to die by. Easy to say, but the West of Dan Bowles' time wasn't ready to be that civilized, or to recognize any law beyond the simple solution of a lead slug. Dan Bowles is a man of principle, however, and his principles are to lead him into such dangerous traps that may sign his death warrant not once, but twice. I shall return shortly with Act 3. As the hot summer passed on, no threat of the violent events to come showed. Hale Chalmers' leg was healed, so he could ride his horses with his old abandon. Mercy settled back into the rhythm of ranch life. Mike Patterson was fully absorbed in the handling of the stock in preparation for the fall drive to market. And Dan, well, he was the fuse primed for the explosion. Because Hale used him as a minister without portfolio, a sort of second in command, circulated to every field of the ranch life and management. But a delayed fuse is just as dangerous as any other.
Where the devil do you think you're going?
Mr. Chalmers' orders. Taking Miss Mercy to town.
I need you to help cut out cattle for the market.
I guess you're just going to have to wait until I get back.
I'm telling you something, Bowles. I ain't going to wait much longer till you and me have a showdown. While you're in town, better get yourself a gun.
I feel right at home on the range. And I sure never do hear a discouraging word.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
How about an encouraging word?
Don't do that, ma'am.
Ma'am. But are you determined to sell yourself into slavery?
I have since I first met you.
Now that is more like it. Stop the horses.
We're running a piece behind town.
You won't. I will. All right, Dan Bowles. Let's you and me have a showdown. Don't you think it's about time?
Yeah, I reckon. Everyone wants to call me out. You ought to be the first.
Why me first?
Because you know you got me hog-tied and thrown. And what's the sense of keeping up the pretense?
Why would you want to?
I'm not worthy of you, Mercy.
Mercy. First time you called me that?
Yeah, and it should be the last.
Why?
Because if I let it stand and you let it stand, it changes a whole heap of things between us.
It doesn't change a thing, Dan Bowles. It just gets it out in the open. And about time. I am just not going to wait around any longer. And if you can't speak up for yourself, I will. I know you love me. Why don't you do something about it?
Mercy, you don't understand.
I don't want to understand. I just want you to tell me that you do.
It seems like I don't have to.
Well, you better. You kept me waiting long enough.
Oh, darling.
Whee! Oh, we'd better get on into town fast and round up that license. I may be a mite forward, but I still want to stay a decent woman.
The old buckboard was skimming over air. I knew I should turn it around and head back for the ranch and have my own showdown with Mr. Chalmers. But Mercy's eyes were shining. My heart was plumb ready to swell up and burst. We did have business in Miller's Junction. It was difficult to say goodnight, but finally Mercy went up to her room. I should have known better and gone to my own, but, I thought a drink might clear my head. So I made the mistake of going to the bar.
Hey, bartender. Give me another blast of that rot gut and leave the bottle. Hey, join me, partner?
I buy my own, mister.
Oh, no offense. Just making a little play, Mr. Patterson. They tell me you're the ranch boss up at the Crown Inn.
What if I am?
Well, since you just rode in, I thought you might be looking to sign on some hands for the fall drive. Woo-hoo, I'm ready, willing, and able.
Well, you got a horse and gear?
Sure.
Where'd you ride last?
Up Oregon way. You old lazy kid. Hey, wait a minute. You want the word on me? Well, you look at who just walked in. Well, boy, if it ain't old Red Injun himself. Hey, Dan, old partner. It's Pete Quiddy off the Lazy Q.
Hey, Pete. Great to see you. What you doing up this way?
Well, I run a drive up to Chisholm and was on my way home. Oh, boy, it is good to see you, Injun Dan. Hey, you could put a word in for me with the boss here, maybe, huh?
Injun Dan, huh? That's your usual nickname?
Yeah, some places.
How come?
My father was a Cheyenne.
I knew it. I knew it. I could smell it the first time we met. A half-breed.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Don't be so fast, Whitby. If you're looking for a job, don't mess between us. Want to ride out to Crown M tomorrow? I think I can promise you one. Sure looks mighty definite there's going to be an opening.
Hey, Dan, I see something wrong?
No, it's nothing more than I should have said long before this. Fake, you got to help me out.
Just ask.
I want to borrow your horse and get back to the ranch. And I want to ask you to escort a lady out to the Crown M tomorrow by buckboard. I didn't know just what I had in mind, only that I wanted to talk to Mr. Chalmers before Black Mike did, even if it meant riding through the night to get back to the ranch. As I got to the corral...
All right, hold it. Hold it right there, Injun.
What?
You get yourself a fighting gun like I told you.
Oh, it's you, Mike. No, I didn't.
Well, it's too bad. I'll tell you what. I got me 2 guns. No, don't you even move toward that rifle. I'll just fire one of my guns in the air and plug you dead with the other. Then I'll toss the other gun alongside you. There won't be no problem. An Indian don't have much rights in this country anyway. You're not getting mercy. Or this ranch. Or taking anything away from me, you understand? You better get ready to join your ancestors. I'm telling you, one man will never miss you now. Knowing what you are. That's Hale Chalmers. I never figured that.
You all right, Dan?
Why, yes, Mr. Chalmers, but...
I was awake. Pain was bothering me. I heard him, that Mike, ride up. And you, Help Leather, come out on the porch to see what in tarnation was going on. I couldn't let him kill you. I owe you that at least.
He meant to murder me.
Yeah, I understand his feelings. My own were the same.
What do you mean?
Now, I have a daughter, and I have a ranch, and I had a dream. I haven't long to live. When you found me half dead and set my leg and brought me home, I thought every prayer I ever made had been answered. I knew Mercy wouldn't stay east, that she had her roots back here. The ranch would be hers, but she needed a man to run it with her. And Mike Patterson, for all he wanted to be, was not the answer. It looked to me like you were. And it seemed to look that way to Mercy.
Mercy loves me, sir, as I do her.
She loves what she thinks you are, what I thought you were. Not some sneaking, dirty, below-content half-breed.
You speaking for yourself?
Or any right-thinking American.
I dispute your title. One half of me is more American than any wish or dream can make you. But it's an argument don't make no sense. I guess there's only one answer now.
Get out. While the getting's good.
Not for your sake, but for Mercy's sake.
Where's my daughter?
I left a friend of mine to escort her home. Don't worry. He's 100% not American, but white. I couldn't just walk out of Mercy's life without at least an explanation. So, riding my own horse, and with Bakes on trail, I headed back for town. I was less than halfway there when I met them. The old buckboard swaying and lumbering as Bakes drove the horses full out.
Whoa there, boy. Now hold up.
Darling, are you all right?
I'm okay.
Oh, I thought you and Black Mike had tangled. Oh, Dan, I was afraid you might be dead.
No, not me.
Mike?
Your father shot him to save my life.
Oh, darling.
I never seen a man so stubborn in my life. Now, why don't you pack a gun?
Why don't you take your horse and ride on to the ranch, Bakes? There'll be more than one place for you there now.
But Miss Chalmers...
Dan can see me home safe.
Or, Mercy knows her own way.
Yeah, well, as you say. Dan, if what I said last night had...
Forget it, Bake. It had to come out. I should have made it clear long since.
Well, I just hope I didn't cause no trouble.
Well, I guess you know the truth by now.
You mean the awful truth?
Well, that depends on the point of view.
Well, my point of view is yours.
Yeah, but not your father's.
He has no right to think as he does. I love him, but he's wrong.
Yes, but that doesn't make me any more the right for you.
Well, there's one way to solve it all.
How?
Well, you wouldn't make a dishonest woman of me no matter how hard I've tried. Will you take me back to Miller's Junction and make me an honest one?
But your father...
Well, once it's all over with, it'll be too late for him to have any objections. Not that he has any right.
What do you mean?
That will be my wedding present to you, Dan. Or the best part of my dowry. I'll tell you on the way back to town.
If Mercy hadn't told me the whole story, I don't know if I ever would have gone through with it. But knowing the truth, I saw no reason not to, and we were married. The only thing I wouldn't do was run. I just had to make my peace with her father some way before we left. Or at least let Mercy say goodbye to him. It was coming on to dusk by the time we set off back for the Crown M, and we were just going through a cut in the mountains when suddenly Mr. Chalmers showed up, loaded for bear. He drove his horse straight at us, stopping the wagon with a squeal and a groan, blocking the road as he got off.
Get out of that wagon, Injun.
Daddy, what are you going to do?
You stay out of this, Mercy. You get yourself a shooting iron yet, Injun Dan?
No, sir. Stay back, Mercy. Let me handle it.
Okay. I brought one for you. Here. Now go on, pick it up and defend yourself. I don't shoot any man without a weapon. Even an Injun who'll sneak behind my back.
Daddy, listen to
You
me.
pick it up.
No, sir. If you want to shoot me, I offer you no excuse. The blue stallion. Remember I told you the sign of death in my family.
Pick up that gun.
Watch out, sir. The stallion.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right. But my rifle. Why did you fire? He didn't shoot.
I fired at the stallion. What happened to Daddy?
Your father...
Did I shoot him?
My heart gave out. Been living on borrowed time.
Oh, Daddy.
It's all right, Princess. I couldn't have lived with... Oh, do you, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, there's something I have to tell you. Why?
Daddy, I've known for years. Ever since Mother died. What does it matter? I loved you just the same, and I never knew him. You were all the father I ever wanted. But I am not ashamed of my Indian blood.
You've got to understand. I loved her. It wasn't her fault. She was taken against her will. I was proud to marry her, to give her child, but to give you her name. Dan?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't have tried to put one man's guilt on all your race. Forgive me.
What's that?
The blue roan stallion.
Take care of the ranch. The Crown M, Mercy. Don't worry about me. You'll carry me to rest.
Prejudice and bigotry die hard. A man like Hale Chalmers, for all his good points, could never have admitted that his daughter had other blood in her veins but his. But perhaps beyond the waters, where the great stallion carried him, he may find wisdom among his equals and learn to smoke with them the pipe of peace. I'll be back shortly. We're celebrating a bicentennial. 200 years ago, when our forefathers won their freedom, from the Missouri to the great mountain slopes of the West, the Indian and the buffalo roamed the central plains in freedom of their own. Today, both Indian and the animal he depended on for his life are almost extinct. Neither buffalo nor his hunter were able to adapt to a changing way of life. And yet, life is a constant change and challenge. Let's hope our America will continue, as it always has, to meet both challenge and change. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Rosemary Rice, Earl Hammond, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio.
This is back.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts and where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner?
We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it and confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Get rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Oh, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I got the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. So you can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
Why do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. This is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down on Bacchus no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Oh, now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because I'm scared. How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. You understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
It sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion, like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey, maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time or space or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just disappear? Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
How's that so?
And the ships that they had, the ones that were supported by the ships that sailed over that spot disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared.
So?
So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey. Take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system. A wild place like Venus or a mine.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, well, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. Just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
Back from her anyhow. She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
Let's do page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? From the little we know about it, we can appreciate that any journey and uncertain. But obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. What was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places with Strange. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back.
Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships, Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lock, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships, Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Rog. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Rog.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet. So peaceful. So tranquil. I better feed my computer. My speed, my course, my declination. I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin. Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing. This voice. What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult Star Chart 876.
What is Star Chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
Oh, all right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible. I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
Well, I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth. But this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? People are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut? From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
now, just hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to, let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person.
Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea.
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Yes, but I didn't believe...
It was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The Lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the Lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny it.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny, reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a tramp space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mark your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there.
Do any of us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly.
I'm going on a picnic.
That's nice.
With Blanchie, my sweetheart. That's her over there.
And you want us to make up a picnic basket?
With special wine and special food, Mr.
Vino Bronco.
Hi, Mike McDonald.
Vino Bronco is the name of Lancer's white dinner wine.
Vino Bronco?
Yes, very crisp and refreshing. It's affordable, and it goes perfect with any food.
Like caviar?
Vino Bronco is perfect with caviar.
Okay, give me 2 quarts.
Of what?
Of caviar.
It's $25 an ounce. How much do you want?
Right. Well, there'll be 2 of us at the picnic.
Uh-huh.
And Blanchie eats like a bird.
Well, just give me an estimate.
How about a quarter of an ounce?
Perhaps you'd enjoy the Vino Bronco with something a little less expensive.
You mean like this chicken?
This pheasant.
Blanchie eats meatloaf. Isn't this meatloaf?
No.
She eats meatloaf by the gobs.
It's not meatloaf. It's pâté de foie gras.
Okay, I'll take the Lancer's Vino Bronco. And what do you have to eat for under $10?
This jar of mustard.
Perfect. Blanchie eats mustard by the gobs.
I'll wrap it up.
How do you want to eat the mustard here or
You
what?
can't eat the mustard.
Ah, the summertime, when everybody's fancy turns to love, and Lancer's Vino Bronco white dinner wine, imported by Hugh Blind, Hartford, Connecticut.
You think you've got a problem buying your mother a present this Mother's Day? Try buying presents for 4 mothers. I have my mother, Jack's mother, my grandmother, and his grandmother. I couldn't possibly leave anybody out, so I give them each the Whitman sampler. The sampler's been a Mother's Day tradition with us for years. If you've got a problem about what to buy your mother this Mother's Day, give her the Whitman sampler. It's the perfect way to say Happy Mother's Day, no matter how many mothers you have.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now, soften and remove hard, callous skin with the same ingredient doctors use most. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, elbows as directed. Dermasoft cream.
Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can't pay your gas, electric, coal, oil, or other fuel bills, you may qualify for help from the city of Detroit. To apply, you...
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a common belief that in matters of criminal investigation, Scotland Yard stands fingerprint and microscope above the French Sûreté, the Italian Questura, the Russian NKVD, and even our own FBI. I've often felt that we in the USA could match malfeasance, felony, and forensic probing with anyone, anywhere. So it is with pride that we present a tale of deviousness, deceit, device, and detection in that city of American law and order, Washington, D.C.
Have you no faith, Inspector? No belief that I, Andrew Wolfe, could have gone straight?
Andrew, you wouldn't know how. After 40 years of embezzlement, bank robbery, every con, swindle, and heist in the book, how could you go straight?
Oh, I have a surprise for you, Inspector. I have not only become a law-abiding citizen, but I'm going to help you solve a murder that hasn't happened yet.
Our mystery drama, The Rivalry, based on one of the first Arsène Lupin adventures, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars John Beale and Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
those of us who are connoisseurs of criminal cunning, it's an axiom that patterns of wrongdoing repeat themselves. It's as though the malefactors of today have taken example from the masters of past crime, which is why today's detectives must be as scientifically knowledgeable and unrelenting as a Father Brown, a Lord Peter Wimsey, or a Sherlock Holmes. And indeed, such a man is Inspector James.
Interesting case, this. Probably the one that gave me the greatest headaches of my career. And certainly the first in which I had the assistance of a retired professional lawbreaker, Andrew Wolf. It began one sunny afternoon on the 1st of December. Sergeant Holloway and I were sauntering down Connecticut Avenue, returning to police headquarters.
Let's walk a little slower, Inspector. See that man half a block ahead of us who keeps turning around?
How could I miss him? A raggedy old man wearing a straw hat in the middle of winter?
He stopped now. He's bending down, tying his shoelace.
I know. I've been watching him. Watching us. Let's duck over to this store window and see what he does.
Look. Now he's moved over to that hardware store. He's looking into those mirrors on display.
So that he can keep an eye on us back here. Now, where have I seen that crazy straw hat before?
He's taking a package out of his coat, Inspector. He's put it on the sidewalk. Oh, I'd like to see what's in that package.
Oh, hold on. Isn't what he's doing a little obvious?
Obvious?
It's not the package on the sidewalk that's important. He's trying to attract our attention. So, why don't we take the hint and follow him?
Look, there he goes, dropping another package into a trash can.
And he knows we're watching. You pick up the packages, Holloway. If they're at all suspicious looking, call the bomb squad. I'll keep an eye on our man. There's something about that straw hat he's wearing that really bothers me.
But if he's up to something, why would he want the police to know about it?
Sergeant, that's exactly what I'm going to find out. The old beggar hailed a cab, and I followed in another, as far as a doorway on M Street in Georgetown. Then up a flight of stairs over a bookshop. You'll forgive me for not knocking, won't you?
My little room is honored by the presence of Washington's finest. I hadn't expected you for another 10 minutes, though.
Andrew, when I saw your scroungy-looking friend here wearing that particular straw hat, I said to myself, that's the hat. I've seen that hat at every racetrack in the country. It belongs to Andrew Wolf.
Now, how about that? You recognized my straw hat and wondered why this old bum, Louis, was wearing it. Perhaps old Louis has murdered my friend Andrew Wolf. Yes, indeed. Inspector James had better follow and find out.
I admit that was about the size of it, Andrew.
I'm touched. Excuse me a moment, Inspector, while I keep a promise. Louis, thank you for inducing the inspector to follow you. Here's the $10 I promised you. Goodbye, Louis.
Wherever did you find that character?
Inspector, in my profession, there's an army of such characters ready to do little jobs for a few dollars, and old Louis is one of them. Oh, darn, he took my straw hat.
He's kind of an ungrateful fellow, isn't he? Didn't even say thank you, just left.
Well, Louis can't speak. He's quite dumb, and a little deaf, too. I prefer an assistant who's speechless. Gets us both into less trouble.
I thought after all those years in prison you'd retire, Andrew.
What, from active service? I have.
Well, then why this elaborate scheme to get me here? Does the parole board have your address?
You'll never forget the past, will you, Inspector? You have no faith that I, Andrew Wolf, have gone straight.
Andrew, you wouldn't know how. After 40 years of embezzlement, bank robbery, every con and swindle and heist in the book, how could you?
So you're waiting around for me to stick my hand in somebody else's cookie jar, eh? Well, I have a surprise for you, Inspector. I'm not only a law-abiding citizen of Washington, D.C., but I'm going to become a friend of the police. I'm going to help you solve a crime.
Andrew, will you get on with it?
Have you had a report yet at your precinct of the murder of a young lady last night?
Murder last night? No, things were pretty quiet as far as I know.
You're quite sure? A ballet dancer or an opera singer? Someone who wears a costume? A young lady?
No.
Supposing I told you that a murder had been committed, and it's only a matter of hours before you find out.
Andrew, will you go ahead with this undiscovered murder of yours?
Right. Last night, a friend of mine who has a little private boat business up and down the Potomac was passing under the Arlington Bridge, and a paper bag landed on his deck. Some of the contents of that paper bag fell overboard, but I have here what my friend brought me, and I thought it might interest you, Inspector.
All this has something to do with a murder?
All right, take a look at what I've spread out on this table. A piece of a crumpled and torn newspaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
A cut glass inkstand with a silver top. Then a small piece of broken glass with a tiny hole in it. 2 folding paper boxes, a large Dixie cup, and lastly, and most interesting exhibit, an ornate kind of red-colored shawl with a gold tassel at one end. It's the kind of thing one might see on a costume. I'd say probably was part of a costume. People haven't worn brocaded shawls for over 100 years. Well, what do you think, Inspector?
You get me up here for a look at this junk pile.
You don't think it means anything?
Well, sure it means something. Some jerk of a second-story amateur was getting rid of what he didn't want by tossing it over the bridge.
Well, now, I'll tell you how I see it, my dear old friend. Yesterday evening, between 10 and midnight, a young lady dressed in some kind of a costume was wounded with a knife and then choked to death by a well-dressed gentleman wearing a monocle and interested in horse racing, with whom this young lady had been eating a hamburger and drinking a milkshake.
And to think I'm listening to all this gibberish in broad daylight.
Note, the piece of newspaper is a racing form. Note, the piece of glass has a little hole in it. I'd say part of a monocle. Note.
Sure. No one I know's worn a monocle in 50 years.
Well, that should narrow down the field then, wouldn't you say? Note the paper boxes and the Dixie cup. The well-dressed man picked up 2 hamburgers and a milkshake and joined the young female who wore a costume. Perhaps they went to his apartment, perhaps to hers. Maybe late, after the show. First, he stabs her with a knife and then strangles her with his shawl. If you look closely, Inspector, you'll see on the red material darker red stains. To me, it looks like a bloody knife has been wiped on it. After the deed, our murderer has to cover his tracks, get rid of the evidence. So he wipes off the knife, picks up a piece of his monocle, which probably broke in the struggle, takes a pair of scissors and cuts off this bloodied, stained part of the shawl. I'll bet you the rest of it is still in his victim's hands. He then wraps everything in a piece of the racing form he had in his pocket, adds a heavy cut-glass inkwell to weigh the parcel down, shoves it all into the paper bag he brought the food in, and over the bridge it goes. Fortunately for justice, it falls right into the hands of Andrew Wolf.
Thank you, Andrew. But I've got to go.
Why don't you take all this evidence along, Inspector? It may come in useful.
All right, if it'll make you happy.
The only thing I'd like to hang on to is this piece of the shawl. I know you don't believe there's blood on it. When you've discovered the other end of it, as I say, around the victim's neck, why don't you come back here in, say, 4 weeks, the end of the month? New Year's Eve. And I'll give you this part to match up with it. Oh, by the way, Inspector, when you arrest the fellow with the monocle, be careful. He's left-handed.
Glad you showed up, Inspector. Chief was asking for you. You know those packages that the old bum in the straw hat left in the street?
Don't tell me, I know. Empty boxes.
You never cease to amaze me, Inspector James. Well, did you catch up with that old bum in the straw hat?
I did. I certainly did. Well, what's with the chief?
A murder at the far end of Wisconsin Avenue. Top floor. 1333, or 3313.
The victim, a man or a woman?
It's a woman. The divisional surgeon is up there right now.
Ours?
Oh, yeah.
When did you get the report?
About an hour ago.
Did you say a woman?
Yes, young woman. Music hall singer or ballet dancer. Someone in show business. She was wearing a costume.
Oh, be a son of a gun.
Hi, James. Welcome to another fatality. I'm just about finished. Lab's on its way to take pictures. You know who it is?
The name on the mailbox for the top floor is Jenny Sapphire.
Well, there she be. What's left of her?
Oh, Lord, that's awful. The poor girl. What's she got in her hands?
Let's have a look, Sergeant. A piece of red shawl. It's been cut off with scissors. Oh, no.
What do you think, Doctor? Isn't the inspector miraculous?
Well, James, you do fast work. It is cut with her scissors.
Oh, but look at the poor girl's neck.
And the expression on her face. Did you ever see such fear?
Well, my conclusions are that the victim was stabbed twice with a sharp instrument, a knife, a dagger.
Well, yeah, maybe even with the scissors.
Yes, and then strangled. A probable cause of death, asphyxia.
Yeah, but Doctor, there's no discoloration on the neck.
Well, she may have been throttled with that shawl.
The way she's hanging on to it. With the hands clenched.
I wonder what happened to the rest of the shawl.
It's possible the murderer cut it off, Harry, because it had blood stains and fingerprints on it. Let's have a look around the apartment, Holloway. We worked over the case the rest of that week. Everything we came up with matched the conclusions handed me by Andrew Wolfe. It burned me up no end to think that no-good thug had flaunted the right answers to a crime he didn't even know was committed. Or did he know? It bugged the blazes out of me that Wolfe could have been right all along. And as a result, it put me into a terrible temper. Holloway! Holloway, where the devil is that man?
He was here a moment ago, Inspector.
Holloway!
Yes, Inspector. Coming.
Well, it's about time. Now, you go in there and wait at my desk for me to come back. You hear?
Yes, Inspector. Oh, boy. What's the matter with him, Harry?
It's darned if I know. It's been coming on for days.
Coming on? It's here. Every time we get to a new conclusion on the Jenny Sapphire case, the inspector gets angrier. Day before yesterday, I found a few more pieces of glass in the victim's room, and I said, hey, these all fit together. It's a monocle. Oh, you should have seen him, Harry. He hit the roof.
Take a look at that sheet of paper on the inspector's desk. Look at his doodling. He's drawing animals.
Huh. What is that? Head of a dog?
Oh, no. That's a pretty good likeness of a wolf. Look at those fangs. Now, why would he draw a wolf?
Well, the inspector might draw an Andrew Wolf if he could. You heard what Inspector James said, didn't you? That it burned him up, that a man he'd sent behind bars could take a few assorted pieces of evidence and string them together to make sense. To be outwitted by an ex-felon was an indignity that no self-respecting guardian of the law could put up with. Could you? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The problem facing the good detective is to distinguish between hard evidence and red herrings. Henry David Thoreau, who went to jail rather than compromise his beliefs, had an amusing view of law and the lawless, and used to joke about it. He said that sometimes circumstantial evidence is very strong, as when you find a trout in the milk.
However, Inspector James doesn't think this such a laughing matter.
Some more background on the Sapphire case, Inspector.
All right, let's have it.
Well, I checked the place where she worked. The old music hall at the end of the alley behind Wisconsin Avenue. Her boss, a Billy Jacobs, told me she'd been to Russia about 2 years ago on a State Department exchange program and brought back with her a very expensive sapphire. Some bigwig over there gave it to her, he said.
A sapphire?
Oh, that's right. That's why she took it for a stage name.
Did anyone besides her boss know she had it?
Well, I asked him that, and he didn't know.
At least we now have a possible motive behind the killing.
Robbery?
You bet it's robbery. That's why our apartment was turned upside down. At least this is one piece of evidence old Andrew didn't know about.
Andrew who?
Oh, never mind. Boys, I think we're beginning to crack this case. First things first. I had to tackle those who knew Jenny Sapphire. So I called the old music hall and asked for the boss, Billy Jacobs. He wouldn't be in till that night during the second show. I got there at 9 and waited in the wings for him.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Are you Billy Jacobs?
Impressive. The one and only.
I'd like to know all you can tell me about Jenny Sapphire.
Wonderful girl. Great loss. She'll be missed.
And?
After I told your sergeant the other day about as much as I know, he told you, didn't he, how she got her name? From that Russian sapphire she brought back. A big son of a gun it was. Of course, Jenny was a beautiful girl. And I won't tell you that.
Was Miss Sapphire married?
Not so far as I know.
Had a lot of boyfriends?
You kidding. Talented, beautiful. She was young, pretty. She sang, she danced. She's been with me a couple of years, since she was 17. So what I'm saying is, she attracted a lot of attention.
So she had many admirers, huh?
Well, at least twice a week.
Any one in particular? Steady interest?
Inspector, when I tell you this man's name, I don't want you to say you ever get it from me. Not that I owe the man anything. But he's so high up in the government that if he thought I told you, oh boy, you know, he's got influence.
You're probably not the only one who knows his identity.
Oh, yeah. I think I am. At least so far as Jenny is concerned. No one around here ever saw him. He never came to the show. He wait outside in a big black car, shades drawn. And she'd run out and climb in. But I sure know who he was. Hey, Inspector, let's go into my office where it's quieter, okay? The man's name is Robert Clay.
You mean the Robert Clay? Used to be a congressman, then became an ambassador?
Yeah, the same.
He's the one who used to pick up Jenny Sapphire in his car every night?
Well, not every night, but after the performance, maybe I'd say 3 times a week.
What's Clay doing now? Oh, I remember. He's retired. Said he was through with politics. Spends a lot of his time at the racetrack. Yeah, that post in Moscow was the last one he had. Of course. That's where he must have met Jenny Sapphire, in Moscow. Mr. Jacobs...
now listen, you call me Billy, Inspector. Everyone does.
Oh, Billy. Billy, that last night when Jenny played here at the old music hall, do you remember anything particular about it?
Matter of fact, I do. She came in earlier than usual for the second evening show.
Yeah.
And she asked me, would I get her 2 burgers malted for when she came off at 10:15. I say, oh, yeah, sure. She say,
Hold them for me at the stage door, Bill, and I'll take them with me. So I did. And then when she came down dressed, I handed her the bag and she said, "I'll pay you tomorrow, Billy." And she ran out, jumped in the guy's car. And that was the last I ever saw of her. The net was closing in. It was too bad that the murderer hadn't bought the burgers and the mullet himself. That might have given us a witness. But I knew I didn't have enough to tie Clay or anyone else to the murder. Not one solitary fingerprint. And then suddenly, I began to suspect Andrew Wolf. Had he deliberately laid a smoke screen across the trailer? Police headquarters. Inspector James speaking.
How are you doing, Inspector?
Is that you, Andrew?
2 weeks more, and I hope to see you with the other part of that shawl.
What did you call me for, Andrew?
Now I detect a certain testiness in your voice. The case isn't getting you down, is it?
I'm very busy.
If you're having a hard time trying to tie a suspect to the evidence, may I suggest something?
Go ahead. Suggest.
I don't want to interfere, but just a thought.
Suggest.
Remember, I want to see you New Year's Eve with the other half of that red shawl.
I'm under no obligation to bring you anything.
Well, of course you're not, Inspector. If I were you, I'd double-check that piece of newspaper, the racing guide. If I remember, it had a yellow paper tag on it, which might be useful. Goodbye.
I could have killed that rascal. He was right. That's what made me so angry. I got out that piece of the racing form he'd given me, and there was a yellow address tag on it. Whoever it belonged to was a subscriber to the sheet. The name had been torn off, but a few numbers remained. I put Holloway onto it. He came back in a few hours.
You won't believe this, Inspector.
Sergeant, were they able to identify the subscriber or not?
I presume what you gave me has something to do with the Jenny Sapphire murder?
To whom did the paper belong, Holloway?
To Robert Clay. You know who he is. Our former ambassador to Russia.
I know.
Oh, come on, Inspector. Why don't you let me in on this?
I don't follow you.
Oh, this isn't a simple old murder case involving a music hall entertainer and a politician. This has got international implications. Oh, don't you trust me? Do you think that the State Department will let us work with them?
Fergus Holloway, what in blazes are you talking about? International complications, State Department.
The inkwell.
The inkwell?
One of those items in the box marked evidence, case 3536, the Sapphire case. The chopped up shawl, the burger cartons, and so on. Well, the glass inkwell. I had it checked out.
The inkwell?
Well, I knew you wanted me to. I have to do some things without being told. It's Russian. Russian glass. Silver hinge top with a Russian inscription on it.
So it's an antique inkwell. Jenny could have picked it up as a souvenir. Or when she was in Russia, maybe she even knew Clay. Maybe he gave it to her. But just the same, you have given me an idea about something very peculiar.
I have, Inspector?
When it was checked for fingerprints, what did the lab report?
No fingerprints. Nothing.
What Holloway had helped me realize was whoever had murdered Jenny Sapphire had wiped that inkwell very carefully. Certainly, since the days of the Tsar, someone should have left fingerprints. Harry, have a look at these photographs. That is Robert Clay, former congressman, former ambassador to Russia, now a Georgetown resident. How would you size him up? You're an expert on physiognomy.
Tough, disappointed,
Playboy, maybe. Could be cruel. Oh, that monocle. Is he kidding? It's an affectation. Oh, maybe. That monocle is made to order by a firm right here in Washington. They make all of Clay's monocles. The prescription is identical with this one. I'll show you. I'll dump the pieces out of the envelope. You recognize these pieces?
Well, of course I do. Holloway picked them up from the floor near Jenny Sapphire's body.
All except this one piece. The one with the little hole at the edge. I got that from an informant.
Oh, yes. Well, that must be a hole through which they string the thread you put around your neck.
Harry, I think we've enough evidence here to put a much heavier cord around someone's neck.
However, you're telling me that this man, this Robert Clay, knifed and strangled Jenny Sapphire?
I got a real strong hunch, yes.
But you don't have a motive.
If he needed money, she owned a sapphire worth a great deal. Maybe he gave it to her. Maybe he wanted it back. Losses at the racetrack. We don't know yet. He's hidden the stone. He turns the place upside down.
Must be an angle.
That could be it. The angle. Could you tell from the angle of the knife thrusts how strong the attacker was?
Oh, quite strong. Oh, yeah.
Was he very close to her?
Just close enough.
Anything else?
Well, there weren't serious wounds, mind you. It was the strangling that caused her death. You know, I always thought it strange the way we found her holding on to that shawl for dear life. At least the part that wasn't cut away.
I haven't figured that either. Harry, think now about the assailant. Do you know anything else?
Yes. But I think I told you, didn't I? The murderer was left-handed.
Interesting belief about left-handedness, which since early days has been linked with the sinister. A left-handed compliment, even today, is considered malicious or insincere. It begins to dawn on Inspector James that the man he is looking for may not only be left-handed, but two-faced. I shall return shortly with Act 3. In case your attention has been wandering, let me capsulize. Andrew Wolfe, a retired criminal, gives his old nemesis, Inspector James, a number of material clues which make it appear that a man once in high political office may have caused the death of a music hall entertainer. The problem is that no one has yet identified the suspect as having anything to do with the victim. Much hearsay, but no fact. And so we find the inspector burning the midnight oil at police headquarters, puzzling out a solution.
Police headquarters, Inspector James speaking.
You're up late, aren't you, Inspector?
Andrew, what do you want?
Just to be helpful. After all, I'm looking forward to our meeting New Year's Eve.
It's a little early to wish me Happy New Year.
You're having trouble getting proof positive, aren't you, Inspector? You've a suspect, but it's not open and shut.
Well, this business is never easy.
Retrace your steps, Inspector. Someone may have been lying to you. Good night.
Hello, Mr. Jacobs.
Oh, well, hello, Inspector. You're too late. Last show's over. Everyone's gone home. I'm just checking the receipts.
That's you I've come to see, Billy. Do you remember identifying the two little boxes in which you brought some hamburgers to the theater?
Yeah, I do. And a malted milk for Jenny.
Well, I'd like you to come down to police headquarters with me now and let us take your fingerprints.
My fingerprints? Why? I haven't done anything.
Well, if I were less than honest, Billy, I'd tell you it's purely routine, but it's not.
You mean now? This time of night? Of course, you're going to find my fingerprints on those boxes. I handled them.
True. Then again, we might find your prints somewhere else.
What do you mean?
Well, shall we say in Miss Sapphire's room?
I was never in her room. I swear I have never.
The night Miss Sapphire died, you weren't there? Billy, it'd be much easier for you if you'd tell me the truth.
How did you know?
Why didn't you tell me before? It was easier to say it happened the way I said it did. I didn't want to get involved.
Go on, Billy.
The first part was all true about Jenny asking me to pick up her stuff. But I guess she was so excited about a date that she ran out the stage door before I could stop her. So anyway, after the theater was empty, I walk over to where she lived. Top floor, number 1333, Wisconsin. I knock on her door and I say, "Hey, Jenny, I brought you hamburgers. You forgot them." And this man opened the door. He was her boyfriend, I guess. It was the first time I ever seen him. He took the bag from me. He nodded. He goes back in. Then I hear Jenny call out, "Thank you, Billy. That was real sweet of you. Good night." She was alive then, Inspector. I hear her voice. And then I walked away. Now, that's the real truth.
I show you a photograph, Billy. Was this the man who answered the door?
Yeah. That's him, all right.
Those are the ABCs of investigation. Sometimes you have to bluff your way to the truth. Billy Jacobs had left no fingerprints in Jenny Sapphire's room. But then again, he might not have been above helping himself to a valuable sapphire. However, as they say, the finger of suspicion pointed directly elsewhere.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mr. Robert Clay?
Yes, that is me.
We're from the Washington Police. I'm Inspector James, and this is Sergeant Holloway.
Oh, well, I would like to help you, gentlemen, but I am just on my way out. You'll excuse me.
Now, this won't take long, Mr. Clay, and it's a rather urgent matter.
I am afraid I can't talk to you now.
Slammed the door right in our face. Shall I break it down, Inspector?
I'm afraid we're going to have trouble. Holloway, go around back and cut him off in case he tries to leave that way. I'll hit the call box for some more men.
Mr. Clay, I'm Sergeant Holloway. I can see you're opening the back door a crack. Now, let me warn you that to try to run for it only makes your case worse. Now, why don't you just come out peaceably?
I won't be harassed this way. Do you hear me?
Mr. Clay, I ask that you cooperate with us. It'll make it easier all around. Now, would you just mind opening the back door wide and standing away from it?
Now, don't you come any nearer, whoever you are. I haven't got the slightest compunction in defending myself with this crowbar.
Now, Mr. Clay, don't be childish. We mean you no harm.
Holloway, duck! He's got a gun in his left hand!
No one was hit. I had Andrew Wolfe to thank for warning me that the man I wanted was left-handed. It was with that hand he had fired. Holloway and I rushed him and disarmed him, and by 9 o'clock that morning we had Clay in custody.
You know I have the right to consult my attorney before answering any questions. Now, I have put in a call to him, but he is not yet at his office. Let us get this over with.
I want you to know, Mr. Clay, that I've sent Sergeant Holloway with a warrant around to your house.
What for?
To search for anything that would link you to the murder of Jenny Sapphire.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Jenny Sapphire had a 4-week singing engagement in Moscow when I believe you were there as ambassador.
I didn't know any Jenny Sapphire.
At that time, she called herself Jenny Hart. I understand all exchanges of Soviet and American artists were known to your office. You never met Jenny in Russia?
No.
I have asked a witness who has identified a photograph of yours to be present.
Well, what does that prove? I have had my picture taken. Have him in. Let's get this over with.
Turn around in your chair and face the wall, Mr. Clay. I shall address you as Mr. Jones. Mr. Jacobs, would you come in, please? Mr. Jacobs, you told me that you believed Miss Sapphire and a certain gentleman knew one another. Where did you get that information?
I don't know exactly, Inspector. I mean, I heard it, and I assume the man she was seeing regularly was that gentleman.
Will you turn around, Mr. Jones? Mr. Jacobs, I ask you now to take a look at this gentleman. Have you ever seen him before?
I'm not sure. The man I saw had evening clothes and in the eye.
Mr. Jones, I notice you have a black silk cord from your lapel to your handkerchief pocket. Is that a monocle?
Yes, it is.
Would you mind placing it in your eye?
No, not your right eye. Your left eye. That's where you usually wear it, isn't it? Can you identify the gentleman now, Mr. Jacobs?
No, I wish I could be more positive, but I can't.
There's no similarity to the man you saw in the doorway of Miss Sapphire's apartment?
I wouldn't say no. It might be him, but I couldn't swear to it.
You wanted to see me, Chief?
Sit down, James. About the Sapphire case. It's been a week since you picked up Robert Clay. I think we'll have to drop the charges against him.
Why so?
His attorneys produced a pretty hard alibi for the night in question. He turned up a ticket stub and a program for a concert at the center. That concert lasted till midnight, so Clay couldn't have picked up Miss Sapphire at the music hall at 10:30. She went with someone in a car. It wasn't him. Moreover, there are a number of young men in the diplomatic service who wear monocles, 4 of them actually living in Georgetown. Those daggers found in the Clay house, clean and inconclusive. So what do we have? Half of a shawl with a tassel, no blood, no fingerprints on it except the victim's. If we could lay our hands on the other half of the shawl, maybe we'd have a case.
The other half?
We've no case against Clay. So I'm notifying his attorneys we're dropping the charges.
Chief, can you wait till tomorrow?
What'll happen tomorrow? You had almost a month.
I think I can come up with the evidence you need.
What, the other end of the shawl?
Yes.
Is this a hunch?
It's more than that. But I need one thing. Would you authorize the property clerk to release to me the half of the shawl we found in Jenny Sapphire's hands?
Why not? James, I don't know what you're up to, but I wish you luck.
Andrew Wolfe had said, "You'll be coming to see me on December 31st with the other half of the shawl. Then I'll let you have this piece." I hated like anything to find myself obeying this devil, but I had to.
Was I right about the shawl? Cut in half with scissors? Right on the button. Frankly, Inspector, I consider this caper the epitome of my career. Did you bring the shawl?
I did. The half that was in the victim's hands. Have you the other half?
Right in this bag. All right, let's compare. Let's put them on the table. Spread yours out on the right, and let the tassel hang over the edge. Right. And I'll spread mine on the left. Well. Inspector Know-It-All, wasn't I right? The scissor cuts correspond exactly. Let me show you something else. Come to the window. I'll hold my piece of the shawl against the glass. What do you see?
Great Scott, this was it.
You see what I see, don't you? The mark of 5 fingers and a palm. Bloody fingerprints. What did I tell you?
It's the evidence. If those prints will show up.
The murderer held that shawl with the same blood-stained hand with which he stabbed the victim.
Yes, a very clear imprint of a left hand.
All right, take this half. It's yours. I promised it to you, and good luck and good hunting in your laboratory.
Andrew, I was angry with you. Furious, in fact. But in all truth, I have to admit, no more.
I wanted to have a look at that piece of the shawl the victim had. Let me see it for a moment, will you? Now, don't be afraid. I'll give it back.
Sure. Here you are.
Almost identical to the half thrown off the bridge. Tassel and everything. Will you look at that tassel? She must have made this shawl herself. You know, I examined the piece I had, and inside the tassel I found a sacred medal she must have stitched into it. Touching, isn't it?
What are you doing to the other tassel? Be careful of that half. Don't smudge those fingerprints.
I won't. Interesting the way these tassels are made. Braided gold cord wound around a tiny wooden cup, big enough to hold a medal or anything. Even a sapphire. Will you look at that? Beautiful, isn't it? Did you ever see a stone this perfect? This size?
Give that back to me. It's part of police evidence.
Just think, that poor girl had hidden the only thing precious to her.
Andrew, hand it over. You give that sapphire back or I'll...
Oh, what, you idiot. Did you think I handed you all that evidence for nothing? A murder has been committed for this stone. For 4 weeks, I've kept you on the move, and you never even guessed. Now, you listen to me, my friend. I've given you 5 fingerprints of a left hand for your trouble. You can have the murderer, and I'll have the sapphire.
And so the curtain descends on today's Theater of the Mind, where you see...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Love, said a lady named Madame de Stael, is the whole history of a woman's life. But it's only an episode in the life of a man. Of course, she said it almost 200 years ago, and women are supposed to have changed since then. But, as another French philosopher said, the more things change, the more they remain the same.
We've got the evidence, Mrs. Davis.
I don't care. I'm innocent.
Who was your accomplice?
I don't have any. I didn't do anything.
Who was with you?
Don't hammer at me. I've had enough.
You haven't had anything yet, Mrs. Davis. You're on your way to jail.
What do you want?
Information.
I don't have any.
Okay. Sit in jail for the rest of your life.
Our mystery drama, The Giuseppe Verdi Autobus, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Travel used to be the privilege of the very wealthy. If you were poor, you stayed put. If you were rich, the in-thing historical centers of Europe, where hopefully they might absorb a bit of culture. This was known as a grand tour. Today, as befits these democratic times, it appears that everybody seems to be going somewhere. An endless number of travel agencies put together grand tours to allow ordinary, everyday folk to savor the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. At the height of the season, they say, there are more Americans in Italy than Italians.
Amici, friends, dear friends, all good members of the Green Bus. Il Autobus Verdi, green, like Giuseppe Verdi, green. You are now on your own for the lunch. And if you wish to shop, you walk that way 5 blocks to the Ponte Vecchio. And please, you must all be here again by 2 o'clock. Is that so, Mrs. Davis? Where is the Signora Davis? The bellissima Signora Davis.
I'm here.
Please do not keep us waiting.
I won't. I promise I won't.
Because we must be prompt. When we reassemble, we shall go to see the Michelangelo's David. So, remember, amici, eat a light lunch. One cannot appreciate great art on a full stomach.
I see he's picking on you again.
Gildo? Oh, I love him. He's such a lamb.
We're lucky to have such a fine tour guide, aren't we?
And he just knows everything.
I was wondering, Mrs. Davis, do you have any plans for lunch?
What did you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't care to eat alone. Won't you join me?
That's hardly a flattering invitation.
Oh.
However, I don't like eating alone either.
I didn't realize how that must have sounded. It's just that I'm somewhat out of practice.
The truth is, so am I.
Well, shall we?
Certainly. Oh, my goodness.
What is it?
Look at that smile on Mrs. Morrison's face.
Which one is she? Oh,
Oh, yes.
She's been waiting for this ever since we arrived in Italy.
Waiting for what?
For you to take my arm, Mr. Wilson.
Oh?
You and I are the only singles on the tour. Everybody's been trying so hard to get us together.
What is there about married couples? They're such confirmed matchmakers.
Perhaps they want everyone to share the happiness of married life.
Or the agony.
Do you speak from experience?
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis, is there a Mr. Davis?
There was. He died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was a wonderful man. But it's been 5 years now. And finally, I've decided to come out of mourning. All that time, everyone's been saying to me, life goes on. And now I realize it does. It should. It must.
I see your marriage was happy.
And yours?
Well, she and I, we married too soon and we stayed with it too long. It embittered both of us. Now, I suppose, like you, in a sense, I'm coming out of mourning, too. Shall we go to lunch, Mrs. Davis?
Why don't you call me Norma?
I will, if you call me Charlie.
How about lunch? Why don't we go into some little shop and buy a loaf of bread?
You mean pane and some cheese?
You mean fromage and a bottle of wine?
You mean vino and stroll leisurely through Florence?
You mean Firenze?
Green boss, Il autobus Giuseppe Verdi. Everyone here. Signora Davis. So prompt. You are here the first one. You and Mr. Wilson. You did no shopping, I see, Mrs. Davis.
You can really get the same bargains at home. I didn't come all the way to Italy just to shop.
Of course not. I'm sure you found far more interesting things to do. You and Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Davis, one moment.
Gildo, I won't be late. I'm just going up to my room for a sweater.
No, I only wish to say I have a letter for you.
Oh, thank you. It's from my sister.
Only good news, I hope.
I don't have to read it. I know exactly what's in it.
Is that true? How?
I can read Maudie like a book. She's so nervous and excited. I can tell by the way she writes the address.
Why is she nervous and excited?
She's scared stiff about my making this trip. She's nervous and excited because she's afraid I'll meet a fortune hunter who'll steal all my money.
And have you met someone?
I may have, Gildo. I may have. Hello?
Norma, are you ready?
Oh, Charlie, of course. I'm just finishing this letter to my sister. Are we late?
Oh, no, of course not. Plenty of time. Don't rush.
I'll be down in 5 minutes. He's taking me to the opera tonight, Maudie. Just think, La Scala. Oh, he's so wonderful. Kind, sympathetic, and so handsome. Tall, slender, so distinguished looking. What more could I want in a man?
You don't mind taking the time?
Of course not.
I have such a large family.
I think that's wonderful. I miss that. There's just my sister Maudie and me. Well, Maudie and her husband Paul.
Do they have children?
No. And I didn't either.
You mean there are no aunts, uncles, cousins?
No one.
I'm going to have to spend a full day buying gifts. You'll just have to help me.
I'd love to.
No, my darling, go through this list with me and see what ideas you can come up with.
Did you mean that?
Of course I do. I haven't the least notion of what to buy for whom.
Did you mean what you just called me?
What did I just call you? Oh. Darling. Yes. Yes, I meant that.
And And here is the remarkable Colosseum. Not only did they have fights between gladiators and men and beasts, but it could be flooded, and there were real sea battles. Ah, if these ancient stones could only speak, what a tale they could tell us.
You don't appear too impressed, darling.
The truth? This is the first thing I've seen in Italy that simply doesn't make me want to say, wow.
Really?
If you want the truth, the Los Angeles Coliseum is bigger. So's the ballpark, Chavez Ravine.
Are they?
I would say so. Yes, I would definitely say so.
Well, I've never been there.
Great places to see ball games.
You like sports?
Well, I suppose you could call me a fan. I go all the time. Football in the fall, baseball in the spring and summer. I'm afraid this wouldn't make a very good baseball park.
I hope you won't let this little disappointment spoil the trip.
Golly, this is the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me in my life. Shall I order?
Oh, please let me. I want to see if I can do it in Italian.
Ah, you mean Italiano, darling. Oh, be my guest. Here he comes.
Camerari. Ah, prego. Duo cappuccino.
See him give you that nod? I'm sure he thinks you're a native.
So, this is the fabulous Via Veneto.
And here you are about to sip your coffee at a sidewalk cafe on one of the most famous streets in the world.
It's a far cry from Dayton, Ohio. Where are all the celebrities? I'm told the place is encrusted with them.
Oh, probably sitting all around you, strolling past you along the sidewalk.
I feel so giddy.
Giddy?
Well, so unlike myself. That is, unlike the self I've been this past 5 years. I feel so young, so alive.
How do you account for it?
Probably the air and the wine.
Oh, is that all? I was hoping you'd say the company.
Oh, darling. Without the company, there'd be nothing. Charlie, I'm going to do something mad. Do you mind?
No, of course not.
That gentleman sitting at the next table to my left, the very portly one.
Yeah, well, what about him?
Who do you suppose he is?
Well, I guess he could be anyone.
I'm almost positive. He's a famous film director. I'm going to find out.
What? How?
Ask him, of course. Sir? Excuse me. Are you a celebrity?
Well, I hope so. Back home in Sadler's Corners, Montana, I'm the mayor.
Oh.
I'm also the chief of police, the postmaster.
Oh, I
also the druggist, the dog catcher, and the undertaker.
Oh, I could tell you're a man of parts.
See, you want to hold still a second? I'd like to snap your picture.
Oh, my hair.
I'd just like to have a shot of all the Americans I run into. Hold it. There. You and your husband enjoying the trip?
Oh, no, we're not married.
Well, in case you decide to take the step, come on out to Sadler's Corners. I'm also the justice of the peace.
Gildo.
Ah, my Signora Davis. You are so beautiful in that lovely gown.
Thank you, Gildo. I want you to have this.
Oh, no. It is not necessary.
It is. And not just because the tour brochure says it is customary to tip the guide, either. It's because, oh, Gildo, you made Italy come alive for me.
That is because you were alive for Italy. See? Everyone is dressed beautiful for the farewell banquet. But who is like my bellissima Signora Davis?
You don't know. What a wonderful thing happened to me on this tour, Gildo. Although, why do I say that? I'm sure you do.
I wish you so much happiness.
There he is. He's talking with Mrs. Morrison. Oh, and he's giving me a signal. He wants me to come over and rescue him. Gildo, just think. We've already established private little secret signals.
Perhaps you should go to it.
I will. I just want to stand here for a moment and look at him. He's so tall, so straight, so good-looking. Oh, I love him.
Do you, Carissima?
Yes. I'm not a child. I'll tell you how old I am.
Should you do that?
I'm 41. I'm old enough not to lose my head like a silly schoolgirl.
Silly schoolgirls lose their heads, but wise senoras lose their hearts.
Then I've lost mine.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure you have not lost your heart to Italy?
I know what you mean, Gildo. It isn't the magic, the romance, the spell that this enchanted country cast on me. He'd be just as wonderful in Dayton, Ohio.
Very well. As long as you are certain, then I approve.
That's the third time you're sending the signal. I better go to him. Yes, darling. I'll come to your rescue. You may not know it yet, but there isn't anything in the world that I wouldn't do for you.
There isn't anything in the world I wouldn't do for you. Well, you know what a statement like that is, don't you? Quite simply, it's a blank check. But should anybody give another person the absolute right to fill in any figure he pleases? I suppose it all depends on how much you have in your emotional account. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. A very romantic lady wrote a song which goes, "We've come to the end of a perfect day, near the end of a journey, too. And memory has painted this perfect day with colors that never fade. And we find at the end of a perfect day the soul of a friend we've made." Well, we're concerned with a very romantic lady who has come to the end of a perfect day and a perfect journey and has really made a friend.
Amici, all good friends of the Green Bus, il autobus Giuseppe Verdi. You should have the luggage outside of your door in 5 minutes. And then we must leave for the airport.
Charlie, darling.
Have you closed your suitcase yet?
No.
You promised you'd save my life. I was able to get everyone's presents in my luggage except these.
Oh, no problem, dear.
Oh, you sure? Are these packages too large?
No, I can handle all 3 of them.
Darling, I hate to impose.
How can you use such a word? As a matter of fact, I even have more room.
No, this will be just fine. That's my nephew Terry's present, and that's a music box for my Aunt Nell.
I remember we bought that on the Olive Capri.
And in here is a sweater for my sister.
I picked it out. I might just as well carry it. I can't wait to meet her.
And will they be happy to meet you?
And now the bag. The nice green suitcase for my bellissima Signora Davis.
Oh, thank you, Gildo.
To think, this will be the last time I will check your luggage.
I'll see you again, Gildo.
No.
But I threw my coin into the Trevi fountain.
That is nonsense for the tourists.
Gildo, maybe Charlie and I, we could come back on our honeymoon.
Carissima.
We spoke about it.
Then you shall be back.
One day.
Have a happy, lovely, and safe trip to the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just landed at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport. The local time is 4:47 p.m.
You better get on this line, darling. It looks shorter.
All right. What do they do?
Oh, most often nothing. The customs agent asks you if you have anything to declare.
Well, I bought Monty a skirt and Paul some ties.
Did it add up to $300?
Oh, no.
Then you don't have to declare anything. You get the first $300 free.
So when he asks me if I want to declare something, then I answer no.
I'll be right behind you.
Charlie, do you mean you want me to come to your brother's house?
You have to meet the family sometime.
But so soon?
Say, this line's really moving. Fellow must be in a hurry to go home.
Next, please. Do you have anything to declare, miss?
No.
Did you buy anything while you were in Italy?
Nothing that would add up to $300.
Would you mind opening up your suitcase?
For me?
Yes, ma'am.
But
Oh, do you object?
Well, I can't imagine why you want it.
Oh, I'm sure a lady like you would have nothing to worry about.
I certainly do not. Where's my key? Here it is. Let me just turn the lock and...
Thank you.
Absolutely everything's in order.
Well, what's in this package?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm carrying it for this gentleman behind me who has no room in his valise. Did you say this was the one with the music boxes, Charlie? Charlie? Where did he go?
Which gentleman are you talking about, ma'am?
The gentleman who was well, I'm sure he'll be right back.
I see. Well, would you mind opening this package?
Well, of course, See? I told you it was a music box. I was with him when he bought it.
Open the lid, please.
Of course. That's funny. It doesn't play. It should.
Well, it doesn't play, ma'am, because there are no works inside.
What are those? Those packets. Those cellophane packets.
Well, Mrs. Davis?
Who are you?
My name is Detective Lieutenant Marvin Stern. I'm with the Police Narcotics Division. Have they read you your rights?
Yes, whatever that was. They did it. Now, I want you to listen.
Were you permitted to call your lawyer?
I don't know any lawyer in New York. I called my sister in Dayton, Ohio.
Mrs. Davis, do you know what the best thing would be?
Look, I can't even begin to tell you how many people have been hammering at me. I tell you the same thing I told all of them. I don't know anything. I don't know how that powder came to be hidden in my suitcase.
The powder found in those 3 packages happens to be pure heroin. Depending on how it's cut, it could have a street value of close to $1 million.
But I don't know how Yes, I do know. He gave it to me to carry for him. He didn't have room in his valise.
I see.
Charlie Wilson. He said, oh, what's the use? Check with the tour. Old Heritage Tours. They'll tell you a man named Charlie Wilson was on the tour.
We already have.
Then you know I'm telling you the truth.
A man named Charlie Wilson was on the tour.
That's what I've been telling you.
Mr. Charles Wilson of 34 Piermont Street, Salisdale, New York.
I told you that was his address.
Except there is no Mr. Charles Wilson at 34 Piermont Street, Salisdale, New York. There's no such street as Piermont Street, and there's no such town as Salisdale.
Oh.
Mrs. Davis, the quickest and easiest way for all concerned is for you to tell the truth.
But I've told you the truth. My name is Norma Davis.
Yes, that's true.
I live in Dayton, Ohio.
That's also true.
I'm a widow. I live with my sister, Mrs. Paul Torrance. That is, we all live in my house. After my husband died, I didn't want to live alone. So it seemed like a good idea. Really, it wasn't. It isn't. What am I saying all this for?
Mrs. Davis, we know all about you.
What do you know about me?
We know you work in the housewares department at Naylor's. We know...
No, you don't know anything. Do you know what I think, how I feel? The last 5 years, do you know how lonely I've been? How frightened? How I finally gathered my courage and went away on a trip, and I had this dream of wonderful Italy, and I dreamed I fell in love. Or am I still there? And is this the dream? The nightmare?
Mrs. Davis.
What do you want? Are you telling me I smuggled in some drugs?
Well, the drugs were in your suitcase.
It's a mistake.
The customs agent was performing a routine random spot check. You opened your valise for him. You saw what was there.
But I don't know how it got there.
You do.
Charlie asked me to carry those 3 packages because he didn't have room in his luggage. Charlie, he can explain.
There was a Mr. Charles Wilson on that tour. He's gone. There's no trace of him. We don't know who he is or where he can be found.
His passport.
The State Department has no record of issuing such a passport. It was obviously a forged one.
Why did he do this to me?
I think by now, Mrs. Davis, we've gone full circle. From here, we shall only be repeating ourselves. It's time for the truth.
Why do you keep saying that? All right. I was foolish, but it was such a long time. I wanted somebody. You wouldn't understand.
Well, let's do it this way, Mrs. Davis. You're an amateur.
What do you mean by that? An amateur in what?
Crime. Professional criminals are using the services of more and more amateurs these days.
I don't care anything about that. I'm innocent.
Housewives are acting as messengers, use their telephones for recording beds.
Please, Lieutenant.
And smuggling. I mean, who would suspect a person like you, Mrs. Davis? For that matter, who would suspect anyone on a tour?
I tell you...
No. Let me tell you what you're up against. You were caught with all that junk in your possession. So don't think in terms of anything less than 15 years. If you get a strict judge, he'll write it so you serve every single day.
Please don't raise your voice. I've had enough.
You haven't had anything yet. You're on your way to jail.
What do you want?
Talk.
I've already talked.
Look, we don't want you.
Then let me go.
Maybe later.
Later?
When you've led us to Charlie Wilson.
I don't know Charlie Wilson.
But you said he gave you those packages.
I knew a man named Charlie Wilson who was charming and attentive and sweet. I met him in Italy. We walked through it hand in hand. But when the plane landed here, that Charlie Wilson was gone. And now there's another one. A different one.
Mrs. Davis, you don't want to sit in jail for 15 years. Why should you? Why should you if you can deliver Charlie Wilson?
But I don't know where.
We're convinced that Charlie Wilson, whoever he is as high as you can take us. Now, you give us Charlie, and we move up one step. Charlie can be made to give us the guy on top of him. That's another step.
I'd help you if I could.
You were caught with the drugs. That's all the DA needs to prosecute. He'll go on the stand and you'll say, what?
The truth. I was carrying it for a friend.
You were carrying it for a friend. Well, that's the oldest, most tired, and lamest excuse ever heard in a court of law. They won't even laugh. They might pity you.
Why won't anyone believe it?
How can anyone believe it? A man you don't know at all?
I knew him very well.
After all of 2 weeks?
How much time do you need when it's right?
Well, obviously, this wasn't right. So anyhow, this man, he says to you, would you mind carrying some of my packages past customs in your luggage? Now, you claim that's what happened.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
And you said, sure, okay, why not? Am I right?
Yes.
And the packages were already sealed and wrapped.
Yes, they were.
You're a grown, mature woman, Mrs. Davis. You were married once. You work in a large department store. You have some experience in the world. Now, you really didn't suspect anything?
No, I didn't.
And that's to be your story to the jury.
What other story can I tell?
A better one than that. I mean, do you expect a jury to believe that any woman could be such a fool?
Oh, Lieutenant, you have no idea how foolish some women can be.
And with that confession, we shall let her rest for a brief intermission. Let us judge her lightly, because love certainly can make a fool of any of us. Didn't the poet say, love is a folly that enchants us all? Of course he did. He should also have added, we must pay a price. But as you know, the time for paying prices occurs always in Act 3. It takes, we are told, as much time and trouble to pull down a falsehood as it does to build up a truth. Well, that's perfectly true. However, the problems occur because quite often it's rather difficult to distinguish between falsehood and truth. And so we can never be quite sure whether we should be building up or pulling down.
Paul.
Hello, Norma.
Paul, you came here.
Obviously.
How is, where is Marty?
How is Marty? How do you think? Can you imagine what this has done to her?
I'm sorry.
Where is Marty? Naturally home in bed. Doctor's been in. She's been sedated. She's resting calmly. I hope. Norma, how could you do a thing like this to us?
Paul,
Norma Davis of Dayton, Ohio, arrested for smuggling heroin.
Paul, will you listen to me?
What are you going to do? Lie about it? You were caught. It was in your suitcase.
I did nothing wrong, Paul.
How did that heroin or whatever get into your valise?
I was indiscreet, that's all. I did someone a favor.
I'm in.
Yes.
I warned you. Morty warned you. You were not only seduced by an adventurer, but by a criminal as well.
Paul.
You were always a headstrong girl, Norma. You never listened to good advice. You see where it's landed you?
I'm sorry I've caused Marty such grief and made her ill.
You should be.
And now that I've said that, get out.
What?
You heard me. Get out of here.
Good morning. You don't look so hot.
And why should you care, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Davis, I'm worried about you.
Is that so?
The guard told me about a little scene here you had with your brother-in-law a little while ago.
Was he listening?
Well, how could he help it?
I remember a poem. I learned it at school. The Wonderful One-Horse Shay.
Oh, that was by Longfellow, wasn't it?
Oliver Wendell Holmes. Anyhow, one day it was in perfect working order. The next day it just came apart. All over. That's me. A customs officer says to me, "Please open your suitcase, ma'am." And my entire world crumbles into dust. A man has made a fool of me. My reputation is destroyed. My own family practically disowns me. And to top it all off, I'll probably go to prison. Probably. How am I going to avoid it?
I'm sorry. I know you're innocent.
Oh, please don't say that. You're changing tactics. Hard-boiled gets you nowhere, so now you'll become a nice, sympathetic cop. You'll seduce me into telling the truth.
Seduce?
It's a figure of speech, but it amounts to the same thing.
Look, I'm sorry for you because win or lose, well, you got a bad deal. Even if a jury would find you innocent, there'll always be people who believe you were guilty.
How well I know it.
And there's one consolation. From now on, you'll know who your real friends are.
I wonder why I was afraid to live alone after my husband died. I married him right after we finished school. I never worked. He did everything for me. He sheltered me, protected me. I put up with so much from my sister, and it's her husband's fault. If he were really a man, he would never stand for her nonsense. He's been assistant branch manager at Spofford Federal for almost 15 years. He'll never get promoted, but now he can justify it, and so can she. Why are you letting me ramble on like this?
Oh, I told you, I think you're innocent. But I still have to get you to do one thing. And that's to uncover Charlie Wilson for me.
Charlie?
Mm-hmm. He's your only hope. But tell me, what were your plans?
Plans?
Yes.
Well, we would be married.
No, I mean your immediate plans. He gave you the stuff to carry in your valise. Your being stopped by the customs inspector was an unforeseen accident. Suppose you had just sailed through customs. Where would you have gone with him?
Where?
Yes.
To a motel. And the next morning we would have gone to his brother's house in Salisdale, New York. But since you have informed me that there is no Salisdale, New York, there's no brother either.
He might have murdered you.
No, not Charlie.
Why do you say that? You were carrying $1 million worth of heroin. Let's see, you were with him for almost 2 weeks. In all that time, did he say anything that might give you a clue?
No.
Well, what did you talk about?
It seems we talked about me. Yes. Maybe that's why I was so fascinated with him. We talked about me.
Well, his accent. Eastern, Southern, Midwest?
No, it seemed to be the kind of speech you might hear anywhere. I told you what he looks like. I didn't know what more to tell you.
I'm sure he's got a record. I know he's been fingerprinted and photographed. I know it's all on file somewhere. But where? Now, look, the two of you were supposed to be so much in love.
Please.
Didn't you at least take each other's picture?
No, he didn't have a camera. And I don't believe in... Wait.
Oh, what is it?
There is a picture.
Yes?
Yes. We were sitting on the Via Veneto. That is, I got into a conversation with another man, a tourist, an American. And he said, "Let me take your picture." And he did.
Okay, we're halfway home. Now, who was this American tourist? What's his name?
I don't know his name.
You don't know his... Well, then what good?
But I do know he's the mayor of Sadler's Corners, Montana.
remember you. We were sitting on the old Via Veneto, and I heard you remark to the gentleman sitting next to you that I was probably some big Italian film director.
That's right.
So the two of you decided to come out here and avail yourselves of my services as a justice of the peace.
No, not exactly.
Oh, that's not what he told me when I spoke to him just the other day.
You spoke to him?
Yes, he gave me a call. I was mighty pleased. It was so nice to hear from folks you run into in a foreign country.
He called you on the telephone?
Yeah, didn't he tell you? He said you sure would like that picture I took of you.
Oh.
Yeah, so I sent it to him.
You sent him the picture?
Well, didn't he give it to you?
Ask him if he's got the negative.
Your Honor, do you have the negative?
The negative? Oh, Lord bless you. If I kept hold of them negatives, I wouldn't have room to live in the house.
Ask him where he sent the pictures.
Where did you send it?
Well, I've got the address right here. Let me see now. Charles Wilson, Kira, General Delivery, Los Angeles, California.
General Delivery, Los Angeles.
Everything's all right, isn't it? You are coming out here to let me marry you, aren't you?
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever get married, I'll let you marry me. Goodbye. That means there's no picture.
Los Angeles. He's in Los Angeles.
You can send his description to Los Angeles.
Oh, do you know how big Los Angeles is?
But he's there now. The photograph was sent to him only the other day.
Look, I want you to think, Norma. Think.
About what?
About Charlie Wilson. You spent almost 2 weeks in his company. He must have said something that would give him away.
He didn't. I can't think of anything.
Somewhere he must have let something drop.
I can't remember.
We simply have to bring in Charlie Wilson.
But I don't know where or how to.
Look, we have got to find him. He must have said something. You've got to start with the very first thing he ever said to you. And you're going to try to recall every single conversation.
That's impossible.
Anna, what were the first words he ever spoke to you?
He said,
I was wondering, do you have any plans for lunch?
And I said, what did you have in mind? And he answered,
Well, I don't know. I just don't care to eat alone.
See? He didn't care to eat alone. From the very first, he used me.
Now, you must try to recall every word.
Let's get some cheese.
You mean formaggio and wine?
You mean vino. And stroll through Florence.
You mean Firenze. That was in Florence. Then we went to Milan. And what did we talk about? Da Vinci's Last Supper and the opera at La Scala. And then in Rome, St. Peter's. No, he didn't say anything. The Spanish Steps, the Trevi Fountains, the Colosseum. I did all the talking. Then we left for Venice.
And in all this time, he said nothing about himself.
No. He was really awed by everything. You really can't help it. All that grandeur just overwhelms you. Actually, the only thing that didn't seem to impress him was the Colosseum.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Is that important?
Well, I don't know. Just tell me why.
Because,
Yes?
Because he's from Los Angeles.
We already suspect that.
We were standing there, and he said...
If you want the truth, the ballpark in L.A. and the Los Angeles Coliseum are bigger. Great places to see a ball game.
And I asked him, are you a sports fan?
I go all the time. Football in the fall, baseball in the spring and summer.
That's what he said.
Okay, he goes to the ball games. In the Coliseum or Chavez Ravine, pro football, college football, Major League Baseball.
He said he was a fan.
Oh, yeah. Most likely he goes and bets on the games.
Does he have to go to the park to bet?
I know his type. You find him in every city, at every Major League ballpark. They congregate in certain sections. They bet on everything. Balls, strikes.
Could you send his description to the Los Angeles police?
We'll do better than that. We'll go there and have you pick him out. This is the section where they hang out. We've got the place filled with police detectives. If you point him out, he can't get away. Come on. Do you see him?
It's It's difficult.
Yeah, I know it's a long shot. I may be wrong. Maybe he isn't even in L.A. But it's all we have. Do you see him?
Why do you keep asking? Wouldn't I tell you if...
I don't know. Would you? After all, maybe you're still in love with him. Are you?
No, I'm not. Not anymore. Yes. Yes, I do see him. The left aisle. 3rd row. The seat next to the post. The man in the gray jacket and blue slacks.
But he's so ordinary looking. You described him as very handsome and distinguished.
I realize that. I suppose we all look different in Italy.
That's Charles Wilson.
He could never deny it. We could all identify him.
Hey, let's walk up, and you say hello to him.
Hello, Charlie.
Who?
Don't you want those packages you gave me?
You?
Sit down, Charlie. You're not going anywhere.
I want to thank you, Lieutenant, for everything.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. He's got quite a record, our friend Charlie. Forger, smuggler, confidence operator.
And heartbreaker.
Oh, did he break your heart?
Not too badly. Besides, what kind of question is that for a detective to ask?
Oh, I was just hoping it would never happen to you again.
There's no guarantee. I just have to take the chance, that's all.
Well, you're free to go, you know.
You mean you have no further questions to ask me?
Well, it seems to me we spent a whole week in which we did nothing but have me ask you questions. All sorts of personal questions, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Would you like to spend some time asking me some questions?
Yes. I think we could spend a very interesting week doing just that.
And they did. And I would suspect they went on even longer. Perhaps it makes a considerable amount of good sense for a lady like Norma Davis to become involved with a police detective. You must admit she has a talent for getting herself into trouble. You, on the other hand, will get into no trouble at all if you wait for me to return. At first, great waves of immigrants swarmed to our shores as millions came here to find something new. And they did. The things they were seeking, freedom, equality, justice, opportunity, these were new concepts for ordinary men and women. Now, their descendants swarm back to those European shores for a visit in order to find something old. So many of the old ways and old things are also precious and worth preserving. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Robert Dryden, Lloyd Batista, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Why, asks Mr. O'Hara, are we so afraid of loneliness, since it must become, eventually, the ultimate condition of us all? And yet loneliness is the most private and prevalent of all the sorrows in our society. Never in history has the world been so noisy, so crowded, and never have so many been so silent and so alone.
Just a minute. I'm coming. What's the rush? Yes? Oh, what do you... Oh, no, please, don't. Why do you want to shoot me? No!
Our Our mystery drama, Help Wanted, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts and Carol Teitel.
1075 Bank Street.
They say you're only as old as you feel, but like so many other generalizations, this one, strictly speaking, isn't true either. The fact is, you're as old as society perceives you to be, and so if you live in a youth-oriented world, you can be put out to pasture much sooner than you ever thought possible.
Good morning, Miss Colfax.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diaz.
What is there I can perform for you this morning, Miss Colfax?
Oh, I can wait till you're finished with this lady.
Oh, no, that is all right. She is thinking.
Well, I don't mind, my dear. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember what it was I came in here to buy. Oh, if you're sure you don't mind.
No, not at all.
Oh, well, Mr. Diaz, do you suppose... That is, I wonder if I might return this turkey.
There is something wrong with the turkey?
Oh, no, it's really quite a splendid bird.
Well, then, why do you wish to bring him back?
If it's too much trouble...
Oh, no. No, if something is wrong, you must tell me.
Well,
Oh, you must not be afraid. Because I call up the wholesale man, I raise hell. I say to him, what are you pulling? Hey, if you think you can sell Juan Martin Diaz bad turkeys, then, my friend, you are yourself the turkey. Come, we'll look him over.
Oh, but really, there's nothing wrong with the turkey. It's the finest, the most beautiful, the most plump, and I'm sure the most tender turkey I could ever hope to buy.
Hey, if he is all these things, then maybe I did not charge you enough for him, huh?
Oh, it's not the turkey's fault.
Miss Colfax, ¿qué pasa? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Diaz, they're not coming.
Not coming? Who is not coming?
Robert. My son, Robert, and his wife, and the children.
Oh.
This year, he said they would come for sure. So I...
Hey, you know what you want, Miss Colfax. You want a little cup of coffee?
I plan to make a dinner.
No, you come. You try the coffee, huh? Hey, nice and hot.
All his favorite dishes. Especially turkey.
Here. Now, you drink some, huh?
He promised this year, positively.
No, you drink, and soon you'll feel so good.
But just this morning, he called, and he said...
Now, Miss Colfax, you just take it easy, you know.
He said there was a last-minute change in plans.
Well, what can you do?
And he wouldn't be able to get away.
Yes, I know these things happen. You gave me that turkey. I put him back in the freezer, and we say no more about it, huh? Yes? And I owe you $11.47. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Diaz.
The children today, they forget.
I knew you'd understand.
Once they don't need you no more, they don't want you no more. You work hard. You send the boy to school. He gets a good job. Now he has his own family. And what does he do? Huh? He forgets his mama.
No, that isn't true. You mustn't say that.
Once a year, he can't even find a Sunday to come home to see his mama.
You don't understand. Robert's busy. He's very busy.
Nobody is too busy for the Bible. You know what it says in the Bible. Honor your father and your mother.
You don't understand. Robert has a very responsible position. Without him, everything in the company comes to a standstill. Something extremely serious must have come up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah,
After all, he just can't leave everything and take a 300-mile trip. He's too busy.
Too busy to see his mama?
Don't you say another word about my son. Don't you dare.
Oh, sure. Okay, sure. I don't say anything.
Who do you think you are, you stupid foreigner? I'll never set foot in this place again.
some people...
I don't think she meant that, Mr. Diaz.
Yes, I do.
She's really an old and tormented human being.
Sure, yes.
You look at her face, into her eyes, and you see, you know she can never be happy again.
That is too bad.
I would like to help her.
You would?
Yes, I really would.
Operator, I want to place a person-to-person call to Mr. Robert Colfax in Carter City. The number is 555-8585. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure if I could just talk to him again. Oh, I'd better turn that music down. After all, maybe I could go visit him, even if Evelyn doesn't. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, well, just keep ringing. I'm sure he has to be home. All right, I'll place the call again. Thank you. Oh, just a minute. I'm coming. Yes? What do you... Oh, no. Oh, please, don't. Please, don't shoot me. Why do you want to shoot me?
Just a minute. Coming. Artie. Hello, dear.
Aunt Millie, you're doing it again.
Doing what again?
How many times must I tell you?
Really, Artie, dear, where are your manners? You haven't even said hello.
Well, this is more important.
Nothing is more important than plain and simple everyday courtesy.
Do you know what you did, Aunt Millie? You turned the handle and opened the door. It wasn't even locked.
Oh, dear, I simply forgot.
Well, you just can't afford to forget. And now, after you close it, turn the lock. Make it an automatic thing.
Mm-hmm. I spent most of my life in a place where people never bothered to lock their doors.
Well, those days are gone forever, I'm afraid.
Oh, I suppose so. Let me make you a nice cup of tea.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Millie, but I'm here on business.
What sort of business could you possibly have with me?
Well, police business.
Oh, my goodness. Have I done anything?
I guess it has to do with what we were just talking about. Keeping your door locked. Evidently, another lady in this neighborhood didn't do it, and so she's dead.
Murdered?
Yes.
Are you saying that someone just walked into her apartment and shot her? Oh, Artie.
We have another murder of an elderly woman. It's the 5th in less than 2 months.
Oh, no.
Well, she lived just down the street. Her name was Colfax. Mrs. Anna D. Colfax.
Well, why is that name familiar?
Well, it turns out you're one of the last people to have seen her alive.
Colfax.
She lived all alone. A kind of short, thin lady, about 70.
Just a minute, Artie.
Well, I was checking the neighborhood, and I went into this little grocery store. The owner, a man named Diaz, said that...
Yes, of course. That's where I saw her.
Yeah, you were there when she came in. This was an hour before she was murdered.
Oh, I feel awful.
Mr. Diaz says she was very angry when she left.
Well, I suppose you might say she was, on the surface. Actually, she was hurt.
How well did you know this, Mrs. Colfax?
Well, on the one hand, I didn't know her at all. But on the other, you could say I knew her very well.
Well, for just a few minutes, Aunt Millie, forget that I'm your little nephew and talk to me as Detective Lieutenant Arthur McCrae, who is charged with solving a very serious homicide.
All homicides are serious, Lieutenant.
Yes, but this is even more serious because somebody's going around killing elderly ladies, and the police department is being accused of negligence, inefficiency, callousness. You name it. Therefore, somebody in the police department is going to be at fault, and you're looking at him.
Oh, Artie, that isn't fair.
Well, so, Aunt Millie, do not, I beg you, give me answers that consist of, on the one hand, we have this, but on the other hand, we have that.
It's true. I didn't know her until I met her just for a few minutes in Mr. Diaz's store. And then I realized that I knew her very well.
All right, now, what do you know that could help me as a cop?
She was lonely.
Yeah, we know she lived alone.
No, that's not the same thing. I live alone, but I'm not lonely. She was disillusioned with the world. She felt exploited, ill-used. She was bitter, angry, frustrated.
Well, those were all good reasons why she might want to kill somebody. The question is, why would somebody want to kill her?
For those very same reasons.
I think you just lost me.
Do you remember your equations in mathematics and chemistry, physics? The basic principles that hold for all of them?
Remember? I don't think I ever learned them.
Both sides of the equation had to balance.
Dear Aunt Millie, what has this got to do with...
You must look at murder as an equation.
Okay, what is this now?
Stated this way. Killer plus motive equals victim.
Of course. Therefore, victim equals motive plus killer. So, where am I?
Everywhere or nowhere. It all depends.
That's what I like about you, Aunt Millie.
The tea is ready. And don't say you have no time.
All right.
I know you like yours with lemon.
Aunt Millie, I really have another reason for being here.
Oh, of course. All motives are complex. Nothing is ever simple.
You shouldn't be living alone. I mean, certainly not down here.
Oh, now, dear, I have to live alone because I'm alone in the world.
That isn't true. Janie and I would love to have you stay with us.
Oh, dear Artie.
I mean it.
Of course you do. But you see how you said it? You said, stay with us, as if I would be a guest.
Oh, look, however I may have said it, Janie and I are sincere about it.
Certainly. But there's no room for me in your lives.
Aunt Millie.
No, not on a daily basis, no. People need their privacy. And that's why I have to live alone. Also, I have to live in this neighborhood because it happens to be the only place I can afford.
We worry about you.
Really, dear, I'm very, very careful. Oh, true, I may forget to lock my door from time to time, but on the whole, I exercise the greatest caution, honestly.
Will you have dinner with us on Sunday?
Of course.
Please, promise me to keep your door locked.
Artie, I'd better talk to you.
Aunt Millie, I've got work to do.
It's Sunday.
Well, there's no such thing as Sunday for a police officer.
But there is for a police officer's wife.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
I realized I could do one of two things. I could help Janie with the dishes, or I could come in here and talk to you.
I have to nail this killer.
It's very hard on Janie.
She knew what it would be like married to a cop.
Not really. She only discovered afterward.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
I wish I could help.
Aunt Millie, this isn't exactly your field.
It's more mine than yours.
Well, with all due respect, what do you know about police work?
And what do you know about old ladies? That's what this case is about, isn't it? Someone in the neighborhood hates little old ladies. Hates them enough to commit murder.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Aunt Millie. I just think I may have a clue.
So soon?
long does it take? After all, the name of the game is insight. The native ability to suddenly see the gold in the dross, the wheat in the chaff. Some people's insight works more quickly than others. Already, Artie thinks he sees something. Do you? We'll check it out in the second act. Murder. We speak of it as an aberration. Yet it is one of the oldest of all human activities. It is, as we have learned, the final solution, the ultimate argument. To all people of goodwill, it is abhorrent, yet fascinating. Why do people kill? Is the reason simple or complex? It all depends.
Aunt Millie, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel, but I'm thinking back to what you said the other day. You know, when I first spoke with you?
Well, I'm sure I said a great many things, Artie.
All right, let me sort this out. I was looking for leads, and I walked into this little grocery store.
Yes, Mr. Diaz's place.
It turned out she shopped there.
Well, most people around here do. He's very accommodating.
And I asked him when he had seen the Colfax woman last. He replied about an hour before. And I asked him if anyone else had been in the store. He mentioned you. Now, in talking with him, I got the impression that he didn't care much for Mrs. Colfax.
Why?
Oh, it's a subjective thing. I just got the feeling that he didn't like her. But I could be wrong.
He's really a very nice person. I remember telling you that.
Yeah, he can still be a nice person and not like her at the same time.
What are you trying to say, Artie?
Why didn't Mr. Diaz like her?
Well, I didn't exactly say he disliked her. Why, I suppose he did have some justification.
Justification? That's a good word. It's the first time I've encountered anything even remotely like it on this case.
Oh, now, don't build this up.
Look, why don't you just try telling me?
Well, she insulted him.
How?
Well, she said something very stupid.
What?
Well, it was something very unfeeling, unfair, and untrue, and certainly uncalled for.
Yes?
Are you going to force me to repeat it?
I'm afraid I have to.
She said he was a stupid foreigner.
Oh.
Well, but of course she was almost hysterical.
Why?
Well, it happens quite often. They're under terrible stress. And so you bare your soul to someone. After you've done it, you feel that you really had no business doing it. So you hate the person you unburdened yourself to.
The fact is, she did insult Mr. Diaz.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Diaz is too much the gentleman to hold that against her.
You never know how deeply an insult can cut. You know, how much it can burn.
Surely you're not implying that Mr. Diaz could be the... Oh, no. I won't even say it.
No, I won't say it either. But at least I have a motive.
Well, would he kill her just because she said something?
I'm not saying he would or he wouldn't. I'm only saying that finally I've got something. And maybe it's a way to go.
All right, Artie, what do you got?
Inspector, I'm not sure.
Well, now, the media is roasting us alive.
I think I have a focal point.
And what does that mean?
A place where everything can come together.
Oh, and where is that?
A little grocery store in the neighborhood. It's owned and operated by a man named Juan Diaz.
Oh, and what does that give us?
All 5 dead ladies shopped there.
Now, all 5 dead ladies could have shopped in at least 50 other stores in the neighborhood also, you know.
I know for a fact that Mr. Diaz did not like Mrs. Colfax.
Well, does that make him the killer?
No, but, well, it could be a start. At least we have somebody.
Oh, what can we do with him?
I'm not sure yet. But, well, I want to use some manpower to concentrate on him.
Artie, we've got to get some results, and fast, or everybody around here could be back in uniform. Now, the mayor is up for re-election. He'll throw us to the wolves.
You got something on this Diaz angle? Run it all the way down. Maybe it'll save us.
Who is it?
Mrs. Jankowitz?
Yes?
I'm a police officer.
Yeah? How do I know that?
Well, just open the door on the chain, and I'll show you my badge.
I got no chain. Chain's no good. Bandits reach in and snap lock.
I have a card with my name on it. Let me slip it under the door. You see? It says Police Department. Detective Lieutenant Arthur McCrae.
All right. You wait. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Jankowitz.
What do you want?
Well, 5 women have been killed by someone in this neighborhood.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, unless we get people to talk about it, we'll never get the murderer.
And what's to talk about? I never seen him. I don't know him.
Did you know her, Mrs. Anna Colfax?
No.
Or Mrs. Ernestine Simpson?
Yes. She was killed.
Yes. She was one of the 5. How well did you know her?
Ernestine? Pretty good. She had a bad time, that one.
Yes? In what way?
She was always crying. Nobody liked her. So I'd say to her, Ernestine, I like you.
People did dislike her?
No. It was all up here, in the head, you know. She was old, all alone. She felt she had nothing to live for.
Who were some of her other friends?
She was not the kind who'd have friends. Maybe I was the only one who understood her. Her problem was she was always flying off at the handle.
Why?
I guess she didn't trust nobody. I don't blame her. You know, her husband run off with somebody else. Her own son cheated her out of every cent she had in the world. So she took it out on everybody. I says to her, Ernestine, you can't live like this.
Then what would she say?
She'd get mad at me.
Did she shop at Diaz's store?
Diaz. Oh, the groceria. Yes, she did. Then she stopped.
She stopped? Why?
They have a fight. She say he cheat her.
How did he cheat her?
Well, I remember. I go into the store. I have to buy milk. And they're having a big argument.
About what?
What the people argue about these days. Money.
Don't you tell me I owe you money.
Oh, to Miss Simpson, I have it right here in the book.
I don't care what you have in that book of yours. I don't owe you a nickel.
Perhaps you do not remember.
What do you mean? I do not remember. Are you getting it at what I think you're getting at?
No, please, Miss Simpson.
What you're saying is that I don't remember because I'm an old lady. That's what you're saying.
Oh, no, I am only saying
that's what your little racket here is, isn't it? You deal with old people, so you think they're stupid.
No, Mrs. Simpson, please, forget it. Yeah, and do us both a favor. Take your business someplace else, yes?
You're throwing me out of here, huh? Who do you think you are? Listen, I've been thrown out of better dumps than this one.
Please, Mrs. Simpson, we do not need a scene like...
My husband threw me out, my kids threw me out, and now some cheating storekeeper with his thumb on the scale throws me out too.
Mrs. Simpson, I must ask you to leave.
Where do you want me to go? Do you want me to quit living?
You have no right to insult me in front of customers, to accuse me of being a thief.
Don't you worry. You'll never see me in here again.
And how long ago was this, Mrs. Jankowitz?
Let me see. She dies 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it was Sunday. This happened on a Saturday, the day before.
Tell me, Mrs. Jankowitz, do you think that Mr. Diaz cheated her?
Oh, not him. It's just, you know, she was old. She forgot herself. He was mad at her.
Very mad?
Well, people in the store and all, how did it look?
Yes. Well, thank you, Mrs. Jankowitz.
You gonna catch the killer?
I hope so. Mr. Diaz, isn't it a fact that you had a violent argument with Mrs. Ernestine Simpson the day before she was murdered?
Violent? Why? What is violent?
Very strong.
We had an argument, yes.
She insulted you?
Well,
Do you deny that she insulted you?
Well, a man like me, I get insults every day.
She called you a thief.
It's America, a free country. Each person is allowed to have an opinion.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Diaz. You had a pretty violent argument.
Well, you know, she says something, I say something.
You ordered her out of the store.
Oh, no. No, never.
You didn't tell her to take her business elsewhere?
I think I said, Miss Simpson, if you do not trust me, you should take your business someplace else.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't order her to leave?
No.
You didn't say, I must ask you to leave?
No, I only said, maybe you better leave and come back when you feel better.
You deny there was a fight?
No, there was no fight. Me? Fight? No. How can I afford to fight with customers?
And so you deny that there was a violent altercation?
If that means what I think, yes, I deny it. And I got witnesses. They tell you the same thing. I remember, sure. There was another lady in the store. She heard everything.
You remember her name?
The same lady who was here when the other one, that Miss Koufax, get angry also. You talk to her. She tell you it was peaceful. I wasn't angry.
The same lady who was here the other day?
Yeah. She's a good customer of mine. Miss Millie McCray.
Aunt Millie. One thing you have to say about our Aunt Millie, she sure does get around. But the pattern is emerging. We have a Mr. Diaz who runs a food store. He has an argument with an elderly woman customer, and shortly thereafter the woman is murdered. Are we dealing with coincidence? A third act is en route with the answer. You have a string of murders, all for what appear to be trivial motives, if indeed they can be considered motives at all. So you might say they are the work of a madman. But the problem with madness is usually that it has a logic of its own, an extremely convincing logic that makes excellent sense. That is, on its own terms.
Miss Millie McCray was here when this fight took place?
No, but it wasn't a fight.
Mrs. Simpson wasn't angry?
Oh, Mrs. Simpson, she was angry, yes. But I was not angry.
At any rate, you knew Mrs. Simpson. You knew Mrs. Colfax. The other three ladies, Mrs. Hernandez, Mrs. Pinson, and Mrs. Weiss, you knew them too?
Oh, yeah. They were customers of mine. Lieutenant, what are you trying to say to me?
Did you have arguments with any of those three also?
No, please, Lieutenant. I don't ever have real arguments with anybody.
Just a minute. Artie, dear.
Once again, Aunt Millie, you didn't lock your door.
You're right. I forgot.
Do you know what's going on in this neighborhood?
I'll remember. I promise to remember.
5 women.
Come in, Artie. Come in anyhow. Oh, no. It is nice of you to drop in. How about some lunch?
Aunt Millie, I understand you witnessed another scene between Mr. Diaz and one of his irate customers.
I did?
Yes, another of the ladies who were killed. Mrs. Ernestine Simpson?
Oh, yes.
But why didn't you tell me?
Why should I have told you?
It's another case of where a woman gets killed after an argument with Mr. Diaz.
Artie. Oh, surely you don't suspect Mr. Diaz.
Well, Mr. Diaz, rightly or wrongly, is the only suspect we're even remotely close to at this time.
Oh, but he's such a nice man.
Well, every now and then, nice people, well, something comes over them and they commit murder.
Oh, but Mr. Diaz...
Look, that argument some weeks ago with Mrs. Simpson, do you remember it?
Well, let me think.
She accused him of having cheated her.
Oh, yes. Yes, I seem to remember. Mr. Diaz carries many people on credit. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to buy there. I mean, a customer could do better in the chain supermarkets on many items.
Yeah, well, now tell me more about Mr. Diaz and Mrs. Simpson.
Well, when he charges an item, he writes it down in a book.
And she denied one particular entry?
Oh, she absolutely refused to acknowledge it. She became furious. I suppose Mr. Diaz took it as an attack on his integrity, which I suppose it was.
Was he angry, too?
In his own way.
Which is what?
He doesn't raise his voice. He just turns a bit pale, bites his lip, and somehow you sense he's seething inside.
So it was a rather violent scene, huh?
Well, it was a particular kind of violence. I'm afraid many of us do give Mr. Diaz a rather difficult time of it.
How?
Well, so many of us are alone. Oh, not me, Artie. I have you, and I have Janie. Just as much of you as I need to sustain me. I'm lucky. I'm not like so many of them.
Them?
You get old, Artie, and maybe you never had much money, but it didn't matter because you had other things. Well, now those are gone, and it's lonely. You don't know how lonely, especially for women who are always dependent on others for everything.
Yeah, I understand, but what is that got to do?
It's an empty world, Artie. It's an empty life. And trifles suddenly assume unbelievable importance. And that's because life itself is now nothing but a series of trifles. You yourself are made to feel like a trifle.
Would you do something for me, Aunt Millie?
Of course.
After each of these two incidents, you were in the store with Mr. Diaz afterwards. Can you remember what he said?
Afterwards? Well, let me think.
Try. I must establish his state of mind. Try the most recent one first. Mrs. Colfax, after she walked out.
All right. She walked out, and he said... Mr. Diaz said...
Oh, some people to say such things.
I don't think she meant it, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, I do.
She's really a terribly tormented human being.
Yes, but still and all.
But you look at her face, at her eyes, and you can see she could never be happy again.
Well, that is too bad.
I would like to help her.
You would?
Yes, I really would.
And?
That was all.
Okay. Now, that's what happened with the Colfax lady. After the incident with the Simpson woman 3 weeks ago, what did he say then? Well,
let me try to frame that once more. There was another lady in the store at the time, evidently a friend of hers. I've seen her around. I know, I think her name is Mrs. Jankowitz. And when Mrs. Simpson stormed out of the store, Mrs. Jankowitz went out after her, obviously to calm her down. Well, I just stood there looking at Mr. Diaz, and finally he said...
Why do I put up with this?
Oh, now, Mr. Diaz.
She has no right.
But the poor woman is troubled.
She knows how to give trouble.
Isn't it better to forget it?
How can I forget it? I'm human.
Mrs. Simpson obviously needs help. Perhaps I could help her.
Nobody could help her.
And that was the conversation?
As far as I can remember.
All right.
All right, what? Surely you don't believe he was angry enough to commit murder?
Well, anger is a relative state. Who knows how much is enough? All right, here's how it lays out, Inspector. We know for a fact that all these ladies kept their doors locked. Nobody broke in.
Which means they knew who it was.
Yeah, right. They willingly opened the door because they knew who was ringing the bell. These were all highly suspicious ladies.
They certainly had good cause.
At least two of them that we can account for had arguments, episodes, whatever, with Mr. Diaz.
What you're trying to build here is a case against Diaz?
No, Inspector. I'm trying to lay out the materials and then see if it builds itself. Now, after the incident in his store, Diaz goes to see these ladies, whichever one at the time. He rings the bell. They ask who's there. He says, Mr. Diaz. They recognize the voice. They let him in.
Why? They didn't exactly part friends.
Diaz may say, I come to apologize. And maybe he tells them also he's got a little gift. Logical?
Sure sounds logical to me. But the DA is going to need an awful lot more before he'll want to take it to court.
Hello, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Do you own a gun?
No, Lieutenant.
Mr. Diaz, I'm really very sorry for you.
Sorry? Why?
Oh, I guess you were pushed beyond that point.
I do not follow you, Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I think you'd be found guilty, but through reasons of insanity.
What are you trying to do to me?
All right, let me tell you a story, Mr. Diaz. There's a man named Juan Martin Diaz. And if you know something, there's no record of him anywhere in this country. There's no fingerprints, no birth certificate, no social security. Do you know why? He's an illegal alien.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diaz.
Listen, I work hard. Oh, how hard you will never know. Day and night.
I know, and it'll be in your favor. First, hear me out. Illegal immigrant Diaz opens a business and does well. He's a credit to the community, but he has to take a great deal of irritation, insult.
I swallow my pride.
Well, you tried to, but it's too much. We checked with the police in Mexico. You were in jail several times for assault.
I was young. I was stupid. I had a terrible temper. That is why I left. I had a criminal record. But I changed.
So, when some of these angry and troubled old ladies gave you a hard time, I guess it was the last straw, huh?
That is not so, Lieutenant. You do not understand.
Well, you'll have your day in court.
Just a minute.
Aunt Millie.
Artie, darling, please don't scold me. I know I left the door unlocked again. But it doesn't matter. They've got the murderer.
Have they?
You arrested him.
I know. And we can build a pretty good case. It's so logical for Mr. Diaz to be the killer. Everybody's so willing to accept it. After all, he's an illegal alien with a record. But as I think about it, I'm just not sure.
Well, if Mr. Diaz is not the killer, who is?
Do you want to tell me, Aunt Millie?
Artie.
You kept saying all the time you were going to help those poor ladies. Suddenly I asked myself, is that what she meant? I have to ask her. I'm asking, Aunt Millie. Is that what you meant?
Artie.
You really can't allow Mr. Diaz to pay for crimes he didn't commit, can you?
No.
Why, Aunt Millie? Why?
Oh, Artie. These poor, wretched people. What was left for them in their life? You didn't see them every day as I did. On the streets. Aimless, rootless, helpless, hopeless. No one cares, Artie. No one cares, really. Or maybe there are just too many of them and not enough ways to help or whatever. But there they are, and it just broke my heart.
That's how you helped?
Well, what should I have done? Let them suffer through another year or 2 or 3 of being bewildered and brutalized by life? I wanted to be kind. I only wanted to be kind.
Yes, I understand.
It would seem to me that they were looking at me, their eyes begging, pleading, help me, help me. Well, what other way did I have? What other help could I give them?
But, Aunt Millie, it's wrong to commit murder.
Oh, it wasn't murder. They were dead already.
I'm sorry, Aunt Millie.
I know. What I did was wrong, and I shall pay for it. But remember, Artie, not all the blame should rest on my shoulders.
Of course, she was put away for what will certainly be the rest of her life. Mr. Diaz was released and will be allowed to remain here. Under no circumstances can we condone what she did. After all, no one among us can be permitted to play God. Yes, and it would be a much better world.
We've invested in tomorrow.
We're into projects for young children, playground facilities, bread-making machines, libraries.
We're into projects for school children. Chairs and desks, vitamins, and slide projectors.
We're into productivity projects, feed pulverizers, cultivators, chickens for breeding.
And we're into health projects, like well pumps that can provide clean water.
We're part of Save the Children Federation, men, women, and children, helping with contributions to help underprivileged children and their families on the self-help road to a better life.
Send your contribution or write for information to Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017.
Won't you join our family?
Please.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I suppose that no self-respecting 17th century European castle would be without a ghost. The story I bring you deals with not one, but several ghosts. And what makes this tale all the more fascinating to me is the rumor that these particular ghosts weren't ghosts of people at all. And although they made no sound and were seen but rarely, they represented the absolute in terror. And a strange vendetta.
My little dog. What have you done to my dog, my lord?
I believe I told you, madam, that the dog is the emblem of fidelity. There will be no more dogs at Castle Cathal.
But I have never betrayed you. You cannot punish a dumb animal for a crime you think I have committed.
I will hear no more of this.
Oh, but you will, my lord. Someday you will. And then, too late, my lord. You will wish this terrible deed undone.
Our mystery drama, Castle Kerfol, was especially adapted from the Edith Wharton classic for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Allstate Insurance Companies and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. To touch the heights you dare to reach. To know you're all
century, with available automatic transmission and the Buick V6, got 17 miles per gallon in the city test and 25 in the highway test. Of course, those figures are only estimates. The mileage you get may vary. But what it means is this. Buick's V6 Centuries with automatic transmission got better overall EPA mileage ratings than any other U.S. midsize with automatic transmission. Nice going, Buick. In California, see your Buick dealer for EPA figures.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. The book of Job says this about dreams. God speaks first in one way and then in another, but no one notices. He speaks in dreams and visions that come in the night. When slumber comes on mankind and all men are asleep in bed, then it is He whispers in the ear of man, or may frighten him with fearful sights and turn him away from evil doing to save his soul from the pit. So listen to your dreams. They could guide you to new and positive directions. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
I doubt if very many of us have ever gone or ever will go shopping for a castle. But if any of you do, there's one important thing to remember. One vital question to ask. Does the castle have a ghost? And if it does, what are its ghostly habits? This was a question which Paula Randall never bothered to ask, and this is what happened to her on her first look at the graceful turrets of Castle Kerfol.
A sudden, uncontrollable chill was my first reaction to the sight of the proud roofs and gables of Castle Kerfol. My second reaction was one of confusion mixed with a touch of anger. What in the world was I doing standing outside the iron gate, leading to the obviously empty courtyard of a medieval castle? Did I really want to buy this? Or had I been talked into something? I could hear the pleasant voice of my host, Henri Lanrivan, saying,
"You really should buy Castle Kerfol, Paula. You would make a perfect hostess for that ancient manor. And it wouldn't be at all a bad thing for your business if you owned the most romantic house in Brittany."
Oh, I don't think a great many people will come all the way to Brittany just to see a fashion show.
Nonsense. People would travel half around the world to catch a glimpse of the breathtaking new Paula Randall fashion.
It's spoken like a gallant Frenchman, but with more gallantry than truth, I'm afraid. However, I will make an admission to you, Henri. I am beginning to want roots, to settle down somewhere.
You really must see Castle Kerfol today. And today is perfect. I'm driving on to Quimper. You stay here and look around. I'll pick you up on my way back. The caretaker or his wife will show you around.
And so he left. And I suppose I was annoyed, because I couldn't see anyone around. And no one came to answer the bell. I tugged at it again. Still no sign of anyone. I pushed open the iron gate and stepped into the stone courtyard. And I stopped. I was facing the main building. And now I could see that this was a mere shell, a ruined front, through which the trees of the park beyond were clearly visible. But the rest of the house was still in its original splendid beauty. And as I started for the main door, suddenly, a dog barred my way. He was such a very beautiful little dog that for a moment he made me forget the splendid place he was defending. He was golden brown, silken-haired Pekingese, and there was anger in his large brown eyes. But to my surprise, he didn't snap or bark. He gradually stepped back as I stepped forward. And then I noticed another dog, a rough, brindled mongrel who limped on a lame leg. I remember thinking, why, there will be trouble now, as the first two animals were joined by a third, a white dog with long hair, who'd slipped out of a doorway. He was silently watching me, and so we stood, the dogs and I, watching each other. And then I decided to make friends. I stooped to pat the little Pekingese. He didn't bark or growl or take his eyes from me. He simply moved back slowly on noiseless paws and continued to stare at me, as did the other dogs. I felt very uneasy, and I called to them, "Do you know what you dogs look like? All of you? You look as though you'd seen a ghost. That's just how you look."
Paula, I hope you haven't been waiting here long. I thought you'd be up at the castle or with the caretaker.
There are no caretakers.
What? I don't understand. The family are anxious to sell the place. The caretaker or his wife should be around. What can have happened?
I don't know, but I saw no one.
Well, I must apologize. I never would have had you go if
No apology necessary. Even if I could have gotten in, I suspect the dogs would have stopped me.
What did you say about dogs?
Oh, yes. There were several dogs. They seemed to have the place to themselves.
You mean you actually saw them?
Oh, you can't miss them. I saw nothing else.
How many? I've always wondered.
Ali, don't tell me you've never been to Castle Careful.
Often, but never on this day.
What day?
Well, I'd quite forgotten. If I'd remembered, Paula, believe me, I never would have brought you today. There is a story that goes with Castle Careful, an unpleasant tale. As a matter of fact, an ancestor of mine named André Lanrivin was mixed up in it. You know, every Breton house has its ghost story.
Well, what on earth has that to do with the dogs?
Those dogs are the ghosts of Careful.
Oh, come on, Henri.
Oh, yes.
Do you expect me to believe that?
I don't expect you to believe anything. But you told me you saw a lot of dogs. And I know there isn't a single dog at Castle Careful.
At dinner that night, there was no more talk of Castle Careful. But after the guests had left and Henri's mother had said good night, he brought me a shabby leather-bound volume from an upper shelf in his library.
Yeah, I think you should read this.
What is it?
You see.
A history of the assizes of the Duchy of Brittany, Quimper, 1702.
Mm-hmm. This book was written about 100 years after the affair at Castle Careful. But I believe the account is taken almost literally from the judicial record.
There was a trial?
Yes, and a rather strange one. And my old ancestor, André de Lanrivin, figures in it.
And the dogs, Henri, where do they come in?
Read it. And if you should be too frightened to continue, just yell, and I shall come galloping to the rescue.
I read until well past midnight, completely absorbed, caught up in this strange transcript of what took place in a courtroom over 400 years ago. But on this night, every word rang as clearly as if I were sitting there, listening to the judge, questioning the young and beautiful Anne de Corneau, the lovely young bride of the 62-year-old Baron Yves de Corneau, the master of Careful Castle.
The prisoner must understand that if this court is to arrive at the truth, the prisoner must give us, in as much detail as she can remember, the entire history of her marriage to the Baron.
I understand, Your Lordship. What is it you wish to know?
The court has heard testimony from various witnesses about the first 2 years of your marriage to Yves de Corneau. But what puzzles me is how you and the Baron met.
My father took me to the holy shrine at Locronan. We were seeking absolution, doing penance for our sins. And that was where the Baron first saw me. And? He was smitten with me.
Well, how do you know that?
Because, Your Lordship, it was less than a week later that he came to my father's house with packed mules laden with gifts for my father and for me. And he asked for my hand.
Now proceed, madame.
Castle Careful was a very lonely place. And when my husband was away on his business matters, I was alone. It was my very deep sorrow that our marriage was childless, though there was never a word of reproach from my husband.
In short, madame, you would have the court believe that yours was an idyllic union with never a quarrel between you?
No, your lordship, we quarreled, but only over matters of small import.
Perhaps madame can recreate for us one of the quarrels of small import?
Yes, your lordship. It was after one of my husband's business trips. He came to me in the garden immediately upon his return.
Well, it is suitable and pleasing to me to find my wife in her garden picking flowers.
I am happy to please my lord.
Oh, come, Anne. My name is Eve. And it is Eve who has brought a pretty bauble for your neck. Here, open it.
Oh, it is beautiful. It's magnificent. And I thank you.
Ah, you are a beautiful creature, my Anne. I missed you.
Then why do you not take me with you? I should not be so lonely then.
The city is no fit place for young wives. Why do you find it so irksome here at Castle Careful while I'm away?
Oh, it isn't irksome, but I feel I am a prisoner here. I cannot even pick a flower in my garden without having a waiting woman at my heels. Wherever I go here, I am watched.
You are protected and honored.
From whom do I need to be protected? And I am not a queen that I need such honors.
A man who has a treasure like you at home, Anne, does not leave the key in the lock when he goes abroad.
And this, your lordship, was the only point of contention between us. Until... I'm sorry. My apologies to the court and to your lordship. But these memories are sometimes very painful for me. When my husband returned from his following journey, he brought me a gift, the one I loved the best. It was a small brown silken Chinese dog that he'd purchased from a sailor at Bordeaux. Perhaps it was true that I loved that little dog in place of the child I never had. But Eve seemed pleased that I was so fond of Chinois. I named him that. And the little dog and I were inseparable. And one day, when I'd fallen asleep in my room with Chinois at my feet, I noticed it.
What's this? What have you done with my magnificent necklace? Do I see it around the neck of a dog?
Oh, Eve, I'm sorry if you're angry that I used the necklace in such a foolish fashion.
Oh, well, not at all, my dear. I know how much you love Chinois, and it is a compliment to me that you place one of my presents around the other's neck.
Oh, thank you, Eve.
That was not the reason I woke you. I had to tell you that I was struck by your resemblance to my great-grandmother, Juliane de Corneau, lying in the chapel with her feet on a little dog.
Oh.
You do not like the thought?
Well, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Still, perhaps when I am dead, you might place me beside her, also carved in marble, with my dog at my feet.
You shall have your monument, if you earn it.
And I swear I shall be faithful, with my little Chinois at my feet.
And you were not faithful. You were discovered. And you took your revenge by killing the Baron.
No, your lordship. I have said that I am not an adulteress. I swear that I am not. André was my friend, my dear friend. He was a man who was not as cruel as my husband, but he was no more than a friend.
Do you deny that you met him secretly the night your husband was killed?
I have never denied that.
Then why did you go meet him secretly at midnight, if it were not to commit adultery?
I went to ask him to take me away because I was certain that my husband was going to kill me.
What a difference in lifestyles 3 or 4 centuries make. Today, if a woman commits adultery, she's just as likely to write a book detailing her experiences. In the 17th century, a husband would have been allowed to kill an unfaithful wife. I'll be back with Act 2 in just a moment.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Budweiser, you said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. The Budweiser ingredients, listed proudly right there on the Budweiser label. There are less expensive ingredients, but you won't find them in Budweiser. No way. There's a lot more that goes into the brewing of Budweiser than just ingredients. But it's what comes out that counts most, and that's the Budweiser taste. And that speaks for itself, loud and clear. Hear it talking?
There is no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of dreams is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Who will cope with tomorrow for a brighter new day? There's one hope for tomorrow, the children of today.
There is only one hope for tomorrow, the children. Yet there are children in this world right now who have no hope for a brighter today. They're hungry, illiterate, living in misery, and when they grow up, if they grow up, they'll pass on this hopelessness. And it's the world's loss and the world's shame. You can help children to grow up with healthy bodies and educated minds, with a zest for life that they'll pass on to their children and to our world. Won't you please send a check to Save the Children Federation, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. Think about tomorrow.
We've got to save the children and save the world. Help them to grow.
People who see ghosts differ from people who see UFOs. The latter can't wait to tell the world that they have seen these strange, glowing, elliptical-shaped objects floating around our planet, while those who have seen ghosts are somehow reluctant to mention the fact. Of course, the lady in today's tale was thoroughly convinced that what she had seen were simply a number of dogs, not ghosts at all. But this belief was under severe strain.
I had become so involved in reading the trial of Anne de Cornault, recorded so completely in the ancient and crumbling book, The History of the Assizes of the Duchy of Brittany, that I didn't even hear Henri's rapping at my door.
Anne, are you all right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Henri. I was lost in a courtroom 400 years ago with that poor frightened girl, Anne de Cornault.
Well, how do you like my ancestor, André?
Well, so far he's only been mentioned briefly, but really I am haunted with Anne, with the girl. I feel chilled as I read her testimony. I feel as though I were she, there in the court. Sometimes I even know what she's going to say before she says it. It's scary, Henri.
Well, then stop reading.
Oh, no, not a chance. Not after I saw those dogs today. You were joking, weren't you, when you said there weren't any dogs at Castle Kerfol?
No, Anne, I wasn't. There are no dogs at Kerfol.
After Henri left me, I returned to the book and immediately found myself back in the 17th century courtroom, so involved that I actually seemed to be living the tortured life of that poor girl, now dead some 400 years.
You ask us to believe that your husband would have given you permission to journey to Saint Barbe?
Yes, your lordship. The pilgrimage was made in the company of a lady much respected by the Baron. The lady, his aged aunt, and I were on a journey to Saint Barbe. It was a religious pilgrimage.
Does it not seem almost doubly sinful for a woman to meet her paramour on a religious pilgrimage?
André de Lanrivain was never my paramour. I'd seen him once or twice at Castle Carrefour when he visited there with his father, but he never exchanged more than civil greetings with me. And thus, what he said to me at Sambab was a shock to me and a surprise.
And scandalous?
No, I did not think so. We met by chance under the aspen trees as the procession was coming out of the chapel.
I pity you,
he said. And I was surprised because I had no thought that anybody considered me an object of pity.
He said no more?
Only one thing.
Call me when you need me, as an ear to listen and a mouth to talk.
As I've said, my husband was away a great deal. My life at Castle Carrefour was indeed lonely. My little dog Chinois was always with me, and he gave me great pleasure. But more and more I thought of the meeting with André de Lanrivain and of his words. And one day I decided to test him to ascertain whether he meant what he said. Of all the maids my husband had serving me, there was one I trusted more than the others, and it was she I sent with a note, certain that there would be no answer. But I was wrong, and he was waiting in the copse near the edge of the forest, as his note said he would be.
Milady, you came after all.
It was I who sent for you, and you thought I would not be here.
I dared not hope.
André.
I feel you have no life at all with the Baron. Your gentleness and beauty is not for him. Where are you going?
No, I see now. It was not only foolish, but it was wrong of me to have come.
Please, milady, don't go. Just tell me what you want from me, and you shall have it.
There must never be a discussion of my husband. He shall not be mentioned.
Agreed. That is a beautiful little dog you have in your arms.
Yes, I love him very much. He was a gift from the Baron.
I see.
Which was very thoughtful. But much as I love my little Chinois, I admit to loneliness. I long to hear a human voice other than my maid's.
If my voice will help, you shall hear it as often as you wish.
And, how often did you meet?
Twice more, Your Lordship, and each time very briefly.
And your husband knew nothing of these meetings?
I have reason to believe he did not. You see, at the time of our second meeting, I had already realized that we must put an end to it.
But there must be a reason. Surely I deserve at least that from you, Anne. Some reason why we should no longer meet.
Because I do not wish it.
If there's one thing I know, it's that you have enjoyed our conversations as much as I. Perhaps more. You've told me so.
No, never.
Well, perhaps not in so many words. But I can tell. By the flush on your cheek, the spark that kindles in your eyes when I tell you of Paris and other cities I've seen.
No. What you have just said is reason enough why we must no longer meet. I find myself looking forward to it too much. I know it will be like a drug to me. And the more meetings we have, the more I shall want. I must stop now while I can.
But we have done nothing wrong. Committed no sin in the eyes of the Lord.
Thank you, André, for the moments of light you have given me. I shall always be grateful. But we can meet no more.
But you did. And why? What changed your mind?
A message from him, Your Lordship, saying that he was going away for a long, long time, and he asked for only one farewell meeting.
If I knew you would come to bid me farewell whenever I leave the country, then I should try to leave every day.
André, where are you going? When do you leave?
I go to the British Isles on some business, which is not without peril. I shall be away for 6 or 7 months. Would you not give me some keepsake? Something of small value to you, but which I will cherish always, since it will speak to me of you during the long months of separation?
Oh, gladly. I would give what you ask, but I brought no jewels. I wear no rings. I have no trinkets. And then, though I knew it was wrong, I took the small necklace from around the throat of little Chinois, and I offered it to Andre. At first he refused, but I urged. No, I insisted. And finally he took it. And afterwards I was sorry. And that very night, at dinner with my husband...
Well, your little dog has a giant appetite, my love.
You mustn't spoil him by overfeeding.
Better overfeeding than overpetting the way you do. Mm-hmm. Well, here. Come here, Chinois. Here. Here's a piece of meat. There. Good dog. Hold on. What's this? Where is his necklace?
Oh, he lost it.
Lost it?
He was running in the park, in the undergrowth. And when I picked him up, I noticed that the necklace was gone. I spent a good time during the day searching for it, but I couldn't find it.
Well, perhaps it will be found one day. Have some more wine, madame. It's an excellent vintage.
No, thank you.
Then I shall drink alone. Are you interested in hearing about my day in Rennes?
If my lord will excuse me, I have a slight headache. I should like to retire.
Well, of course. I have my bottle for company, and you... When you get to your room, you will have your little dog.
Chinois, mon pauvre, my little Chinois.
Madame, there is something wrong, something troubling you.
Oh, Chinois, he is dead.
Now, how did that happen?
I came into my room and I found him like this, lying across my pillows. Someone has strangled him.
A pity, madame. But there is a bright side to every tragedy, eh? You see? Here, your necklace has been found.
Found? Would to heaven it had not been. Oh, take it away, my lord. I never want to see it again. After the use to which it's been put, wound round my little dog's throat to snuff out his life.
Madam, I'm displeased that you smile so little.
I'm sorry, my lord. I shall try.
No, nonsense. I have arranged for some entertainment at Castle Carfol when I go next to a camper on business. Entertainment, I think, that will please you.
That is very kind of you, my lord.
You are so selfish of me. I would like to see some small measure of life appear in a wife who is at least 40 years younger than I am.
Yes, my lord.
And so for 2 days, while I am at Quimper, I have given the gypsies permission to come here. And in return, they promised to put on some entertainments for you. Let us hope, madame, they serve to put you in better spirits.
Oh, it's lovely. It's so lovely. And the dogs are wonderful. Tell me, does it take you long to train them?
Not too long, milady. The ones who are trained help me with the ones who have to learn.
Oh, look. This one is the dearest, I think. Am I mistaken? Or does he have one blue and one brown eye?
Milady has a sharp eye. And he seems to like you.
Yes. Would it be much trouble for you to train another dog if...
Milady wants to buy the little dog, of course. For 3 golden coins, you may have the dog.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll have one of my maids get you the coins.
Have you taught your maids to lie to me, madame?
I cannot understand your question, my lord.
When I returned to Castle Carfol this evening, they told me you enjoyed the gypsy entertainment I arranged for you. That you were gay and bright with laughter. And yet for me, there's only silence.
I am sorry, my lord. Do I have my lord's permission to go to my room?
Very well.
I shall return, my lord, immediately.
I hope in a more cheerful disposition than heretofore.
Oh, no.
Oh, what is it?
Oh.
What has alarmed you?
Oh, it's my little dog.
Oh, yes. I see he has been strangled. It would seem, madame, that you have bad luck with your pets.
Everyone knows that the ASPCA represents the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. There is, however, no ASPCM, which could stand for the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Mates. Perhaps if there were such a society, there might be fewer divorces, and even more important, fewer husband-wife murders. We'll be back with Act 3 in just a moment.
Allstate asks, do you own a small business? Go over these questions with your present group health and life insurance agent. If your agent doesn't say yes to every one, then...
Talk to the good hands people.
First question. Does your present basic medical expense insurance pay the very first dollar? That means you pay no deductible. For expenses such as surgery, room and board, x-ray and lab, and in-hospital doctor fees? If not...
Talk to the good hands people.
Does your present plan provide coverage for maternity expenses? If not...
Talk to the good hands people. You're in good hands with Allstate.
See your Allstate agent to find out what an Allstate plan costs, what is and isn't covered, including benefit reductions and terms under which insurance continues in force. Allstate Insurance Companies. Available in most states to businesses that qualify.
Share a ride with a friend. Share a smile when you're round the bend. Let somebody brighten up your day.
Share a ride with a friend. Drive together and the time you spend will speed along as you go your way.
Double up every morning. Double up going home at night. Double up every day. It's a better way. You're gonna have more fun together.
Talking about the latest style. We passed away the miles. Glad that I'm not driving home alone.
Talking about the game last night. A guy made a play that was out of sight. It's nice to talk to someone going home. Double up every morning. Double up going home at night. Double up every day. It's a better way. You're gonna have more fun together. It's driving alone.
A public service of this station, U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
It's a scientific fact that some people have a low threshold of pain, while others can withstand a remarkable amount of punishment before they even feel the slightest twinge. It would seem to me only logical that some people would be more sensitive to the influences and specters of the past and would find themselves powerfully affected by merely hearing or reading about past events. So I completely understand the reaction of our very modern, liberated 20th century Paula Randall to the events in the La Rivin Chateau in Brittany.
I had been reading for hours, and I suppose I made a fool of myself later that night with my behavior. But there were extenuating circumstances. Earlier, I had told Henri de Lambrevin how much I had identified with the girl with Anne de Cournal, whose trial I was reading about. And I had just reached the part where she found her second little dog strangled, and suddenly the lights in my room went out. I didn't panic, not then, but I had been reading in bed, and in the dark, I reached for the bedside table to find a match to strike a light, and my hand felt something soft and furry. And it was then that I screamed and screamed and woke the house and brought Henri bursting through my door.
Paula, what is it? What has happened?
The dog. Henri, her dead little dog. It was next to my bed. I felt it.
Nonsense. There's nothing here. Look. It's one of your bedroom slippers with a fur on it. Look for yourself.
Well, I can't see it in the dark. Why did those lights go out?
It's almost dawn. We switch back from the emergency generator now. And there are about 10 minutes during which we're without electricity. Of course, not many people are usually up at this hour.
I'm sorry, but I was so frightened. Henri, why did you give me this book, this history of the trials of the Duchy of Brittany? Why did you want me to read this?
No ulterior motives, my pet. I thought you'd be interested in buying Castle Kerfol. I wanted you as a neighbor. And then you saw the dogs. That clinched it.
But other people must see them. You told me the caretaker and his wife leave on that particular day, so...
Well, they live here. They have ties.
What are you saying?
Perhaps you shouldn't finish.
No, you go now. And apologize to the household for my behavior. And we will have coffee after I finished reading. Henri was disturbed, but he left. And I went back again to the history of the assizes of the Duchy of Brittany. And again the ancient words on the printed page worked their magic. And I was transported back in time to that drafty courtroom.
And did it not occur to you to confront your husband and ask him if he was indeed responsible for killing the dogs? And if so, what were his reasons?
I felt that would be useless.
Why useless?
You did not know the Baron, your lordship. I hoped that by my telling this story, you would come to know something of the mind of a man who could kill innocent animals simply because he imagined that his name had been dishonored.
We have only your word that it was his imagination.
And the word of André de la Revin.
Who may have been your accomplice. Finish your testimony.
There's little more to tell. I suffered in my loneliness, and the winter wore on, and then the gypsies returned.
But Milady has not bought anything. Nothing at all.
No. I'm not in the mood for buying.
Not even for buying happiness?
No one can buy happiness.
To the gypsy, many things are possible that are not known by you, madame. Take, for instance, this pear-shaped pendant. This is a most remarkable trinket, milady.
Yes, it looks very nice.
This pendant can tell the future and bring happiness.
Oh, nonsense.
Of course. But the trinket is pretty and an exceptional bargain. For you, milady, this will be only 2 livres.
No, I am not interested.
Look, it is so cunningly contrived. See, it opens. A cunning contrivance. And...
Wait.
It's yours.
Wait a moment. Wasn't there a piece of paper in it?
It is yours, milady. You will not regret it.
No, that paper. I saw it. It had the Lanrivain seal.
I did not notice. No, milady, I should not open it here. The privacy of your chamber would be more suitable.
My dear lady, I have returned. I must see you. I will be at the side door of the castle after midnight. The Baron has told me he is staying the night in Rennes. André. Yes.
I have returned, madam.
Oh, no.
And I would like your presence at supper.
Oh, good Lord. What am I to do now? It is a pleasant surprise to find you back tonight, my husband. I gather your business in Rennes went so well that you could return so soon?
It went as I expected.
Milord, tell me some of the interesting things that happened to you in Rennes.
Madame, I find your prattle boring, and this evening it is I who have the headache. I also feel feverish.
Is there something I can do? A poultice, perhaps?
You can keep quiet. Good night, madame. I trust you sleep well, with nothing to disturb pleasant dreams.
And so, your lordship, I returned to my room, terrified. I was certain that in some way my husband had found out about André, and that he would be there waiting at the side door, and that he would kill André and me. I waited in my room, but then I opened my door and stole along the passage
and listened at my husband's door. I could hear him breathing heavily and with difficulty, but I was still fearful. And I went back to my room and I waited until the moon had set through the trees of the park. And then I went back again and listened at the door to my husband's room. He still seemed to be asleep. I had only two thoughts: to get down the stairs silently, to get to the door, to unbolt it, and warn Andre, tell him that I wished him to take me away. I reached the door and unbolted it and opened it.
Anne, I must tell you...
Andre, you must go. He has come back. I think because he knew that you were coming. Please go. Go now.
But Anne,
I want to go away with you, but not now. Go now.
And these noises you heard from your husband's room were after you had dismissed de Oliva and closed the castle door?
Yes, your lordship.
What did you do next?
I started up the stairs and I listened.
What did you hear?
I heard dogs snarling and panting.
What dogs?
Huh?
What dogs?
I don't know.
And how long did you remain listening on the stairs?
Just a few minutes. And then when I reached the room, it was dark. And I found my husband's flint and steel, and I struck a spark for the candle. And then I saw him lying there, dead.
And the dogs?
The dogs were gone.
Gone? Where to?
I don't know. There was no way for them to get out. And we had no dogs at Castle Carrefour.
You would have us believe, madame, that your husband was killed by a pack of invisible dogs?
Oh, if it please your lordship, the bites which caused the death of Baron de Corneau were clearly visible at the inquest.
Well, madame, can you give the court any idea where the supposed dogs came from?
My dead dogs. Mine. The dogs he killed so cruelly for no reason. My dead dogs!
A 20th century sun was brightening every corner of my room when I'd finished and put down the history of the trial of Anne de Corneau. And I sat there thinking I was emotionally drained when Henri de Lanrivain knocked at my door. Yes, come in.
Ah, you look beautiful. But you seem terribly worried, my lovely Paula.
Henri, you can forget about my buying Castle Carrefour. I would not want to live there now if someone gave it to me.
Oh, but Sherry, what you read happened 400 years ago. People were different.
Henri, you forget. I saw those dogs today. I knew nothing of all this, and yet I saw those dogs today. Do you think I could even consider living there, knowing what happened to that poor girl, Anne de Corneau?
Well, as a matter of fact, Paula, you realize she got off quite easily for a woman accused of murder in those days.
Easily? She was paroled to the de Corneau family. She spent the rest of her life shut up in Castle Carrefour.
Ah, this has really gotten under your skin.
Do you know, Henri, I think I have been fooling myself about wanting to settle down. I really hadn't told Henri the truth. I'd told him only half the truth. I saw the dogs at Castle Carrefour. I couldn't understand why I should have seen them unless it was a warning to me. At least I took it to be so. And thus for me, Castle Carrefour will remain a haunting, a disturbing, and an unresolved memory.
I was impressed with this story of Castle Carrefour and the dogs and told it to a psychiatrist friend of mine. When I finished, he smiled the smile of a man with all the answers and said, "It's amazing to what lengths a woman will go to avoid facing up to the fact that she's really afraid of marriage. He believed that. Do you? I'll be back shortly.
If 2 bits equal 1/4, how much are 12 bits worth? Well, at your True Value hardware store, they're worth $3.97. Hi, Pat Summerall here to explain. The 12 bits are part of a Century 13-piece drill bit set that you can get right now at your True Value hardware store. It's a perfect gift to yourself, particularly if you've got a power drill for Christmas. These 12 high-speed bits will drill holes from 1/16 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch in wood, metal, and other materials. And this set gives you something a lot of drill bit sets don't include. A center punch, the accurate way to start any hole. That's 13 pieces in all. They come in a folding case. Each bit fits in a slot marked with its size, so you never have to guess which bit is the size you want. 2 bits may equal 1/4. But at your True Value hardware store, 12 bits are worth $3.97. Get the Century 13-piece drill bit set at your participating True Value hardware store. Just remember, look under hardware in the yellow pages.
Before I return tomorrow, I think I should tell you the world's shortest horror story. I hope you haven't heard it. It goes like this. After the atomic holocaust, there's only one man left in the world. He knows that everyone else has been killed. As he sits alone in his bomb shelter, suddenly there comes a knock at the door. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, William Redfield, Ian Martin, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Come with me, Hank. Come with me.
Don't worry, Susanna. I won't let you out of my sight. You see? There's no one here.
But there was. There still is. Only, what happened to the music box?
It ran down.
Wind it up.
No. I should never have fixed it so that it would play.
It doesn't matter. She would have reached me anyway. Wait.
Find me. Come to me, Susanna. It's Rachel.
How?
The music box. The music box.
Was she just talking to you? The ghost?
Yes. It was Rachel.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value hardware stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Happy birthday, America. For a gal 200, you still look pretty good to us. For all those Americans who are coming to your birthday party this year, there are a lot of presents to be unwrapped. The oceans rolling on rocky and tropic shores, the gentle hills, the silver lakes, the desert calm, the mighty mountains, the man-made mountains of cities that throb with life, the customs and folkways of yesteryear, and the promises of tomorrow. America's 200th birthday. So much to see, so much to remember, so much to hope for. Happy birthday, America. Oh, we know there's a crack in your Liberty Bell, but at 200, what's a little scar? This message is brought to you by NAMBO, the National Association of Motor Bus Owners. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary by serving 15,000 cities and towns. We're urging all Americans to become tourists and to come to the party. Happy birthday, America.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents I'm your host, E.G. Marshall. Ahead of us, walking uncertainly, is a person groping for the explanation to a vivid encounter with an apparition, or to precognition, ESP. The winter wind sweeps across the snow-covered Iowa prairies. Sergeant Small and Private Denny Malloy are on patrol a few miles from their Army base.
Ben, look, a barn. Well, let's get out of this wind before we freeze to death. My hands are numb.
Yeah, mine too. Anyway, that thing's probably buried in the snow.
Yeah.
Push the side door. Okay.
Oh, man. We could have died out there.
Drop your rifle.
Oh, no way.
The guy from space.
Our mystery story, Mission from Zython, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and ARM, allergy relief medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The unexplained fascinates us. We're a little afraid of the mysterious, but you can't shrug off the strange experiences that many reliable persons have and are willing to disclose. One such experience is the eyewitness accounts of spaceships recently seen over Australia by Air Force pilots. Alien spaceships? Fireball meteors? Which? One winter night, John Bergstrom, an Iowa farmer, looks through his parlor window toward Timpkinville.
Well, what is it, Paul? Hurry up, bring your camera. You got it handy? Well, sure. What's the matter? What is it? Look, you see what I see? How big, doggone, a UFO. Well, it sure ain't a helicopter from the Army base. Green and shaped like a saucer. How can it hang there in this gale without moving? Those white lights along its side must be like portholes. I'd better telephone the base. Yeah, Paul, wait. Look now. What the Sam Hill?
Something's being lowered from the ship, but... Wow, look at the wind take that rope or those ladders.
There's a figure of some kind. Open the door and take your pictures from the porch. I'll make the call.
It's sharp as a knife. I guess not. Focus. Timothy.
Well, inside. Did you get a picture?
A couple. I'll shoot some more from my bedroom window. Well, what about the Army?
They'll investigate.
You got your shotgun handy?
I sure have. They lowered something from the ship.
It might head for the house. You better be careful, Paul.
Take your pictures. Then cover me with the rifle from the staircase. Remove the film from your camera and hide it.
But I've got 10 more shots.
Forget them. If they saw you taking pictures, they may want them destroyed. Upstairs now. Stay out of the way.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, what is it, kid?
Look at this radar screen.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It's been clear since I came on duty. Nothing. Nothing's flying in this weather. Blizzard conditions. And then this.
It looks like a
donut.
Yeah. But what about the television monitors?
Clear. Nothing's moving around the silos.
I'll notify Major Lewis.
I can't explain it. That circular thing just hangs there in that one spot.
Huh? Where is it?
The scanning beam establishes the spot at 100 feet above Timpkinsville. That's not a fireball meteor. They move and fast. Oh, nothing can fly in weather like this.
Yeah, still you never know, kid. Stay alert. I'll be back.
I don't suppose I have a choice, Sergeant.
Sir?
You report that Malloy saw a donut-like thing on his radar screen.
Yeah, Major, I saw it myself. Just hanging there.
Mm-hmm. Is he a science fiction addict?
No, sir. He's a highly trained electronics engineer graduating.
So he didn't jump to the conclusion that the donut was a spaceship?
Well, he didn't say.
And you, Sergeant?
I'd just as soon not say, Major.
That means you've said it. You believe in that nonsense. So does some farmer who telephoned a few minutes ago. John Bergstrom claimed that he and his son saw and photographed a spaceship which hung in the sky a quarter-mile from their farmhouse. You'd better investigate.
Yes, sir. I'll take Private Malloy with me, if that's okay.
Ask Simpkins to replace him in control. Return with the film. Why me?
The fresh air will do you good.
Oh, I'll freeze to death. I'm a Florida boy. Winter in Iowa is my idea of the piss. Oh, this is unreal, Sarge. Spaceship?
Why not, kid? It could be.
Could not be. Where are we going?
Some farmer named Bergstrom, not far from Timkenville.
I told you to stay upstairs.
Something's approaching the house. I could make him out pretty well through the telescopic lens.
You got pictures of him?
I hope so. It's a man's figure, but short, a kind of narrow head, skinny arms and legs, and he's brown. I don't think he wears any clothing. Big eyes, and they kind of glow around the edges.
Go back upstairs and unload your camera. Go on now.
Okay. I have my rifle at the ready.
Just keep me covered. If he makes a move toward me, I'll fire.
Pa! He's reached the porch. Switch on the light and let him in.
Might as well. Hello. Come on in.
I am Rotar from the planet Zyton.
What can I do for you, Rotar?
You do not believe me.
I can't say I believe anything I've seen in the last half hour, but that's all right. Maybe it's a nightmare. Sometimes I fall asleep.
It is not a nightmare. It is real. You saw us in the sky.
Well, it's pretty hard to miss. The glowing green saucer hanging 100 feet above the ground.
You took pictures of the ship. I must have them. It is evidence. We saw you pointing the camera at us.
Evidence of what?
My mission. It is secret. It must be carried out.
Well, that depends on what the mission is. I don't know if you come in peace or if you're here to destroy.
It makes no difference. The people of Earth will soon find out. I will have the camera now.
This is a shotgun, Rotar. If I press the trigger ever so gently, I can blow you to smithereens.
You are wrong. The people of Zyton can withstand gunfire, heat, and cold. We are indestructible. You will give me the camera, or I will attack.
With what?
With this.
You dirty killing.
You cannot harm me. Zyton can generate an energy of high voltage enough to kill. This man will recover. I have come for the camera. Bring it to me.
Do what he says, Ralph. That's a clever trick, Rotar. You paralyzed me.
A warning shot. I could have killed you. We are a peaceful people. We do not harm unless we are threatened.
Here's the camera.
Thank you.
Where are you going now?
To carry out my mission.
I reckon that's the place the lights are on.
What, I'm blowing 50 miles an hour?
Yeah. Okay. Hop out, Denny. Oh, that wind. Stay close. Put your head down.
Oh, the Major ought to be reported for sending us out this kind of weather.
All right, stop, Billy. You can watch those drips on the porch. Come in. Come in.
Oh, feels good in here. Hi.
I'm Sergeant Small. This is Private Malloy.
Oh, I'll boil some water for tea.
Thanks for coming over, Sergeant.
You reported to Major Lewis that you saw a spaceship hovering overhead?
We saw more than that. You missed him by 10 minutes.
Him?
Yeah, a spaceman named Rotar. They lowered him from the ship. He came here.
On the level?
Word of honor.
A little brown man, all skin, no clothes. Paul had a shotgun ready, but when he started to raise it...
This creature mowed me down.
With what?
Oh, some kind of electric charge. In an instant, his eyes glowed, and there was a buzzing sound, and I toppled over. I still feel kind of funny from it.
Yeah, then what?
You believe that, Sarge?
Go on, Mr. Perks.
Well, then he left to carry out his mission. He just walked out into the night.
Well, he's got to be dead. It's way below zero out there, and you can't see 50 feet. And he was naked?
That's right.
You said your son took pictures of this spaceship?
Yeah, I did. Let me get them for you.
That's what the little man wanted, the pictures. I told Ralph to unload the camera and hide the film, but Rotar walked off with the camera.
What's bugging me is this Rotar's mission. Project Counter-Strike is one of the highest security bases, the silos and their atomic warheads. Hey, I better telephone the Major.
Phone's next to that easy chair.
Yeah, I see it.
You have tough winters out here, Mr. Bergstrom.
You get used to them. And the snow is nature's fertilizer.
Warming up, Mr. Malloy? I'm Ralph. I'll live. Thank you, Ralph. Here's the film. I'll give it to the sergeant when he's off the phone. You know, I never believed in UFOs.
Well, neither have I, but Ralph does. And after tonight, I'm convinced.
You really saw a flying saucer? And a creature named Rotar came to the house and was right in his room?
Yeah. You explain it. We can't.
The Major says we have to report in, Denny.
Well, here's the film, Sergeant. I shot about 10 exposures. I think you'll get a few good prints. Rotar swiped the camera.
Well, we'll replace it, I promise. Okay, Denny, back to the Jeep.
How are you, Pa?
Oh, I'm okay. I felt a little shaky after being blasted, but I'm all right now. Lock up and we'll get a good night's rest.
Kind of spooky with that Rotar wandering around out there.
Well, maybe he took off again in the spaceship. It disappeared right after he left us. I can't imagine him wandering around in the snow. That's your mother. Hello?
Major Lewis, Mr. Bergstrom.
Oh, yes, Major. Thanks for sending those two soldiers.
Yes, are they still there?
No, they left about a half an hour ago.
I see. Did Sergeant Small get the film?
He's got it. Is anything wrong?
We don't know. But don't be alarmed if I send a patrol into the area.
Well, something is wrong then.
Yes. Our electrical circuits have failed.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Bergstrom, can you explain it? We can't.
Ask Sergeant Small. He knows our story. And you can draw your own conclusions.
About 5 years ago, something from outer space buzzed an Army helicopter and nearly caused the death of 4 crewmen. It happened over Mansfield, Ohio. The pilot noticed a strange red light to his east. It approached with great speed. The pilot put his plane into a dive. The UFO stopped overhead and bathed the plane in green light. Then the spaceship sped away. The helicopter's instruments malfunctioned. The radio went dead. And the craft was trapped in an anti-gravity vortex and rose thousands of feet into the sky. All this was attested to by the crew. Fiction? I'll continue shortly with Act 2. It seems to me that not to admit the possibility of ships from outer space is unreasonable. Don't forget that mankind once thought the Earth was flat. Civilization is really very young. Mistaken beliefs are replaced only after great personal suffering by theories that now are accepted as truth. Isn't it reasonable, then, to admit the possibility, just the possibility, mind you, of ships and their crews from outer space? Sergeant Small and Private Dennis Malloy have reported to Lieutenant Lewis in Central Control.
Unbelievable. This film cassette holds the secret. I want it developed at once. Guard it with your lives, understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And let me explain why we're operating by candlelight.
I was wondering about that, Major.
That little playmate of the Bergstroms is... Oh,
No, I simply cannot bring myself to believe it. Sergeant, Mr. Bergstrom was knocked down by an electrical charge, a blast of electricity that came from this creature's eyes. How does that sound when I say it? Crazy, sir. Thank you, my lord. And now our electricity has gone out. No explanation. Even the emergency generator broke down. We don't know the cause. Unless it's this rotor who's short-circuited the entire base. What is this mission of his? Did he tell Bergstrom?
No, sir. Only that his people on Zython are peaceable and don't use force unless they're threatened.
Well, who's threatening them? Not us. We don't even know who they are, if they exist. We're on alert. General Hall has ordered patrols for the countryside within a 10-mile radius. They're on their way. Sergeant, I want you and Malloy to return to the Bergstroms.
Yes, sir.
This rotor might return to the farmhouse when he discovers that we have the film. If he does, capture him.
But guns don't.
I realize that. Wear your insulated suits and helmets. They deflect electricity. Then, overpower the devil. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Well, at least the walkie-talkie still works. Lewis, go ahead.
Colonel Dawson, Major. Get a message through to Washington immediately. I know our power is gone. I don't know how far the cutoff extends. Half space, maybe. Send a plane and order the pilot to get the message through. This is an emergency. The guards in our underground installations were knocked out. I don't know how. And our manuals and diagrammatics have been stolen. Act at once. Acknowledge.
Yes, Colonel. I'm on the double. Over. It's a catastrophe. On your way, Sergeant. It's that little monster. I want him captured and destroyed.
Oh, did you get stuck in the snow?
I know, sir. We've been back to the base. When did you lose your electricity?
Half an hour ago. But we always have a supply of candles. What's going on, Sergeant? Wires down?
I don't think so. It's more serious than that. Your visitors zonked the guards in our underground installation.
What? What about the warheads?
Well, I don't know. We got patrols searching everywhere for this, rotar. We got to bring him in. He might come back here. That's why we've been sent back.
Bring him in? How? He blasted me.
That's why we're wearing these protective jumpsuits. And we have special headgear with a thick band of transparent material across the eyes. Nothing we know of can get through it, not even electricity. We'll jump this rotar and tie him up.
Why would he come back here, Sergeant?
Looking for the film.
I see. If he finds out that it's been removed from the camera...
There's a roll of film in the camera, Paul. After I hid the roll I shot, I loaded the camera again.
Smart. Good boy.
We are in danger. I think we ought to get out of here and go to the Army base.
No, you can't make it, Mr. Bergstrom. It's a howling mess outside.
Oh, the snowmobile will get us there.
What I did...
No, you worry about this nut from space. Let us worry about the snow. Where's your sidekick?
In the Jeep, keeping his eyes open. We can try to drive you down to your barn.
Well, we keep the snowmobile in the shed behind the house. In this kind of weather, it's the only way to get to the cattle. Get your gear, Ralph, and warm her up. I'll be with you in 5 minutes. If you want to stay here, Sergeant...
No. You put out the candles. Oh, and will you leave the front door unlocked? We may come back.
Okay inside?
Yeah, they're leaving for the base.
Wow. They got wings?
Snowmobile. Sergeant Small to base. Message for Major Lewis. Get this now. Bergstrom and his son are heading for the base. They're on a snowmobile. I'll explain later. That's all.
Well, now what, Sarge? Do we stay here? If we do, let's go inside the house. Why freeze to death in the Jeep?
Wait a minute. Hey, look over there, Denny.
Oh, there's a glow in the sky. Well, maybe we got the electricity back at the base.
The phones, too. Come on inside. I'll try to reach the major. They left the door to the house unlocked.
Oh, just so it's warm. This is right.
Hey, the light's on, so power's been restored. Ooh, hey.
Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir.
What's the
this about the Bergströms. They're coming here?
That's right, Major. The father's worried that Rotar might return and kill him.
But you're there to prevent that.
Yes, sir, but they wanted to clear out. It's all right, sir. They're out of danger.
Any other opinions, Sergeant?
Sorry, sir. Do we stay here?
Keep a sharp lookout. Unless you see something, stay in the house.
How about the roll of film?
Well, it's being developed. I should have prints in a few minutes.
I wonder where that Rotar could be.
Well, look at it from his point of view. He stole all the information about the silos and the atomic warhead. I mean, that's what he wanted.
Yeah, but why? I'd like to know why.
That's what he came for. So once he got the stuff, he'd take off. Maybe he has. How would we know with the radar out?
No, I think he's still hanging around. He wants that roll of film.
Oh, but why? What good can it do it?
Look, if Ralph got some sharp pictures, no one's going to doubt UFOs anymore. We'll have to admit there's life on other planets out there. And that's going to change our thinking about defense and retaliation. Would be a whole new world. Rotar knows that. If he can destroy the film, though, what's happened tonight is just another newspaper story. Interesting reading, but so what?
So then this character will go after the base headquarters.
After he gets the Bergströms. And us, you and me.
So meantime, he's just hiding out. Is that what you think?
Sure. He's in no danger until he shows himself.
So, you expect a visitor?
Yeah, I do. I think we'd better turn off the lights and wait.
You're Bergström? Come in.
I'm John Bergström. My son, Ralph.
I gave orders for you to stay in your house.
No one orders me around, Major. If you're going to take that tone with me, we'll move on to a friend's house.
Calm down, Mr. Bergström. I'm on edge. I'm sorry. This has been a catastrophe.
You're dealing with an unknown force. I didn't believe there was such a thing as a UFO, but I do now. The pictures will prove it. Have they been developed?
Yeah. I received them just before you came in. Take a look.
Excellent. Look at this one. The spaceship and Rotar at the end of the ladder. Oh, the color's fine, Ralph.
Yeah, those slanted streaks are snow lines.
Whoa, this one's marvelous. Rotar.
Yeah, I shot that one from the bedroom window upstairs.
Well, I'm mighty glad we have a record of what happened.
We thought Project Counter-Strike was impregnable. Then one creature from outer space flashes his eyes and we're overcome. The implications are terrifying.
Well, my house is still Rotar's target, Major.
Small and Malloy are on guard there, and Rotar can't blast them with electricity. Though he can, but they're protected. They'll bring him in.
And if they don't?
Then he'll come here. But we're ready for him. Unless he's got tricks up his sleeve we can't guess. This proof of other life in the universe is cataclysmic. Life as we know it is over. Existence becomes a whole new ballgame. What did Lewis have to report, Sarge?
The pictures Ralph took confirm what the Bergströms saw. Great pictures. Oh, and the Major said there's a blip on the radar screen.
The UFO?
Might be. We better get outside.
Maybe the ship is coming to pick up Rotar.
I'd say that was a good guess. Come on, kid.
Hey, I can see something. Up there, in the sky to the east.
Yeah. Hey, that's it, kid. Just the way Bergström described it, like a saucer, green and glowing. Yeah. Hey, it's coming closer.
About a mile away and still coming.
Coming toward the house.
Look at that cone of white light shining on the bar.
Well, let's get down there, Danny. Run! Come on.
The thing's just hovering up there. Not more than 100 feet above the ground.
Yeah, like something's being lowered.
Oh, what is it, a rope or a ladder?
It is a rescue ship.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
You okay, kid?
Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, I hope our ship protects us.
Come on, we're almost there.
I can't run much farther, Sarge.
Come on. Get the door. Hang in there, kid.
He must be in here, Sarge.
Yeah.
find him. He could set the barn on fire, you know. Hold it now. Just let's catch our breath.
Yeah.
Get the flashlight.
Yeah. You want me to try the loft?
No, we stay together. Now, look, those are milking stalls. He might be in one of them.
How would he get out, Sarge? I mean, you're a country boy.
There's a number of ways. The barn doors, the side door from the hayloft. Just keep your flashlight on the barn door. I'm going up into that loft.
Well, you said we'd stick together.
No, good. We double our chances. If we separate, we're not that far apart. Just shoot your light at the doors, back and forth.
But he might be armed, Sarge. The gear's no good against a pitchfork.
All right. Now, where are you, friend Brotar? Hey! He's here, Daddy! Come on up!
Hold on, blind! You all right, Sarge?
Yeah, so far. Come here, you little monster. He will force me to kill you by fire. Oh, no, you won't. Brotar! I got him! All right, I'll cover his eyes with my arm. Here, he's strong.
Hold him on the head. I'll turn him over. Oh, there. Hey, he's on his stomach.
Okay, I can hold him down alone. Look for some rope, Danny, down below.
Yes, there's some there behind the hay.
Okay, get it. We'll tie him up. What we got to worry about are his eyes.
Look, take off your jacket and tie it around his head.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That should take care of the electricity.
Hey, Sarge, he's saying something.
I don't want to hear it. We got him. Now, let's lower him to the barn floor, and then I'll notify the major.
Mission accomplished, but there is much more to come. We still do not know why Rotar has come to Earth. What was his mission? Although the report of a UFO sighting over Ohio a few years ago is one of the best on record, it is only one among many reported. Since 1948, there have been reports of pilots experiencing close collisions with ships from outer space. The subject cannot be dismissed as fiction. I will return shortly with Act 3.
This is WBBM Chicago.
There's a priest in Canada who's an expert in computers and communications. He argues that we face a cultural shock when human beings first encounter the mathematically certain existence of extraterrestrials. Their intelligence might be as far beyond ours as ours is beyond that of the chimpanzee. Incredible? Is the visit of Rotar from Zython really beyond belief? Back in Mr. Bergstrom's farmhouse.
Okay. Now, lay him on his stomach on the couch.
Should I unwrap his head? I still have my protective gear.
Okay, kid, but if you sit him up, don't let him face me at the phone. I don't want to get blasted. I'll call the base. Check those bindings. We don't want them to get loose.
How's that, spaceman?
Thank you. You may remove your helmet.
Oh, no, I don't think so. You know, you got the entire government in turmoil.
Unless you release me, your government will be destroyed.
Uh-huh.
We did not anticipate insulation. Without it, you would be vulnerable. Electricity is our principal weapon, but we have others.
Why'd you come here, Rotar?
It is the most destructive place on Earth.
The silos in the warhead? Is that it?
I will explain to your commander. Unless I escape first, my ship will know what to do.
In the barn, you said that you'd set us on fire.
I could, but the cattle would have been killed. On Zython, we are not cruel. Humans are. It is characteristic of a primitive society.
You sort of look like a human being, Rotar.
We are smaller and indestructible and much more intelligent.
Don't you die?
At an appointed time, our lifespan is allotted. Until it ends, we remain unchanged.
What's this mission of yours?
I will reveal it to your commander. Now, How do you propose to remove me from this farmhouse without retaliation from my ship?
That's the point. I don't know. I'll leave it to my command.
Okay, cover his head, Denny. We're taking him back to the base. You will never reach it.
The spaceship's hanging over us somewhere in the sky, Sarge.
Well, we'll have to chance it. It's still snowing. That's good cover.
Yeah, but if they see the Jeep moving towards the base...
Yeah, maybe they don't know we're here because we went to the barn and back on foot. And how... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Let me try it on the Major.
Welcome to spend the night here on base, Mr. Bergstrom.
Oh, thank you, but we have to get home to the cattle. The cows can't milk themselves. We should have been in bed an hour ago. We're up at 4.
What happens now, Major? Well, we question Rota. Small and the lawyer bringing him to the base.
I'd like to hear what he has to say about that mission he's on.
So would I. Stick around if you want to. I'd like to, Pa. Oh, excuse me. Major Lewis speaking.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Small here.
Yes, Sergeant.
We got a problem. Rotar said if we take him to the base and the Jeep will never get there, that the spaceship will attack and free him.
Well, nothing shows on the radar screen.
I have a suggestion, sir.
Let's hear it, Sergeant.
Well, we have snowmobiles on the base. They're small, and in the snow they'd be hard to track. If you'd send out a few...
Excellent, Sergeant. Right away. We'll watch the screen. Keep an eye on the sky. We might try to land another Rotar. And one is enough. Yeah, we're bringing him in a snowmobile. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Maybe I should lead them to the house, Pa.
Oh, we've done enough.
One little man from space and Project Counter-Strike is out of business. I'm sure glad I got those pictures.
I am, too. Otherwise, we'd be locked up.
Yeah. Watch the radar screen, Ralph. Yeah. See those streaks in the right-hand corner? The snowmobiles.
Well, they managed to reach my house easily enough.
They're returning, and I don't see anything else on the screen. They should be here in a few minutes. Uh-oh. What's that way up in the right corner of the screen? Well, it's a donut-shaped thing. That's the ship.
The streaks are returning from my house.
The ship's just standing still. I don't think it's seen the snowmobile.
What's that cone of light in the center of the screen?
Well, that's the beam we saw, Pa. It lighted up half an acre. The snowmobiles have reached the base.
What are you doing, Major?
I'm putting on my insulated gear and helmet. You better do the same.
Rotar won't harm us. We're no threat to him. You are.
Yeah, look your own way. I warned you, Mr. Bergstrom. Well? No, Pa's right. No, thank you. I'll stay the way I am.
How we made it, Major?
Bring him here into the ready room. Put him down. Good work, gentlemen.
Yeah, want me to remove the ropes?
After you lock the door. Hey, Ralph, put on the insulated gear. Oh, Rotar won't harm us, Danny.
You are right, young man. I will not harm anyone now. You will hear about my mission. Then you will release me. If you do not release me, Earth will be devastated. Are you the commander?
I'm in charge of security, or my responsibility.
You know who I am. I am Rotar from the planet Zyton.
And where's that?
It is an island universe like Earth, and within the Milky Way.
Mm-hmm. You expect me to believe that?
Then explain to me your own way.
And you came here in a spaceship?
You have pictures to prove it. I have been trying to recover the film.
Why?
To keep you in ignorance of the existence of the many worlds around you. We live in peace. You are warlike. We do not want you interfering in space. That would be disruptive. We would have to destroy your planet.
And your mission was to be a warning?
You have seen how easily I penetrated your high security base. One Zyton immobilized Project Counter-Strike.
You know what it is?
The underground silos hold atomic warheads.
Yes, it's a deterrent to an atomic attack.
Which would destroy your civilization. That is of no interest to us on Zyton.
It must be. You stole information critical to our safety, manuals, diagrammatics. Why? Unless you want the capability of producing your own atomic weapons.
We already possess the knowledge. Within an hour, the ships from Zyton could girdle the Earth with atomic explosions that would also destroy us. My mission was to warn you. I failed because you have photographs.
I don't understand.
They are evidence of the existence of other life in the universe. Your ignorance is our safeguard. Have you no idea, no concern about what you have already done to the atmosphere? You have polluted it with the residue from your atomic explosions and tests.
Well, the incidence of radiation has been low.
The air is not yours alone. What you do on Earth affects life on other planets. On Zyton, we have already been exposed to the after effects of particles released when an atom bomb is exploded. You have now endangered our lives.
That's hard for me to believe.
Accept it as a fact. You may be indifferent to life on other planets. We are not. If we cannot persuade you to use atomic power for peace, we will retaliate. And no one will be left on Earth to report it.
What do you expect me to do about these ravings of yours, Rotan?
You will report our conversation. We can destroy Earth in an hour, but there is an alternative plan. We will remove your ability to use atomic power.
No, I really don't believe you.
Must you be convinced?
Yes.
Everything we have said to each other has been heard on my spaceship. Now it will strike. Inspect your radar screen.
Major, the ship's over the underground installation. Check the television monitor. Science are being lowered to the ground.
They will easily overpower your guards and remove the bombs from the silos. Now, do you believe me, Major?
Get the general hall at once.
And now the lights will go out on the base.
And don't let him get away with a candle or a flashlight, bro.
I'm here, Paul. Let's get out of here.
Follow me. Take me back to your farmhouse.
Hello, General Hall. The installation is being destroyed.
I thank you. You will not be harmed.
Light the candles, Ralph. Come in, Rosa.
I have placed you in danger.
I believed everything you said.
Then perhaps there is still hope that mankind will comprehend and not invite his own destruction. I see through the window that my troops have accomplished their objective.
Are they hearing our conversation? You told the Major.
Yes. No one will be harmed. We will carry away the atomic warheads and dismantle them. Will the leaders of your nation heed this warning?
I should hope so. But I don't know. It's going to take a while before they accept the truth of what's happened tonight. You've projected us into a new world, Rotar.
That was not my intention. Let the pictures be circulated. Your people on Earth must see them, and they must be told what happened to the underground installations. Then they will believe what I have said. I will leave you now. I wish you well.
I hope that's the end of it.
It won't be, Paul. Major Lewis won't let it go.
I don't care. We couldn't prevent Rotar from escaping.
But we helped him.
Or he would have blasted us. Remember that?
Oh, I don't think so. But I don't care. I'm glad he's gone. He made his point.
He sure did. Oh, this is the wildest night I ever experienced.
It was fantastic.
That's the right word for what happened.
I wonder if there'll be a report in the papers.
Oh, well, there'll be something. Power outage caused by the blizzard. Project Counter-Strike put out of commission, that kind of stuff. Nothing about the spaceship or the little man from Zyton. Panic stuff.
I sure hope we get a set of pictures.
I don't think you will, Ralph. They're top security. They'll go to Washington.
Well, then what? They've got to take this seriously, Pa.
They should. But I doubt it. They'll listen to the Major and thank him. Maybe he'll be reassigned. In 6 months, he won't believe what happened.
But it did.
Sure. But who's going to believe him?
Who indeed? Would you? Do you? Some of you, perhaps. But you're a very small number. Maybe you've seen the phenomenon of a spaceship. There's one couple that even claims to have had a ride in one. Most of us, however, smile at such stories, just as we take the Loch Ness Monster with a grain of salt. But what is under the ocean and what is out there in space still is a mystery. Now be back shortly.
For barbecues, I use strong, heavy-duty Reynolds wrap. I line the grill with it. Seems to make charcoal heat spread evenly. And it beats off for cooking potatoes and corn, and for juicy grilled chicken. When you wrap in Reynolds wrap, you zip through barbecue cooking. Easy. Reynolds wrap. Heavy-duty Reynolds wrap.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief. Time to change your laxative. X-Lax pills gently stimulate your system's own natural rhythm, and that makes all the difference. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
This is JCPenney.
And this is JCPenney's Bra and Girdle Sale. With every bra and girdle in the store now at a fantastic 30% off. Every style, every color, every shape, every bra you could want. All at an unbelievable 30% off. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. And it's only at JCPenney.
This is JCPenney.
Help! Help!
It's hay fever.
And my pills are just antihistamine. Isn't there something better?
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, gives you full antihistamine relief for itching, dripping, sneezing. Plus, extra decongestant for freer breathing, clearer sinuses.
Better relief.
Better relief. Arm yourself with ARM.
ARM.
For occasional use, only as directed.
Fantasy? Let's admit it with one reservation. No silos have been raided, and no atomic warheads have been stolen. The reservation is this. Is fiction, based on imagination which has been nourished by suspected facts, just fiction? Or does it contain some element of truth? Extraterrestrial? Look up on a clear night and wonder. Our cast included John Beale, Russell Horton, Christopher Tabori, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
E.G. Marshall, bellwether of this flock that assembles here to mull over the mysterious and the macabre. Doomsday is near, said Mr. Shakespeare. So, die all, die merrily. Or to put it another way, eat, drink, and be merry. For tomorrow... At any rate, since the very beginnings of the human race, we have had our prophets of doom. Our seers and sages who have thundered or whispered their awful predictions for a frightful finish that will overwhelm all of us.
And what are you called?
Gold.
Gold. A very revealing name. Your hair shines like gold.
What do I call you?
You will call me Mistress, because you are now my slave.
Do I have the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
As your slave, what am I supposed to do?
Our mystery drama, The Children of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly. Nobody knows how or why it all happened. And actually, it doesn't matter. All those people who argued about the end of everything, who warned, who threatened, who pleaded, those who hastened it, and those who tried to prevent it, all of them are gone. Long ago, they became dust. And long ago, that very dust has been blown into the skies and washed into the streams and the oceans. And who could ever find it today? For a few short millennia, they ruled this earth with their great tools of metal and fire, but they couldn't rule themselves. And when they finally turned on each other, it was awful to behold. They might have created a heaven. Instead, they produced a hell, and it consumed them. And now, others walk this world.
My name is Gold. I am called Gold because my hair is yellow. It shines like that metal you can see shimmering sometimes in the stream. That metal, it's not really good for anything. You can't use it to edge or point a weapon. But it has such a bright and happy color. Like me. I'm not good for anything either. But I'm always bright, and I'm always happy. There are those who say that if I were not the son of the high priest, well, it's true. I'm no good at hunting, either animals or women, and I'm no good at reciting the law either.
Speak the first holy principle.
The first holy principle.
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Oh, yes, Father. Now I remember.
Speak the second holy principle.
The second holy principle.
Birth and death.
Birth and death.
She lives but to bear a child, and when he enters the world, she must leave it.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Gold.
Yes, Father.
You are my son, the only son of the high priest. One day you will be the high priest. You must be able to speak the ritual.
Yes, Father.
Now, repeat after me. The third holy principle warns.
I must admit, I never could understand it. I never could see why we couldn't live at peace with the women. We were always raiding and killing and capturing them. And they were always raiding and killing and capturing us. And why? Didn't we need each other to make the children? I once said to my father, why can't we and the tribe of the women live at peace?
And he looked at me, and I could see the storm gathering in his eyes, and he shouted.
Blasphemy!
But, Father...
Silence!
I only want to know why.
All that you need to know is contained in the 10 holy principles.
But, Father, those principles don't tell me anything.
Sacrilege!
Father, it would seem to me that peace...
Frozen! Sound the signal drum.
Please, Father.
Build the fire.
No, Father.
Bind him to the stake.
Please, Father.
We must purify you.
No! I was purified. I was surrounded by leaping flames. And there's nothing like fire to teach a man wisdom. I became very wise that day. I mean, I learned that silence is the highest wisdom. And I never spoke about women, or war, or peace for a long time. Until the day my father sent for me.
Your time has arrived, Gold.
My time, Father?
The law says that you must also become a father. You are my only son, and you must take a woman.
Take a woman?
Take a woman, and have a son of your own.
You know me by now, Father. I couldn't capture a warrior woman.
You shall not disgrace me. Your time has come to capture a woman.
I'll be killed.
Then you will die in the embrace of the gods.
Why do we have to catch each other and kill each other?
This is the way it has always been. And this is the way it will always be.
And that was the answer I would always get. All morning would be spent in prayer to make sure my heart was pure. And all afternoon would be spent in sword fighting to make sure my hand was steady. And my teacher was the great hero of the tribe. An older man now. He had been the mightiest hunter of both animals and women. The mightiest hunter and the greatest killer. And that's why his name was Death.
Parry. That's it. Now I shall fight like a woman. Make use of your reach, your longer reach, to keep me outside. No. Never let a woman get close. No man is a match for their blinding speed. Keep her outside.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You'd either be dead or a prisoner.
I'm not very good at this.
I would say you're hopeless.
That's true.
Yes, you could be very good. You just don't care. Why is that, Gold?
Well, I don't believe in killing.
How is it possible for a man or a woman not to believe in killing? If we don't kill the women, they kill us. Now, you want to go out there and die?
No.
Pick up your sword, and we'll start all over again.
What can happen to a man who refuses to capture a woman when his time comes?
The law says he has to be put to death.
Where could a man go?
What do you mean?
You traveled more than anyone else. We have this part of the forest, which belongs to the men. And beyond the mountainside, a forest which belongs to the women. What else is there?
Nothing.
That isn't true. There must be more.
There's nothing else. Nothing.
I'll go around the forest of the women. Toward the river we can see from the hilltop.
Gold. Don't do it.
Why not?
Because it's a haunted place.
Then you've been there.
Yes. I've been there.
Well, what's it like?
I don't know.
Yes, but you say you've been there.
I don't know how to describe it. There are stones.
Stones? What's so remarkable about stones?
They're very large. And they're placed one on top of another.
Why would anyone wish to place stones one on top of one another?
And other things, which I cannot describe, especially a thing that talks.
A thing that talks?
Yes. A thing in the shape of a square stone. Except that it is not a stone because it is very light to the touch.
It talks.
It talks.
What does it say?
It's blasphemous, so I must not repeat.
Blasphemous? How?
It speaks of men and women. And both men and women speak from it.
How is it done?
I picked it up from the ground, and as I held it in my hand, something moved beneath my finger, and the voices seemed to pour forth from it.
But this is madness.
Ask your father.
My father?
He was there with me.
The high priest.
Ask him.
What is this place he speaks of, Father?
It could only be the place of our ancestors.
How do you know?
They were people like us, men and women together. And that's why they were punished.
Punished? How?
Great flames destroyed their world.
Why?
Because they lived together in defiance of the gods.
How do you know this, Father? How?
They told us.
Who told you?
They did. Their voices spoke to us from the box that Death told you about. They said they were being punished for arrogance.
But
they were great people, mighty shapers of metal. They were wiser than we are in so many ways, except in one. They did not believe in the gods. They denied the gods. And you, my son.
Is that what they said?
And you, my son. Do you not also deny the gods?
No longer, Father. No longer.
Then you will go to the land of the women. You will capture one and bring her home.
Yes, Father.
Then there is no longer any doubt?
No, Father.
Do you believe in the 10 holy principles?
Yes, Father.
Then go. Capture your woman, my son. I give you my blessing.
Well, the ultimate enemies, men and women. And in the primitive world of the future, and who is to say this is not our future, the combat is ceaseless and unrelenting. But here and there, we have the doubters, the questioners, the boat rockers, who ask unsettling questions. We'll have quite a bit of that when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Our story has postulated a strange, savage world, far in the future, where combat is the order of the day, and the combatants are men and women. They capture each other, they use each other, and then they kill each other. And if you stop to think about it, actually, in a way, that's not too different from how things are right now. But why bother with truth when we can enjoy fiction?
And so, I was pronounced fit and ready to capture a woman. And the tribe held a great ritual celebration for me. There were prayers and dancing. Mighty tales were told of great feats by heroes who had already captured many women. And finally, armed with my father's spear and sword, I was led to the edge of the forest, the forbidden forest, by my teacher and sponsor, Death.
Are you frightened, Gold?
No.
Say the truth.
Well, yes.
Remember what I taught you?
Yes, I remember.
They're very good fighters inside. Never let a woman get close enough to use her dagger.
I remember.
No, you won't remember. In the heat of the fight, you'll do what's in your heart.
I wish I knew what was in my heart.
Before this night is over, you may find out.
Slowly, I walked away from him, and soon I was alone. All alone in the forest. I'd never been alone in my life. And now, I was all by myself. How frightening it is to be alone in the world. What was to become of me? Now I had to kill or be killed. Capture or be captured. I'd never done anything like this in all my life. And then I heard it. The sound of a spear striking the tree I was leaning against. It landed scarcely an inch away from my throat. The entire spear had buried itself in the trunk. The shaft was still quivering. A powerful arm had hurled that missile. And then I saw her standing some 30 feet away. She was tall, like me, blonde, like me. She was wearing a shirt of fur, like me. And in her hand, she was holding the long, murderous, two-edged blade the women always carry.
I missed you on purpose. Throw down your spear if you dare.
Why? Why did you miss me?
I want a capture, not a kill. Will you fight?
Bad. Bad, very bad. No one ever said so out loud. No one would dare to admit it. But between us and the women, there was a kind of... Well, it was an understanding. If a man and a woman should encounter each other, and they felt they were evenly matched, they would pretend that they didn't meet, and go their separate ways quietly. You only risked combat when you felt you could win. The fact that she had decided to challenge me was a bad sign. Why couldn't I have encountered a small, puny woman? This one appeared to be so alert, so capable. But what could I do? How could I refuse to fight? Besides, she looked as if she could outrun me.
You're not very good. I could have run you through. You should have learned to fight before you came out. This is too easy. Still, you're handsome. You should father a beautiful girl for me. But first, I must disarm you.
I was her prisoner. There was no escaping my fate. It would be useless to try to run away. We had met in combat, and the gods had decreed the winner. There was nothing to do now but submit.
What's your name?
Gold.
Gold. I see why. Poor Gold. Bright, shiny. But so soft.
And what do they call you?
You will call me mistress, because you are now my slave.
Have I the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
Will you tell me your name?
My name is Flower.
Flower?
Oh, I see you're easily amused.
I don't know how it is among the women, but among us, a name describes a person. I'm like Gold. My friend is a great killer. He's called Death. One who runs swiftly is named Deer.
It's the same with us.
You're hardly a flower. Am I your first captive?
Oh, no. And you won't be my last. I hope, for your sake, that you'll do better than the others.
What do you mean?
Oh, Why do men talk so much? What does it matter? Come. We have a ceremony to perform.
I was taken to the village of the tribe of the women. And it was very much like the place of the men. Like the men, the women lived in tents made of fur. Like the men, the tent of the high priestess was larger and finer than all the rest. And like ourselves, they had built a huge stake in the center of the village. If they weren't women, and if I weren't a slave, I would have thought I was at home. I was taken before the high priestess. She was a tall, handsome woman.
You are.
Gold.
You are the son of...
The high priest.
A good catch. I give you my blessing.
Well, that's a good sign.
What are you saying?
You're blessing me. That means...
That means I wish you to be the father of a girl who will bring glory to her people.
Oh. I had thought, perhaps, that you...
You? You are of no importance, no consequence. You are merely an instrument. And when you have performed your mission, you shall be cast aside.
You mean killed?
These things are the will of the gods. As the son of a high priest, you should know that better than anyone else.
I don't really know very much about it.
It is clear to me that you do not know very much about anything, including the most important thing of all.
What is that?
How not to get captured.
Well, here you are.
Yes, here I am.
I was looking for you.
Do you want me to come back to the tent?
Yes, we have a ritual to perform.
All right. It's such a beautiful night, though.
Beautiful? What do you mean by beautiful night?
Well, look.
At what?
Well, at the stars. The moon.
We see those every night.
Yes. I suppose so.
And yet, every night you stare at them? As if you've never seen them before?
Every day. Every night. I look at the sun, trees, mountains, the streams, the moon, the stars, as if I'm seeing them for the very first time.
You do? Why?
Why?
Yes, why? What purpose does it serve? Wouldn't you have been better off to study sword fighting?
Better off?
Well, if you had, I might have been your prisoner and slave, instead of how it is now.
That's your good luck, isn't it?
It's the will of the gods.
What would you do if one day you suddenly asked yourself, what if there were no God?
You shouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because you're very close to the next world. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
If I have a child, you'll die at the moment of its birth. If the child is a boy, it will be killed with you.
How would you feel about that?
Feel? These things are decided by the gods. And if by the time the first snow falls, there's no sign that I'm to have a child, you will be sacrificed to the gods in any event.
Then I might as well be happy while I can.
I don't think the gods want me to have a child.
No?
You're my... I have captured 5 slaves, and I've never... It's cold. There's a sudden chill in the air.
Winter is coming.
We should go back into the tent.
You sent for me, priestess.
The snow is on the ground, Gold.
I know that.
We will miss you.
You will...
I had never said anything like this before. How could I, to a man? But you are different. You make people smile.
I wish I knew why.
The gods, they made you different. They made you happy. Perhaps they should have realized this and protected you. Although I am not criticizing the immortal gods.
And since I believe I'm due to see them soon, I'll tell them that.
You must die 7 days after the first snow, since Flower is still barren. Prepare yourself for death.
Prepare myself? What am I supposed to do to prepare myself?
I cannot understand such a question.
I would imagine that the best way to prepare yourself for death is to lead a long, full, happy life. What do you want me to do in a week?
You're a madman. Do what is sensible. Prudent people always do.
And what's that?
Pray.
Why? Do I have a chance to get the gods to change their minds?
Pray that they will give you another life after this one, and that in time you will be born again, but as a woman.
Gold? Gold, wake up.
What is it?
Gold, I want you to close your eyes and pray to the gods.
All right. But why?
Because I'm going to kill you.
You're going to kill me?
I don't know why.
Don't you have a reason?
Pray to the gods to accept you in the other world.
I know I'm supposed to be killed.
Pray to be born again.
But the week isn't over.
Pray.
I believe I still have 2 days.
I could have killed you while you slept, but I wanted you to know why.
Well, I appreciate that.
You must know why, Gold. You must know why.
All right. Why?
It's because of the way I feel toward you.
How do you feel toward me?
I don't know. But I do know what I feel is wrong. Do you hate me?
No. I don't hate you.
Well, you should. I'm a woman, and you're a man. And the gods tell us that you have cast a spell on me.
What do you mean? A spell?
I have a feeling that it is new. Tonight I looked up at the moon and the stars, and it was as if I was seeing them for the first time. Everything seems different and exciting and wonderful. What have you done to me, Gold?
I don't know.
I've gone mad, and the gods are punishing me.
For what?
For not hating you, for not wanting you to die. And so, to prove to the gods that I still obey and believe them, I must kill you myself. Right here. Now.
Flower. Don't.
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And, in this case, angry. Well, these sworn foes, these warrior men, these Amazon women of the far and distant future, how can they finally resolve their differences? Or can they ever? The scheduled time for all resolution is, as you know, the third act, which I shall bring you here in just a few moments. Have you... Does the future repeat the past? There are those sages who will insist the future is merely the past in another variation. Perhaps. It is said that in the dim and distant beginnings of the race, men and women vied for supremacy. As we know, the men won this time. But suppose there comes a time when the world has to begin all over again.
I must kill you.
Very well. Go ahead. Kill me. It'll be better. Quicker. Easier for me than the stake.
I...
Go ahead.
No.
Why?
I can't.
I want you to. I would rather.
I can't kill you, and that's all there is to it.
Is this flower talking? Flower? Blood red flower?
Something has happened to me. I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. I've never been frightened in all my life, and now you frighten me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you can.
But I do, because you frighten me, too.
Gold?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Gold. This is the ritual we must perform on the eve of sacrifice. Are you ready?
Well...
We must recite the 10 holy principles. You know them, of course, since you are the son of a high priest.
I know ours. How would I know yours?
Repeat after me the first holy principle. Man is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Do not blaspheme at this time and in this place.
But, priestess, that is what I was taught. Woman...
I am speaking of the law, as it was revealed to our ancestors.
But I am only speaking the law that was revealed to our ancestors.
Repeat after me the second holy principle. Man but lives to give woman a child. And when she enters the world, he must leave it.
Woman lives but to bear a child, and when he enters...
Gold!
But this is how my father taught me.
Your father is in error.
Why?
The answer is evident. Your father is a man. Men are incapable of understanding the holy laws.
Why?
Because they have neither the intelligence nor the piety.
Are we talking about the same God?
The holy gods are the holy gods. They rule alone. There are no others.
I am sure that there is a misunderstanding somewhere.
I shall save you from yourself. I shall not permit you to insult the gods further. And so, when you die tomorrow, they will accept you. Return to your tent.
I've had other slaves. All of them had to die. I never thought about it. It never bothered me.
The truth is, you've also cast a spell over me.
What's it like?
I don't know.
Oh, Gold, I wish... It's so fantastic. I don't think I could tell you.
Why not?
Because...
I feel that I could tell you anything.
The fact is, I'm a practical person. And no one who is alive today, either man or woman, ever heard the gods speak.
That's true.
And so, since they spoke so long ago, we don't really know what they said. And we can never really find out unless...
Unless?
Unless they should choose to speak again.
Flower, listen. We can hear the gods speak.
How?
There's a place. Do you know it? It's called the place of our ancestors.
The forbidden place.
I know a man who's been there.
And he wasn't struck dead?
No. And he said he had heard the voices of the ancestors.
How? It's been so many years since the ancestors perished.
He heard their voices.
How?
I don't know. He said the voices had been captured and placed in a thing.
Magic?
I don't know.
Well, what did the ancestors have to say?
He couldn't tell me.
Why?
Because he was afraid to listen. The ancestors, don't you see? The gods spoke to our ancestors. The ancestors, they can tell us what the gods said.
Let's ask them.
How can we? It's the forbidden place.
I'm not afraid. Are you?
But if we go, then you will be...
I know. I will be put to death. But they'll have to capture me first.
Flower, do you mean that you would die for me?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
I would die for you, too. And I don't know why, either. Are you afraid?
Yes, I am. The ancestors lived here.
The stones heaped one atop another, so high.
These must be, what, tents?
The ancestors made tents of stone.
Yes, they'd be strong. One would be safe from attack.
Yes, but that didn't save our ancestors. They died anyway.
Why did they die, Gold? Why?
Inside one of these tents is a thing shaped like a square stone. Must be the snare that has captured the voices of the ancestors. We must find it.
And must we go inside the stone tents?
Don't be frightened, Flower.
I'm not frightened. As long as I'm with you.
That's how I feel.
What is this place?
I don't know. I can't even imagine.
Along the walls. Pictures, such as we try to draw on rocks with the juices of berries.
And such pictures.
These people. Our ancestors.
Look. Men and women. Together.
And children. Boys and girls.
What does this mean?
It means they sinned. And that's why they were destroyed.
No.
Why do you say no?
But look at their faces. See how happy they are. These are good people.
If they were good people, why did the gods destroy them?
I don't know. If only... Wait a minute. You see that? See that thing? It looks like a square stone on the ground.
Yes?
That's where the voices are.
How can we make it speak?
My friend said he picked it up, and something gave beneath his fingers, and the voices came out. So, let me see.
No, don't.
Why? Why not?
It might be blasphemy to touch it.
But it's why we came here.
Then, let us pick it up together.
Now.
Yes, I have this end.
It's light. It's so light.
Why doesn't it speak?
Because something is supposed to move.
Wait. Something has started. What's that?
The gods.
My name is David.
My name is Lorna.
Very soon now, we will have destroyed the world.
It's the gods. The gods speaking.
We had everything to live for. Every reason to be happy and prosperous.
All we had to do was love each other.
Why didn't we love each other?
Why did we hate each other?
Hate. Like an army of invading locusts that destroyed everything in its slow, deadly march across the world.
In the end, hatred became the universal measuring rod. Hatred. It drove us all mad.
And once we started to hate, we couldn't stop.
Those who were of different colors hated each other.
Those who lived in different places hated each other.
The young and the old hated each other.
And even men and women hated each other.
And the circle became smaller and smaller.
And finally, you had to hate everyone who wasn't you. But all God ever told us to do was love each other.
And we didn't do it.
We couldn't do it.
And so, we destroyed ourselves.
The bombers, the missiles, are now in the sky. I love you, David.
I love you, Lorna.
And I pray that God will allow our words to live somehow. And that sometime, someone will listen.
We are the children of death.
May you who hear this always be the children of life.
I love you, David. What did she mean? What does it mean? Love.
I love you, Flower. I love you.
Oh. I love you, Gold.
The gods didn't destroy the ancestors.
The ancestors, they destroyed themselves.
Just as our people will destroy themselves. Flower, we must bring this box back to our tribes, yours and mine. We must say to the people, listen. Listen before it's too late.
But Gold, they'll only...
Only what?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. Gold, I love you.
And so they took what they could only imagine as a magic box back to their people. And now we're going to let you write the end to the story. Because what is the fate of the prophet who brings the word? Is he greeted with bread or a stone? Were they hailed because they were saviors? Or were they destroyed because they were saviors? Let your own hopes and your own visions, or your own doubts and your own fears, supply the final chapter. I'll be back shortly.
I'm Joanne Woodward on behalf of the National Society for Autistic Children. Autism is a neurological disorder that affects behavior and communication. With proper research, education, and care, these children can learn and have a life of dignity. They deserve a chance. Please write National Society for Autistic Children, Post Office Box 8646, Albany, New York 12208.
Unleashed becomes the master. Or, he who rides a tiger dare not dismount. Put it any way you please. Hate is a fire that requires constant fuel. And sooner or later, he who hates must finally be consumed by the flames. Isn't it simpler to love? Of course it is. And we love to have you here 7 times each week. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Conscience, said Mr. Shakespeare, makes cowards of us all. Unfortunately, this places conscience in a rather unflattering light, since it implies that conscience is basically a demeaning quality. The truth is that conscience is a kind of magical and liberating force. After all, how many people have become heroes because they were too terrified to become cowards?
Major, I demand to speak with the British ambassador.
First, please tell us your name.
I am Lady Madeline Marston Strathclyde. My husband, the Earl of Strathclyde, is Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. My brother, Lord Marston, is Commander-in-Chief of the British Army in India.
Who is this lady, Wicklow?
Sir, she is known as Limey Lily, and she runs the biggest sporting house in New Orleans.
Our mystery drama, A Curious Experience, was especially adapted from the Mark Twain classic For the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Christopher Tabori and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the tragic truths of our history has been the fact that almost every generation has known the terrible trauma of war. For Mark Twain's generation, the war was the Civil War. To Mark Twain, war was the supreme folly. And why not? Wasn't warfare something that was invented and conducted by mankind? And wasn't the entire human race the greatest joke the Creator played on the universe? Of course. That is why Mark Twain wrote the story you're about to hear.
1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4. Company! Up, 1, 2. Order! Arms! Parade! Rest! Company all present and accounted for, sir.
Very good, Sergeant Rayburn. Men, I'm directed to read to you this message I have just received from the War Department. To Commanding Officer Fort Trumbull from Commanding General. Subject, undercover enemy activity. This office has reason to believe that your area, New London, Connecticut, has been infiltrated by enemy agents. These people may attempt to capture your installation, burn the city, and perform other acts of violence. Therefore, every officer and enlisted man must be extremely vigilant at this time. Signed, the Commanding General. Dated December 4th, 1862. Now, men, I can only say this. Though we are far removed from the combat zones of Fort Donelson, Bull Run, Shiloh, we are still very much in the battle area and must conduct ourselves accordingly. Sergeant, take over. The 150 regulars of my command itched and ached to be hundreds of miles to the south and west in the thick of the fighting. I knew they would consider this message from Washington as just pap from the brass. How could I blame them? I was bored to tears myself. At any rate, I was sitting in my office writing a letter when I became aware of someone standing in front of my desk. It was a boy, pale, ragged, with big eyes and a trembling mouth. He couldn't have been more than 15 or 16. What are you doing here?
Excuse me, sir.
Who are you?
My name? Oh, I'm Robert Wicklow, sir.
How did you get in here? Well, how? Who let you in here?
Sir, I sneaked in.
You what? What do you mean you sneaked in?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but it was the only way.
You sneaked in here? You got past the sentries?
Yes, sir.
How could you do that?
Well, I reckon they just weren't looking.
Sergeant Rayburn? Rayburn, come in here at once. We shall see about this.
Sergeant Rayburn reporting, sir.
This boy, he was able to get past the sentries and make his way to my office.
Oh, begging the Major's pardon, sir, but that would be impossible.
Oh, is it? Well, here he is. How do you account for it?
Well, sir, I don't know as how I could account for it at all.
First, he would have to slip past the guard at the main gate. Who's supposed to be on duty there now?
Private Pope, sir.
And then he would have to elude the sentry on the inner perimeter. Who's pulling guard there?
Private Sparks, sir.
Sparks and Pope, huh?
Yes, sir.
What kind of security do we have around here?
I will not tolerate another incident of this nature, Sergeant Rayburn. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, getting back to you. What's your name again?
Robert Wicklow.
Why did you want to sneak in here?
Because I want to enlist.
Enlist? How old are you?
21, sir.
21? Rayburn, you have boys of your own at home. How old does this cub appear to you?
Not a day over 15, sir.
Sir, I'm 18. I swear to you, I'm 18, but nobody believes me. When I told the sentry at the gate what I wanted, he just laughed at me and told me to go home. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't go home.
Why not?
I don't have a home. So I just sneaked in. Papa used to tell me, boy, when you get no satisfaction from the hired hands, you just go straight to the boss himself. Poor Papa. They killed him.
Who killed him?
The mob. They lynched him.
What are you saying? What for?
Because he was for Abe Lincoln and the Union. They made me watch it. They said, let this be a lesson, boy. But his last words, Papa's last words were, Abe Lincoln and the Union forever.
Where was this?
On our plantation, near Baton Rouge in Louisiana.
I was stationed in New Orleans. I know that part of the country quite well. Exactly where was your plantation located?
Just off the 60-mile point, sir.
And what's directly above it?
Emmonsville.
And right below?
Kruger's Creek.
Where was the Hotel de Paris?
On the Tucatupula Street.
Who were the two big steamboat rivals?
The Robert E. Lee and the Eclipse. Sir, are you trying to trap me? Ask me anything you want to know about New Orleans.
You're a long way from home.
I told you I have no home. We were burned out, driven off.
How did you get from New Orleans, Louisiana, to New London, Connecticut?
I can't remember too many of the details, sir.
Can you remember any of them?
That night, after they burned down the house and killed Papa, I got to the river. I stole a boat and made my way down the river to the harbor. There, I stowed away on a ship.
What kind of ship?
Well, she was a sailing vessel. German. Her name was the Landgravine Frederica Charlotte, or some such. Well, anyway, she put out to sea, and after a while they found me. Well, they set me to work. I became very sick, and I don't recall very much more. I don't even know how much time went by. Well, but then one day, I was wandering around the streets of the city. It was New London.
And that's all you remember?
Yes, sir. That was 3 days ago. I haven't had anything to eat. I tried to get a job so I could earn some money and buy decent clothes, so when I tried to enlist, I wouldn't look like a tramp. But it was no use. Now, sir, is it all right if I sit down? I'm afraid I'm just going to faint.
Now, you just sit down, son. You'll get a hot meal inside you. You'll feel so much better. Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Take him around to the kitchen.
Oh, sir, let me enlist.
No, I'm afraid...
I'll be such a good soldier.
I'm sorry, son.
Oh, don't you see, sir? It's fate. It's the mysterious working of the will of the Lord. Why was I brought here to New London in Connecticut? He sent me to dwell among strangers. But I say to you, Major, you and the sergeant are not strangers, but men of kindness and goodwill. Oh, I should be a credit to the United States Army, sir.
Rayburn, what do you think?
I don't know, Major. He does appear underage for a soldier.
Let's quarter him with the musicians. We'll enroll him as a drummer.
Oh, a drummer? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Major. I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you every night.
How's young Wicklow doing, Sergeant?
Well, sir, he's a funny one.
How do you mean that, Sergeant?
He seems to stay by himself. He don't try to make friends. Appears to be, guess you could say, absent-minded. He's always got a sad look on his face.
Well, we both know he has a great deal to be sad about.
Well, when you're a young boy, it ain't natural to mope all the time.
Give him a chance. I haven't had any complaints from the bandmaster.
Oh, sir, he's performing his duties in a satisfactory manner.
Well, that's all we can reasonably expect him to do. The commandant of the fort really couldn't establish a personal relationship with the youngest drummer boy in the ranks, but I felt so sorry for him. There was such a look of sadness in his eyes. My heart went out to him. I kept wishing there was some way I could help him. But, of course, there was nothing more I could do for him. And then one day, Sergeant Rayburn asked to speak to me in private.
It's the Wicklow boy, Major. The musicians are down on him to an extent you can't imagine.
Why? What's the trouble? What's he been doing?
Praying, sir.
Praying?
Yes, sir. The musicians haven't had any peace for that boy's praying.
Well, we really cannot object to praying without risking an incident at higher headquarters.
No one objects to his praying as such. It's just the way he does it. He starts with the bandmaster, and he prays for him. Next, he takes the head bugler. Next, he scoops in the bass drummer. And then he goes straight through the band, praying and begging. Sir, it's a sight.
Well, I can't understand how that can be objectionable.
Well, if the Major would only come and listen for himself. This way, sir. Now, what I'll do is kind of pry open the back window of the musician's barracks.
Oh, Lord, I pray for the soul and the spirit of Band Sergeant Major Isaiah McTaggart. He's a good man, Lord. Oh, what if he does chew and smoke and blaspheme?
Hey, quiet.
Take a walk. For although his body is poisoned with vice, his heart is clean and his soul is pure, O Lord. Give me strength to reveal to this poor sinner the shining light of thy eternal truth. Then, O Lord, he shall no longer wallow in drunkenness. Ow!
What on earth is happening in there now, Sergeant?
They're throwing boots at him. He's kneeling behind that big bass drum.
You can't be serious, Sergeant.
It don't faze him. He don't mind it.
If I hadn't heard this with my own ears...
Begging the Major's pardon, it ain't no laughing matter.
No, of course not, Rayburn. Of course not. I promise I'll do something about it. A couple of days went by, and I was still trying to figure out just what that something was when Sergeant Rayburn asked for permission to speak to the commanding officer on a matter of the utmost urgency. What's this about, Rayburn?
Sir, it's about the Wicklow boy.
Again? Who's he praying for now?
I ain't here to talk about the praying, but the writing. You see, sir, he's all the time writing.
Writing? What does he write? Letters?
I don't know, sir. But he's forever poking and nosing about the fort all by himself.
Well, he's just naturally curious, perhaps.
That may be. But every now and then he outs with a pencil and paper and scribbles something down.
Oh?
I would say it looks suspicious, sir. Mighty suspicious.
Surely, Sergeant, you're not saying... You don't think that young Wicklow could be...
As the Major knows, Wicklow's from the south, and way down south at that.
Yes, that's true.
Does the Major have any instructions?
Say nothing about this to anyone else.
Yes, sir.
And see if you can get hold of whatever it is he's writing down.
Yes, sir.
Rayburn, what are you staring at?
Yes, sir, I'm just looking out of your window.
Huh? What is it?
There's the Wicklow boy. He's just walked over to the west wall of the fort.
Hey, Rayburn, look what he's doing.
Yes, sir, I told you, sir.
He's stuffing a piece of paper into a chink in the masonry.
Should I go out there and grab him now?
No, Rayburn. We'll wait for him to go away. Obviously, he's leaving a message for someone. That means He's not the only enemy spy in the fort.
I was a stranger, and he took me in. Unfortunately, it can be paraphrased to read, "You were a stranger, and you took me in." They say the Civil War was the first modern war. It introduced for the first time the advanced techniques of social, political, economic, and industrial conflict. And while it didn't exactly introduce the concept of espionage, it certainly refined the tactics and strategy. More of which we shall see in Act 2. Not all the casualties in warfare are caused by physical violence. Some of the greatest injuries are not to the body, but to the spirit. It's bad enough that war forces us to kill our fellow man. It's even worse that we are compelled to kill our own spirit of trust and compassion.
Now, look, sir. He's going away.
Scoundrel. That young devil.
The coast is clear.
Let's get that piece of paper. He may be too young to hang, but not too young to be whipped within an inch of his miserable life. Can you reach in there and get that paper?
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir. Here it is. Traitor like that. He don't deserve to live. We took him in when he was starving, and he...
Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Rayburn, I want you to read this.
Is it a message?
Yes, Rayburn, it's a message. I want you to read it.
Yes, sir. Blessed be those who give aid and comfort to the stranger. For the greatest affliction of all is to be alone in a strange city. Alone without friends, without hope.
Yes, Rayburn. As you can see, it's a message.
Well, sir,
Well, what? Rayburn, let's forget this nonsense we've been dreaming up about poor Robert Wicklow. As a matter of fact, if such a thing were possible, I'd even beg him for his forgiveness. A few days went by, and sure enough, Sergeant Rayburn came into my office.
Sir? It's about the Wicklow boy.
Rayburn, I thought I told you...
I can't help it, sir. I was passing by the musician's barracks just before. I looked through the window. I see Wicklow all alone, and he's writing. So, I go around to the door, give a little cough. He crumples up the paper, he tosses it into the fire.
Rayburn, you have no evidence
to... sir. I jabber with Wicklow for a bit, and then I send him on an errand. Now, he never suspected I was onto him. It was a coal fire, new built, and the writing had got behind a chunk of coal, so I fished it out. And, sir, here it is.
Let me say that.
Yes, sir. And it ain't hardly even scorched.
Fort Trumbull, December 8th. Colonel, I was mistaken as to the caliber of the 3 guns I ended my last list with. They are 18-pounders. The garrison is still 150 men, although some are to be shipped to the front. I think our plan had best be postponed till...
That's where I must have interrupted him, sir. Major. Something wrong, sir?
Something wrong, Rayburn? Yes, I would say so. I would say that a good part of a man's faith in his fellow man has just died. A good piece of his compassion and charity has withered away.
I understand, sir.
But we're soldiers. And we have work to do.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to watch this boy closely and carefully. And we did. Every day there was a message in the same little hole in the wall. And the messages would disappear soon after. Evidently, someone was picking them up. Neither Rayburn or I could watch constantly, and we were afraid to trust anyone else. Obviously, there was a plot of serious proportions being hatched under our very noses. Huh? What is it, Rayburn?
Sir, the Wicklow boy has asked for a leave to go into town this afternoon.
By no means should he be permitted to... No. Wait. Of course. Let him go. And follow him. To Commanding General, Washington, D.C. Have reason to suspect enemy attempt to capture this installation and burn the town of New London.
To Commanding Officer, Fort Trumbull, Connecticut. Place town under martial law. Suspend habeas corpus. Make necessary arrests. Hold summary court. Act with vigor and promptness. Keep the department informed. Signed, Secretary of War.
Major.
What can you report, Sergeant?
I guess it's coming to a head. I followed the boy into town.
Well, where'd he go?
Nowhere. He stood in the corner of Market.
What'd he do?
Nothing. But the Union Hotel is just across the street. Well, sir, a kind of chubby old gentleman comes by, man of about 60, well-dressed, white whiskers.
Yes?
Wicklow stops him and talks to him.
Could you hear what was said?
No, sir, I couldn't get close enough.
Oh. How long did they talk?
Oh, couldn't have been more than a minute, if that.
And then what happened?
Well, sir, then the old gentleman walks into the hotel.
Did you follow him?
I was about to, sir, but then, blamed if he don't stop a lady.
A lady?
A red-haired, rather handsome-looking lady. Oh, give her maybe 35.
Was she also well-dressed?
Like a real swell. Wicklow gabs with her for maybe a minute. And then she also goes into the hotel.
Then what did you do, Rayburn?
Then I see Wicklow go down the street. I figured he was headed back to the fort. So I go into the hotel.
Did you find out who the man and the lady were?
Yes, sir. The gentleman is a Reverend Marcus McEwen from New York City. And the lady is a British subject from London. And she's really a lady. Lady Marston Strathclyde or something. I got it written down here somewhere.
That's a good day's work, Sergeant.
Oh, it ain't over yet, sir. Coming back in the fort, I seen Wicklow sneak into the 2nd Platoon barracks.
What was he doing there?
Well, sir, you know how the men have their overcoats hanging on the wall by their beds? Well, I seen him sneak a piece of paper into the pockets of 2 of them. So, after he was gone, I just fished them out, and here they are.
Oh. This one says, Eagle's 3rd flight. And the other one?
Says exactly the same thing, sir.
Into whose coat pockets were these messages placed?
Private Pope and Private Sparks.
Pope and Sparks? You're positive?
Yes, sir.
Pope and Sparks. Why, those 2 were on sentry duty the day he sneaked in here.
Yes, sir.
No wonder he was able to get in. They're part of the plot. We have to make our move right now, Rayburn. We can't afford to wait another minute. Stand by. I've got to send a telegram. Am prepared to place City of New London under martial law. Troops under my command not reliable. Request 1 battalion of regulars from Boston or New York immediately.
Private Wicklow to see the commander, sir.
Stand at ease, Wicklow. Now, my boy, tell me, why do you write so much?
I? Oh, I don't write very much, sir.
You don't? Seems to me you're constantly scribbling.
Oh, scribbling? Oh, well, I do scribble some.
You do?
Yes, sir, for amusement.
Now, what do you do with your scribblings?
Oh, nothing, sir. I just throw them away.
Never send them to anybody?
Oh, no, sir. I don't know anybody.
Who's the colonel?
The colonel?
The one you referred to in this note.
Well, I'm sure I don't know any colonel.
Read this and refresh your memory.
Oh, Oh, that? No, I never meant any harm.
You betray vital information concerning the armament and the manpower of this post, and you never meant any harm? Speak up.
Sir, I don't know any colonel.
Stop lying.
But this is true. The letter was never intended for anyone. It was just for my own amusement. I understand the foolishness of it now, but there's nothing else to it, I swear to you.
What is the Eagle's third flight?
I don't know.
Tell me about Pope and Sparks.
Oh, believe me, I don't know anything about...
Who are the Reverend McEwen and Lady Marston Strathclyde?
I don't know, I swear to you.
Now, don't make me force you to tell us. I don't like to use certain methods, but this is wartime, and the fate of the city hangs on it.
They are?
We have confiscated all their belongings.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Something's gone wrong. Oh, please have pity on me. Be merciful to me. Don't kill me. Promise to protect me. Save my life. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything.
No. Control yourself.
Yes, I will try.
All right. Now, talk.
I will, sir.
So, you are, at heart, a rebel?
Yes, sir.
And a spy?
And a spy.
And you've been acting under orders from outside?
Yes, sir.
Willingly?
Yes, sir.
Gladly, perhaps?
Yes, sir. Why deny it? The South is my country. My heart is Southern. And this is all in a holy cause.
And the tale you told me of how you've been wronged, the persecution of your family, that was made up for the occasion?
They told me to say that, sir.
Who is the colonel? And what's the meaning of Eagle's third flight? Answer me.
I can't. I won't. I refuse to betray my own beloved country.
This is your final answer?
Yes, final. As sure as I love my beautiful southern country and despise everything this ugly northern sun shines upon, I will die before I tell you one word.
Very well, Wicklow. This is war. You chose to play a man's game, and now you must pay a man's price. Sergeant Rayburn?
Yes, sir.
Assemble a firing party and have this man shot.
Well, war is war. And in it, we are given no choice. One kills, and is killed for one's country. War always brings out the very worst in us. But on very rare occasions, it can also bring out the very best in us. We shall have an example of this in Act 3 shortly. And a little child shall lead them. Well, we have in our story a child, figuratively speaking. He may not be very little, but he can be considered a child. Yes, he impressed us the first time we met him as a poor babe in the woods. But look at whom he happens to be leading.
You want to be blindfolded, Wicklow?
No, sir.
Instruct your firing party, Sergeant Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Firing squad. With 1 round, ball cartridges. Ready? Load. Lock. Firing party ready to proceed, sir.
I sincerely hope you don't think we're bluffing, Mr. Wicklow. You would sooner die than betray your comrades? Is that a fact?
Yes, sir.
I wonder, would they do the same for you? Well, Mr. Wicklow?
I have nothing to say.
In that case, you may proceed, Sergeant Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Firing party. Ready. Aim.
No!
Hold it, Sergeant.
No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Oh, I'll tell you everything, but don't kill me.
You'll answer every question, Wicklow.
Oh, have mercy on me, sir. I don't deserve it. Oh, Oh, please pity me. Please, sir, please.
Bring him inside, Rayburn. We had to half drag and half carry him inside. We finally managed to calm him down. His resistance was broken. We brought in Private Pope. What's your name, soldier?
Sir, it's Pope. Private Peter Ellsworth Pope, sir.
All right, tell us the truth. It'll be better for you.
I don't understand, sir.
Who are you?
Like I said, sir, Private Pope from New Hadleyburg, Massachusetts, sir.
That's your story?
Yes, sir, it's true, sir.
Is it true, Wicklow?
No, sir.
Tell us who this man is.
Major, how would he know who I am? I never laid eyes on him.
That will do. You had your chance to speak. Tell us, Wicklow.
His real name is George Bristow from New Orleans. 2 years ago, he was second mate of the Coast Packer steamer Capital. He's a violent person, sir, and has served 2 terms for manslaughter. One for killing a deckhand named Hyde with a capstan bar.
Major!
Be silent! Go ahead, Wicklow.
The other term, sir, was for killing a roustabout for refusing to heave the lead, which is not part of a roustabout's business. He is a spy and was sent to enlist in the Federal Army and serve in that capacity.
Well, Pope, or Bristow, as we ought to call you, what have you to say to this?
Barring your presence, Major, it's the infernalest damn lie that was ever spoke.
And so it went, with Private Sparks and 7 other soldiers of the fort whom Wicklow identified. Each one of them, of course, denied every word Wicklow said. He detailed everything about them, where they came from, their families, what they did before the war. I decided to hold them in confinement pending the arrival of a special commission from the General Staff that was even now en route from Washington, D.C. And now I had the gentleman and the lady from the Union Hotel brought into the fort.
Major, may I ask the meaning of this outrage?
The meaning, sir?
Why have I been dragged from my hotel by some of your soldiers and marched in here as if I were a common criminal?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say you were a common criminal, more of an uncommon one.
How dare you? Do you know who I am?
No, suppose you tell me.
I am the Reverend Marcus McEwen of Brooklyn, New York. I am the brother of Congressman James B. McEwen, and I assure you he shall hear about this.
What are you doing in New London?
I am visiting friends.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. This young man standing near the wall, is he familiar to you?
I've never seen him before in the... No, wait.
No?
I remember his face. He accosted me on a street corner outside my hotel a day or 2 ago.
Yes? What did he say to you?
What he said is the truth. I don't know. Some sort of gibberish. I couldn't make it out.
He didn't say anything about plans for attacking the fort?
Are you mad? Have you taken leave of your senses?
Wicklow, who is this man?
Sir, his name is Peavy. That's a lie. Arthur L. Peavy, sir.
And he is the man you addressed as the colonel in your letter?
That's right, sir.
He is the mastermind behind the plot?
Yes, sir. He is the most notorious criminal in Galveston, Texas.
This is an outrage.
Give it up, Artie. They're wise to us. They've got you and me and the Countess, Pope and Sparks, everybody. So it's every man for himself. Make the best deal you can before they stand you up against the wall.
I'll have you know I am Lady Madeline Marston Strathclyde. My husband is Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. My brother is Lord Marston, Commander-in-Chief of Her Majesty's forces in India. Now, I demand to speak with the British ambassador.
Who is she, Wicklow?
Sir, she is known as Lily the Limey. She owns the biggest sporting house on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. She was arrested for selling contraband. She and George Bristow and all the rest were offered a chance for a complete pardon if they organized and executed this raid.
Well, what do you say now, madame?
I am speechless, Lieutenant.
You will address the commanding officer as Major.
Major, I found your country barbaric and boring, But at least after today, it will only be barbaric. Now, what is the meaning of this little comedy?
I assure you, madame, this is a serious situation.
Major, I'm not given to hysterics. You're obviously convinced that I'm part of a plot to do something or other, to destroy your fortress. A rather sloppily run establishment compared to the least of ours.
Are you ready to make a statement?
Do you realize that by throwing me into prison on these trumped-up charges, you risk alienating public opinion in England?
Lily, oh, Lily, don't you understand? They know everything.
Take her away, Sergeant. The next day, 2 companies of infantry, a battery of light artillery, and a squadron of cavalry marched into the fort. Now I felt safe and secure, ready for anything. We had almost 100 people under arrest all along the eastern seaboard from Boston to New York. But had we captured everyone? Was the enemy still strong enough to make a move?
Major.
What is it, Rayburn?
It's the Wicklow boy. He's gone.
Gone?
He's disappeared.
How could he disappear?
Well, sir, it appears he escaped.
How? Have we still got traitors inside the fort?
Well, it's either that or just plain dumb carelessness.
How long has he been gone?
About half an hour. Cavalry already has patrols out.
Well, he can't have gone too far. Search every ship in the harbor, through every house in town, scour the countryside. We'll get him if we need the Army, the Navy, and the United States Marines. To Commanding Officer, Fort Trumbull, Connecticut. Appreciate your inspired efforts and heads-up job in destroying rebel plot. I'm coming personally to congratulate, decorate, and promote. She'll be in New London by this evening. Signed, the Secretary of War.
Major, they think they got him.
Where is he?
The cavalry commander says a boy of that description was seen going into a farmhouse about 10 miles north of town.
Have they taken him?
No, sir. They've got the place surrounded. If it's him, he can't get away.
Let's get out there, Rayburn. Lieutenant, the sergeant and I will move in first. Be prepared to cover us. Let's go, Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Make your way over to the side. No noise now. I'll take the lead.
Be careful, sir.
That window there. Let's get on either side of it.
Yes, sir.
Your pistol ready to fire?
Cocked and ready, sir.
All right. Now, can you see inside that window?
Yes, sir. Appears to be a kitchen. There's an old lady on her knees. Praying, kneeling beside her is Wicklow, sir.
Come on. We'll see if the door's open.
Don't seem to be locked.
Praise the Lord. My boy, my darling. The lost is found. The dead are alive again.
Stand still, both of you. Don't move.
Oh, my goodness, is something wrong? Robert, have you done anything wrong? Why, Sergeant Rayburn.
By all that's hope. It's Mother Wicklow.
Sergeant, what's happening here?
Robert has come back. Oh, poor Robert. I thought he was dead all these years.
Madam, is this your son?
My own darling Robert.
Rayburn.
Sir, the name Wicklow, I didn't make the connection. Everybody hereabouts knows Mother Wicklow.
Robert, did you get into trouble when you were gone?
No, Mama, no.
And this is her son?
Robert, where have you been all this time? You're talking to your mama now.
I've been living in New Haven, Mama. I've been going to Yale University.
Robert.
Well, I was a janitor. But I got so homesick after a while, I just had to come home.
Oh, he's all right, gentlemen. But I'm afraid his mind has been turned.
Turned by what?
Oh, all those dime novels and sensation story newspapers about all kinds of dark plots and mysteries. He's always making up all kinds of fables. It's so hard sometimes not to believe him.
No. Let me try to understand this. He does not come from the South?
Oh, bless you, sir. No.
And his father was never lynched by a mob?
Oh, sir, his father was gathered into glory in the peace and fullness of his years.
And he made it up? Every single word?
Oh, he's so convincing, Major. I hope you didn't believe him. Whatever it was he told you. Poor boy, it's like a sickness. He can't help telling those wonderful yarns. He reads so much about all these places all over the world. He can make you actually see them.
Madam, do you realize that on account of him I have placed the city of New London under martial law?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
have put more than 100 innocent people under arrest, including the clergyman brother of a congressman and the wife of the British Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, and who happens to be the sister of the commander of the British Army in India.
Now, that was a foolish thing to do, Robert.
I shan't do it again, Mama.
Oh, you will. You will. If I know you, you will.
There will be a congressional investigation of the Army. The British, outraged, may now decide to recognize the Confederate States, at which time, if we attempt to blockade their ships of southern ports, we invite another war with England.
Oh, Robert, you are a naughty boy.
But of more pressing and immediate personal importance to me. The Secretary of War is due here any hour tonight to congratulate, decorate, and promote me for my masterly handling of this affair.
Oh, my. Oh, I do wish there was some way I could help you.
There is. Could you tell me what to say to him?
Of course she couldn't. Who could? Many, many years ago, one of the cigarette companies that is now defunct ran a series of distinctive ads. Each pictured a person in an extremely embarrassing position, and underneath the caption read, "Be nonchalant." You don't remember? Ask your dad. Or better, your granddad. I shall return shortly. I'm sure you're dying to know how the Major got out of it, or if he got out of it. I don't know. That was part of Mark Twain's unique genius. He could not only tell you an engrossing story, but when it was over, he could get your own mind running in fantastic directions to come up with a sequel. Today, this kind of thing is called audience participation. So you see, nothing is ever really new. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive.
I'm E.G. Marshall. An honest man, we are told, is the noblest work of God, assuredly. And there are times, unfortunately, when it appears as if he is also the rarest. Honesty, sincerity, loyalty. Why do we call them simple virtues? These days they appear to be so complicated.
What kind of a job did you have in mind?
Well, I'm a first-class confidence operator and an all-around hustler. I can use a gun, but hey, I think that's for suckers.
Hold it. I thought you said you wanted to change your way of life.
I do. I'm sick of penny-ante swindles. I'm looking for something big. That's why I came to you.
Our mystery drama, Willie and Dilly, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In God we trust. All others pay cash. That's a sign we read in so many commercial establishments. And yet, no matter how cynical, skeptical, or worldly wise we are, the fact is our social order is based on absolute trust. Aren't we constantly placing our lives, our health, our fortunes into the hands of airplane pilots, cab drivers, lawyers, bankers, automobile mechanics? Like it or not, we are destined to be our brother's keeper, just as he is required to be ours. You're going to meet Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth. And Mr. Wentworth is every bit as imposing as his name. 55 years old, he is tall, white-haired, and handsome. You feel instinctively that he is just the man to handle your money.
Won't you have a chair, Mrs. Zurich?
That's pronounced Zurich, as in the Swiss city.
Oh, I see. Are you Swiss?
No. Zurich was the name of my late husband's stepfather.
How may I serve you, Mrs. Zurich?
I realize this is a very big firm, and that many of your clients are millionaires.
Are you also a millionaire, Mrs. Zurich? Or should I say, millionairess?
Neither one. I'm afraid I'm not even rich.
Yes?
I'm a widow. A very recent widow.
Oh, my sympathy.
I only have a few $1,000.
A few?
To you, it would be a few. 5, to be exact.
Oh?
Yes. I know exactly what that O means.
Well, Mrs. Zurich...
It means, what right do I have to take up the time of Harrison Dillard Wentworth himself? $5,000. That's hardly worth the attention of the smallest fry in the outermost office. Yes, now that I sit here and think about it, I realize how foolish I must seem to you, and how unimportant.
Mrs. Zurich, all of our clients are important.
But I also need financial advice. To me, $5,000 is a fortune.
Of course.
And I am an important person to myself. My needs are real and urgent. I want the best.
I understand.
I wonder if you do. You're a top man in the field. You deal in astronomical figures, I suppose. Now, how could you possibly understand a person like me?
Mrs. Zurich, permit me to inform you that I shall personally supervise your account.
I can't tell you how wonderful you've made me feel. No. What am I going to do? Cry?
Now, Mrs. Zurich.
I can't help it. I'm so happy. This is the first nice thing that's happened to me since Ogden died.
Ogden?
My late husband. I know very little about money, but he knew even less. Poor Ogden Zurich. He was just a sweet, kindly dreamer.
I shall prepare a modest, interesting portfolio.
And safe. It must be safe. That's why I demanded to see you and no one else. This money is all I have in the world. But I feel it's secure with you. Shall I write a check?
There are papers to be drawn up first.
Well, please do it.
And we should talk about various possibilities.
No, don't say that.
I'm sorry, did I?
No. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I had no right to flare up like that. But all my life I have been involved with men who like to talk. Ineffectual men who used conversation as a distraction for their inability to amount to anything. Here, for the first time, I feel I am in competent, capable hands.
I hope to be worthy of your trust. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, that's too bad. I suppose it means our lunch date is off. Call Rosario's and cancel my No. Never mind. Mrs. Zurich.
Yes?
I hope you're free for lunch.
Oh, you don't have to feel that you...
But I do. I always take my important clients to lunch. Besides, we're about to begin an extremely intimate, that is, confidential relationship.
Oh.
I must know all about you, what your goals are, and so forth, if I am to invest your money prudently.
Prudently? I like the sound of that. I never knew a man before who actually thought in those terms.
Do you believe in fate?
But doesn't everyone?
Well, you see, I had a lunch date scheduled with a Mr. Jonathan Simpkins, a very wealthy gentleman. He's every bit of 60, yet he wears what's left of his hair down to his shoulders, dresses in jeans, and rides a motorcycle.
Oh, good for him.
He'll be in the hospital for at least a month.
Oh.
It was ordained. He was destined to run into that truck so that you and I could have lunch today.
Oh, I'm sorry to be the cause of Mr. Simpkins' accident.
Are you? I'm not.
Oh, what a fabulous restaurant. You only see places like this in the movies. To think I am actually lunching in a place like this. Do you know what I feel like? Oh, champagne.
Let me order some.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I don't feel like having champagne. I feel like champagne. When you look into the glass and you see it fizzing and bubbling, that's me.
Your eyes are glowing. I want to thank you.
You want to thank me? Why?
You just taught me a lesson.
What kind of lesson could I possibly teach you?
A lesson in how to live. You know, I've forgotten something very important. How to extract joy from the moment. I lunch here quite often, and I've been taking it just as a matter of course. If you'll pardon the pun. It's become just another eating place where food is merely an adjunct to a business conversation. But now... Now you've reminded me why I came here the very first time. For the decor, the magnificent cuisine. You do enjoy things, don't you?
Oh, yes. When I get the chance.
Somehow I feel you didn't get too many chances in your lifetime, Mrs. Zurich. Mrs. Zurich, I don't even know your first name.
Oh, Wilhelmina. But my friends call me Willie.
Oh, no.
No?
This is rapidly becoming a day of the most fantastic surprises. Do you know what my friends call me?
I can't imagine.
Dilly.
Oh, I don't believe it.
It's true.
Dilly? A man of your stature and dignity? Who would dare?
My name is Harrison Dillard Wentworth. But for some reason, no one ever wanted to call me Harrison. Or even Harry. Everyone preferred the name Dillard, which soon became Dilly.
Dilly. Now that I say it again, it does seem to suit you somehow.
And so here we are. Willie and Dilly. Really now, this has to be fate. Willie?
It's Willie. Unless you gave some other dame a key to the apartment.
Oh, tell me, how did it go?
How did it go? I'm back in school, and I come home to the sorority house from a date.
How does it happen you can never give a person a straight answer?
How did it go? The answer to that question is, I I made him.
I knew it.
I had him the minute I walked into his office.
Oh, I figured you would. Hey, did you use the widow angle?
Well, if I read the signs, in about a week, he'll want to set me up in my very own little apartment.
Oh, that's great.
Great, huh? Why are we doing this?
I told you. To make $1 million. Maybe more.
I don't see it. Oh, yes, I can get him to spend some money on me, but nowhere near $1 million. And where do you come in?
Don't worry about a thing.
Blackmail? You think he'd come up with $1 million just to keep his wife from finding out? I don't.
I told you. Don't worry about it.
Or do you think the scandal would ruin him with his old-time conservative blue-chip customers?
You're not even warm, Willie.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm warm, vibrant, vital, alive. I am quoting Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth, also known as Dilly.
Yeah, will you just keep heating up, Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth, and I'll let you know when to take him out of the oven.
Oh, why can't you tell me what the angle is?
Isn't it better this way? All you have to do is concentrate on the job at hand.
More coffee, dear?
No, thank you, darling.
Oh, that's right. You've decided to cut down. Sorry I tempted you.
Actually, I don't have time. I must return to the office.
Billy, you haven't worked nights in years.
My dear, the heat is on. These are volatile times. Who knows where the economy is headed?
Yes, that's true.
And there's so much information to digest. We simply don't have the time to do it during the day.
But is it necessary for the boss to go in at night?
It's when the boss comes back at night that everyone starts to take things seriously.
Oh, you poor darling.
I hope you didn't have anything planned.
No, I didn't. But you did. Didn't you say Frank Miller was going to stop by for a chat?
That's right. He's in town for a while, and thoughtlessly, I had asked him to drop in for a drink. He's such a bore, always moralizing about something.
But Frank is one of your oldest friends.
Actually, we've outgrown each other. Only Frank doesn't realize it. I hate to hurt his feelings.
Well, I could give him a drink.
Would you, dear? I know he's dreadfully dull.
Well, I'll manage to get through the evening somehow. Will you be late?
I don't know. I hope not. But don't wait up for me.
Frank.
Good evening, Louisa.
Won't you come in?
Yes, thank you.
Dilly isn't home. He's been so busy lately. He had to go down to the office.
Oh?
I can offer you a drink.
Well, the reason I stopped by was because I wanted some advice.
Why don't you call him?
No. I don't want to bother him.
It shouldn't be a bother.
No, it can wait till tomorrow.
Now, how about that drink?
Although, I'm on a morning flight to Chicago, and I should speak with Dilly about this first.
But then, by all means, I'll get him on the phone.
Are you sure that it's no trouble?
Well, actually, I'm glad of an excuse to call.
Why? Do you want to check up on him?
What an idea. Dilly? He has no time for other women. Why, he hardly has enough time for me. Poor dear. He does put in long hours. But you know what he always says. The first part of your life, you work hard to make your money. The second part, you work even harder to keep it. Even so, this working late is a bad habit that should be nipped in the bud. Now, that's odd.
What is?
Well, I wonder, did I dial the right number? Oh, I'm sure I did.
Well, did he tell you definitely he was going to the office?
Well, now that you mention it, what he said was he might stop by at the office.
Oh.
Yes, he's probably out with a client.
Well, yes, I'm sure of it.
He's probably on his way home right now.
Of course.
What am I going to do?
Whatever it is she's going to do, she isn't going to do it until the second act. So far, it has been our purpose to introduce a roster of characters, mix them and watch them, and see what fireworks we can ignite.
You must admit we have some highly combustible materials. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. Yes, trust a poet to justify his roving eye with such a prettily turned phrase. But has he touched a universal nerve here? Is there such a thing as complete and absolute and unwavering faithfulness? Or is each of us faithful in his or her own fashion? Well, you know what Professor Einstein said. Everything is relative.
Well, Frank, sit down.
Well, yes, thank you, Dillian.
Sorry I missed you that night last week.
Well, I wonder how to go about this.
Go about what?
Well, I might as well just dive in. What's her name, Dillian?
Whose name?
The girl you're having an affair with.
Now, see here, Frank. You have no right to...
I'm your oldest friend. I have every right.
This is the most ridiculous accusation.
You weren't at the office that night. Louisa called you.
She called? Why?
Because I wanted to speak with you. And there was no answer.
Does she suspect?
Well, she doesn't want to. Well, Lily, what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do?
I say cut it short. Well, let it end right now.
Listen, Frank.
Stay home. Be with her. And after a while, Louisa will believe that all her suspicions are groundless. Because that's what she wants to believe. Now, give up this woman, whoever she is.
I can't.
You have to.
Frank, I'm 25 years old all over again.
Now, that's nonsense.
Don't say that. This girl makes me feel like a boy.
Oh, sure.
I'm enjoying life. All of life.
Come on.
I have young ideas. Young reactions to things. You and I, Frank, we've become old and stodgy and set in our ways. You should get yourself someone, too. Be surprised what a new outlook on life it gives you.
Well, what about Louisa?
Louisa?
You still love her?
What a question. Of course. What does one thing have to do with another?
Oh, where does a thing like this end?
Why should I think about that now? I'm only at the beginning.
Hi, baby.
You're late?
Well, I had some loose ends to tie up.
Such as?
Hey, you'll know everything in due time.
I think due time has arrived.
It's close, Willie, honey, close.
Well, I hope so. Because Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth is beginning to bore me. Norman, what is it we stand to make out of him? And don't tell me $1 million, because I heard that one before.
Yeah, but it's true.
How?
We're going to help him steal.
Steal? He's going to steal?
Right.
Well, whatever you want to say about Dilly Wentworth, he is not a crook.
You are wrong.
Norman, this man has a reputation as ethical as anything.
I say he's a crook.
Well, everybody thinks he's absolutely on the level.
Everybody's wrong.
Oh, I see. Everybody's wrong but you.
Harrison Dillard Wentworth is a man who can't be trusted.
And where's your proof?
You are my proof.
Me?
Tell me, can Harrison Dillard Wentworth's wife trust him? I mean, should she?
Well,
So if she can, who else can?
It's not the same thing.
Why not? A guy can be trusted, or he can't be trusted. If he can be trusted, anybody can trust him all the way. If not, it's just a question of the right girl, the right deal.
But there's never been a hint of him ever cheating on any of his clients.
To me, that means he's never been caught.
And what do you think you can get him to steal?
Oh, some securities. Negotiable securities. At least $1 million worth.
Okay, Normie. Let's say you're right. He's a crook, and he would steal the securities. Now, why does he need us? Why doesn't he just steal them himself?
Look, if he just puts the stuff in his pocket and walks out, he has to keep walking until he gets to a place somewhere in this world where there's no extradition treaty with the U.S. Such places are usually very rural and very dull, and not all Mr. Wentworth's idea of a good time. However, let us assume that the stuff is stolen from him. Do you see?
Oh.
Then he's in the clear. His hands are clean.
You think he would listen to such a proposition?
He'd be all ears.
If you're right about him. It sounds like a great idea.
I am, and it is. Now let me tell you how we're going to work it.
It's a lovely day, isn't it, dear?
What is so rare as a day in June? How does the rest of it go?
I'm not sure. But this is a rare Saturday. I have you home with me. Unless, of course, something happens to come up.
Darling, I've been neglecting you shamefully lately, haven't I?
I'm not complaining.
No. You're too good a sport for that.
I realize that what you're doing is absolutely necessary.
I may be overdoing it. After all, I'm not getting any younger.
You don't look very much older.
Did you have anything planned for today?
No, not really.
Do you mind if we don't go anywhere?
Of course not.
I'm just a bit tired. I'd just sort of like to sit around and relax.
Uh-oh.
I'll make short work of it. Hello?
Billy, darling.
Ah, yes.
I love you.
Oh, well, yes.
I'm so lonesome.
Yes, I can understand that.
I could die. I want to see you.
I don't think so.
I have to see you.
I don't see how.
These are the usual story.
I'm not sure I can.
Oh, it's such a lovely day. You know what I want to do? I want to go to the track.
That's rather difficult.
I want you to take me.
I understand.
We could have such fun. And afterwards...
Maybe we could arrange it for another time.
You mean you'll let me go by myself?
Tom, I really appreciate this, and I won't let you down. Where are you now?
You know where to find me, sweetie.
All right. Goodbye, Tom. That was Tom Wesley. I don't know if you met him. We play squash at the club.
Oh.
He's been trying to get me together with a fellow from England who's got all sorts of money to invest. Man's going back tonight, and Tom thought it would be a good idea if he met me first.
Well, I suppose it's important.
Yes, it is. I really don't want to go. I'll cut it as short as I can.
And that's another loser. Oh, well, lucky in love.
Do you love me?
Of course I love you.
You know, the minute you walked into my office, I knew you were the one I was looking for.
Oh, you admit you were looking.
Well, yes. Louisa is a good woman in many ways, but she's dull.
Oh, and so from time to time you look around for someone else to sort of liven things up?
None of the others ever meant anything to me.
Is that what you told each of them?
No. After a while, I told each of them goodbye.
And after a while, you'll say goodbye to me, too.
No. I never want to say goodbye to you.
What do you want to say to me?
I want to buy you an apartment. A lovely, luxurious apartment.
Is this a proposal?
I can't divorce my wife.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
If she finds out, she'll divorce you.
In the first place, she won't find out.
How can you be sure?
Because she doesn't really want to find out.
And what's the second place?
She can't divorce me.
Who says so?
Practicality. The basic facts of life. She has no money of her own.
Really? Didn't the papers say you married an heiress?
She did come into some money when we were married. She gave it to me to go into business.
How much money?
About $1 million.
And you never gave it back to her?
No.
Why not?
She never asked me.
Suppose she does ask you.
She can ask, but there's no paper anywhere to prove it was a loan.
She just gave you the $1 million.
What could she do? She loved me.
And now she's stuck.
You could say that.
Tilly. Now I really know why they call you Tilly.
Hello there, Willie.
Tell me who you like in the next race.
Hey, what's the matter, Willie? Don't you know me?
Do you know this person, Willie?
I never saw him before in my life.
That's a laugh.
Sir, please, you're annoying this lady.
Well, that's another laugh.
Well, you're giving me a choice. I can either ask that police officer to come over here, or I can handle you myself.
Oh, that'll look great in the papers. Even greater on the 11 o'clock news. Broker gets into fist fight over woman at the racetrack.
Just what are you after?
I'll notice all the neat little time bombs in that headline. Woman, racetrack.
I'll ask you again. What do you want?
What do I want?
Don't listen to him.
I want maybe a little human warmth. Maybe a hello. Maybe even a little kiss from my own sister. That's what I want.
Willie, is this person your brother?
If she's my sister, I have to be her brother.
Can't you let me alone? Do you always have to ruin things for me?
Is that a way to talk to a brother who you haven't seen in 10 years?
And why haven't I seen you in 10 years? Because you've been in jail.
Oh, Willie, dear, we can't have a scene.
That's why he's here. Unless you give him money.
How can you say that about your own brother?
You're no good. You never were. And you'll never be worth anything. You're just a crook.
Oh, that's behind me.
Oh, sure.
From now on, things are going to be different.
I heard that before.
Oh, I mean it. I really mean it. I had 10 years to learn my lesson. I don't want to go through that again.
I don't believe a word you're saying.
I'm still your brother.
All right, Normie. How much do you want this time?
I don't want money. I want a chance.
To do what?
No, dear. He does seem sincere enough.
You don't know him like I do.
Look, give me a break, will you?
All right, I will. Come up to my office first thing tomorrow morning.
Don't start anything. Just give him a couple of dollars and you'll get rid of him.
Please, Willie, I'm a changed person. Don't you believe me?
No.
Well, I do.
Don't.
My dear, I am an excellent judge of character. I have faith in this man.
If he has, he has. What can we do about it? Things are proceeding apace. Our little web has been spun, and our spider steps aside temporarily to allow the fly to enter. However, who is the spider and who is the fly? This shall be unraveled in Act 3 shortly.
No one cooks but me, so no one's in the kitchen. No one sees the package.
Mrs. Donna Doynek talks about buying food that's sure to please her family.
When I buy Kraft macaroni and cheese, I know that it's something that we're going to be satisfied with. My family doesn't know what I put on the table. I mean, they see it in the bowl and they see it on their plate, and the only way they tell the difference is when they put it in their mouth. It just so happens that they've always been satisfied with Kraft.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
Maxwell House is coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is...
Good morning.
Maxwell House is...
Good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good, always tastes good, always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is...
Good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Miami, Seattle. Our biggest cities are sending out cries for more VISTA volunteers. VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America. VISTA volunteers work with groups of inner-city residents to tackle the many urban problems that can't be solved alone. By working together with local leaders, entire neighborhoods can be restored. Job training centers can be created. Educational programs, health, and legal services can be expanded to reach all who need them. VISTA means working through the democratic process.
Keep your eye on the ball. This is the advice that can be followed with profit by both athletes and roulette players. Yes, sometimes the mouth works quicker than the mind. And we all know the hand can be faster than the eye. And therefore, since lightning outpaces thunder, by the time you hear the crash, The flash has already done its job.
Yes? Who? Oh, send him in. Well, Norman, sit down. Now then, I understand you're looking for something to do.
Yes, that's right.
For obvious reasons, I can't give you a job in my office.
Oh, that's all right, I understand.
But I do know people. Tell me, what can you do?
I'm a first-class confidence operator.
I beg your pardon?
I'm a good hustler. I know how to work a scheme. Under certain highly specialized conditions, I'll use a gun.
Now, just a minute. Is that the kind of job you're looking for?
Well, that's the only kind of jobs I'm qualified for.
One or both of us must be laboring under a misapprehension.
Well, it isn't me.
Norman, I distinctly heard you tell your sister you're a changed person.
Well, that's true.
You said you had reformed.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, I distinctly remember.
I said I was all through with the stupid stuff. And from now on, things are going to be different.
But you seem to have no intention of changing your ways.
Oh, I do. From now on, the stupid stuff is out. I've been in and out of jail most of my life. And do you know for what? Peanuts. Coffee and cake. You know what I learned?
Obviously, not very much.
No. I learned a very basic lesson. If a man steals a whole country, he goes down in history as a hero. If he steals $10 from somebody's wallet, he becomes a common thief and a jailbird.
I do not see the relevance.
When it comes to stealing, the bigger the prize, the better the chance of getting away with it.
If this is your attitude, I don't know what there is for us to talk about.
Personally, I'd like to steal $1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah, it's a nice round sum.
I'm a busy man. You must excuse me.
Wouldn't you like to steal $1 million?
I, sir, am not a thief.
Why do you say that?
I don't know why I sit here and prolong this nonsense.
No. Just tell me why you think you're not a thief.
Putting it as plainly as I know how, I can be trusted with other people's money.
Oh, I don't think so.
Your opinion is of no consequence. Now, sir, if you will please...
The reason I say that is because you can't be trusted with other people's affections. Your wife's, for example.
If you don't leave my office at once, immediately, I'm going to have you thrown out.
Well, now just think this over. You have a couple of branch offices. You're always sending cash and securities from here to there. Some of them can amount to a lot of money. You could tip me off when a shipment is on the way. And who the messenger is, and I could relieve him of his burden. And we would split.
How dare you?
Dare? What's there to dare? You're in or you're out.
Get out of here.
Well, you know where to reach me.
I said, get out.
On second thought, cash could be traced. And besides, $1 million in cash might need an armored car.
Did you hear what I just said?
Negotiable bonds. You know, bearer bonds. You could get about $1 million worth in an attaché case, couldn't you?
Do you want me to throw you out of here?
Oh, no, I'm leaving. But you know where to reach me. Just ask Willie.
What did you say to him? I never heard a man rave like that in my life.
I gave him the proposition.
I told you he wouldn't go for it.
Oh, he went for it.
Are you crazy? Another 5 seconds and he would have thrown you out the window.
Now, Willie, let me tell you what's happening. It's churning and turning and burning around inside his brain.
Oh, come off it, Norman.
He sees a chance to get away with $500,000.
But he's rich. Why should he steal?
You think only poor people steal?
He has all the money he could ever need.
Stealing is something you do because you're a thief in your heart. Hey, I ought to know. And behind that dignified, white-haired front is a guy who's basically a hustler.
But he doesn't need the money.
Sure he does. $500,000, tax-free, that he doesn't have to account for. And by this time, he's anxious to do it. He can taste it. That's your boy now. Answer it.
Hello?
Willie.
Hi.
I'm not here.
Listen, darling. Is your brother around?
Give him the virtuous bit.
Look, the less you have to do with that no-good brother of mine, the better I'll like it.
I think I have a job for him.
Oh, don't bother.
Now, darling, please. We do have to give him a chance, don't we? Tell him I'd like to see him.
Miss Dayton, no calls. I don't want to be interrupted for the next half hour.
We don't need a half hour, Mr. Windward.
How soon can we put this plan into operation?
I knew you'd like it.
We don't have to discuss anything other than the operational facts.
Well, when can you have something worthwhile?
I have about $800,000 worth of highly negotiable bonds that I can send to my downtown branch.
Uh-huh. And how do you do it?
One of my employees here is my confidential messenger.
And he just takes the stuff?
That's right.
How come nobody ever jumped him?
Because nobody has any reason to suspect what he carries. Only my downtown associate and I are aware of the transfer.
Tell me, how does he go?
By taxicab.
Okay. Tip me off exactly when he's due to leave, and I'll have a friend of mine in a hack in front of the building. We'll do the rest.
Sounds good.
What can go wrong?
A 50-50 split for you? Sounds like a great deal.
Well, I'm taking all the risk, right? The thing goes sour, and you're still in the clear.
Where do we meet to settle our accounts?
Willie's apartment.
When is the best time for the activity?
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. By that time, the morning traffic jam is over. The streets will be clear.
I'll point the man out to you. You'll be carrying a black leather attaché case.
With $800,000 in bonds.
Right.
Okay, partner.
How do I look?
Well, you ought to cut your hair, Willie.
Plenty of cab drivers have long hair.
Don't wear makeup. Dress in denims. The messenger won't know if you're a girl or a boy.
Do you know him?
Yeah, until he gave me a good look at it.
How much time do we have?
We better get going right now.
Listen, Normie. It's the first time since I've known you that you're using a gun.
Hey, I'm not using it, just carrying it.
But, Normie, if something goes wrong...
Come on, baby. Positive thinking here. Positive thinking.
Oh, please don't, for any reason, fire that thing.
The gun is for show and tell. It isn't even loaded.
Miss Dayton, have Snelling come in here, please. Thank you. What's that? My wife's on the phone. Tell her I'm rather busy right now and that I'll call her as soon as I get a chance. Snelling.
Yes, sir.
The bonds you brought in from the vault yesterday, they're ready.
Very good, sir.
They're in this attaché case, and they're needed downtown right away.
I understand, sir.
It's 10 o'clock. Can you leave now?
I don't know why not. Taxi? Oh, I didn't know you had someone in the cab here.
Hop in, pal. We're waiting for you.
What's the idea?
You know what the idea is. Now just come in. Quietly, and you won't get hurt.
Look, you can't get away with...
Don't be nervous. This gun isn't going to go off unless you make it. What are you such a sweat about? Hey, it isn't your money.
Please, don't shoot.
Now, come on. Just put that nice attaché case on the front seat next to the nice young man driving. That's it. And now, we're going to slow down at the corner. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to open the door and hop out.
Yeah.
Now, open the door. Out you go, pal. Now, okay, Willie, around the corner. We'll dump the cab and get into our car. Okay, relax. Keep it down, Willie. We're in the clear. Let's not get picked up for speeding. Go on, turn on the radio. Head for the thruway.
The thruway? Are we going to the apartment?
What for?
Well, are we supposed to meet Wentworth there and give him his cut?
What for?
Yes, now that you mention it, what for indeed?
800,000 in lovely negotiable bonds, and it's all ours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt for a news bulletin. There has been a spectacular holdup. A messenger for the brokerage firm of Wentworth & Company has just been robbed of a black attaché case with $1 million
Either they exaggerate, or we did better than expected. Let's open this thing up and count it. And let's see. Hey, Willie. Willie.
What is it?
Inside the attaché case, there are no bonds here.
What?
Hey, look out! It's paper, just sheets of paper.
Wait a
minute, something's written down here. One good turn deserves another. Isn't it a dilly?
He wrote that.
He was wise to it all the time. Louisa.
Hello, Frank. May I order you a drink?
Well, I flew down as soon as I got your cable. What are you doing here in Brazil? I mean, South America.
Enjoying the beautiful scenery, the comfort. Isn't it lush?
Well, Dilly is tearing his hair out. He never thought you'd ever run out on him.
Dilly takes things for granted sometimes.
For a moment, I was afraid you'd run out on me, too.
Darling, never.
But you told me you were broke. How can you afford...
I have plenty of money now.
Oh, where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it?
Do you remember the day Dilly's messenger was held up?
Oh, yes.
That morning, I found a black attaché case on the desk in Dilly's room. I'd never seen it before, so I called Dilly at the office to ask him about it. But I couldn't get through. The next thing I heard was a news bulletin on the radio announcing a holdup. It said something about a black attaché case filled with bearer bonds. I don't know what possessed me. I just opened the attaché case, and there they were. The bonds.
Oh, how did they get there?
I really don't know. Although... No, I shouldn't say this. Well, why not? It's entirely possible that Dilly staged the holdup.
What are you saying?
He arranged to have someone take the attaché case from poor Snelling at gunpoint.
What if the case was stolen from Snelling? How could it be in the house?
That puzzled me. Then I figured there might be two cases. Dilly had filled one with the bonds the night before and brought it home. Then he gave an empty one to Snelling.
And so the robbers got nothing for their pains. But you really believe Dilly could be a thief?
Why not? He stole my affection. Why shouldn't he steal money?
But, darling, you stole the money from him.
Precious. It was my money. He borrowed almost $1 million from me when we were married. I was only getting some of my own back.
Yes, indeed. That is the sweetest thing a woman, or a man for that matter, can do. Get some of your own back. And the longer you wait, the better it tastes. I'll have another tasty tidbit for you, and you won't have to wait too long for it either.
Reynolds Wrap. It's the wrap that makes summer more fun. Reynolds Wrap. Wraps up everything under the sun.
For barbecues, I use strong, heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap. I line the grill with it. Seems to make charcoal heat spread evenly. And it beats all for cooking potatoes and corn, and for juicy grilled chicken. When you wrap in Reynolds Wrap, you zip through barbecue cooking. Easy.
Reynolds Wrap. Doing heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap.
Discover the Dermasoft formula for hard, callous skin. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, and elbows as directed. Dermasoft gives you the same callus-removing ingredient that doctors use most. Now you can soften and remove hard, callous skin without painful cutting or scraping. Dermasoft cream. Dermasoft.
Laxatives work in different ways. X-Lax pills gently stimulate your system's own natural rhythm. That's the difference. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around a Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Anywhere you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got it all and more. Wow, what a store, what a great American shoe store.
Take your contact, take it now. feel cold. Chicago.
Your Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The sun, we are told, shines on the good and the evil alike. And the rain falls on the unjust as well as the just. Rain and sun, water and light. Without them, nothing can grow in the garden of life. And so it all comes down to this. Since we may nurture the flowers of good or the blossoms of evil, which shall we choose to cultivate?
I must say, you take this rather calmly.
Shouldn't I?
Well, you've just been informed that you've been reduced to poverty.
That's merely a temporary condition.
Oh, then you do have other assets.
I have one other asset.
And may I ask what that is?
Certainly. It's you.
Me?
Yes, you. Between us, we shall conquer the world.
Our mystery drama, Virtue is Its Own Reward, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For today's little sermon is provided by Mr. Robert Burton, who was a contemporary of Mr. William Shakespeare, and no mean phrase maker himself. Mr. Burton polished off a series of little gems that included penny wise, pound foolish, and birds of a feather flocked together, which should prove he was a gentleman of great wisdom and deep perception. Mr. Burton also said, every man has a good and a bad angel attending him all his life long. If that proposition was good enough for Mr. Robert Burton, it should certainly be good enough for us.
Is that a fact? I'm not out to take anything away from Brother Burton, whoever he was, but as far as I'm concerned, my man is an old-time Roman you never heard of, a fellow named Silius Italicus. And he said, virtue is its own reward. Yes, sir, that's what he said. And I happen to be stuck with it. Now, I suppose you will want to know who I am. Well, we'll get to that shortly. The fact is, you really can't appreciate me until you meet my client, Mr. Junius K. Barley. And where is he now? In his office and up to his old tricks again.
Yes? Who? Ah, yes, Miss Minzer. Miss Minzer, after he's in here a couple of 3 minutes, ring my phone, will you? What for? What do you care what for? Just ring the phone. I don't pay you to ask questions, just to follow instructions. Now, send him in. Women. Ah, Mr. Lamb.
Oh, see here, Mr. Junius K. Barley.
Won't you have a chair? To what do I owe the honor of this visit?
I have a bill here.
Yes, that does look like a bill.
It's for water.
Do you question the accuracy of the bill, Mr. Lamb?
Oh, I question the legitimacy. Why do I have to pay for water?
Well, that should be obvious. You're using it.
You can't send me a bill for using my own water.
You are 100% correct. While I cannot send you a bill for using your own water, I am entitled to charge you for using mine.
Yours?
You happen to be drawing water from the Armagansett stream.
Well, that's on my property, the property you sold me.
True. But I didn't sell you the water rights.
Well, this is the craziest thing I ever heard.
If you consult the deed, and I happen to have a copy here before me, you will note where it says.
Well, that print's so small I can hardly read it.
It is, nevertheless, legible. It states clearly, seller holds in perpetuum all rights to the heretofore described Armagansett stream.
You mean it actually says...
Would you care to use this magnifying lens? There you are. See? Paragraph 3. For which purchaser shall pay $50 per month for use of water. Said fee to increase 8% each year.
Well, this is an outrage. I didn't know that clause was in there.
Surely your lawyer was aware of it. My good Mr. Lamb, we have an agreement, you and I.
You're a crook. And never, under any circumstances or conditions, will I do business with you again.
Excuse me. Yes, who? Oh, put him on. Do you mind, Mr. Lamb? It's an important long-distance call. Yes, Mr. Roulette. Yes, indeed. Yes, I'm proceeding as quickly as possible. Mm-hmm. There's one tiny obstacle, but we can clear that in short order. Yes. Oh, yes, I'll have good news for you very soon, Mr. Roulette. Mm-hmm. Goodbye. No, sir. Where were we?
I was telling you that you were a thief, an unprincipled scoundrel, and that I shall never, under any circumstances, ever do business with you in the future.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Would you mind putting that in writing?
Putting what in writing?
The fact that you do not intend to exercise your option.
What option?
Well, if you look at paragraph 4, you will see it says that you have an option to purchase the adjoining plot to the Armagansett property for the same low price that you paid for the first parcel.
Well, why would I ever want to buy even so much as a square inch of ground from you at any price and any condition?
Well, that, of course, is your prerogative.
Once again, sir, good day.
Then you release me from my obligation to sell you the adjoining plot, and thus permit me to place it on the open market.
Well, you can do whatever you please. Knowing you, I'm sure it'll be something crooked.
Then sign the statement.
Oh, no. I sign nothing.
Mr. Lamb, you cannot arbitrarily refuse to acknowledge my right to sell the property elsewhere. I'm acting in good faith.
Just a minute. You have a buyer for that property.
You are making an inference.
Roulette. J. Babington Roulette. He was on the telephone just now.
Was he?
He's putting up hotels with gambling casinos.
Is that a fact?
The other half of the Armagansett parcel. What a perfect place for a resort hotel.
Do you really think so?
Just this once you may have outsmarted yourself.
In what way?
With that option clause. You thought it was all worthless acreage.
I may have.
Now you have to let me have it for $10,000.
That's what it says.
I insist on exercising that option.
Oh? Are you sure?
Absolutely. That land has to be worth at least $250,000 to Roulette. How you'd love to have clear, unobstructed rights to the land so that you could sell it to him yourself. This time I've got you. I'll make the fortune. Mr. Roulette will have to buy that land from me, and at my price.
Am I to understand that you wish to exercise your option?
Have the papers drawn up.
That's my client, Julius K. Barley. And who am I? Remember when the fellow was talking about the good angel and the bad angel that attends every man his whole life long? It so happens that I am Benjamin Benign, Mr. Barley's good angel. And I don't have an easy time of it. I'm usually on the carpet for the way I handle Mr. Barley. My supervisor, Mr. Nimbus, lives and breathes the rule book.
Mr. Benign, I have a report here concerning Mr. Barley's latest escapade.
Well, Mr. Nimbus, it isn't exactly an evil deed. No one forced Mr. Lamb to buy that second parcel of land.
Mr. Barley implied there was an eager buyer for the property.
Mr. Barley never said so directly. Mr. Lamb chose to make the inference The fact is, you cannot cheat an honest man.
But the fact is, Mr. Barley cheated Mr. Lamb on the first transaction.
All the conditions were spelled out in the agreement.
In small print.
But it wasn't illegal.
It was done with the intention to cheat. What have you been doing to keep Mr. Barley honest, upright, virtuous?
I've been trying very hard.
He goes from bad to worse.
I suppose I'll just have to try harder.
I wonder if you're qualified to handle this assignment.
I never lost a client yet. That's true.
Yes, it's a fact. I have the computer readout of your activity since the beginning of time.
Well, that should mean something.
It could mean you never had a client that the other side really wanted.
We have no way of knowing if that's true.
We do now. You see, Mr. Benign, we have received a report from our intelligence. The other side has replaced Mr. Barley's current operative.
I can't believe that.
It means they think he has the potential to go all the way.
Oh, not Junius K. Barley. I don't think there's any real harm in him.
They've called in their ace, Nick Hellborn.
Nick Hellborn? Yes, Nick Hellborn. After a while, you get to know the competition. And as they were putting in Nick Hellborn on Junius K. Barley, it was proof they thought he had terrific potential. Nick only worked presidents, kings, dictators, robber barons throughout history, only the top people. And it was Nick Hellborn who had turned them into men of evil. Mr. Nimbus, don't replace me.
You must admit you haven't been aggressive enough.
Yes, but now that I've got some real competition, it'll kind of spur me on to greater effort.
We won't make a change just yet. But you'll have to show some positive results. And soon.
Results. That's all they care about. I wish he'd give us a little more ammunition. The other side offers them wine, women, and song, or, as someone put it, power, health, and pleasure. And what can we give them? I said before that we generally know the competition and they know us. I ran into my opposite number, Nick Hellborn. Or maybe he ran into me.
What do you say, kid?
Hello, Nick.
Sorry, I'm going to have to put an end to your batting streak.
Don't be too sure of that, Nick.
I guarantee you this. Junius K. Barley is going to be my main man.
We'll see about that.
I like your spirit. But you don't know who you're talking to. I worked the cream of the crop. I had Attila the Hun. I owned Machiavelli.
Yes, I know all your credits.
And Junius K. Barley is the exact kind of character.
I say he isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, but all the signs are there. And he's got the appetite. He's ready, and I'm ready.
You won't get him.
That's what this game is all about, isn't it? To see who has the last word. The last word. What is the last word?
We know it's a concept that puzzles many philosophers. For in truth, the last word is the word that has yet to be spoken. And in a world that has no beginning and seemingly no ending, who can identify which word was first and which will be last? Hopefully, we may make some progress in that direction in our second act. So it gets down to this. The basic struggle in the world is between good and evil. And no matter how we may state the problem or the challenge, at the bottom it's always a case of doing right or doing wrong. And all of our arguments and justifications for pursuing a questionable course of action are like French cooking, which is the art of enhancing an inferior cut of meat with an intriguing sauce. I was worried. I was even frightened. Well, Barley wasn't exactly a good man. He wasn't exactly a bad one either. But now the other side had their eye on him, and aside their top operative, Nick Helborn. It was a cause for concern. How and when would Nick Helborn strike? And through whom?
Yes? Who? Very well. Send her in. Come in. Yes?
Good morning, Mr. Barley. I'm Mrs. Quackenbush.
You're Mrs. Quackenbush?
Of course.
Well, somehow I hadn't pictured someone like you when my secretary announced your name.
You hadn't?
Well, you hardly look like someone named Quackenbush.
Well, that's my name. Cynthia Dolly Quackenbush.
The very sound of the name calls to mind an elderly, a more mature type of woman.
But I'm happiest when everyone calls me Dolly.
What may I do for you?
We are about to enter a rather intimate relationship.
We are?
Certainly. That is, in a business sense.
Oh, I see.
Now, you were recommended to me as one to whom I could safely trust my affairs.
Was I?
But now that poor Hubert is no longer with us, Hubert was my late dear departed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We must all leave sooner or later. And Hubert left me rather well provided for, I think.
You think?
Well, you would have to evaluate the investments and so forth. Now, you must excuse me.
Oh, of course. And I'll make a complete study.
Will you do that? I'm due for lunch with the Baroness Duval.
The Baroness Duval. Oh, you mean the famous French divorcee?
She's a dear friend. I always use her apartment when I'm in Paris.
Do you? Yes, I'll try to analyze your portfolio as soon as possible.
Oh, no rush. See, I'm leaving tomorrow for Washington. Biff is doing a command performance at the White House.
Biff?
Valentine Turkus.
Oh, you mean the great violinist?
Well, Biff's a dear friend, and he always makes sure the gang's invited to come along.
When do you think you'll be back in town?
Well, that's hard to say. See, now, tomorrow's Thursday, and we're all going to the Costa del Sol for the weekend.
You mean the Costa del Sol in Spain?
Yes, it's been discovered. And all sorts go now. But these are democratic times, so what can you do?
Yes. Then you'll be back next week.
Next week? Oh, that's an eternity away.
When will you return?
Eventually, my dear. Eventually. That was Nick Helborn's opening gun. And what a gun, eh? Dolly sparkled with delight and glowed with promise. And every word she said touched a nerve. She was raising the curtain on a new, fantastic world for Junius K. Barley. And what did I have to fight her with? Whom did I have to fight her with?
Supper's almost ready, Junius.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get home till late.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, I had such an exciting day at the school.
Did you?
I finally think I've been able to reach the Everett boy.
Mm-hmm.
Little Artie Everett, I do believe he'll be able to read any day now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have an interesting day?
Routine.
Oh, poor Junius. Darling, what kind of life is it? You just handle pieces of paper.
You forget many of those pieces of paper are money.
And the object is to make each of them create more pieces of paper.
Mm-hmm. If you can do it.
You can do it. You can do it very well. Actually
what?
Actually, there are those people who say you can do it too well.
Now, look here, Ruth. Everything I've ever done is legitimate and above board.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Business is a battle of wits. The idea is to get all you can from the other fellow, because he's out to get all he can from you. And if a fellow isn't as smart or as clever as you are...
Or as ruthless?
Yes, ruthless. That part of it.
But where can it lead?
To success.
Oh, is it any fun?
Fun?
It's all just dead pieces of paper. There's no warmth, no human touch. Oh, darling, I'll tell you what let's do tonight.
Lucy, I'm really tired.
Why don't we go to the community house?
What for?
I could teach the girls swimming, and you could coach some boys basketball.
Why don't we do that some other time?
Well, everybody has to try to help out in this world.
Yeah, sure. Later. Did you bring home the evening paper? I see it.
Junius, please listen to me.
I'm listening.
Well, I feel that we were put here to... Sorry, I don't want to sound preachy, but there's so much to be done. And you know something? People like you and me, we have to do it. Are you listening?
Yeah. Of course.
Do you know why? Because we're lucky. We're fairly young, strong. You make good money. Maybe you think sometimes it's not enough, but what is enough?
Will you look at this? The Baroness Duval.
Who?
Here's her picture. What am I doing in America? That's what you're saying to the reporter. I have come here to have lunch with a friend.
And?
And that's it.
She flies here from Paris just to have lunch?
Why not? She can afford it.
Can she?
Oh, I'm sure she has plenty of money.
Oh, I'm sure her pocketbook can afford it, but can her conscience?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Well, to spend thousands of dollars on some trivial foolishness.
Oh, well, maybe it's not so trivial or unimportant to her.
Well, she could do so many better things with her money.
You just said the magic word. Her. It's her money. And she can spend it any way she pleases. She has that right.
She does?
She stood there, just looking at him. It was an old argument, and she never got the better of it. But what other ammunition could I give her? Like I said, the opposition has all the big guns. Ruthie wasn't tall and willowy like Dolly, nor did she have long, lustrous black hair or gleaming red lips, nor was she full-bodied, and yet gracefully slender like Dolly. Dolly was definitely going to be my problem.
Well, Mr. Benign, we have just become aware of Dolly.
I know all about Dolly.
And what are you doing about her?
There's only one thing I can do within the restrictions placed upon us.
Yes?
I can only strengthen Mrs. Ruth Varley.
Strengthen?
I can only make her as attractive as possible.
No paint and powder in this or any other world could hope to make Ruthie Varley as attractive as Dolly.
We can only hope for the best.
I think I'd better call in your replacement.
Why?
Perhaps he could try some other tactic.
Such as?
Well,
Mr. Nimbus, you know as well as I do that there simply isn't any other tactic. All we're allowed is the one tactic, the single method. And if it doesn't work, we're finished. We lose another one. Oh, I prayed we would be able to keep Julius K. Barley. Oh, I'll admit I was being selfish. I was thinking of my own record. But it was more for his sake than mine. It wouldn't have been all so bad if I didn't keep running into Nick Hellborn.
Kid, I'm disappointed.
About what?
Oh, I expected more of a tussle, if you know what I mean. It's all too easy.
You think so? You don't have Junius K. Barley yet.
I've got him all wrapped in a package and tied with a bow.
I could remind you not to count your chickens.
You could.
I could also tell you that you can't sell the skin of a bear that's still in the woods.
And you know what I can tell you, kiddo? Anytime a guy starts spouting proverbs, it's a sign he's whistling in the graveyard. Oh, by the way, don't forget to tune in the TV tonight,
TV. What TV? Then I remembered the concert, the command performance, and she would be there. Dolly would be there. And, of course, Junius would be watching on his TV. I could see from the way the camera was pointing that just past the soloist, you could most of the time see this absolutely fantastic-looking woman. And I could picture Junius staring at her.
Yes? Oh, yes. Yes. Have her come in. Immediately. Oh, and Miss Minter, I do not want to be disturbed. Darling, darling, give me your answer, do.
Oh, my dear Junius.
Won't you please sit down, Dolly?
Thank you.
I saw you Thursday night.
Thursday night? Now, what was I doing Thursday night? Seems ages ago.
You were on television. That is, I could see you while the recital was on at the White House.
Oh, darling, this command performance. Didn't you just adore the way he played?
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't hear him.
Why not? Was there a problem with the audio on your set?
No, I just kept looking at you.
Oh, are you sure that was wise?
Please, forgive me.
For what?
I don't even know why I said that.
Oh, well, then we shall strike it from the record.
Dolly, I've been waiting for you. I have some news.
Oh, what sort of news?
Very serious news. I've been trying to think of a way to tell you.
Well, just tell me, that's all.
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
Because this isn't the kind of thing you can just say in so many words.
But if it needs to be said...
Oh, yes, it needs to be said. There's no way at all to avoid saying it.
Then I'm waiting.
Why don't we all wait? After all, if it's good news, it can keep. And if it's bad news, we should be in no hurry to hear it. Of course, it can be both good and bad. That is, good for Nick Hellborn and bad for our good angel, Benjamin Benign. Or vice versa. Well, we'll get all the news as usual when the curtain opens on Act 3.
From Chicago.
Beauty, it is said, is its own reason for being, which means that beauty is entitled to special consideration. Beauty is always being preserved and protected. A beautiful lady in distress is always sure to draw a crowd, which proves beyond all doubt that if you have a choice of being beautiful or homely, you shouldn't hesitate for one moment. Right now, watch a beautiful lady go to work.
Dolly, I have examined all of the papers that you left with me.
Oh.
The documents that comprise your late husband's estate.
Yes.
The stocks, the bonds, the various securities, and so forth.
And?
Well, this is what I find so difficult to say.
But sooner or later you will have to say it.
Yes.
Then say it now.
Very well. Your husband left you no estate.
I beg your pardon.
I said your husband left you no estate.
Oh, but that's impossible. I gave you that portfolio.
I am aware of it.
Then how can you say he left me no estate?
All the stocks, all the bonds, all the securities are worthless.
I don't believe that.
I'm truly sorry.
Oh, it can't be.
You own hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bonds from the Triple Square Corporation. It's a moribund company.
But I don't understand.
Nothing there could be worth anything. A silver mine abandoned years ago. Played out. One company after another dead or ready to die. Your husband left you all this.
Well, he speculated. There would be wild swings. One day he'd be up, and one day he'd be down. Unfortunately, I suppose he died on a down day.
Well, I must say that you're taking this rather calmly.
Shouldn't I?
We've just been informed that you've been reduced to poverty.
I could never be poor.
Yeah. You couldn't?
I have too many friends.
Well, the terrible truth is that valid friendships are only possible among equals, and, Dolly, you're no longer equal to your friends, financially.
Oh, that's merely a temporary condition.
Then you have other assets.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that.
I have one other asset at this time.
And what is that?
You should say, who? And I would answer, you.
Me?
Of course.
I'm not sure I understand.
Don't you? Come here. I'm sure I can explain it.
Dolly,
Come with me, Junius.
Where?
Anywhere. Everywhere. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in this suffocating little law office? Pulling little deals here and there?
Well, but how
you have a nice little home and a nice little wife and a nice little life. Is that what you want? You're bored. That's why you fleece little suckers like Mr. Lamb.
How do you know that
come out into the world, Junius, and meet some big suckers.
What are you saying?
You belong out there with me. I have the contacts. Whom do you want to meet? All the doors are open to me. Let me take you inside.
Inside where?
You belong up there with me.
With you?
We belong together.
But I'm married now.
Oh, it's just as easy to get yourself unmarried.
You mean divorce Ruthie?
Do you love her?
Well, I hadn't thought about it lately.
That's what I mean. You should be thinking about her day and night. I could make you think about me day and night.
Well, but I...
Oh, I understand. You did love her at first. After all, that's why you married her. But do you still find her as interesting, as stimulating, as exciting? Look at me and answer that. Do you want to spend the rest of your life with plain little Ruthie?
He was slipping through my fingers. I was getting panicky. I had never lost a client before, but this one was going. Just about gone. They wanted Junius K. Barley. They wanted him so badly they were pulling out all the stops. I'd never felt so much pressure in all my career. And, of course, Nick kept rubbing it in constantly.
Well, here we are, kiddo, in the bottom of the ninth. You got 2 strikes on you, 2 out, and you're down by 12 runs. What do you do now?
This thing is far from over. I'll save him somehow.
Say, do you want me to put in a good word for you?
What are you talking about?
Well, you've got good style. Anytime you want to jump the club you're with now and come over to mine, we can find a good spot for you.
No, thank you, Mr. Hellborn.
Oh, you should be with a real outfit, where you get something to work with, especially dames like, I got Dolly. Who you got? Ruthie?
I'm happy with Ruthie.
But which one of them's got the looks? And which is just the plain Jane?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, there you go with the proverbs again. A sure sign you're about to press the panic button.
But far worse than Nick Hellborn was my own supervisor, Mr. Nimbus. He had not only pressed the panic button, he was sitting on it.
What do you propose to do now, Benjamin?
I'm doing everything I possibly can. We can only hope for the best.
This is one we cannot afford to lose.
We can't afford to lose any of them.
But Junius is special.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, do you? Do you really? A man with Barley's brains happens along once every millennium. In the wrong hands, in the hands of Nick Hellborn, he could become a monster. He could take over the world.
I know that.
You must fight for him.
Fight? What did he think I was doing anyhow? But every day I would watch what Nick Hellborn was throwing at Junius.
And Colette has this darling penthouse in Paris. And Giorgio says we can use his yacht to cruise the Greek islands at any time.
And what did I have going for me?
Junius, do you suppose we could volunteer for the hospital blood donor committee?
There's no question that Nick had Dolly casting her spell. She was ready to make her kill.
The money's no problem, darling. First, we can sell all my poor late husband's securities, especially the mine.
But they're worthless.
Of course.
Well, then that's not exactly honest, is it?
No, not exactly.
I've never done anything before, Dolly, that was out and out dishonest.
So why not? You flirt with the idea constantly, don't you?
Well,
you come close. Oh, so very close. And then you back away. Why?
Why?
You delight in toying with the concept. You want to. You want to so badly. Why don't you? You want to be rich. Really rich. It can happen. You can sell anybody anything.
Worthless mine?
You've already sold worthless land.
I made no claims for it. Oh, I may have allowed people's imaginations to run unchecked, but I never lied. Let the record show that.
Why are you so concerned with the record? What record? How do you know there actually is a record, or that somebody is watching, or even cares? You want me. You know you want me. And you want wealth and power, and you can have it all.
Dolly,
It's all yours. Take it. Take it.
He was all softened up for a kill. Sooner or later, he would have to talk to Ruthie and tell her. For days, I'd been watching him, trying to nerve himself for the ordeal. He was going to leave her. That much he had practically decided. But first there would have to be a scene, and he didn't like scenes. Of course, there was no way I could talk to him. There was no way I could talk to Ruthie either. But there was one idea I might be able to get across to her. Just one little thing she should say to him. It might tip the balance.
You're home early.
Yes, Ruthie, I wanted to talk to you.
I know.
Well, what do you know?
I guess I know everything.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, it means you want to leave me.
Why do you say that?
It's true, isn't it?
Who told you?
You told me.
Now, wait a minute. When did I tell you?
Oh, not in words. I could tell by the way you react to me.
Ruthie,
There is another woman, isn't there?
Yes.
I suppose she has a lot to offer. She does, doesn't she?
Yes. Yes, Ruthie.
She's very beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, yes.
And very rich.
Well, she knows how to become rich.
And so do you.
That's true.
From now on, you just won't shear the lambs anymore. You'll go on to the wolves.
You could say that.
There won't be any stopping you. No holds barred, no rules. Devil take the hindmost.
I'm sorry, but there are things I want, Lucy. There are things I have to have.
And you will, Junius. You'll have them all. She can give you everything. Except one thing. I'm the only one who can give you that.
What do you mean?
I mean, a night's sleep.
What are you talking about? I could always sleep at night.
Of course. What did you have on your mind or on your conscience? Oh, you may have pulled a sharp little deal here and there, but who did you ever hurt? Who did you ever destroy? Oh, I've seen your new lady. She's beautiful. Unbelievably beautiful.
You're being very generous.
How many other men will want her, too? Men as handsome as you. Handsomer. You'll be getting older. That'll keep you awake.
At least with a plain wife, you don't have those worries.
No, Lucy, I wouldn't say you were plain.
I said you were going after the wolves. But you'll be a wolf, too. They'll also be out to get you. You'll need friends, associates. But will you be able to trust them? That'll help keep you awake.
Lucy.
Now that I think of it, you might just as well go off with her.
What are you saying?
What can I offer you? Only one small thing. A good night's sleep.
She said it. Somehow I'd gotten through to her, and she said it. He stood there and laughed.
Ruthie, can you forget what I said and forgive me?
I'll forgive you, but I'll never forget it.
And that's the way it ended. I preserved my record. Mr. Nimbus no longer nibbles on his fingernails when he thinks of Junius K. Barley. And even old Nick Helborn had a compliment for me.
Well, kid, you did a great job. But tomorrow's another day.
And so it is. As they used to say, another day, another dollar. But that was way back when $1 a day was a handsome wage indeed. But while tomorrow will always be another day, yet in some ways, it will be the same day as today. In one way or another, it will present us with the same problems, the same challenges, the same opportunities. Said, virtue is its own reward. And if you examine it closely, what other reward could there possibly be? For virtue